Chapter 1. The Dice of Fate. Li Yin struggled to open his eyes, the blinding sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. He unsteadily sat up from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed above him, their thick vines entwined around the trunks, and the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves. The atmosphere was primal, lush, and teeming with wild vitality. Where am I? He vividly recalled sitting in his gaming chair at home, immersed in the latest version of the online fantasy game, Nine Heavens Questioning the Tao. The newly released expansion was exceptionally captivating. He had been playing for nearly 30 consecutive hours, his eyelids heavy and on the verge of surrender. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes for a brief moment, how did he end up in this wretched place? Could it be that he had traversed worlds? Gritting his teeth, Li Yin forced himself to rise, striving to maintain his composure. As a modern recluse, being cast into such a perilous, untamed forest without any survival tools, he feared he might not last a few days. While Li Yin pondered his predicament, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from deep within the dense thicket nearby. He stiffly turned his head, and before him emerged a massive, vividly striped tiger, slowly stepping out from the shadows of the trees. Its cold, predatory gaze was fixated upon him, an unmistakable hunger glimmering within. Run! This was the sole thought racing through Li Yan's mind. Yet, as he attempted to move, his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, weak and unresponsive. The combination of prolonged gaming and this unexpected upheaval had left his physical state in utter disarray. It was over. The formidable beast was advancing, and the stench of its feral breath enveloped him, as the shadow of death loomed ever larger. Having grown up in a civilized society, facing such a ruthless predator alone filled him with a profound sense of helplessness, despair, and a touch of absurd bewilderment. He could never have imagined that the conclusion of his life would be as a mere snack for a tiger. Just as the tiger coiled its powerful hind legs, preparing to pounce, a sudden revelation flashed in Li Yan's mind, or rather, in the upper right corner of his vision, two distinct icons materialized. Point one was a six-sided die radiating a soft golden light. The other depicted a rustic bag. Isn't that the random mount die and the game bag from Nine Heavens Questioning the Tao? Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of overwhelming joy dispelling the fear that had gripped his heart. The random mount die was a recent addition to the game's mount system, designed purely for amusement. Players could input their mounts into a database, and by rolling the die, they could randomly summon one for temporary riding. A delightful little feature. The game bag served as a repository for players to store gear, elixirs, materials, and outfits. How could they have followed him here? Could it be? There was no time for contemplation. The instinct to survive eclipsed all else. Almost instinctively, Li Yin focused his thoughts on the golden die icon, mentally shouting, "Roll for me." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the die icon in his mind burst forth with radiant light, spinning rapidly, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. Meanwhile, the tiger had launched itself into the air. With a howling gale, it lunged towards the prostrate Li Yin, its gaping maw wide open. In a moment of peril, a crisp and melodious notification echoed in Li Yan's mind. The spinning die abruptly halted, landing on an emblem of a lion engulfed in flames. In the next heartbeat, a blinding golden light erupted before Li Yin. Boom! Amidst the golden radiance, a magnificent lion, nearly 2 meters tall and over 4 meters in length, appeared as if conjured from thin air, its body ablaze with fierce crimson flames. Its mane stood erect like flowing lava, its robust limbs were powerful, claws gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its regal eyes resembled molten gold, emanating a weighty pressure. With every low growl that resonated through the air, the blazed demon lion. This was the rare steed that Li Yin had painstakingly drawn from a game lottery, its imposing appearance and dazzling effects making it an unparalleled choice for flaunting. Roared as soon as the blazed demon lion materialized, it unleashed a low, menacing roar, sending scorching waves of heat radiating outward, igniting the dried leaves scattered on the ground. The ferocious tiger that had leaped into the air was instantly transformed by the appearance of the blazed demon lion, its fierce demeanor replaced by a profound terror. With a pitiful cry, it twisted its massive body midair and landed clumsily on the ground before scrambling away, tail tucked, fleeing into the depths of the forest without a glance back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Was the crisis averted? Li Yin stared in awe at the imposing blazed demon lion, radiating heat, and then glanced toward the direction of the tiger's retreat, his heart racing, unable to discern whether it was from fear or the sheer surprise of this sudden turn of events. The blazed demon lion let out a low growl and turned to face Li Yin, its fiery eyes locking onto him. Then, it submissively lowered its great head, gently nudging his arm with its massive skull. That a peculiar sense of connection surged within Li Yin. He could distinctly sense the lion's affection and obedience towards him. It's real. It's truly real, Li Yin murmured to himself, cautiously reaching out to stroke the lion's scorching mane. The tangible sensation and warmth, coupled with the clear image of the die and the inventory icon in his mind, confirmed an astonishing truth. Not only had he traversed realms, but he had also brought along his game-enhancing companion. If this random mount die was indeed linked to his vast repository brimming with various mythical beasts, ferocious creatures, celestial birds, mechanical beasts, and even a few conceptual mounts, Li Yin's breath quickened with excitement. That account had been forged through relentless effort and substantial investment, representing countless hours of dedication. The treasures within his mount collection, even a single one, could likely dominate in this seemingly primitive world. Self-preservation. It seemed he truly had little to worry about. A fervent desire to survive and dreams of the future reignited the embers of hope within Li Yan's heart. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, he shifted his focus to another icon, the ancient-looking inventory. Chapter 2. The Nine Heavens Emperor sat focusing intently on the package icon. A familiar virtual interface unfolded within Li Yan's consciousness. Neatly arranged grids displayed a dazzling array of icons. However, most of these icons appeared in a muted, unselectable state. Equipment, potions, materials, skill books, miscellaneous items. Every object within these categories, whether the most basic white-quality items or the resplendent orange-glowing artifacts, was shrouded in a gray haze, seemingly sealed by an invisible force. A heaviness settled in Li Yan's heart. Indeed, the golden finger was not omnipotent. If he could bring over those extraordinary pieces of equipment and potions from a game, he could ascend to greatness on the spot. Yet, he soon discovered a delightful surprise. Among the many gray categories, one label shone brightly: fashion. Clicking on the fashion section revealed a collection of various appearances he had amassed. There were ethereal sect uniforms, flashy premium outfits with special effects, commemorative costumes obtained through unique achievements, and whimsical styles that were amusingly quirky, all encompassing a splendid variety. Each fashion icon radiated a faint glow, indicating that they could be withdrawn for use. A spark of excitement ignited within Li Yin. The fashions from the game, aside from their aesthetic appeal, especially the premium and special ones, carried a slight attribute enhancement. While this may merely be a decorative embellishment in the late game, for him, currently devoid of any power, it was invaluable. He eagerly selected the most resplendent outfit from his collection, the one for which he had invested the most, the Emperor of the Nine Heavens ensemble. Withdraw. With a mere thought, a cascade of light enveloped him, and a robe of utmost majesty and splendor adorned his form. The primary hue was a profound obsidian. The edges and cuffs of the robe were embroidered with intricate starry patterns that seemed to swirl with the light, giving the illusion of real constellations in motion. A purple gold jade belt encircled his waist, featuring a gemstone at its center, subtly flowing with the essence of nebulae. Even more striking was the accompanying crown, an extraordinary phenomenon, that a 12-tassel crown floated above his robe, with cascading curtains formed from countless tiny, glimmering cosmic dust particles, emanating a soft, ethereal luminescence. Behind the robe, a colossal illusion of a wheel composed of 9 concentric rings hovered, each ring seemingly harboring a miniature world within, exuding an aura of grandeur and antiquity. Suddenly, a warm current surged through every limb and sinew of his body. The cold, rigid form that had been burdened by fatigue and fear instantly transformed into a warm, comforting sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. To his astonishment, he could distinctly feel a powerful force invigorating his body. The previous aches and weakness vanished, replaced by an unprecedented vitality. Instinctively, he took a few steps, His movements were light and steady with each step. A miniature galaxy briefly materialized beneath Hima's small, swirling black hole forming the center of his footprint, surrounded by twinkling points of light reminiscent of distant stars, which soon faded away. The special effects. Even the effects were flawlessly replicated. Yet most importantly, it was this newfound strength. Could it be that the attributes of the outfit had been brought over as well? Li Yan's heart raced. He distinctly remembered that the attributes granted by the Nine Heavens Emperor said in the game were Health 50, Defense 50, Spirit 100, all attribute resistance 5, and Damage reduction 5. Although he could not currently see the specific attribute panel, the genuine feedback from his body was undeniable. This warm sensation, this abundant strength, and the noticeably lighter steps were undoubtedly the effects of the attribute enhancement. In the game, the attributes of outfits were often considered mere embellishments. Yet for Li Yan at this moment, they were of paramount importance. To verify, he promptly retrieved another set of attire from his inventory, one known for its defense and health attributes, the Xuankong Yunze armor. This was a heavy, dark green armor with an ancient style, surrounded by a faint earthy yellow halo, reminiscent of towering mountains. Upon donning the Xuankong Yunze armor, the sense of lightness vanished, replaced by a more intense feeling of solidity and robustness, as if an invisible barrier enveloped his body, instilling a profound sense of security that it truly works. The outfit's attributes are indeed effective, Li Yan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Although he could not utilize equipment or potions, the mere presence of these attribute-enhanced outfits had propelled his survival capabilities to a new qualitative leap. His inventory was brimming with over 100 sets of outfits, each emphasizing different attributes that if speed was needed, he could switch to one that enhanced acceleration if defense was required. He could don one that boosted defense if health was necessary. He could opt for one that increased vitality. He was akin to a mobile, versatile being capable of switching attribute inclinations at will. Calm down, calm down. Li Yan forced himself to regain composure. Although the Nine Heavens Emperor set possessed commendable attributes and an eye-catching appearance, it was far too conspicuous in this unknown primeval forest. Such a splendid attire was akin to a firefly in the night. He had yet to ascertain the current situation to be so ostentatious would be tantamount to courting disaster. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a more understated outfit that still offered defensive attribute enhancements. This was a set known as the Xian Tai Chen Shan, a coarse grayish-blue garment that blended seamlessly into the forest environment, its special effect merely a subtle, barely perceptible glimmer coursing across its surface. Once dressed, he felt a significant increase in his bodily resilience, and his sense of security soared. Casting a glance at the red flame magic lion quietly crouching beside him, like a loyal guardian, a surge of confidence blossomed within him. With a top-tier mount as his protector and the attributes of his outfit fortifying him, perhaps this journey into the unknown wasn't so dire after all. A sound, rather ill-timed, emanated from Li Yan's stomach. After the excitement, hunger surged upon him like a tidal wave. Only then did he remember that he had not eaten for quite some time. The immediate concern was to find a source of water and food, and then begin exploring this unfamiliar world. He patted the head of the red flame magic lion, uncertain if it understood, yet he attempted to issue a command. "Big guy, let's move. Let's see what lies over there." He gestured towards a direction in the forest. The crimson flame lion let out a low growl, rising to its feet, its massive form exuding an aura of power. It took strides ahead of Li Yan, parting the obstructing shrubs and vines with its body, actively clearing the path for him. Together, the man and the lion, bathed in dappled sunlight, ventured forth into the depths of the unknown thicket, taking their first step into exploration. Chapter 3. Flames and Vitality. The crimson flame lion led the way, its colossal form resembling a moving wall of fire, parting the obstructive branches with ease. Li Yan followed closely behind, treading cautiously on the soft carpet of fallen leaves, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. With each step forward, Li Yan found his stamina waning, breathless as he gently patted the crimson flame lion. "Could you, perhaps, carry me for a while?" Despite being merely a mount within the game, the experience felt strikingly authentic, prompting him to voice his thoughts. The lion let out a low growl, submissively lowering its massive body, inviting him to mount. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan karafuli klimbat award. As soon as he settled, a wave of intense heat radiated from beneath him, nearly causing him to leap off in surprise. The flames enveloping the lion were no mere visual effects. They were genuinely scorching. He quickly adjusted his position, attempting to minimize the burn by pressing his thighs and the insides of his knees against the creature's side. Well, it seemed this luxurious steed was not as comfortable as he had hoped. He mused wryly, but having it was certainly better than not. At present, locating a water source was paramount. Li Yan licked his parched, cracked lips, glancing at the crimson flame lying before him. Can you find water? The lion paused, tilting its massive head, its fiery eyes surveying Li Yan. With a low growl, it sniffed the air. Moments later, it altered its course, heading toward the left front. They had not traveled far when the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. A clear, shimmering stream appeared before them. Joy surged within Li Yan as he swiftly slid down from the lion's back, hurrying to the stream's edge. Without hesitation, he cupped the cool water in his hands and drank deeply. The crimson flame lion approached the stream as well, lowering its head to drink, producing a contented, gurgling sound from its throat. Its imposing presence radiated authority, causing several small creatures in the nearby woods, previously restless, to retreat silently. With the water source secured, the next concern was sustenance. Li Yan rubbed his empty stomach, eyeing the formidable crimson flame lion beside him, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, he could not expect this majestic beast to hunt rabbits for him. Moreover, even if it did catch something, he had no means to process it. As if sensing Li Yan's predicament, the lion suddenly raised its head and emitted a low growl toward the depths of the thicket. It then bounded forward, a streak of crimson lightning vanishing into the trees. Hey, where are you going? Li Yan's words trailed off, the lion's figure already lost among the foliage. A commotion erupted from within the forest, mingled with the terrified cries of some wild beast. Soon, the chaos subsided, and the crimson flame lion returned, proudly carrying a wild boar. The creature was substantial, its tusks protruding menacingly, yet now, with a broken neck, it was limp in the lion's grasp, blood staining the mane around its mouth. Impressive, my friend, Li Yan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Although uncertain if this catch was edible, it was meat nonetheless. Next came the task of starting a fire. Li Yan gathered some relatively dry twigs and leaves, stacking them together. He gazed at the flame lion and gestured as if to demonstrate a fire-breathing action. Come on, just a little flame will do. The flame lion tilted its head, seemingly trying to comprehend his intent. Then, it opened its mouth, releasing a stream of fire that, while not overly fierce, was of an extraordinarily high temperature. The flames accurately struck a dry twig, which ignited instantly, bursting into a roaring blaze. Splendid, Li Yan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, and began to attempt the task of processing the dead wild boar. Skinning and gutting were tasks he had never undertaken before, relying on vague memories from survival shows. He clumsily used a sharp stone he had found to slice through the beast's hide. The process was gruesome and rather messy. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to carve out a few pieces of meat that appeared relatively clean. He gathered several long branches, sharpened one end, and skewered the meat, setting it over the fire to roast. Lacking any seasonings, he could only prepare it this way. Soon, the aroma of meat mingled with a hint of charring wafted through the air. Li Yan, disregarding everything else, seized a skewer of meat that was barely cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender interior, and stuffed it into his mouth. The texture was coarse, accompanied by a faint fishy taste, rendering it far from delectable. Yet, for someone as famished as he was, it was a culinary delight beyond compare. He devoured several pieces of meat with the ferocity of a tempest, finally feeling a sense of fullness settle in his stomach. The flame lion appeared indifferent to the roasted meat, merely lying quietly beside the fire, its eyes closed in repose. Its fiery mane illuminated by the flickering flames, exuding an air of majesty. Having eaten his fill, the daylight gradually waned. The forest at night was undeniably more terrifying than during the day. It was imperative to find a safe place to spend the night. Lion, we must find a place to rest, Li Yan said, patting the lion. The creature opened its eyes, rose to its feet, and once more took the lead. This time, they discovered a dry, wind-sheltered cave. The entrance was modest, just large enough to accommodate the lion's passage, yet the interior was spacious. Lian swiftly cleared the rubble and weeds from within. The flame lion instinctively positioned itself at the cave's entrance, its massive form nearly blocking half of the opening, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. It lay down, resembling a burning statue, radiating warmth while exuding a reassuring presence. Lian leaned back against the cool stone wall at the back of the cave. The campfire flickered at the entrance, dispelling the darkness and chill. Watching the dancing flames and feeling the comforting warmth emanating from the lion, Lian let out a long sigh. What day it had been, filled with dramatic highs and lows. From the depths of despair to the arrival of a fortuitous turn of fate and barely managing to survive. It was exhilarating. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, his eyelids growing heavier. He shifted closer to the lion, almost curling up against its warm and thick fur. How comforting it was, like a colossal, fire-breathing, plush heating pad. With a blend of absurdity and reassurance, Lian drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 4 Signs of Life. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lian was abruptly awakened by a sudden chill. Upon opening his eyes, he found the cave shrouded in dim light. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a few smoldering embers. The comforting and formidable presence beside him had vanished. Had the crimson flame lion disappeared? A pang of anxiety gripped Lian's heart, and he quickly focused his thoughts, directing his gaze to the upper right corner of his vision. The inventory icon remained quietly in place. However, the golden six-sided die icon was now emanating a faint glow, no longer shrouded in the gray of cooldown that had followed the summoning of the crimson flame lion the day before. The die was usable, yet the lion was nowhere to be found. A thought struck Lian like a bolt of lightning. Was the summoned steed not permanent? He recalled the functionality description of the random mount die in Nine Heavens Inquiry. It indeed mentioned that the mounts were temporary. Yet, he had never paid attention to how long this temporary status lasted, as it was merely an entertainment feature. But what did this temporariness signify now? A day. It was almost exactly a day since he had summoned the Crimson Flame Lion. Thus, did it mean that the summoned mount could only exist for a day? Would he have to roll the die anew every day? Lian's heart sank, then surged once more. This meant he would have to rely on fortune each day. Uncertain of his safety, if luck were to abandon him, he might end up with an undesirable mount, or one of little utility. Would he then be left helpless? Yet, conversely, this also implied he had a daily opportunity to acquire a new companion. His mount collection was not limited to just the combat-oriented Crimson Flame Lion. He could summon celestial birds adept at flight, sturdy turtles with thick shells, mystical foxes capable of illusion, and even special mounts endowed with healing or supportive abilities. If he were to roll a flying mount, he could liberate himself from the constraints of the ground and explore broader territories. Calm down, just give it a try. Lian took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He needed to test whether his hypothesis was correct and, in the process, discover what he could summon today. He concentrated his thoughts, locking onto the now bright golden die icon. Roll. Buzz. The die transformed into a golden blur, spinning rapidly. Lian's heart raced, rising to his throat. Please, let it be something formidable. Anything but a water creature. Ding! A crisp notification chimed as the die came to a halt, the design freezing on a graceful, snow-white crane. In the next moment, a gentle white light filled the cave. A crane with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, feathers as white as snow, a crimson crown atop its head, and an elegant stature materialized before Lian. Its long neck and spirited gaze were captivating as it delicately preened its feathers, producing a melodious crane call. The White Cloud Crane. This was a flying mount Lian had acquired early on through a quest. Its speed was not particularly swift, but it was free and aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it could fly. As Lian gazed at the White Cloud Crane before him, feeling the familiar bond between them, his earlier conjecture was confirmed. Indeed, it was a daily exchange. He approached the White Cloud Crane, extending his hand to caress its smooth feathers, which felt cool and sleek to the touch. Unlike the fiery lion, The crane did not exhibit a similar familiarity, but merely lowered its head slightly in a gesture of submission. It appeared that different steeds possessed distinct temperaments, a thought that pondered in Li Yan's mind. In the ensuing days, Li Yan struggled to survive. Relying on the steeds he summoned each day while simultaneously deciphering the laws of this world. He confirmed his suspicions. The dice indeed refreshed daily, with the summoned mounts existing for no longer than 24 hours. On the second day, he rolled a black qilin, entirely ebony, treading upon clouds and exuding an aura of authority that deterred nearby beasts, thus alleviating many troubles. The third day brought him less fortune, yielding a treasure-seeking pangolin, adept at burrowing and mineral detection. Yet its utility in the primordial forest was limited, barely enabling him to unearth some edible plant roots for sustenance. On the fourth day, he summoned a jade water golden-eyed beast, resembling a lion, but possessing control over water, assisting him in overcoming the challenge of crossing a river with ease. Through these experiences, Li Yan began to grasp certain insights. The summoned steeds seemed to retain only their most fundamental and striking abilities from the game, like the fiery lion's flame breath and aura, the crane's flight, the qilin's cloud treading, and the golden-eyed beast's water manipulation. The more complex skills requiring player activation remained absent. Each steed appeared to possess its own spirit, yet all could comprehend his simple commands and would actively protect him. These steeds, changing daily, serve as both a lifeline and a source of uncertainty. Li Yan realized he could not rely solely on them. He needed to learn how to survive without formidable mounts. One day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, Li Yan once again cast the dice. Ding! The familiar image of the white cloud crane reappeared. It's you again, old friend, he chuckled, recognizing the possibility of repetition. Having flown with it the previous day, he adeptly climbed onto the crane's back. Let us soar higher today and survey the distance. The crane emitted a melodious cry and took flight, carrying Li Yan out of the cave and into the azure sky. Together, they spiraled upward, the forest below unfurling like an immense green carpet stretching endlessly. The undulating mountains and rivers meandered like silver ribbons, primal and magnificent, yet teeming with the unknown. Li Yan gazed into the distance, meticulously searching for any signs of difference. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the horizon's edge. There it appeared, a faint, almost imperceptible smoke. Li Yan squinted, straining to discern. Indeed, it was smoke, a slender thread of grayish-white, rising vertically. Though distant and faint, it stood out starkly against the backdrop of unspoiled nature. Was that smoke from fire? Somewhat. Li Yan's heart raced. After struggling for days in this seemingly isolated primordial forest, the sudden hint of human presence ignited an indescribable excitement within him. But after the thrill came a sense of caution. He was uncertain of what the wisp of smoke signified. Was it a friendly village, a primitive tribe, or perhaps a more perilous entity? Approaching recklessly posed too great a risk. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted the crane's neck. Brother Crane, let us fly in that direction, ascending higher and not draw too near. We shall observe from a distance. The white cloud crane understood, adjusting its course toward the direction from which the smoke ascended, soaring quietly in the high sky. Chapter 5. The ancient village. Li Yan lay upon the back of the crane, his heart racing. He endeavored to lower his body to minimize wind resistance, squinting his eyes to fixate on the increasingly proximate target. As the distance narrowed, the source of the wisp of smoke gradually unveiled itself. It was neither the den of a beast nor a peculiar natural phenomenon. The smoke ascended from a modest settlement nestled against the mountainside. The village was small, concealed among a cluster of verdant trees at the foot of a relatively gentle slope, with a meandering brook flowing nearby. Dozens of humble dwellings, constructed of earth and thatch, were scattered unevenly, with a central open space resembling a small plaza. Several indistinct figures were busily engaged in the fields outside the village, bending over as though tending to their crops. Li Yan held his breath, gesturing for the crane to draw nearer and circle a few times. Now, he observed with greater clarity. The figures wore remarkably simple attire, fashioned from coarse fabric into short jackets and long trousers, predominantly in shades of gray, brown, and green, their designs stripped down to the bare essentials. The field seemed to cultivate a type of crop he could not identify. A few children frolicked at the village entrance, while some women washed clothes by the riverbank. The entire settlement exuded an aura of tranquility and primal agricultural essence, devoid of towering walls or guards, resembling an untroubled hamlet. Lian's heart found a measure of calm. At the very least, this place appeared non-threatening, resembling an ordinary village. Indeed, this was truly an ancient world, he murmured to himself, a complex blend of absurdity and intricacy washing over him. What had previously only been speculation was now vividly witnessed. There were no power lines, no concrete roads, no automobiles, only thatched cottages, dirt paths, and individuals clad in ancient garb. He had genuinely traversed into an entirely different time and space. Brother Crane, let us return. He gently patted the crane's neck, his tone imbued with an intricate ambiguity. The white cloud crane let out a soft croon, flapping its wings and turning back towards the forest from whence they came. The wind howled in his ears, and the village receded into the distance, shrinking into an inconspicuous black. Yet, Lian's thoughts remained tumultuous. Upon returning to the temporary shelter of the cave, twilight had begun to descend. The white cloud crane landed at the cave's mouth, quietly preening its feathers. Lian slid down from the crane's back, his feet firmly planted on solid ground. Feeling a slight sense of reassurance within, he ventured deeper into the cave, familiar with the surroundings, and rekindled a small fire. The flickering flames dispelled some of the chill within the cave, casting shadows that danced across his face, reflecting his fluctuating emotions. Leaning against the stone wall, he retrieved the remaining half of the roasted wild boar from his pack, taking a few bites accompanied by the brook's water. Though the taste was as bland as chewing wax, his mind continually replayed the scenes he had witnessed during the day. That village, those people, undoubtedly. He was no longer the modern individual capable of ordering takeout or playing video games at whim. He had been cast into an ancient world characterized by primitive living and limited productivity. Here, it seemed, there was no internet, no electricity, and none of the modern conveniences he was accustomed to. Yet, was this world merely an ordinary ancient realm? Li Yin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the magnificent white cloud crane at the cave's entrance. This creature was no ordinary relic of antiquity. Nine Heavens Inquiry is a fantasy role-playing game, where each mount possesses an air of the extraordinary. If such fantastical steeds can traverse into this realm, might there also exist beings of transcendent prowess, those who cultivate immortality or martial skills? If this world were merely a mundane reflection of ancient times, perhaps he could manage a modest existence by cautiously utilizing his daily refreshing mounts. Yet, should this realm harbor true extraordinary forces, his limited resources, while sufficient to deceive the average individual, would likely be seen through at a glance by any formidable entity capable of moving mountains or filling seas. The unknown loomed large, bringing with it immense uncertainty and, consequently, fear. He glanced at the dice and satchel icons in the upper right corner of his field of vision. These were his sole reliance and his greatest secret. Should he venture forth to engage with that village? A voice within urged him onward. Go. You must go. You cannot hide in these woods as a savage for the rest of your life. You need information. You must comprehend this world. You need to ascertain whether it is safe and if there is any possibility of returning. Another voice cautioned him, do not go. It is far too perilous. What if you cannot communicate? What if they perceive you as a monster? What if their intentions are malicious? What if your secret is revealed? Remaining in the mountains, relying on your daily mounts, at least ensures your survival. The conflicting thoughts clashed within his mind, leaving him in turmoil. He tugged at his hair and took a hearty swig of water. Living as a savage, constantly anxious about daily sustenance, sleeping in a frigid stone cave, with only a mount, likely to vanish the next day, as his sole companion? No, he did not wish to endure such a life, even with the inherent risks. He must step outside. The necessity for information was paramount. Without understanding this world, he would remain blind, perpetually akin to a headless fly, prone to encountering deadly dangers at any moment. Engagement was essential, yet must be approached with caution. Lian's Gaza sharpanad gradually. He was no fool. Having resolved to make contact, he needed to devise a prudent plan. First, language. What dialect did they speak? Would he comprehend it? This was the greatest hurdle. Second, identity. Despite donning the understated attire of the black Iron Mountain garb, how could the behavior of a modern individual possibly align with that of ancient people? A careless slip could arouse suspicion. Third, safety. How could he ensure his security while nearing the village? If the inhabitants were unfriendly, did he possess the capability to protect himself or escape? Furthermore, how could he ascertain whether extraordinary powers truly existed in this world? A cascade of questions surged forth, overwhelming Lian. Yet he did not retreat. The instinct for survival, coupled with a flicker of hope for the future, eclipsed his fears and hesitations. He had to take the leap. With a deep exhalation, he fixed his gaze on the flickering flames, his resolve solidifying. There was no time to waste. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to determine how he could safely initiate conversation with them. He began to contemplate meticulously, pondering how to observe, how to make initial contact, and how to manage various situations, gradually sketching the contours of his plan in his mind. Outside the cave, the sky had turned completely dark. Chapter 6. The beginning of destiny. The embers of the campfire at the cave's entrance flickered weakly. As dawn broke, Lian awoke, more alert than ever before. The decision made the previous night lingered in his mind, banishing the last remnants of sleep. Remaining in the depths of this vast forest would be tantamount to awaiting certain doom. He needed to get closer to observe with greater scrutiny. A direct approach would be ill-advised. He required a location that allowed for prolonged surveillance without risking detection. The mountain observed from the village during the day appeared to be a promising option. Its steep slopes, densely wooded, seemed to offer a suitable hiding place. Resolute in his decision, Lian hesitated no more. At the break of dawn the following day, he eagerly utilized the dice for that day, hoping for a creature capable of flight to aid in his search for an ideal vantage point. Clink! The dice settled, revealing a feathered bird of a resplendent azure hue, its elongated tail exquisite. The azure phoenix, another flying mount, swifter than the white cloud crane, radiating agility. Fortuitous indeed. Lian's spirits soared as he swiftly ascended the broad back of the azure phoenix. With a melodious cry, the bird spread its wings wide, lifting him gracefully from the cave and soaring towards the mountain seen the previous day. Circling high above, Lian meticulously scanned every crevice of the mountain. Below the midpoint, the foliage was too dense, impairing visibility and placing him perilously close to the village. Near the summit, the rocks were largely exposed, but the winds were fierce, offering little concealment. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a protruding rock face, slightly above the halfway mark. There appeared to be a naturally formed recess, obscured by large boulders and dangling vines, a precarious location that would deter the average person, yet pose no challenge for his mount. That's the spot. Lian signalat. The azure phoenix understood, diving swiftly and landing precisely on the narrow ledge beneath the rock face. Lian dismounted, parting the vines to reveal a surprisingly spacious cave. The interior was dry and well ventilated, with a relatively even floor strewn with dry leaves and weathered stones in the corners. Most splendidly, the gap at the cave's entrance afforded a perfect view of the village below, positioned at just the right distance to observe the general situation without the risk of being easily detected. Perfect. Lian nodded in satisfaction. In the days that followed, this concealed cave became his new abode. Each morning, the first task was to cast the dice. Fortune varied. Sometimes he would roll a winged leopard or shadow wolf, adept at stealth and speed, compelling him to remain at the cave entrance for distant observation. Other times, he might roll a spirit hawk, which bestowed enhanced vision, allowing for clearer sight. On occasions of ill fate, rolling a swamp crocodile or deep-sea octopus would confine him to the cave, staring blankly and silently praying for better luck the next day. Relying on these intermittently effective scouts, coupled with his own heightened caution, Lian gradually pieced together information regarding the village. The village is modest, comprising approximately 30 to 40 households, where the inhabitants rise with the sun and retire at dusk. The men predominantly engage in farming or venture into the mountains for hunting, while the women remain at home, weaving, washing, and caring for children. Their existence is simple and unpretentious, bordering on the austere. He observed no signs of cultivators casting spells or warriors practicing their skills. The villagers utilized the most rudimentary tools, primarily stone and wood, with occasional glimpses of crude iron implements, such as hunters' arrowheads and axes for chopping wood. Everything appeared to be quintessentially an ancient agrarian settlement. The most remarkable revelation came after several days of eavesdropping. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could comprehend the villager speech. It was a form of Chinese imbued with a heavy accent and somewhat archaic grammatical structures, reminiscent of the old vernacular he had encountered in period dramas. Although some vocabulary usage differed, grasping the general meaning proved entirely feasible. The formidable barrier of language had, unexpectedly, been surmounted, a considerable weight lifted from Li Yan's heart. This development undoubtedly enhanced his prospects of engaging with the villagers and integrating into their community. He tidied the stone cave modestly, laying down some dry grass. And in one corner, he stacked the firewood he had gathered alongside a few pieces of barely edible game meat. As night fell, the campfire blazed in the cramped space, providing warmth and illumination. Leaning against the stone wall, Li Yan gazed at the dazzling array of costume icons within the interface, his mind buzzing with ideas. Given the seemingly ordinary nature of this world, could his flamboyant outfits, endowed with captivating effects, serve an unexpected purpose? To simply approach and declare himself a lost outsider would be too risky, as his origins might invite suspicion. However, what if he orchestrated an encounter akin to a mortal stumbling upon celestial fortune? After all, he possessed an entire warehouse of divine garments and mythical beasts. Selecting an outfit with striking effects, complemented by an ethereal steed, he could effortlessly embody the persona of a reclusive sage or a terrestrial immortal. The ancient populace, particularly those from remote villages, would have limited exposure and likely hold a deep reverence for the supernatural. By adopting this approach, he might significantly lower their guard and even earn their respect and assistance. Of course, risks loomed. Should this world conceal genuine sages who could see through his guise as mere trickery, it could lead to considerable trouble. Yet at present, the village did not seem to harbor such beings. It was a gamble worth taking. So, who should be his initial point of contact? Li Yan's gaze instinctively fell upon the hunter, who daily returned to the village, bow slung over his shoulder and prey in hand. This hunter appeared to be around 30, with a robust physique, steady gait, and keen eyes. In contrast to the farmers who toiled in the fields, the hunter traversed the mountains regularly, likely possessing broader experiences and greater courage, making him more amenable to extraordinary encounters. Moreover, the hunter's routes were relatively fixed, facilitating a chance meeting. That settled it. Li Yan resolved to proceed and began meticulously selecting from the array of costumes. The attire of the Nine Heavens Emperor seemed excessively ostentatious, while the Xuanwu Guardian armor appeared overly cumbersome, resembling a martial general. His gaze swiftly settled upon a costume named the robe of the celestial monarch of cloud and mist. This flowing, ethereal moon-white robe was crafted from fabric that resembled clouds and mist, with its sleeves and hem intricately embroidered with silver threads depicting swirling clouds. As he moved, a faint, iridescent glow enveloped him, and a hazy halo subtly appeared behind him. It exuded an aura of celestial grace without being overly intimidating. A suitable steed was also essential. He glanced at the still-warm dice icon and silently offered a prayer. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the cliff, Li Yan took a deep breath and once more rolled the dice. Ding! The crisp sound of a notification echoed as the dice came to a halt. The image revealed a completely snow-white spirit deer, its crystalline antlers gleaming like jade. Exuding an elegant demeanor, surrounded by a faint chill. The snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer. Li Yan could hardly contain his excitement. This was indeed fate. The snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer was a renowned ornamental mount in the game, adored by players for its exquisite appearance and gentle temperament. embodying an ethereal quality that complemented the robe of the celestial monarch of cloud and mist perfectly. The time had come. He swiftly summoned the robe of the celestial monarch of cloud and mist with his thoughts. The original heavy iron mountain garb vanished, replaced by the lightweight, flowing moon-white robe. A refreshing and comfortable sensation enveloped him, as if he had become lighter, with the soft glow surrounding him and the hazy halo behind him, rendering him akin to a celestial being stepping out of painting. In a flash of white light, the snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer materialized within the cave. It tilted its head, gazing at Li Yin with its crystal-clear eyes, then gently bowed, nudging his sleeve with its jade-like antlers. "Good companion, today we shall see what we can achieve," Li Yin said, gently patting its neck. He carefully recalled the path the hunter usually took into the mountains and selected a crucial location, a tranquil bamboo grove on a mountainside, where dense foliage thrived. The terrain there was slightly level, with swaying bamboo shadows and dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating an ambience perfect for serendipitous encounters in a realm of fantasy. Riding the snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer, Li Yin cautiously departed from the cave, following the rugged mountain trail down to the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. He found a moss-covered rock, appearing quite ancient, and sat down gracefully, embodying an ethereal poise. The snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer lay quietly beside him, its snowy fur striking against the lush backdrop of bamboo, while its faint chill seemed to refresh the surrounding air. Li Yin adjusted his posture, calming his breath, and fixed his gaze upon the path leading into the bamboo grove, awaiting the hunter to step into the meticulously crafted realm of fantasy he had prepared. Chapter 7. The enigmatic immortal in the bamboo grove. Soon, a figure emerged at the edge of the bamboo grove. He was a man of around 30, of average height, yet remarkably sturdy. His bronze skin, clad in coarse cloth, bore the marks of a life spent outdoors. A chopping knife hung from his waist, while over his shoulder he carried a meticulously prepared wild goat, and in his hand he grasped a rudimentary hunting bow. This was the hunter, Wangda, whom Li Yin had been observing for several days. Wangda was gazing down at the path beneath his feet, preparing to traverse the familiar bamboo thicket and descend the mountain. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Though this bamboo grove was typically serene, it was usually accompanied by the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. Now, however, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Moreover, there seemed to be an elusive chill permeating the air. What startled him further was the glimmer of light emanating from the depths of the bamboo shadows. It was not sunlight filtering through the leaves, but rather a peculiar kurofuroha. Wangda tightened his grip on the hunting bow, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Although Xuankong Mountain was not particularly perilous, it was not uncommon for strange beasts to wander about, so he could not afford to be careless. He tread lightly, cautiously parting the obstructing bamboo leaves, peering toward the source of the light. In an instant, he froze, his entire being rooted to the spot, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, nearly forgetting to breathe. Deep within the bamboo grove, upon an ancient green stone, sat a figure. The individual was clad in a white robe unlike any he had ever seen, seemingly woven from moonlight and clouds, with billowing sleeves, surrounded by a gentle, iridescent glow. Behind him hovered a hazy halo, rendering him ethereal, as if he were a celestial being rather than a mortal. What left Wangda utterly astounded was the magnificent white deer lying at the feet of this immortal. The deer was pure as snow, devoid of any blemish, its antlers resembling exquisite jade, radiating a soft luminescence, while a subtle chill enveloped its form. Wangda's mind buzzed with disbelief, rendering him momentarily blank. Having grown up on Xuankong Mountain and hunted for over a decade, he had encountered many birds and beasts, as well as rare flora, yet he had never witnessed a sight such as this. This was no earthly occurrence. Could it be a spirit of the mountain? No, spirits did not possess such an ethereal presence. Was it, perhaps, a legendary immortal? He recalled the ancient tales recounted by the village elders. Stories of chance encounters with immortals in the mountains, of receiving celestial teachings, and ascending to the heavens. His heart raced, filled with both awe and trepidation, coupled with an indescribable exhilaration. At that moment, as Wang Da's thoughts whirled, the seated immortal seemed to sense his arrival. The figure slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm and indifferent, as though imbued with the weight of countless ages. The extraordinary white deer also lifted its head, gazing at him with eyes as clear as water, before gently bowing its head again to nuzzle the immortal's sleeve. Wanda felt his legs weaken, the goat on his shoulder suddenly feeling significantly heavier. He took several deep breaths, forcibly calming himself. Regardless of the nature of the being before him, it would be unwise to disturb such an entity recklessly. Steeling himself, he carefully set down the goat and his bow, then cautiously took a few steps forward. Stopping 7 or 8 paces away from the bluestone, Wang Da bowed respectfully. "I have encountered the esteemed one," he addressed, hesitant to use the term immortal directly, opting instead for a more reverent title. "I was unaware of your serene retreat here, and I hope I have not disturbed you. Please forgive my intrusion." Li Yan, recognizing the moment, maintained his composed demeanor. "It is of no consequence." The simplicity of these words eased Wang Da's anxious heart. Li Yan refrained from immediate inquiries, instead slightly tilting his head, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features, as if lost in a distant memory. "I have merely paused here for a brief respite. I did not anticipate that so much time had elapsed." He gradually withdrew his gaze and turned once more to Wang Da, his tone laced with curiosity. "What year is it now, and which emperor reigns?" Such inquiries, delivered in this manner, further confirmed Wang Da's suspicions. Indeed, he was in the presence of an ancient deity who had slumbered for countless years, awakening to a world transformed. Wang Da bowed even lower, responding hastily, "In truth, there is no unified emperor in the realm today." "Oh, pray, elaborate," Li Yan encouraged, his interest piqued. Wang Da, not daring to withhold any detail, recounted the history as he understood it. It is a lengthy tale, but in brief, elders recount that, long ago, the world was indeed unified under the Xia dynasty, which wielded great power across the seas. However, for reasons unknown, the Xia dynasty fell, plunging the land into chaos as feudal lords rose up, waging relentless warfare for countless years, inflicting untold suffering upon the common folk. It was only about a century ago that the northern Yin kingdom and the southern Shu kingdom began to gain strength, absorbing smaller states, ultimately creating a standoff between the two realms. They fought for decades, each claiming victories, neither able to subdue the other. It was only around 20 or 30 years ago that they finally reached a truce, establishing the Tiana River as a boundary, each proclaiming their own emperor. "We reside in the territory of the southern Chu kingdom. North Yin, South Chu, governed by the river." Li Yan swiftly processed this information. This world was not the singular ancient dynasty he had envisioned, but rather a fragmented era of confrontation. For him, this might not be a misfortune. A tumultuous time could herald greater opportunities, albeit accompanied by increased peril. Maintaining his celestial demeanor, he inclined his head slightly, encouraging Wang Da to continue. "I see. The Xia dynasty has perished, and the north and south now stand apart." His voice carried a note of melancholy, as if lamenting the relentless passage of time. "In this place?" Wang Da promptly replied, "This area is governed by the southern Chu kingdom Dingzhou, known as Qinga County. The mountain is called Qingfeng Mountain, and the village below is named Qingfeng Village for this reason. Not far north of Qinga County lies the vast and boundless Yumeng Marsh, which is said to be filled with miasma and inhabited by ferocious beasts. Even the most seasoned hunters dare not venture too deep. Jiangzhou City, Qinghe County, Qingfeng Mountain, Qingfeng Village, Yunmeng Marsh." Each name was etched indelibly in Li Yan's mind, clarity emerging from the myriad of information. His current preoccupation lies with the power dynamics of this world. Seemingly in a casual manner, he inquires, "Given the division between the north and south, there must be valiant warriors safeguarding the nation. What sort of powers do the people of this age cultivate?" At this mention, a glimmer of longing and reverence graces Wang Da's countenance. In response, "Your Excellency, those who aspire to rise above the masses predominantly train in martial arts, honing their internal strength. Those with profound internal energy can shatter stones and move with the grace of a swallow, capable of facing 10 or even 100 adversaries. In his youth, the commoner had ventured to Jiangzhou City with his father, where he was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of a master at the true Qi level. It is said that such masters have transformed their internal energy into true Qi, which not only enhances their might, but allows them to project harm outward, making them figures whose mere stamp could cause the earth to tremble within Jiangzhou. Martial arts? Internal strength? True Qi? Liyanstuutschurnat. Indeed, there exists extraordinary power. Nevertheless, based on Wang Da's description, the martial hierarchy of this world seems less exaggerated than he had envisioned. The true Qi masters who roamed the provincial cities appear reminiscent of the realms depicted in the martial arts novels he once read, far removed from the cataclysmic powers of celestial beings. Of course, this perspective is limited to the understanding of a humble hunter from a remote mountain village. The true pinnacle of combat prowess remains uncertain. Yet, at least for now, considering his celestial attire and the steeds he acquires daily, his ability to protect himself should be considerable, perhaps even formidable. Having absorbed these crucial insights, Li Yin felt a sense of determination. He rose slowly, his moon-white robe billowing without wind, radiating a more resplendent light, the halo behind him becoming increasingly distinct. He gazed skyward, releasing a long sigh filled with the poignant reflections of the passage of time and the transience of people and places. Alas, it is but a dream awakened. Old friends are gone, and the landscape has transformed. This performance was a blend of truth and pretense. Contemplating his inexplicable journey through time and the faint hope of returning home, a genuine feeling of melancholy settled within him. Tenning Dovengda, who remained kneeling with an expression of hesitation, seemingly wishing to inquire further, yet restrained from doing so, Li Yin felt a stirring in his heart. Wang Da represented his sole opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, he decided to leave a thread of connection. A gentle smile graced his lips. Our meeting today is indeed a twist of fate. The rise and fall of connections are dictated by destiny. Li Yin's voice was ethereal. Should fate allow, perhaps we shall meet again in this very place. With that, he turned away from Wang Da and approached the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer. The celestial deer, as if imbued with intelligence, gracefully rose and lowered its head. The snow-treading, plum-seeking deer lightly tapped its hooves, as if stepping upon invisible clouds, carrying Li Yin away in a flash of white light, silently vanishing into the depths of the lush bamboo grove, leaving behind only a faint, refreshing chill in the air. Wang Da stood in a daze, gazing at the direction where the immortal had disappeared, long lost in thought. The bamboo grove remained tranquil, the gentle breeze rustling through, as if all that had transpired was merely a dream. The forsaken wild goat on the ground, along with the lingering chill in the air, serve as reminders that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. He had truly encountered a celestial being. Wang Da's heart continued to race, filled with excitement, reverence, and an indescribable thrill. What he had witnessed today was as surreal as it was genuine. He could not delay. This matter was of great significance. He must swiftly return to the village and relay this extraordinary event to the village elder in its entirety. Chapter 8. The Elder's Advice. Wang Da nearly sprinted down the mountain, the wild goat on his shoulder feeling as light as a feather at that moment. As he approached the village entrance, he slightly slowed his pace, taking a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart. He could not afford to appear flustered, nor let the villagers perceive anything amiss. Carrying the goat, he endeavored to maintain a demeanor akin to his usual self after a hunt, bowing his head as he hastened home. "You back, dear? It seems you've had a good haul today," his wife exclaimed upon noticing the goat on his shoulder, her face lighting up with joy. Wang Da, somewhat preoccupied, merely grunted in response as he placed the goat in the corner of the yard. "Tend to the goat first. I must visit my father-in-law." "Visit your father-in-law? It's nearly noon. Aren't you going to rest and have a drink of water first?" his wife questioned, puzzled by his unusual urgency. "There's an urgent matter. I'll explain later." Wang Da waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he made his way briskly toward the other end of the village, heading to the home of the village elder, Wang Zhan. His wife stood alone in the yard, watching his hurried retreat with a face full of confusion. Wang Zhan's home was one of the few in the village constructed with a modest amount of blue bricks. Although aged, it was far more orderly than the other thatched mud huts. Wang nearly burst through the half-closed gate. Elder! Elder! In the yard, an elderly man with graying hair and a gaunt visage, dressed in a clean, coarse cloth long gown, sat beneath an ancient locust tree, a cup of long-cooled coarse tea resting on the stone table beside him. It was the village elder, Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan lifted his eyelids, glancing at the breathless Wang De with a furrowed brow. Ah, Wang De, what brings you here in such a flurry? Did you encounter a ferocious beast in the mountains? Wang De rushed to the elder, disregarding formalities, and lowered his voice, speaking with urgency. Elder, it's not a beast. It's a deity. I encountered a deity in the mountains today. A deity? Wang Zhan paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup, faltering. A flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes before he regained his composure, adopting a look of scrutiny. He leisurely sipped his cold tea, his gaze calm. You, young man, are you perhaps exhausted from the hunt, seeing things? Or have you stumbled upon some mountain spirit and frightened yourself? Wang De, growing anxious, felt his face redden. No, elder, I swear it's the truth. It happened right in the bamboo grove halfway up the mountain. He hurriedly recounted his experiences in the bamboo grove, detailing everything meticulously. Wang Zhan listened in silence, his expression unchanged, though his fingers tightened slightly around the teacup. When Wang De finally finished, eagerly awaiting the elder's judgment, Wang Zhan set the teacup down, the bottom making a soft sound against the stone table. Clad in white, radiant and resplendent, and with a mystical white deer. He squinted as though reminiscing. It is sound somewhat ethereal. Wang Da's eyes brightened. Isn't that right, elder? You believe it to be true as well? Yet, Wang Zhan shook his head and lifted the cup again, taking another sip of the cold tea. It is hard to say. He placed the tea bowl down and gazed at Wang Da. Ah, Wang Da, you're still young and inexperienced. In my youth, I traveled far and wide with merchants, encountering all manner of strange and curious occurrences. I have seen countless charlatans who, through clever tricks or peculiar pets, could easily bewilder the naive and gullible villagers. What if the person you mentioned is one of these frauds? Wang De was taken aback, his earlier excitement rapidly dissipating. A fraud? But his demeanor, his aura, and that stag, none of it seemed counterfeit. Moreover, he inquired about the dynasty's era. Wang Shan waved his hand, interrupting him. Asking about the dynasty's era seems more like a trick used by swindlers, making themselves appear as if they have been in slumber for ages, shrouded in mystery. And as for that demeanor and the stag, HMPF, some con artists thrive precisely on such allure. Perhaps that stag is merely a cleverly crafted imitation or even a creature bred with some peculiar herbs. Wang De was rendered speechless, his conviction beginning to waver. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? Yet the experience felt overwhelmingly authentic. Observing the shifting expressions on Wang Da's face, Wang Shan recognized that the moment had come. He rose, pacing the yard with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed as if engaged in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he halted, his expression turning grave. Wang De, regardless of whether this matter is genuine or not, it carries significant weight. Wang De nodded vigorously. Please, enlighten me. Wang Shan continued solemnly. Consider this. If it is a fabrication, a mere ruse, and you spread the word throughout the village, should it reach the county authorities, they might perceive it as an omen and send people to investigate. If they discover it to be false, what then? It would be an offense of deception, and our entire Xuankong village would face dire consequences. Wang De felt a cold sweat break upon him. As a mere hunter, he had never contemplated such intricate ramifications. But what if it is true? He could not help but whisper. Wang Shan regarded him with an even graver expression. If it is indeed true, then the situation becomes even more perilous. Consider this. Would a true, celestial being wish to be disturbed by us mere mortals? If we were to inadvertently provoke their wrath, the consequences could be catastrophic. Wang Shan left the thought hanging, yet the implication was unmistakable. Wang De turned pale, filled with trepidation. What shall we do then? Wang Shan resumed his seat on the stone bench, his fingers unconsciously tapping the stone table. After a moment of silence, his voice bore an undeniable resolution. Thus, this matter must remain between us. Under no circumstances should it be mentioned to a third party. Not a single word. It must remain a secret from your wife as well. Do you understand? Wang De nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. I understand. I shall speak to no one, not even under duress. Very well, Wang Shan replied, nodding, seemingly relieved. Wang De felt a sense of reassurance as matters reached a conclusion, and he rose to take his leave. Old master, I shall be departing now. Wait a moment, Wang Shan suddenly called out to him. Wang De turned back in confusion, only to see Wang Shan squinting at him, a hint of an enigmatic smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Wang Yide, did that esteemed guest not say before departing, if fate allows, we may meet again here in the future? Wang De paused, recalling the words with clarity. Indeed, such a phrase had been uttered. Wang Shan nodded, gesturing towards the direction of the mountains and forests. From this day forth, you shall enter and exit the mountains via that very path. Especially when descending, you must pass through that grove of bamboo. Go there every day. Wang De was even more perplexed. Old master, why is that? Did you not advise against disturbing? Wang Shan chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. You foolish boy, I am not sending you to seek. I am instructing you to wait. That esteemed guest remarked that fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. How do you know if this connection does not hinge upon your own initiative to encounter it? Consider this. In the entire village, you alone have met that esteemed guest. What does that signify? Wang Shan's voice dropped lower, laced with allure. This is your celestial destiny. Celestial destiny. These words echoed like thunder in Wang Da's mind, and he instantly grasped the old master's meaning. Indeed, if the divine being spoke of a future meeting, how could he expect to encounter them again without making the journey? The old master was guiding him, ensuring he did not miss this extraordinary opportunity. Wang De felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his excitement and elation impossible to conceal. He bowed deeply to Wang Shan. Old master, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Your kindness is beyond words. You have thought this through, and I almost let this monumental chance slip away. Wang Shan waved his hand, adopting an expression of a mentor pleased with his pupil. Go now, and remember, keep your lips sealed and maintain the status quo. Yes, yes, Wang De replied eagerly, turning and striding away from the old master's home. As he watched Wang De practically bounce away, the smile on Wang Shan's face gradually faded. He lifted the cup of tea, now cold, and drank it in one gulp, gazing towards the direction of Xuankong Mountain, his expression intricate. Celestial destiny, whether real or not, deserves a chance encounter. What if it were true? This impoverished Xuankong village, burdened for generations, might just alter its fate. Chapter 9. The Immortal's reflection. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Xuankong Mountain, within a secluded cave, Li Yan had shed his immortal guise, donning instead a modest outfit of dark iron. The snow-covered ground was home to a deer nestled at the cave's entrance, while inside, a small pile of firewood crackled merrily. Leaning against the stone wall, he idly toyed with a smooth pebble, his mind racing to replay his recent encounter with Wang De. Success. He exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. The hunter, named Wang De, with his astonished, reverent, and ultimately exhilarated gaze, had fully embraced the fabricated tale of an immortal encounter. Moreover, the information gleaned from Wang De proved invaluable. The northern Yin and southern Chu governed across the river. Jiangzhou, Qinghai County, martial arts, inner strength, and the realm of true energy. The general contours of this world had become significantly clearer. Most crucially, the hierarchy of martial prowess in this realm appeared less daunting than he had initially feared. Could one truly navigate the bustling cities with merely true energy? Li Yan stroked his chin, pondering. While one should not entirely rely on the insights of a rural hunter, it at least suggested that this realm was home to a considerable level of expertise. And what about himself? He recalled the terrifying might and flames of the Crimson Flame demon lion, then considered the even more formidable divine beasts and ferocious mounts in his possession. If it were merely a matter of facing those at the true energy level, the pressure seemed manageable. Of course, this was contingent upon acquiring a formidable mount. It appeared that the masquerade as an immortal was, for the time being, a viable path. His heart settled somewhat, at least within the confines of Qinga County. As long as he exercised caution and refrained from recklessness, his safety should be assured. The pressing question now was how to adeptly leverage this immortal identity to exit the forest boldly, engage with the world beyond, acquire further information, and perhaps discover a means to establish his existence in this realm. He could not remain a hermit in the cave, living off hunting and gathering, spending nights in a stone hollow, his only companion the mount that might change with the dawn. Such a life was tolerable for a short while, but over time, he feared it would drive him mad, especially now that he knew there were people, villages, and towns beyond. He needed to devise a strategy to forge a more stable connection with Wangde, or, indeed, the people of Xuankong village. Li Yin began to contemplate his next steps. Should he seek out Wangde directly? No, that would appear too deliberate and raise suspicion. Moreover, an immortal must maintain an air of dignity. One could not simply visit a mortal hunter for idle conversation on a whim. Thus, he resolved to wait. Perhaps he could rely on fate to bring Wangde to him once more? This seemed a plausible approach. Given Wang Da's final exuberance, he would likely regard this encounter as a monumental opportunity, perhaps even visiting the bamboo grove daily in hopes of another miraculous meeting. All Li Yin needed to do was occasionally present himself, donning suitable mounts and attire, to reinforce his presence and deepen the impression he left. After a few such encounters, he might find an opportunity to engage in more meaningful discourse with Wangde, perhaps offering him guidance or presenting him with some favor. Li Yan's gaze fell upon the icon of the package. The fashion tab gleamed brightly. Yet, what are the equipment, elixirs, and materials represented by those gray icons? Were they truly rendered entirely unusable? Or did they require the fulfillment of certain specific conditions to be unlocked? Perhaps a particular energy of this world, or a specific ritual. Li Yin attempted to reach out to those gray icons with his mind, but to no avail. It was as if he were separated by an insurmountable barrier. For the time being, he could only rely on fashion and mounts. He sighed. Nevertheless, these two elements alone provided ample opportunity for creativity. Food and water were not an immediate concern. Safety, bolstered by the attributes of his mount and attire, should suffice near Xuankong Mountain. Next on his agenda were information and integration. Li Yin rose, pacing within the confines of the narrow stone cave. His gaze once again drifted towards the village below, where smoke curled gracefully into the sky. Xuankong Village. It would be his first destination in this unfamiliar world. And that hunter named Wangde was the key he had chosen to unlock this realm. He needed to devise a meticulous plan for their next encounter and determine how to perform his role. A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Li Yan's eyes as he began to construct scenes of celestial destinies intertwining in his mind. Chapter 10. The storm approaches the following morning. Li Yan leaned against the cold stone wall, his mind still savoring the ethereal encounter in the bamboo grove from the previous day. The astonished yet reverent expression on Wang Da's face confirmed that this move had been a wise one, a promising beginning. He rubbed his still sleepy eyes and instinctively directed his thoughts towards the golden dice icon in the upper right corner of his vision. It was time to discover what surprises awaited him today. However, as soon as his thoughts touched the icon, an unfamiliar wave of energy surged into his consciousness. It was not the usual swirling images, but rather a clear stream of information. Each day, he could roll the dice to choose between a new summoning or revisiting past encounters. Selecting the new summoning would randomly call forth a mount from his complete collection, while choosing to revisit would randomly draw from mounts he had previously summoned successfully in this world. Under the revisit mode, if the same mount was successfully summoned 3 times, a designated summoning would be unlocked. Once the designated mount was unlocked, he could expend his daily dice rolls to summon it directly. Li Yin abruptly straightened his posture, his heart racing wildly. What was happening? Had the rules changed? Now there was an option to randomly select from previously summoned mounts? Summoning a specific one after 3 successful rolls seemed like monumental news. Just yesterday, he had been fretting over the possibility of rolling a water mount when he needed a flying one, or an ornamental mount when he required one for battle. Now, as long as his luck held, he could summon several key types of mounts: flying, combat, stealth, each 3 times. Henceforth, he could call forth the most suitable allies whenever needed. This enhancement was a game-changer. After the initial excitement subsided, Li Yin quickly regained his composure. Why had this sudden change occurred? Until yesterday, the dice operated under a completely random mode. Yet, coinciding with his first active engagement with the indigenous inhabitants of this world, such optimization had emerged. Could there be a connection between the two? Interacting with the local beings, or rather, establishing a deeper connection with this world, might be the key to refining and unlocking his golden finger. As this thought took root, it spread like a vine, flourishing wildly. If that were indeed the case, then his previous caution and concealment had inadvertently stymied the development of his golden finger. Would he also need to delve deeper into this world to illuminate the gray equipment, elixirs, and materials within his pack? It seemed that engaging with Xuankong village was not just advisable, but imperative, and the sooner the better. Li Yin's Gaza Flickeret. What had initially been a plan to gather information and improve his living conditions now bore an even greater significance, unlocking the full potential of his golden finger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He would first test this new rule. Revisiting past encounters, he silently intoned. The dice icon before him shimmered gently, not spinning but revealing several faint phantoms. Crimson Flame Demon Lion, White Cloud Celestial Crane, Ink Kirin. Precisely those mounts he had summoned before. The ethereal silhouette flickered rapidly before finally coming to a halt. The White Cloud Celestial Crane. This was the 3rd time. Li Yin felt a surge of excitement. The system detected that the summoning count for the Mount White Cloud Celestial Crane had reached 3, unlocking the designated summoning. A gentle white light flashed, and the elegant White Cloud Celestial Crane reappeared in the cave, maintaining its poised demeanor. Excellent. Truly marvelous. Li Yin could not help but clench his fist. This meant that starting tomorrow, whenever he wished, he could summon a flying mount daily. This holds unparalleled strategic significance for reconnaissance, travel, and even escape. The next objective is to summon the formidable Fire Flame Demon Lion and the Swift Wind Leopard, each 3 times. With a reliable source of aerial mobility and combat support, his confidence in undertaking tasks would be profoundly transformed. In the ensuing days, the sky seemed to have sprung a leak. Persistent rain fell in a continuous drizzle, never ceasing. A humid mist enveloped the mountains and forests, rendering visibility quite low. Each day, Li Yin chose to reminisce and pursue his goals, and fortune smiled upon him. The Fireflame Demon Lion was successfully summoned for the 2nd time. The Azure Luan was likewise summoned for the 2nd time. The Inked Qilin, however, was quite accommodating, achieving the requisite 3 summons and successfully unlocking the designated summoning. This meant he now possessed 2 mounts that could be summoned at will. The White Cloud Celestial Crane for flight, and the Inked Qilin for land, exuding auspicious might. Due to the incessant downpour, he had not ventured to the bamboo forest to encounter Wangde again. Firstly, the inclement weather was ill-suited for celestial beings. Secondly, he needed time to solidify his collection of mounts. Most of his time was spent within the stone cave or cautiously traversing the nearby woodlands atop the Inked Qilin, gathering food and familiarizing himself with the surroundings. The Inked Qilin's inherent aura of majesty proved invaluable, as ordinary beasts dared not approach, significantly alleviating his troubles. Inside the cave, Li Yin wrapped himself in a snow mountain traveler-esque cloak, which possessed a faint warmth, listening to the incessant sound of rain outside. His brow slightly furrowed. Inked Qilin, today you will accompany me for a stroll. He glanced at the Inked Qilin resting in the corner. The ebony scales of the Inked Qilin shimmered with a faint glow even in the dim cave. Upon hearing his words, it rose, gently shaking its mane, sending droplets flying. Man and mount stepped once more into the vast curtain of rain. The downpour showed no signs of abating. Instead, it seemed to intensify. The mountain path was muddy and treacherous, yet the Inked Qilin Lien's hooves remained steadfast upon the slick earth. Lien, perched on its back, swept his keen gaze around, searching for edible wild vegetables or small creatures driven from their burrows by the rain. Suddenly, the inked Qilin came to a halt. It uneasily scraped its hooves, snorted with forceful breaths, and emitted low growls from its throat. A palpable sense of anxiety and vigilance clearly communicated itself to Lien's mind. "What is it?" Lien's heart tightened, swiftly shifting to a state of alertness. The inked Qilin, being a creature of auspicious nature, possessed an innate sensitivity to calamity and fortune. Its current reaction was anything but ordinary. The inked Qilin abruptly turned its head, gazing solemnly towards the village nestled below the mountain. An expression of grave concern etched upon its visage. An ominous presence lingered in that direction, heralding impending calamity. Fragmented thoughts surged into Lien's consciousness, imbued with a potent sense of forewarning. Calamity? Lien furrowed his brow, recognizing that the disaster capable of eliciting such a reaction from the inked Qilin was no trivial matter. "Take me to see," he commanded decisively. With a low growl, the inked Qilin ceased its hesitation, altering its course and galloping forth towards the source of its alarm. The rain blurred their vision, while the mountain wind, laden with a biting chill, stung their faces. The inked Qilin moved with remarkable speed, traversing the rugged mountain path as if it were level ground, swiftly bringing Lien to the foothill of Xuankong Mountain near the village. Not far ahead, a broad river surged tumultuously. The water was murky, mixed with silt and broken branches, emitting a deafening roar. This was the Qing River, the namesake of Qinghe County. In days past, Lien had gazed at this river from afar. Though its flow had always been swift, it had never before exhibited such ferocity. At this moment, the Qing River resembled an enraged dragon, thrashing and roaring in a frenzy. The river's width was markedly greater than when Lien had observed it from the sky just days prior. The water level was visibly rising at an alarming rate, nearly threatening to overflow the low-lying banks on either side. Lien's expression grew grave. Though not a hydrology expert, he possessed a basic understanding of geography. Xuankong village was situated at the foot of the steep Xuankong mountain, with the now-flooding Qing River just ahead. He recalled Wang Da's mention of the vast, boundless Yunmeng Marsh located not far to the north of Qinghe County. The incessant downpour, the rising river, and the nearby yet complex water system of Yunmeng Marsh. Mountain torrents, mudslides. These two terms struck Lien's mind like twin bolts of lightning. Should the upstream land succumb to the relentless rains, a massive landslide and mud flow could ensue, sweeping boulders and trees into the already swollen Qing River. The water would backflow, and the mountain torrents would erupt. Xuankong village at the mountain's base would be the first to bear the brunt, potentially engulfed in an instant. The consequences were unfathomable. Inked Qilin, when will the disaster you sensed occur? Lien urgently inquired with his thoughts. The inked Qilin raised its head, gazing at the overcast sky, its inky scales faintly shimmering with flowing runes. After a moment, a clear thought was transmitted back. 3 days. Lien's heart sank. The dozens of families in Xuankong village now hung by a thread, likely unaware of the impending peril. Moreover, Xuankong village was currently his sole connection to civilization, the key to acquiring information and integrating into this world. If Xuankong village were to vanish, he would once again find himself alone, struggling for survival in the wilderness. Furthermore, he sensed that the further unlocking of his capabilities might be intimately connected to deeper interactions with the beings of this world. Rescue was imperative. Yet, how to effectuate such a rescue remained a daunting dilemma. In order to ensure that the villagers trust him and take timely precautions while concealing his own secrets, Lien's gaze flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. Furthermore, he sought to transform this impending crisis into an opportunity, a splendid chance to solidify his identity as an immortal and earn the villagers' trust and admiration. Was he not already pondering how to further engage with Xuankong village and integrate more naturally into its fabric? This looming catastrophe, was it not a perfect stepping stone sent by heaven? A bold plan swiftly took shape in his mind. A perfect storm was brewing. Lien murmured to himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He patted the neck of the inked Qilin. Let us return. This grand performance requires meticulous preparation. The inked Qilin, sensing his intent, let out a low roar and turned, treading through the mud towards the direction of the stone cave. The rain continued to fall. Yet in Li Yan's heart, clarity had emerged from chaos. He understood that in 3 days, the fate of Qingfeng village would be altered because of him. Moreover, he would seize this opportunity to take the first and most crucial step towards truly integrating into this world. Chapter 11. The Calamity of the Dragon. The following day, the rain finally lessened. Within the stone cave, Li Yan had made all necessary preparations. Today, he donned a new attire, a garment known as the Misty Rain Carefree Robe. The cerulean Daoist robe, light and ethereal, emanated an unusual luster, and as the delicate raindrops fell upon it, they glided off like pearls rolling over lotus leaves, leaving no trace of moisture. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with silver threads depicting abstract landscapes and clouds, enhancing its otherworldly elegance amidst the hazy mist. The inked Qilin lay quietly beside him, exuding a subtle yet reassuring aura of majesty. Li Yan stepped out of the cave with measured grace, the inked Qilin following closely behind. Instead of heading directly to the bamboo grove, he first ascended a cliff that offered a sweeping view of the mountains below. The relentless rain had caused the azure river at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain to swell and surge. Time was of the essence, he murmured to himself, his gaze steady. He turned and mounted the inked Qilin, making his way towards the familiar bamboo grove. Within the grove, the persistent rains had deepened its tranquility. The rain-washed bamboo leaves glistened with vitality, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and foliage. Li Yan chose the moss-covered rock once more, settling down with ease while the inked Qilin lay quietly at his side. He did not have to wait long. A soft rustling of footsteps accompanied by the gentle sound of a raincoat brushing against itself emerged from the path at the edge of the grove. A figure clad in a straw hat and raincoat, head bowed, cautiously parted the drooping bamboo leaves and entered. It was Hunter Wang De, who, almost instinctively, would traverse this bamboo grove whenever the rain ceased, holding dear the village elder's words. Perhaps the fateful encounter lay in this unassuming wait. As Wang De lifted his head and beheld the scene deep within the grove, he felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes, wide with astonishment beneath the brim of his hat, widened further at the sight of that halo. It was even more restrained than before, yet radiated an air of mystery. Within the halo sat the Immortal once again, now clad in a cerulean Daoist robe, as if the rain itself avoided him, not a single drop touching his form. Beside the Immortal lay not the wondrous white deer, but a magnificent creature he had never encountered, entirely black, resembling a mythical beast, exuding an imposing presence. The creature lay quietly, yet emitted an overwhelming pressure that stirred unease within him. As senior, Wang Da's voice trembled, a blend of joy and reverence. He hastily discarded the crude knife he had held for protection and stepped forward, kneeling upon the ground with a thud, heedless of the mud beneath him. Commoner Wang De pays his respects to the esteemed senior. The senior had once again descended, and Wang De found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by excitement. Li Yan gradually opened his eyes, his gaze landing upon Wang De, his expression still indifferent yet tinged with a faint, elusive compassion. "Rise," he spoke, his voice soft yet clear, reaching Wang Da's ears. Wang De obeyed, standing while still bowing, too daunted to raise his head. "Between us, there indeed exists a bond yet to be fulfilled." Li Yan spoke slowly, his tone ethereal. Wang Da's heart trembled. "The Immortal remembered me. Today, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity, as well as a cataclysmic tribulation." Opportunity? Tribulation? Wang De felt somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind the Immortal's words. Li Yan slightly raised his hand, gesturing towards the verdant river below and the distant Yunmeng marsh. "Do you know the reason for this incessant rain?" Wang De shook his head in confusion. "I am but a simple man, unaware. This is the manifestation of celestial will, a calamity befalling all living beings." Li Yan's Gazadapanat. Within the depths of Yunmeng marsh lies a malevolent flood dragon, having concealed itself for centuries. It senses that the time has come to enact its emergence and sees a fleeting chance to transform into a true dragon. Emergence of the flood dragon. Wangda gasped, his complexion draining of color. Being a native of the southern Chu kingdom and residing not far from Yunmeng Marsh, he was acutely aware of what this entailed. The rise of the flood dragon would inevitably summon torrential floods, leading to the destruction of villages and the demise of countless lives. Immortal, what? What shall we do? Wang Da's voice quivered, his legs giving way as he knelt once more, pleading for the Immortal's mercy to save the 100 souls of Xuankong village. He bowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the slick, muddy ground. Li Yin regarded him with a gentle sigh, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This is a predetermined fate, an unstoppable trend, and cannot be easily altered. Wang Da's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. If even the Immortal claimed it was unchangeable, then Xuankong village was surely doomed. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting. Seeing that the moment had come, Li Yin shifted his tone. All things are bound by fate. You and this Xuankong village share this encounter. How could I stand idly by as you were swept away by the flood, indifferent to your plight? Wang Da suddenly raised his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Immortal, Li Yin continued, while fate may be immutable, a sliver of survival lies within it. By revealing celestial secrets today, I aim to guide you in averting disaster and seeking refuge. Whether you can seize this glimmer of hope depends on your own fortune. His words were enigmatic yet laden with sufficient hints. Wang Da's mind raced. The Immortal's implication was clear. He would not directly vanquish the flood dragon or halt the floodwaters. However, he had disclosed the timing and nature of the impending disaster. This was the sliver of hope. Foreknowledge would allow them to evade the calamity. Wang Da suddenly understood. I comprehend. I truly comprehend. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Immortal, for illuminating the path. This life-saving grace will never be forgotten by the entirety of Xuankong village. Li Yin nodded slightly. That is all I can impart. Take heed of your own actions. He feared that speaking too much might expose his own ignorance of the world's arcane arts. His purpose had been fulfilled. It was time to depart. Rising, he swept his robe, and, with a low growl from the ink-black Qilin, they prepared to leave. Li Yin calmly mounted the broad back of the Qilin, casting one final glance at Wang Da from his elevated position. Remember, 2 days. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the black Qilin leaped into the air, a flash of dark light enveloping its form as it carried Li Yin, transforming into a shadow of ink that silently melded into the curtain of rain in the depths of the bamboo grove, vanishing in an instant. Immortal! Immortal! Wang Da wished to bow once more to inquire further, but he could only behold the fading silhouette of the celestial being. He yearned to pursue, yet recalled the village elder's words. Being sent forth did not imply a search, but rather an instruction to await. This was your celestial destiny. The Immortal had already illuminated the path ahead. To linger further would be to court folly. He retracted his outstretched hand, delivering a firm thump to his own head. How foolish! The Immortal had spoken with utmost clarity. Fate is immutable, and the mere act of being forewarned is an immense grace. Rising from the ground, he paid no heed to the blood and mud smeared across his face. The dragon has broken free. The flood is upon us. 2 days hence. These words thundered in his mind like a relentless storm. He dared not delay for a moment, turning unsteadily, stumbling and scrambling out of the bamboo thicket, racing towards Xuankong village below. He must immediately convey this earth-shattering news to Old Man Wang, to the entire village. Xuankong village is in grave peril. Chapter 12. A line between life and death. Wang Da tumbled and crawled into the courtyard of his elder's home, calling out, "Elder! Elder!" He forcefully pushed open the dilapidated courtyard gate of Wang Shan's residence, his voice hoarse from shouting. Wang Shan was sitting at the entrance of the main hall, staring blankly at the rain-drenched stone mill in the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, his brow furrowed. "Wang Da, what is the matter? Surely you haven't encountered." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Da suddenly fell to his knees before him, drenched in mud and blood, a pitiful sight. "Elder, a grave matter has arisen. An extraordinary event. The Immortal has revealed himself again." Wang Shan's eyes widened in shock, the murky pupils glistening with alarm. He grasped Wang De's wrist. Lowering his voice to a whisper, "Speak slowly, do not panic." "What did the Immortal say?" "The Immortal proclaimed that there is a malevolent dragon in Yunming's, and it seeks to transform. In the coming days, the Qinghe River will flood. Our village will be submerged." Wang De struggled to articulate his words. "Transforming dragon?" Wang Shan gasped, a chill coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head. Having traversed the world for much of his life, he had certainly heard the legends of transforming dragons. Such occurrences signify true calamity. Once unleashed, they bring devastation across vast lands, resulting in untold suffering. "Is there a way to counter this, Immortal?" Wang Shan's voice trembled. Wang De shook his head vigorously, despair etched across his face. "The Immortal declared that this is the decree of heaven, and such fate cannot be altered. His forewarning alone is a tremendous boon." Wang Shan released Wang De's hand, slowly rising to pace back and forth at the entrance of the hall. Could the fate of Qingfeng village truly be changing? He murmured softly. After a brief moment, Wang Shan abruptly halted, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "Wang De, you must go to the village entrance and ring the bell. Gather everyone in the village and summon them to the ancestral hall for a discussion." "Yes, Elder." Wang De sprang to his feet as if clutching a lifeline, dashing towards the exit. "Wait," Wang Shan called after him. "Wipe the mud and blood from your face. We do not wish to frighten the villagers." Wang De hastily wiped his face, acknowledging with a grunt before sprinting out. Wang Shan raised his gaze to the overcast sky. "Transforming dragon. Qinghe." He turned to retrieve an oiled paper umbrella from the corner and grabbed his usual walking stick. "Juzi, sure to," he shouted into the inner room. Two sturdy young men in their 20s emerged, Wang Shan's grandsons. "Grandfather, what is the matter? Come with me to the riverbank," Wang Shan commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "Grandfather, with the rain pouring down like this, it's dangerous by the river." The elder grandson, Wang Zhu, expressed concern. "Let's talk. Quickly." The three of them, armed with an umbrella, made their way towards the Qinghe River, stepping carefully through the puddles. The village bell rang out, its sound urgent and heavy, carrying an ominous air. Many villagers poked their heads out from their homes, puzzled. What has happened? This bell does not sound right. Could it be that the great beast from the mountains has descended again? Wang Shan paid no heed to the murmurs of the villagers lining the road, resolutely leading his grandsons to the bank of the Qinghe River. Once, the river's waters flowed crystal clear. Now, they're muddied and turbulent, mingled with silt and broken branches. The river's breadth has noticeably increased, and the water level has risen significantly. Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, having grown up by the riverbank, immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Grandfather, this water, it rises too swiftly." Wang Zhu's face had turned somewhat pale. Wang Shi chimed in, "Indeed, just a few days ago, it wasn't this high. Though the rain has been heavy, the Qinghe hasn't swelled like this in many years." Wang Shan squinted, carefully observing the direction and speed of the current. The water level is high, yet to claim the entire village, it appears to still lack a certain urgency. The terrain of Qingfeng village is considerably elevated compared to the riverbank. Unless, he recalled the words of the Immortal conveyed by Wang De, the Jiao moves. This is no ordinary flood. It is the wrath of a dragon, accompanied by formidable force. Old wisdom is of no use here. The Immortal's words cannot be wrong. Wang Shan resolved firmly in his heart. He would rather believe in its existence than dismiss it. This concerns the lives of hundreds in the village. "Quick, to the ancestral hall." Wang Shan turned on his heel and began to walk away. The ancestral hall of Qingfeng village is the most spacious and sturdy structure in the village. At this moment, it was filled with people, young and old, all wearing expressions of anxiety. Wang Shan stood in the center of the hall, his demeanor serious. Wang De stood beside him, still somewhat dazed, but also imbued with a sense of solemnity imparted by the Immortal. "Villagers," Wang Shan's resonant voice cut through the sound of the rain outside. "I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of grave importance concerning the fate of our Qingfeng village." The villagers erupted into a flurry of whispers, exchanging glances and murmuring amongst themselves. Silence, Wang Shan commanded in a deep tone. Once the crowd quieted, he recounted, word for word, Wang Da's 2 encounters with the Immortal, the warning about the malevolent Jiao, and the impending flood. The hall fell silent, the villagers stunned into disbelief, their faces a tableau of incredulity. An Immortal? A malevolent Jiao? The Jiao moves? How could such fantastical notions, typically reserved for plays and old tales, suddenly manifest in our ordinary mountain village? A young man stammered, Elder, is this true? The Immortal's words cannot be false. Vung da step forward, proclaiming loudly, Veng da, have witnessed with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. The Immortal radiates divine light, and the beast beneath him is no ordinary creature. Were it not for the Immortal's compassion, we would still be in ignorance, likely facing death without knowing how it came to be. The crowd grew more agitated. Some were fearful, others skeptical, and some appear bewildered. Elder, the waters of the Qinghe have indeed risen significantly, but it has flooded this high before. Yes, just based on a single statement, you expect us all to risk our lives in this downpour, to relocate? What if? Wang Shan raised his hand to signal for calm. I understand that many of you harbor doubts, but I must ask, what if the Immortal's words are indeed true? Can we afford to gamble with the lives of our entire village? His gaze swept across every individual. I, Wang Shan, have lived the better part of my life without ever wronging my fellow villagers. What transpires today, whether to believe or not, rests entirely with you all. Yet I, Wang Shan, choose to place my faith in the Immortal. My decision is resolute. This night, the entirety of Xuankong village must relocate to the highest flatland at the rear mountains. Those willing to accompany me should return now to gather their belongings, bringing along any food and livestock they can carry. We must set out before nightfall. For those who are unwilling, I shall not impose. However, the consequences shall be borne by yourselves. Within the ancestral hall, silence reigned once more. The villagers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting moment to moment. Suddenly, an elderly woman with graying hair trembled as she stepped forward. Old sir, I believe in you. I also believe in the Immortal. Having lived to this age, receiving guidance from the Immortal is an immense blessing for us in Xuankong village. I shall return to prepare immediately. With one person leading the way, more quickly followed suit. I believe it. The Immortal would not deceive us, mere mountain villagers. Let's hurry back to gather our things. If we delay, it will be too late. Fear and the instinct to survive overwhelmed doubt. After all, it was a warning from an Immortal. Soon, the people in the ancestral hall dispersed in a rush, each heading home, anxiously busying themselves. Wang Shan observed this scene, letting out a long sigh of relief, yet the heavy stone in his heart remained burdensome. He approached Wang Da and patted his shoulder. Wang Da, you have done well. Then he turned to Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, instructing you two, go immediately to the county to report the news, conveying the Immortal's warning about the impending flood in Qinghe to the county magistrate. Remember, you must be swift. Perhaps the county can dispatch some assistance. Yes, sir. The two responded and hurried away. After a while, the villagers led their cattle and sheep, carrying food and cradling children, making their way along the narrow path toward the rear mountains. Wang Shan walked at the forefront of the procession, leaning on a wooden staff, each step taken with assurance. Occasionally, he glanced back at the familiar village below, his heart a tumult of emotions. The fate of Xuankong village from this moment forth would surely change. May it transform for the better. Chapter 13. Turmoil at the county office. Inside the Qinghe county office, the magistrate Zhao Zhan was lost in thought, gazing at a weathered scroll titled Investigation of Water Conservancy in southern Chu. Outside, raindrops pattered relentlessly, accompanied by the hurried footsteps approaching. A bailiff burst in, drenched by the rain, and bowed to report, my lord, the two grandsons of old Wang from Xuankong village, Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, are waiting outside. They claim to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Xuankong village? Zhao Zhan pondered briefly before instructing them to enter. Shortly thereafter, the brothers Wang Zhu and Wang Shi were ushered in, soaked to the skin, their faces displaying a mix of urgency and exhaustion. We humbly greet you, esteemed magistrate, they exclaimed, dropping to their knees. "Rise and speak," Zhao Zhen replied in a calm tone. "What brings you here in such a flurry?" Wang Zhu, catching his breath, recounted his grandfather Old Wang's warnings, along with a message from an immortal about a dire omen. The evil dragon would transform, and Qinghe was on the brink of a catastrophic flood. He relayed the information meticulously, word for word. Wang Shi occasionally chimed in to add details. Zhao Zhen listened intently, his expression shifting from initial tranquility to gradual astonishment, ultimately tightening into a frown. An immortal? Transforming dragon? Zhao Zhen had spent time in the capital, and, though relegated to this remote locale, considered himself well-read. He had always held a respectful distance from matters of the supernatural. However, he had heard of Old Wang, a dignified elder with significant respect in Qingfeng village, who would not resort to such nonsensical fabrications to deceive the authorities. The bailiffs exchanged glances, each thinking the brothers must have been soaked too long, clouding their judgment. Zhao Zhen remained silent for a moment after their tale, finding it exceedingly far-fetched. "Bring them," he called out. "Yes," two bailiffs responded, stepping forward. "Take these two downstairs, find them a comfortable place to rest, and summon a physician to examine them. Ensure they do not catch a chill." "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." Wang Zhu and Wang Shi bowed repeatedly as they were assisted away. Zhao Zhen paced the hall, his brow furrowed in thought. If their claims were false, it would merely be a case of unsophisticated villagers causing a needless alarm. Yet, if there were any truth to it, the disaster of a transforming dragon was no trifling matter. Qinghe County, situated on the fringes of Yunmeng's, would face unimaginable consequences should a great flood descend. "Master Feng," he called out. Before long, a middle-aged scribe with a goatee and sharp eyes emerged briskly from the back hall. It was Feng Yong, the county's advisor. "Esteemed magistrate, you summoned me. What is your command?" Feng Yong bowed respectfully. Zhao Zhen briefly recounted the events, concluding with, "What do you believe should be done about this matter?" Initially taken aback, Feng Yong's eyes reflected disbelief, which swiftly morphed into an uncontainable joy. Rubbing his hands together, he lowered his voice, though his tone quivered with excitement. "Esteemed magistrate, this is an extraordinary omen. It signifies your auspicious fortune has arrived." "Omen?" Zhao Zheni was taken aback. Amidst the raging floodwaters, how could one speak of auspicious omens? Such words from the Eastern elder were misguided. Feng Yong leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. "Consider this. If it were indeed true that an immortal had descended to enlighten the mundane and forewarn of calamity, would it not signify a divine blessing upon our Qinghe County? Moreover, the auspiciousness ought to reside with you, Eastern elder. If we can manage this matter appropriately and report the immortal's deeds to the court, His Majesty would surely be pleased, and you, Eastern elder, could soon return to the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's heart raced. Return to the capital. These four words struck him like a bolt of lightning, igniting the deepest aspirations within him. Zhao Zhen, a man well-versed in literature and proud of his scholarly accomplishments, found himself relegated to this remote corner of Qinghe County due to the intrigues of the political arena. The pent-up frustration within him had endured for many years. He constantly dreamed of returning to the capital to fulfill his ambitions. Could this extraordinary encounter with the immortal indeed be heaven's mercy, granting him a chance for redemption? Yet, why did the immortal merely issue a warning and refrain from intervening? Zhao Zhen retained a sliver of rationality. Feng Yong, with a glint in his eye, chuckled. "Eastern elder, how could we mere mortals comprehend the workings of an immortal? Perhaps the immortal adheres to the celestial principles and cannot intervene directly. Or perhaps, possessing boundless powers, the immortal has already subdued the other malevolent creatures in the Yunmeng marsh, leaving only this one to escape, thereby alerting us to save ourselves as a test. In my humble opinion, this immortal must be the guardian spirit of our Qinghe County and its surrounding hundreds of miles. The harmonious weather and the well-being of the people are surely due to the immortal's covert protection." As Feng Yong spoke with increasing fervor, it seemed he could envision Zhao Zhen being elevated in rank, with himself riding the coattails of fortune. Listening to him, Zhao Zhan's ambition for fame and fortune ignited like kindling set ablaze by a spark. He let out a deep breath, and the uncertainty in his gaze gradually transformed into a resolute determination. The words of the steward had merit indeed. He suddenly struck the table with authority, summoned the county vice, the chief clerk, and the county captain to convene here immediately. Before long, county vice Lu Mao, chief clerk Sun Ming, and county captain Chun Hu hurried to the scene. Zhao Zhan sat solemnly at the head of the table, his expression grave, recounting the events of Qingfeng village and Fengyang's theories of auspiciousness. Lu Mao, a seasoned man past 50, was startled at first, then stroked his beard and laughed. Congratulations. County magistrate, this is indeed a blessing from heaven for our Qinghe, showcasing your benevolent governance and love for the people, which has moved the heavens. Chief Clerk Sun Ming quickly chimed in, indeed. The arrival of the Immortal surely indicates that the county magistrate is diligent in governance and cares for the people, prompting this divine assistance. Only County Captain Chun Hu, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and clasped his fists, saying, Sir, I believe matters concerning the Immortal are rather ethereal. The most pressing concern is to promptly dispatch someone to investigate the water conditions in Qinghe, just in case. Chun Hu, a martial artist of the inner strength realm, possessed formidable skills, effortlessly capable of shattering stone and rock. Typically, he instructed the county's constables in martial arts, embodying a practical approach to life and showing little interest in the mystical or arcane. Zhao Zhan cast a glance at him, feeling a slight discontent, yet recognizing the necessity of collaboration at this moment, refrained from expressing his irritation. Shen County Lieutenant made valid points. He turned to Master Feng. Master, considering the Immortal's warning that the flood will arrive within 2 days, and with half a day already passed, tomorrow is of utmost importance. Feng Yong immediately understood. Indeed, wise Dong Wang, I propose a dual approach. Firstly, since the villagers of Qingfeng have received guidance from the Immortal and begun their evacuation, it is our duty to assist them, demonstrating our benevolence and paying respect to the Immortal. The county lieutenant should take capable constables, armed with ropes and tools, to Qingfeng village to aid the villagers while closely monitoring the water levels of the Qing River, returning immediately to report any anomalies. Secondly, county deputy and master clerk, you should inventory the supplies in the treasury and set up temporary shelters in higher grounds outside the county, preparing food, warm clothing, and medical supplies. In the event of a major flood, we must be ready to provide timely relief to the affected populace. After listening, Zhao Zhan nodded slowly. Let us proceed as Master Feng suggests. He turned to Chun Hu. Chun County Lieutenant, this task falls to you. Your constables are capable. Their assistance in relocating the villagers is essential. You must act swiftly to ensure their safety. I shall obey. Chun Hu clasped his fists in acknowledgement, said nothing further, and promptly departed with purpose. Zhao Zhan then addressed Lu Mao and Sun Ming. County Deputy Lu, Clerk Sun, your efforts in disaster relief are greatly appreciated. This matter concerns the lives of our Qinghe County citizens, and we must not be negligent. Understood. Lu Mao and Sun Ming responded in unison, hastening to execute their duties. In the court, only Zhao Zhan and Feng Yong remained. Zhao Zhan slowly approached the window, gazing out at the persistent drizzle, his expression intricate. Master, what do you suppose this Immortal looks like? And why has he chosen to manifest in our Qinghe County? Feng Dong Smai, Zhong Weng. The demeanor of an Immortal is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Perhaps they appear as ageless, with a youthful visage, or possess an ethereal presence. As for why he has chosen Qinghe County, it is evident. It is because of you, Dong Wang. You are an official appointed by the court, the guardian of this land. The Immortal's manifestation here is to leverage your influence in aiding the populace, exemplifying the benevolence of divine providence. Listening to this flattery, Zhao Zhan felt the burden in his chest lighten considerably. Standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the rain, his thoughts wandering. Qingfeng Mountain, Immortal's auspicious signs. If handled appropriately, this situation could not only ensure the peace of this region, but also propel him towards greater heights. The continuous rain no longer seemed bothersome. Instead, it appeared to cleanse the dust heralding an extraordinary baptism. Chapter 14. The Fury of the Blue River upon receiving his orders. Xuankong did not dare to linger for a moment. He selected 20 capable constables, each clad in raincoats and straw hats, equipped with crude sabers, ropes, torches, and provisions, and set forth into the tempestuous weather towards Xuankong village. The rain fell torrentially, rendering the official path a quagmire. The constables trudged through the mud, each step a struggle. Xuankong, possessing inner strength, navigated the mire as if it were solid ground, leading the group from the front, occasionally turning back to command them to keep pace. Steady yourselves. The county magistrate has issued orders to ensure the safety of the villagers in Xuankong. A young constable wiped the rain from his face, drawing closer, and gasped. Sir, the rain is quite sinister. Is there truly a dragon causing trouble in Xuankong village? Xuankong shot him a stern glance. Do not ask what should not be questioned. We must focus on our mission. Saving lives is paramount. Yes, yes. The constable shrank back, silenced by the reprimand. The group advanced, struggling through the mud, and just as darkness began to envelop the sky, they finally reached the rear mountain of Xuankong village. On the hillside, flickering flames and the sounds of commotion were visible. Wang Shan, leading the village's able-bodied men, was directing everyone in constructing makeshift shelters to secure the women, children, and elderly. Upon seeing Xuankong and his men arrive, Wang Shan's aged eyes sparkled with relief as he hurried over. County Lieutenant, you have finally arrived. Xuankong clasped his hands in greeting old Wang. The county magistrate has learned of the celestial warning and has entrusted me to assist the villagers in evacuating to avoid the impending flood. The county magistrate is benevolent. The celestial being is formidable. Wang Shan bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude to the officials. Xuankong, not one for excessive pleasantries, immediately instructed his men, stop dawdling. Help the villagers move their belongings to higher ground and reinforce the shelters. Be swift. Yes. The constables responded with a resounding affirmation and promptly dispersed to assist. Accompanied by Wang Shan, Xuankong approached the edge of the hillside, gazing down at the blue river. Through the curtain of rain, the river roared like an enraged earth dragon, its turbulent waves surging, the water's breadth significantly greater than what Wang Shan had observed the previous day, and its flow even more ferocious. County Lieutenant, look at the water. Wang Shan's voice was laden with deep concern. Xuankong furrowed his brow. Though he harbored doubts about the tales of celestial beings and dragons, he could not dismiss the unsettling rise of the river before him. Do not worry. I shall investigate the riverbank thoroughly, Xuankong replied in a grave tone. My lord, the rain continues to intensify, and the mountain paths are treacherous. It is too perilous for you to patrol alone, an older constable cautioned. Xuankong smiled broadly, patting the saber at his waist. What is there to fear? I am, after all, a practitioner of inner strength. With my abilities, I can run faster than a rabbit. If a flood truly strikes, I can escape, but you must be cautious. Your legs may not be as swift. With a surge of inner power, he propelled himself forward, moving with the speed of an arrow, swiftly leaving the group behind and vanishing into the rain in the blink of an eye. The constables stared in astonishment. His skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Indeed, the esteemed official possesses remarkable inner strength, a rarity in the entire county. Wang Shan gazed in the direction Xuankong had departed, feeling somewhat reassured. With such a skilled county constable overseeing matters, there was a semblance of courage to be found. By the afternoon of the following day, with the assistance of the constables, most of the people and belongings from Xuankong village had been relocated to the higher ground on the back mountain. The hastily constructed shelters were somewhat precarious, yet they offered a modicum of protection against the wind and rain. Xuankong periodically returned from patrolling the riverbank to assess the villager situation, soothing their anxious spirits. As night descended, the makeshift shelters formed a cluster on the elevated plains, rudimentary yet sufficient to shield against the elements. The villagers of Xuankong, numbering around 100, along with 20 constables, gathered in this refuge. A bonfire crackled at the center of several larger shelters, dispelling some of the chill and darkness. Yet it could not vanquish the fear that gripped their hearts. The rain intensified, and the howling wind was accompanied by terrifying thunder. as flashes of blinding lightning tore through the night sky, momentarily illuminating the landscape. The villagers within the shelter turned pale with fright, huddling together, trembling. Many peered through the gaps of the shelter towards the direction of the Qing River below. The once gentle river had transformed into a roaring beast, turbulent waves crashing against the banks, producing a deafening roar. The surface of the water shimmered with a despairing white light under the lightning's glow. "Oh heavens! When will this rain cease?" The elder spoke of the impending flood. "I fear it is indeed upon us. Listen, the sound of the water in the river resembles the mountain crumbling." Inside the shelter, the villagers clustered together, engaging in fervent discussions. Even those typically bold men wore serious expressions, occasionally glancing towards the mountain with eyes filled with concern. Elder Wang sat at the entrance of one shelter, gripping his well-worn cane tightly, gazing at the tempest outside with a grave demeanor. The elder's warnings must not be taken lightly. "Fear not, for our elevation ensures safety as long as the mountain stands firm. The water shall not reach us." Chun, who stood at the edge of the elevated plain, surveying the Qing River from his vantage point. The water level rose at a discernible pace, with muddy waves crashing against the stones of the bank, creating a thunderous sound. Shallow areas that were once well above the waterline were now submerged. "This is dire." A jolt of alarm surged through Chun-Hu. The rising waters could indeed spell calamity. He dared not delay further and shouted to a constable nearby, "Remain here and reassure the villagers. I must report to the esteemed county official." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his inner strength, propelling himself forward like an arrow shot from a bow, racing towards the county town. At the Qinghe County office, Zhao Zhen paced restlessly in the study, his heart in turmoil. Outside, the storm raged on, with thunderclaps echoing incessantly, heightening his unease. Standing nearby, Feng Yong exhibited an inexplicable excitement. "Elder Dong, the deluge and thunder are so tremendous. Could it be that the Immortal's words have indeed come to fruition, signaling the ominous emergence of the malevolent serpent?" Zhao Zhen halted his steps, casting a stern glance at him. "Do not utter such nonsense. This matter remains unverified. We must refrain from hasty conclusions." Yet, despite his words, images of the celestial beings described by Brother Wang involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If indeed there are immortals, then this portent of the serpent's emergence may. At that moment, a constable stumbled in, breathless and panicked. "My lord, there's trouble. County Lieutenant Chun. County Lieutenant Chun has returned." Chun, who has returned? Was he not in Qingfeng village aiding the villagers? What has transpired? Zhao Zhen's heart tightened. Before he could finish speaking, Chun, who burst in like a whirlwind, drenched in mud, his breath labored, and an expression of unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. "My lord, the water level of the Qing River has surged alarmingly. The current is ferocious. I fear the Immortal's words are true. The calamity of the serpent is indeed upon us." "What?" Zhao Zhen's face paled, and the teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Feng Yong's expression also shifted, though the excitement in his eyes grew more pronounced. "Elder Dong, the Immortal's warning is indeed not unfounded. This is a sign of auspiciousness descending upon us." Zhao Zhen, however, had no mind to heed Feng Yong's words of auspiciousness. He urgently inquired, "What are the villagers in Qingfeng village? Have they all been safely evacuated?" "Yes, my lord. The villagers have all been moved to the high ground behind the mountain, and are temporarily safe," Chun, who replied hastily. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Zhen's forehead as he paced back and forth before abruptly halting. The emergence of the serpent. In my lifetime, I have only encountered such extraordinary phenomena in ancient texts and legends. Could it be that I shall witness it with my own eyes today? A curious yet impulsive sensation surged within him. He turned to Chun, who, "County Lieutenant Chun, did you glimpse what the serpent looks like?" Chun, who offered a wry smile. "My lord, I have only heard its voice, not seen its form. Such celestial might is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals." Zhao Zhen steadied his resolve, as if he had made a momentous decision. "Prepare the horses. I shall personally go and see." "Elder Dong, think this through." Feng Yong hastily urged. In such perilous circumstances, what if? It matters not. Zhao Zhan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Today, this legendary spectacle unfolds in Qinghe County. If I do not witness it firsthand, would it not be a regret? He turned to Chun Hu. County Lieutenant Chun, you know the way. Lead us swiftly and summon a few elite guards. My lord, the riverbank is far too dangerous. Chun Hu implored. Simply seek a higher, safer vantage point. Zhao Zhan replied with resolute determination. I must see for myself what this legendary serpent truly is. Seeing that he could not dissuade Zhao Zhan, Chun Hu reluctantly acquiesced. Understood. Soon, Zhao Zhan donned a fitted outfit, and, accompanied by Chun Hu and over a dozen constables wielding crude swords and torches, they ventured into the tempest, heading towards the banks of the Qing River. Feng Yong hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and followed. He did not wish to miss this moment of auspiciousness. The group finally arrived at a high slope by the Qing River at the darkest hour before dawn. The azure river beneath my feet resembles a thoroughly enraged black python, surging and roaring, its turbulent waves reaching great heights. Chapter 15. The Malevolent Dragon's Passage. Deep within the stone cave of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin listened to the increasingly tempestuous winds and rain outside, feeling the faint tremors of the mountain, knowing the time had come. He had once prophesied the emergence of the malevolent dragon, and now he was to manifest this prophecy in the most astounding manner. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his thoughts, locking onto the golden six-sided die. Grant me your favor. Defemaiden. Activate the random mount die. The die glowed brilliantly, whirling madly, and finally came to a sudden halt with a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Upon the icon appeared a ferocious and imposing dragon covered in dark, glistening scales. Its eyes burned crimson, its horns jutting fiercely, and it was entwined with ominous dark waters and lightning. The Netherwater Dragon, a grand prize indeed. The words of the Immortal could now be substantiated. Go forth. Let them witness the true essence of a dragon. With a mere thought, the summoned Netherwater Dragon unleashed a soul-stirring roar, its massive form transforming into a streak of darkness. Piercing through the stone wall, racing towards the azure river below, almost at the very moment the Netherwater Dragon departed, boom! A tundro explosion érupted, drowning out the howling winds and crackling thunder, suddenly detonating from the depths of Qingfeng Mountain. The sound was reminiscent of a stampede, akin to the earth splitting apart, causing the ground to tremble slightly. On the flat land of the back mountain, all were rendered pale by this unforeseen cacophony. What was that? Another thunderclap? A woman quivered, clutching her child. Wang Shan sprang to his feet, his cane tapping emphatically, his aged face filled with terror. No, this is not thunder. The villagers gasped in unison, dread spreading like wildfire. Look, what is that? Wang shrieked, pointing towards the village below. A ghastly flash of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the valley in an instant. They beheld the direction where Qingfeng village once stood, enveloped in an ominous, shadowy glow, as if an enormous malevolent dragon, awakened from the depths of the abyss, surged forth with the force of thunder. The torrent stretched dozens of yards wide, carrying with it mud, boulders, and uprooted trees. Heart-stoppingly, beneath the murky waves, enormous and menacing black shadows darted rapidly, stirring up whirlpools of destruction, emitting earth-shattering roars. Wherever it passed, everything was consumed and torn asunder. Water, a deluge, the dragon. It is the malevolent dragon spoken of by the Immortal. Despairing cries erupted from the crowd. In the lightning's glare, they witnessed their familiar thatched cottages and earthen walls, as fragile as paper, swept away in an instant by the raging flood, leaving no trace behind. Qingfeng village, the land their ancestors had inhabited for generations, was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Our village, the cursed malevolent dragon, wails and screams, mingled with the storm's fury, echoed across the mountains and fields. The officials stood pale, their hands trembling around their crude blades. They had encountered bandits and witnessed heinous acts, but they had never encountered such a terrifying display of celestial wrath. The yellow-brown malevolent dragon did not halt its relentless advance, roaring as it surged downstream, directly assaulting the once tranquil riverbed of the Qinghe. The surging waters, beset by this formidable force embodying the wrath of the dragon, appeared to pale in comparison. Engulfed in the tumultuous torrent of mud and stone, which rolled and howled in fury. At that moment, a piercing, beastly roar pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Following the sound, they beheld a massive black bear, inexplicably trapped upon a boulder in the river's center, bellowing towards the heavens, its limbs thrashing in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, the torrent, carrying the dread of the ethereal water dragon, approached with alarming swiftness. The bear's colossal form seemed diminutive, akin to an ant, when confronted by the raging flood. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, a dark, scaled dragon, measuring over 10 zhang in length, emerged from the muddy waters, adorned with a singular horn upon its head and 4 claws upon its belly. The black bear could muster but a desperate roar before it was wholly consumed by the dragon, vanishing without a trace, deprived of even the chance to struggle. With the dragon's devouring of the bear came a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, before it plunged fiercely into the turbulent waters. The young hunter murmured in disbelief, terror etched upon his face. Such a formidable creature, the lord of the mountains, could not be subdued by even 7 or 8 strong men. Yet now, it had not even managed to create a ripple before the malevolent dragon. Heavenly being, it must be the immortal who has saved us. A voice broke the silence, and soon all the villagers, including the officials, fell to their knees, fervently bowing towards the depths of Xuankong Mountain, in the direction of the bamboo grove where Li Yin manifested his divine presence. Thank you, Immortal, for your life-saving grace. Immortal, you are merciful. Immortal, you are powerful. Had it not been for your warning, we would have perished in the jaws of the malevolent dragon. At that moment, their reverence and gratitude towards the Immortal reached its zenith. Witnessing the destruction of their homeland and the effortless consumption of such a fierce beast, they truly grasped the horror of the calamity brought by the dragon and comprehended the profound meaning behind the Immortal's words that fate is immutable, and within lies a glimmer of hope. Wang Shan knelt, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly bowing to the sky. Immortal, the entire Xuankong village shall forever remember your great kindness. Simultaneously, upon a high slope by the banks of the Qinghe, Zhao Zhen, Feng Yong, Chun Hu, and over a dozen guards stood agape, gazing in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene before them, as if drawn from the annals of myth. Is this the dragon's wrath? Zhao Zhen's voice faltered, his grip on the reins nearly slipping. The steed beneath him was restless, stamping its hooves and whinnying in distress. The torrent surging from the valley, with its overwhelming force and might, far exceeded his imagination. He witnessed the flood swallow the nearby Xuankong village and saw the once feared black bear succumb without a trace of resistance, consumed effortlessly, while also hearing the dragon's earth-shattering roar. Elder Dong, auspicious, a monumental omen indeed. Feng Yong, his face flushed with excitement, pointed at the surging torrent with a piercing voice. Look, that malevolent dragon has passed through, and though its might is formidable, it has not harmed us in the slightest. Is this not the blessing of the immortals, the protection of the heavens over our Qinghe? He rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. The celestial elder has given us a warning. You, Dong Wang, have heeded it and led the people to evade disaster. This is indeed a monumental achievement. Once the flood recedes, I shall report this matter to the provincial government. The court and His Majesty will surely be delighted. Zhao Zhen paid no heed to Feng Yong's incessant chatter. He fixated on the roaring flood, turmoil churning within him. The warning from the celestial being was indeed true. Moreover, the calamity of the dragon was profoundly terrifying, if not for the forewarning. The 100 or so souls of Xuankong village would have long since become mere wraiths within the belly of the dragon, their bones lost to the depths. And he, having trusted the words of the Immortal, had taken timely action. This was not merely an omen. It was a tangible political achievement. Chun Hu stood beside Zhao Zhen, his countenance grave, his eyes filled with awe. Having trained in martial arts for years, he considered himself somewhat seasoned, yet the scene before him reminiscent of a mythic tale. left him feeling utterly powerless. Before such overwhelming celestial might, humanity appeared insignificant, fragile. What manner of being was that immortal, whom he had never met? How could they foresee such a calamity and even offer a glimmer of hope? The malevolent dragon surged forward, breaching the riverbanks and inundating the fields. Ultimately, it crashed through a narrow mountain pass several miles downstream, roaring as it merged into a broader river, raising tumultuous waves that gradually receded. The valley was left in disarray, accompanied only by the fading roar of the waters. The rain seemed to lessen as well. On the higher slopes behind Xuankong village, within a concealed stone cavern, Li Yin stood at the entrance, surveying everything below, from the eruption of the mountain flood to the destruction of the village. In the terrified prostration of the villagers before the officials, he witnessed it all with clarity. The plan had come to fruition. Li Yin felt an untroubled calm within, accompanied by a faint sense of satisfaction, before retracting the ethereal water dragon. Now, the villagers' faith in the immortal, having been solidified through the baptism of this calamity, was deeply rooted. Though Xuankong village was no more, its people remained. These individuals would serve as the foundational stones for his emergence from this mountainous realm into the unfamiliar world beyond. Moreover, the presence of the officials here indicated the government's involvement. This also meant that the name of the immortal, along with the tale of forewarning the disaster and aiding the populace, would soon spread through official channels. From the mouth of a hunter in a remote mountain village to the ears of a county official, and then to the provincial government and even the imperial court, this was splendid. The performance of the celestial being's warning, saving the lives of the masses, had been more successful than he had anticipated, thanks to the genuine dragon as a performer in this grand spectacle. Chapter 16. The manifestation of celestial signs the following morning. The rain had finally ceased. The sky remained overcast, resembling a canvas besmirched with dark ink, weighing heavily upon the breath. Zhao Zhan had not slept a wink throughout the night. His eyes were shadowed, yet his spirit soared with unusual fervor. He set out once more toward Xuankong Mountain, accompanied by Feng Yong, Chun Hu, and a contingent of officials. The harrowing scene from the previous night still swirled vividly in his mind. The more he recalled it, the more he felt it was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. "Look east, elder," Feng Yong exclaimed, pointing ahead, his voice laced with feigned astonishment. Once, there stood Xuankong village, but now it had been utterly obliterated. Before them lay a shocking tableau of devastation. The ground was thick with mud, reaching up to their ankles. Broken wooden beams, shattered pottery, and tattered garments lay strewn in disarray, exuding a peculiar stench of decay and dampness. A few resilient trees, fortunate enough to withstand the deluge, leaned precariously, their branches festooned with weeds and rags, as if beckoning spirits from beyond. In the distance, the mountainside bore deep gashes, grotesque scars left by the rampaging floodwaters of the previous night. Hiss! Even Chun Hu, a man accustomed to the harshness of battle, could not suppress a gasp. Is this the might of the dragon? Truly, it is horrifying. Zhao Zhen's countenance was grave, yet his heart burned with fervor. He walked slowly, meticulously examining every detail. Had it not been for the benevolence of the celestial being, Xuankong County would surely have faced a calamity of monumental proportions. His voice was low, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Feng Yong immediately bowed and said, "All thanks to East Elder's abundant blessings and virtuous governance. The immortal has descended to protect this land." Zhao Zhan did not comment, his gaze shifting toward the faint glow emanating from the back mountain. "Kulme, let us see the villagers." In the flatlands behind the mountain, the survivors huddled in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with fatigue and fear. Their homes were lost, their fields destroyed, and their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Upon seeing Zhao Zhan and his entourage approach, the villagers' eyes flickered with initial trepidation, soon ignited by a glimmer of hope. Wang Shan, leaning on a cane and supported by several sturdy villagers, trembled as he came forward. "Commoner Wang Shan, greeting the esteemed county magistrate." His voice was hoarse. "There is no need for such formalities, elder." Zhao Zhan stepped forward to steady him. I have heard of the calamity that has befallen Xuankong village, and my heart aches for your plight." He surveyed the emaciated villagers around him and proclaimed, "You have all suffered greatly. The celestial being has manifested, warning us of the disaster, allowing us to preserve our lives. I have meticulously documented this incident and shall report it to the prefecture, advocating for the reduction of this year's taxes and the swift allocation of resources to aid you in rebuilding your homes and overcoming these hardships." Upon hearing these words, the previously despondent villagers ignited with newfound hope. "Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. You are benevolent. May the celestial being bless you. May the county magistrate be blessed." The cries of gratitude rang out, with many women moved to tears. Wang Shan's eyes brimmed with tears as he repeatedly bowed. "Your great kindness will be forever etched in the hearts of all in Xuankong village." Zhao Zhan felt a sense of satisfaction within. Such gestures had undoubtedly stabilized the hearts of the people. He gently reassured for a moment, then shifted the conversation. "Old Wang, I have heard that the immortal once manifested in the mountains, enlightening Wangda, which led to this forewarning. May I inquire where the place of the immortal's manifestation is? I wish to pay my respects to the immortal for their benevolence in alleviating suffering." Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression subtly shifted. He glanced at the equally excited Wang De beside him, then looked at Zhao Zhan's resolute demeanor, which brooked no refusal, ultimately transforming into a barely audible sigh. "Dazi, since the county magistrate wishes to go, you shall accompany him," he said. "Yes, village elder." Wang De responded eagerly, his spirit uplifted. He had long revered the immortal as a deity, and guiding the county magistrate was a matter of great honor. Zhao Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your assistance." He left Shun Hu and a portion of the officials behind to help soothe the villagers while he, accompanied by Feng Yong and several aides, proceeded towards the bamboo grove under Wang Da's guidance. The mountain path, ravaged by the torrential rain, had become increasingly treacherous. Wang Da led the way, his steps surprisingly light, as if imbued with boundless energy. "Sir, the bamboo grove ahead is the very place where the immortal manifested," Wang Da declared, pointing towards a lush expanse of verdant bamboo, his voice brimming with reverence. Zhao Zhan straightened his attire, his demeanor becoming solemn. Feng Yong too set aside his usual levity, adopting a serious countenance. As they traversed through clusters of emerald bamboo, the scene before them suddenly opened up. In a modest clearing, several stones lay scattered, among which one particularly large stone stood out. "Sir, it was upon this stone that the immortal sat that day," Wang Da indicated, his voice trembling with emotion. The immortal, clad in garments as white as snow, radiated a gentle glow, and beside them lay a magnificent white deer. That aura I shall never forget in this lifetime. Zhao Zhan gazed intently at the stone, as if he could envision the immortal's descent to the mortal realm. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly bowed before the stone. "Zhao Zhan, magistrate of Qinghe County, expresses profound gratitude to the immortal for their compassion." His voice resonated through the bamboo grove. "The immortal has forewarned of calamities, saving countless lives from peril. Their merits are immeasurable. On behalf of the people of Qinghe County, I am deeply appreciative of the immortal's great kindness." He bowed once more. "I shall certainly bring the immortal's deeds to the attention of the heavens and construct a temple here in their honor, erecting a monument to commemorate their virtues. Ensuring their benevolence is revered for generations to come." After 3 bows, Zhao Zhan stood upright, his expression grave. Feng Yong observed this with a silent nod, recognizing that the magistrate's actions expressed respect for the immortal while also paving the way for his own future career. Wang Da was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly prostrated himself, exclaiming, "The immortal will surely sense the sincerity of the county magistrate." Zhao Zhan lingered in the bamboo grove for a moment longer, meticulously inquiring about Wang Da's recollections of the immortal's appearance and demeanor, committing every detail to memory. Subsequently, he departed with the others, contented. In the following days, the Qinghe County government devoted itself wholeheartedly to disaster relief efforts. Food, clothing, and medical supplies were continuously transported to Xuankong Mountain, establishing temporary shelters and soothing the spirits of the afflicted. The tale of the divine manifestation upon Xuankong Mountain, along with the forewarning of the impending calamity, swiftly spread throughout Qinghe County, akin to a bird taking flight. In the tea houses and taverns of the county town, and on every street corner, it seemed that everyone was engrossed in this narrative. Have you heard? A celestial being has appeared on Xuankong Mountain. Indeed, it is said that this deity forewarned the villagers of a deluge. Otherwise, none from Xuankong village would have survived. Oh, is that true? How extraordinary. Absolutely. My second cousin, who works at the county office, witnessed Officer Chen return from Xuankong Mountain with news, his face as pale as a ghost. Allegedly, the deity was clothed in garments as white as snow, riding a divine deer, surrounded by an aura of ethereal grace, resembling a figure from a painting. Moreover, some claimed that a majestic black qilin accompanied the celestial being, exuding an air of authority. As various renditions of the legend circulated, the image of the deity became increasingly vivid, and the details ever more fantastical. Some asserted that the Immortal was a high Daoist practitioner wandering through the realm. Others posited that the deity was the mountain god of Xuankong Mountain manifesting his power. Even more audaciously, some declared that the Immortal was a celestial lord descended from the heavens. In no time, Qinghe County became a bustling hub of activity due to this enigmatic celestial figure. County Magistrate Zhao Zhan was lauded by the populace as a virtuous official, deserving of heavenly favor. Consequently, the atmosphere in Qinghe County became charged with excitement and speculation. Curious individuals sought to venture to Xuankong Mountain to uncover the truth, yet most were thwarted by the local law enforcement stationed at the mountain's base. After all, the disaster area had yet to fully settle, and unauthorized persons were prohibited from entering. Yet, this only added to the air of mystery surrounding the event. Xuankong Mountain, bamboo groves, and celestial beings. These phrases became the most fervent topics of discussion throughout Qinghe County. Chapter 17. The Dilemma of a Name. In the back hall of the Qinghe County Yamen, Zhao Zhan sat behind his desk. An expanse of pristine rice paper spread before him. The ink and brush were ready, yet he found himself unable to set the brush to paper. A more pressing dilemma loomed before him. The memorial detailing the celestial warning, the calamity of the dragon, and his leadership in averting disaster had already filled thousands of characters. He trusted the literary prowess of Steward Feng. Every word exuded an aura of auspiciousness. Yet, in one critical section, there lay a blank space, the name of the celestial being. Who was this immortal? What was their honored title? He was entirely in the dark. When Wang De encountered the immortal in the bamboo grove, the being had only inquired about worldly affairs, leaving no name behind. What was he to do? Reporting to the court could not simply state an unknown immortal, for that would be utterly ludicrous. Moreover, he had resolved to construct a temple for the immortal on Xuankong Mountain, to erect a monument in their honor. Without the immortal's name, whom was he building this temple for? How could he inscribe the tablet? If he were to make an error and incur the immortal's displeasure, the repercussions would be unbearable for Zhao Zhan. Are you still troubled by the immortal's name? East Elder? Feng Yong entered quietly, carrying a cup of freshly brewed tea. Zhao Zhan rubbed his forehead. Indeed, steward. Wang De only mentioned that the immortal was clad in garments as white as snow, possessing an ethereal demeanor. Yet when pressed for specifics, he remained entirely ignorant. This memorial must convey something substantial. The temple's plaque and the tablet's heading cannot remain blank. Feng Yong, with a glint of inspiration, set down the teacup and suggested, East Elder, if I may, the actions of immortals often transcend trivialities. Perhaps this immortal is indifferent to fame and fortune, reluctant to reveal their true name. However, we mortals must always remember to be grateful and observant of propriety. In Qinghe County, the individuals most knowledgeable about celestial matters would undoubtedly be the Daoist from the Qingyun Temple in the east of the city. The temple's master, Daoist Lingyun, is reputed to possess considerable spiritual insight. Why not invite him for consultation? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, how could I have forgotten them? Qingyun Temple is the only state-recognized Daoist temple in Qinghe County. I have encountered Master Lingyun on several occasions. He indeed possesses the demeanor of a true sage. Your suggestion is astute, Zhao Zhan exclaimed as he slapped his thigh. Prepare the sedan chair. I shall personally visit Qingyun Temple to pay my respects to Master Lingyun. Yes, East Elder. Qingyun Temple lay nestled in a secluded area east of Qinghe County, backed by low hills and facing a clear stream, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. Zhao Zhan's official sedan came to a halt at the temple's entrance, where a young acolyte promptly entered to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly Daoist, clad in a gray robe and possessing a lean visage, emerged with haste. It was none other than Master Lingyun, the temple's esteemed leader. Unaware of the esteemed county magistrate's arrival, I beg your pardon for my failure to welcome you properly, Master Lingyun said, bowing respectfully, his voice calm and composed. You are too kind, Daoist, Zhao Zhan replied as he disembarked from the sedan and returned the gesture. I apologize for the intrusion today. I have a pressing matter I wish to consult with you about. Please do not hesitate. I shall do my utmost to provide answers. The Daoist priest Lingyun guided Zhao Zhan and Feng Yong into a tranquil chamber within the temple. A young acolyte presented them with fragrant tea before bowing and retreating. The room was imbued with the delicate aroma of sandalwood incense, enveloping the space in a subtle elegance. Zhao Zhan, eschewing any pretense, recounted the miraculous descent of the Immortal from Qingfeng Mountain, the portentous appearance of the dragon, and his desire to report to the court regarding the temple's restoration, lamenting his ignorance of the Immortal's name. As he spoke, he observed Lingyun's expression closely. The priest listened intently, his countenance serene, though a glimmer of perceptible insight occasionally flickered in his eyes. Once Zhao Zhan completed his account, Lingyun spoke slowly. I have also heard whispers of the matters you speak of, esteemed county lord. The townsfolk are abuzz with tales of the Immortal's descent, proclaiming that heaven favors Qinghe. Zhao Zhan was intrigued. Oh, you have heard of it as well, Daoist? Though I am not involved in worldly affairs, Lingyun replied, I'm not entirely oblivious to the happenings outside my window. Some disciples within the temple have mentioned this matter. However, I have cautioned them against speaking too freely of the Immortal, for such matters are often profound and enigmatic. We must avoid causing any disturbance to the celestial presence or propagating falsehoods, which would be most unbecoming. Zhao Zhan, upon hearing this, regarded Lingyun with newfound respect. This individual possessed a measure of discernment, unlike those simple folk who blindly worship at the slightest rumor. Your words resonate with wisdom, Zhao Zhan nodded. It is precisely for this reason that I have come to seek your counsel. The Immortal, clad in garments as white as snow, rode an extraordinary white deer, followed by an ink-black Qilin. As a practitioner of the Tao, with your vast knowledge, might you discern the origins or title of this Immortal from these characteristics? Lingyun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. White garments, white deer, ink-black Qilin. These symbols are not unfamiliar in Daoist texts. Yet to identify an Immortal solely based on these features would be rather presumptuous. As one of the few practitioners of internal strength in Qinghe County, second only to County Lieutenant Chun Hu, Lingyun had devoted decades to his cultivation. In his youth, he had traveled extensively, meeting numerous venerable figures of the Tao, and had the fortune to partake in the grand ceremony presided over by the esteemed master, exchanging insights with Daoist practitioners from across the realm. Yet he had never encountered a fellow practitioner who had witnessed a true Immortal's descent. He had observed the impenetrable cultivation of the current head of the Tao, rumored to have transcended the threshold of innate mastery, wielding immense power with every gesture. However, he had never seen him ascend in broad daylight to join the ranks of Immortals. Was it conceivable that an Immortal could descend upon such a remote place as Qinghe County? Doubt lingered in his heart. Esteemed county lord, Lingyun pondered for a moment. The affairs of the Immortals are unfathomable. My humble understanding does not allow me to make bold assertions. It is difficult to ascertain the origins of the Immortal based solely on attire and steed. The manifestations of Immortals sometimes come with names, while at other times they leave no trace, depending on the circumstances. If the Immortal chooses not to reveal themselves, we mere mortals cannot compel them. Zhao Zhan discerned the reluctance in his words and felt a twinge of disappointment. I understand your sentiments, Daoist. He paused, then continued, however, the matter of the memorial and the temple restoration is urgent. Without a distinguished title, it is indeed a challenging predicament. The magistrate contemplated that since the Immortal had manifested in Qinghe County, saving numerous commoners, there must be a connection to this place. As the local leader of the Daoist sect, perhaps the Daoist priest could sense something. Observing the hopeful gaze of Zhao Zhan, Daoist Ling Yun sighed inwardly. It appeared that this county magistrate was regarding the Immortal as a means to ascend the ranks. He spoke slowly. County magistrate, I cannot guarantee anything. However, within my temple, I possess ancient texts that chronicle the deeds of numerous ancient immortals, along with the characteristics and titles of various deities. I can diligently search through them for you, in hopes of uncovering some clues. This, however, will require some time, and I cannot assure you when results may emerge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan's face brightened with a hint of joy. In that case, I shall rely on you, Daoist priest. If we can discover the Immortal's title, I shall express my gratitude generously. Daoist Ling Yun smiled gently. You are too kind, county magistrate. Alleviating local concerns is my duty. Yet, until we have definitive results, I kindly request that you refrain from making this matter public, lest— I understand, Zhao Zhan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the unspoken agreement between them. After some pleasantries, he observed that Daoist Ling Yun had no further remarks and took his leave. Daoist Ling Yun personally escorted him to the temple gates. As he watched Zhao Zhan's official carriage recede into the distance, the courteous smile on Daoist Ling Yun's face gradually faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. He turned and returned to his quiet chamber, dismissing the attended disciples. Alone, he stood before the window, gazing at the ancient pine tree in the courtyard, lost in thought. Having devoted his life to the Tao, studying the Tao Te Ching and practicing inner alchemy, his pursuit was merely to transcend life and death, to glimpse the great way. Yet, the more he practiced, the clearer it became how elusive the concept of immortal truly was. Within the Daoist tradition, throughout the ages, only a rare few masters have managed to transcend the innate and reach the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals. Such figures have long transcended the mundane, appearing like a dragon that is seen only fleetingly. As for those who truly soar through the skies, reveling in the heights of the heavens, they exist solely in the most ancient of legends. Although he had not witnessed the events at Qingfeng Mountain, the floods triggered by the dragon's movements were undeniably real. Had it not been for prior warnings, the annihilation of Qingfeng village and the suffering of countless souls would have been inevitable. The ability to predict natural disasters is not a feat of ordinary mortals. Yet, the immortal Zhao spoke of with attire and mount that bore the essence of the divine, acted in a manner that raised questions. Asking about the current dynasty's era name, this seemed more akin to a reclusive hermit than a transcendent being untouched by worldly affairs. Daoist Ling Yun took a few steps and retrieved a thick, yellow tome from the bookshelf, its cover inscribed with collection of immortal edicts. He opened it slowly, letting his gaze wander over the familiar yet foreign names. His mind swirled with countless thoughts, yet he could not discern a coherent thread. Could it be some wild mountain immortal, or a creature that had fortuitously manifested? White garments, white deer, black Qilin. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. This matter is imbued with an air of peculiarity, yet undeniably exudes an enigmatic charm that is impossible to refute. Very well, let us first consult the ancient texts in hopes of uncovering some clues, thus providing an explanation to the esteemed county magistrate. He took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his wandering thoughts, and began to meticulously peruse the venerable tome. Chapter 18. The True Monarch of Yunze in the Tranquil Room of Qingyun Temple. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced upon the gaunt visage of Daoist Ling Yun. Before him lay a collection of ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age. Some were tattered, while others bore indistinct inscriptions. For several days, he had meticulously perused nearly every text related to celestial beings and supernatural phenomena housed within the temple. Yet he found himself bewildered, unable to match any deity to the description provided by Wang De. White garments, a white deer, a black qilin. Ling Yun rubbed his temples, murmuring softly to himself. The combination of these images lacked clarity. The pantheon of Daoist deities was vast and intricate. Should he delve deeply, he could indeed uncover a few deities that fit such an extravagant portrayal, yet each felt somewhat forced and tenuous, with the magistrate, Zhao, pressing him for answers. Failing to produce a satisfactory explanation would be difficult to justify. Could it truly be, as the humble Daoist suspected, that this was some wandering mountain sage frolicking among mortals? He sighed, absently picking up a thin volume cloaked in dust, its edges darkened with age. This tome, titled The Jade Volume of the Water Spirit of Chu, appeared to be far older than many texts in the temple based on its material and binding. He had chanced upon it during his travels in Chu, found within the ruins of an ancient temple, and had set it aside due to its focus on local legends of water deities in the Yunmeng's area, which diverged significantly from mainstream Daoist scriptures. Well then, one must treat a dead horse as a live one. He brushed the dust from the cover and began to turn the pages. The script within was archaic, primarily composed in the ancient seal script of Chu, requiring considerable effort to decipher. The opening passages detailed the geographical transformations of Yunmengs and the mythological tales of flood control throughout the ages. Ling Yun felt his eyelids growing heavy, ready to abandon his quest, when suddenly, a particular passage caught his eye. The Lord of Yunmeng, known as Yunze. In ancient times, King Yu governed the waters, and the Lord of Yunze assisted, dredging the 9 rivers, guiding the 100 streams, his achievements overshadowing the lands of Chu. He later ascended to immortality, and the people revered his virtue, establishing shrines in his honor. This deity, often clad in white, rides a celestial deer through the vastness, commands a black qilin to subdue the flood dragons, governs clouds and rain, and oversees calamities and blessings. Daoist Ling Yun sat upright, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on those few lines. The description bore an astonishing resemblance to what Wang De had witnessed. He hastily read on. The text chronicled that this Lord of Yunze was a local water deity from the ancient Yunmeng's region, deeply venerated by the local populace. Later, as Daoism spread into Chu, many local deities were integrated into the Daoist pantheon to attract followers. Due to his accomplishments in flood control and dragon suppression, this Lord of Yunze was revered as the true monarch of Yunze, residing in the palace of Xuankong in Yunze. The Daoist scriptures also recorded that this true monarch was originally a water deity under the command of King Yu, aiding in the alleviation of the Yunmeng's floods. Upon his death, he was deified, tasked with governing the winds, rains, thunder, and lightning of Yunmengs, and suppressing malevolent water spirits. The true monarch of Xuankong and Yunze. Ling Yun murmured this title to himself. Mount Qingfeng lies on the very periphery of the ancient Yunmengs. The recent emergence of the flood dragon may indeed be linked to the excessive moisture of Yunmengs. If this celestial being had manifested to warn of the flood dragon, it would make perfect sense that his identity was intertwined with Yunmengs. Moreover, the term Xuankong indeed appears within the texts of Taoism, frequently employed to depict the celestial palaces or the exalted titles of high-ranking deities. There could be no mistake. The more Daoist Master Ling Yun pondered, the more he felt the possibility was substantial. Clad in garments as white as snow, perhaps representing the pure attire of the immortal beings, riding upon a celestial deer, with a qilin to ward off malevolence. These are all traditional insignia of ancient deities. Inquiring about the current dynasty's era name also makes sense. Such ancient gods, having long been absent from the mortal realm, would naturally be unaware of the passage of time. The stone weighing upon his heart finally settled, and he promptly rose to adjust his attire. This matter must be conveyed to the county magistrate without delay. In the back hall of the county office, Zhao Zhan was troubled over a half-written memorial. Upon hearing that Daoist Master Ling Yun had arrived, his spirits lifted immediately. "Please do come in." Daoist Master Ling Yun strode into the room, his face betraying a hint of uncontainable joy. "Esteemed magistrate, I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. I may have discovered some clues regarding that immortal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan was elated. Oh, pray elaborate, master. Feng Yong also edged closer. Curiosity etched across his face. Daoist Master Ling Yun recounted his findings within the Chuling Rainfall Jade record, detailing the accounts of Jun Yunze and the true monarch Xuankong Yunze. In my humble opinion, this illustrious immortal is highly likely to be the true monarch Xuankong Yunze. Zhao Zhan was left agape. True monarch Xuankong Yunze? The deity under King Yu who governs the waters? The one who commands the winds and rains of Yunming? Such titles resonate with a profound authority, far beyond that of mere woodland spirits. Is it true what you say, master? Zhao Zhan's voice trembled slightly. Feng Zong yin de zet, odo zong. I have also heard my elders speak of Yunmings, which is vast and boundless. Legends of water deities have existed since ancient times. If this true monarch has truly manifested, it would be a divine blessing for our Qinghe. Zhao Zhan inquired further. So, this true monarch Xuankong Yunze is indeed a local deity of our Chu region? Daoist Master Ling Yun nodded. Indeed, the Lord of Yunze is an ancient deity of Chu, later venerated by our Daoist sect, with a lineage of worship that endures to this day. His manifestation coincides perfectly with the occurrence of the dragon in Yunmings, aligning with the responsibilities of the true monarch. Zhao Zhan acknowledged with a sound but still harbored doubts. Master, while this matter is corroborated by texts, it remains a mere conjecture. What if we mistakenly worshipped the wrong deity? Would that not be an act of disrespect? This was a significant matter concerning his career, leaving no room for error. Daoist Master Ling Yun smiled faintly, clearly having anticipated this question. Your concerns are certainly valid, esteemed magistrate. The affairs of immortals are inherently mysterious, and we mortals can hardly perceive them with clarity. My assertions are merely grounded in textual inference. I cannot claim absolute certainty. He then shifted the conversation. However, I do possess a method that might allow us to encompass both sides. Oh, what clever plan do you propose, master? Zhao Zhan pressed on. Daoist Master Ling Yun stroked his beard and calmly elucidated. We know that the site of the immortal's manifestation lies within the bamboo grove of Qingfeng Mountain. The esteemed magistrate might prepare incense, candles, fruits, and livestock as offerings, and conduct a ceremony of thanks in that bamboo grove. The ceremony need not be overly extravagant. Sincerity of heart is what truly matters. As for the prayer, it should be personally composed by Your Excellency, to express gratitude for the celestial being's warning and salvation of the people, while beseeching the celestial being to continue bestowing blessings upon the Qinghe, ensuring favorable weather and the well-being of its citizens. The final step, which is crucial, involves Daoist Ling Yun casting a glance at Zhao Zhan, suggesting that the hunter Wang De, who is fated to be connected with the celestial being, personally incinerate the prayer, allowing it to ascend to the heavens. This way, even if our assumptions were erroneous, the celestial being would not take offense, for our intentions are sincere expressions of gratitude rather than deliberate disrespect. Should it indeed be the esteemed Xuankong Yunze, he would undoubtedly sense our earnestness and be pleased. If he is not the true celestial, then, possessing divine abilities, he would surely convey our gratitude to the genuine celestial being who manifests holiness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan clapped his thigh in admiration, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Daoist, your plan is truly ingenious. It not only conveys our respect, but also avoids the embarrassment of worshipping the wrong deity, while allowing Wang De to bask in some celestial energy, truly a threefold gain." His earlier unease dissipated, replaced by a smile. Let us proceed as the Daoist suggests. Master Feng, please prepare offerings at once, ensuring they are abundant and pristine. Yes, East Wang. Feng Yong bowed in acknowledgement. Zhao Zhan then clasped his hands in reverence towards Daoist Ling Yun, saying, I am deeply grateful for your diligence in uncovering such a significant lead. Once this matter is resolved, I shall surely reward you handsomely. Daoist Ling Yun performed a respectful bow, replying, Your Excellency is too kind. Alleviating your worries and praying for the locality's blessings is my duty. However, regarding the title of the esteemed Xuankong Yunze, I must kindly request that Your Excellency Keep it confidential until the completion of the ritual and before any clear indications arise. To avoid any unforeseen complications. Zhao Zhan found this reasoning sound. The Daoist considerations are thorough, I understand. He resolved that after the ritual of gratitude, they would await any further indications from the celestial before making a final decision. He was determined to conduct the ritual with utmost solemnity and sincerity. For if he could gain even a modicum of favor from the celestial being, his path to prosperity would be firmly secured. This matter must be expedited. Looking out the window, he noted that the day was still early. I propose we hold it tomorrow. What do you think? Daoist Lingyun nodded in agreement. Better early than late. Sincerity will yield results. Tomorrow is indeed favorable. Excellent. Zhao Zhan rose, invigorated. I will make arrangements at once. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany the Daoist to Xuankong Mountain to preside over the gratitude ritual. He could already envision the moment when the celestial being's name resonated throughout Qinghe and ascended to the heavens, at which point his own name would be immortalized in history, becoming a tale of renown. This celestial affinity with Xuankong Mountain was within his grasp. Chapter 19. The bamboo's gratitude the following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Zheng and Daoist Lingyun, along with their companions, arrived at the foot of Xuankong Mountain. The once tranquil village entrance was now bustling with activity. The villagers, having survived the calamity, were clearing away the mud under the leadership of Wang Shan, attempting to salvage anything of use from the ruins. Women and children were gathered around makeshift shelters at the rear of the mountain, kindling fires to prepare gruel. The county magistrate has arrived. A keen-eyed villager spotted Zhao Zheng's official sedan and shouted eagerly. Instantly, all work came to a halt as everyone gathered around. We pay our respects to the county magistrate. The Daoist has come too. The villagers bore the weariness of survival on their faces, yet their eyes reflected a newfound sense of security. Upon disembarking from his sedan, Zhao Zheng surveyed the scene before him, filled with emotion. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly, "Villagers, I have come today for a matter of great importance. The Immortal has manifested, forewarning us of calamities and saving the lives of everyone in Xuankong village. Such grace cannot go unacknowledged. After discussions with Daoist Lingyun, we have decided to hold a ceremony in the bamboo grove where the Immortal appeared to express our gratitude and beseech their continued protection over our land, ensuring favorable weather and the well-being of our people." At these words, the villagers paused in astonishment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Indeed, the county magistrate speaks the truth. We must not forget the Immortal's life-saving grace. Yes, we should go and pay our respects to the Immortal. Wang Shan, leaning on his cane, trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "On behalf of Xuankong village, I thank you, sir. Indeed, I too wish to bow before the Immortal." Wang De, brimming with enthusiasm, felt a deep connection to the Immortal and insisted on attending the gratitude ceremony. Zhao Zheng raised his hand, signaling for silence. "I understand the villagers' sentiments. The county has prepared offerings, so there is no need for you all to." Before he could finish, a woman clutching a clay jar stepped forward, saying, "Sir, this is the last of my pickled vegetables. It is a token of respect. Please do not think it insufficient. I have half a bag of millet. My family has a few pieces of dried meat." The villagers clamored to present their finest possessions to the Immortal. The fervor of these villagers nearly overwhelmed Zhao Zheng. Feng Yong, watching from the side, was astounded by the Immortal's magnetic influence. Zhao Zheng, both amused and exasperated, waved his hands repeatedly. "Villagers, please, hear me out. The Immortal will surely sense your goodwill, but you have just endured a disaster. It is a trying time, and these provisions should be reserved for your own sustenance. The county has already prepared ample offerings to demonstrate our sincerity." Yet the villagers remained resolute. "Sir, this is our heartfelt offering. Yes, the Immortal saved our lives. If we do not contribute something, we shall not feel at ease." As the situation began to spiral, Daoist Lingyun stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Dear villagers, the county magistrate speaks with great wisdom. The celestial beings value sincerity of heart. The quantity of offerings is of little consequence. Your earnest intentions are surely understood by the celestial master." Wang Shan, realizing the situation, promptly addressed the villagers. heed the words of the county magistrate. The celestial master has saved us, and we must not cause further trouble for him or the magistrate. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhan decided that Wang Laozhong, Wang De, and several other esteemed elders should each prepare an offering, representing the heartfelt intentions of all the villagers of Qingfeng. Although the villagers were somewhat reluctant, they gradually accepted the magistrate's reasoning and fell silent. Ultimately, Wang Shan contributed a small bag of fine rice. Wang De offered a freshly prepared wild chicken, and several other village elders gathered some dried fruits and wild vegetables. Though meager, these were the best offerings they could muster at the present time. Zhao Zhen nodded in satisfaction and instructed the officers to bring forth the incense, candles, 3 offerings, fruits, and other tributes, along with the modest offerings prepared by Wang Shan and the others. Guided by Wang De, the group made their way towards the bamboo grove nestled halfway up the hill. Upon arriving at the familiar bamboo grove, they found it still lush and vibrant, its freshness heightened by the recent rains. The palm-sized blue stone lay quietly, seemingly unchanged by the passage of time. The officers swiftly set to work, clearing a space and assembling a makeshift altar. Wang Shan, Wang De, and the others respectfully arranged their offerings. Zhao Zhen personally lit 3 sticks of incense, his demeanor solemn. Daoist Lingyun then produced a peachwood sword and several yellow talismans, chanting incantations as he began to establish the ritual altar. Unbeknownst to all, just beneath the revered blue stone, several feet deep within the earth, lay an entirely different scene. Li Yin sat cross-legged in a newly excavated stone chamber, directly beneath the very stone where Wang De claimed the celestial master once sat. He had not been idle these past few days. Through a series of random mount rolls, he had finally acquired a steed known as the Earth Rock Divine Bear. This creature resembled a brown bear, but was clad in heavy rocky scales, its claws extraordinarily sharp, adept at burrowing underground and manipulating earth and stone. Li Yin had observed Zhao Zhen and his companions during their first visit to the bamboo grove, kneeling and bowing before the blue stone while chanting fervent prayers. This piqued his curiosity, and he resolved to dig a tunnel for eavesdropping and future preparations for divine manifestations. Thus, he commanded the Earth Rock Divine Bear to begin excavating a tunnel from his stone dwelling, quietly burrowing downward until it connected directly beneath the bamboo grove's blue stone. He then utilized the bear's ability to manipulate earth and stone to reinforce the tunnel. However, shortly after creating the passage, he overheard the Thanksgiving ceremony taking place above. At this moment, through the small ventilation holes left in the ceiling of the stone chamber, he could faintly hear the activities occurring on the surface. The rhythmic prayers of Daoist Lingyun reached his ears. Xuankong Yunze Jinjuan? Li Yin mused, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that the county magistrate and the Daoist would bestow upon him such a specific identity. Heaven and earth are in perfect harmony, and the Tao transcends time. Indeed, such flattery makes even me blush. This performance is increasingly resembling its intended essence. The incantation by Daoist Lingyun flows eloquently, filled with praises and petitions for protection. It notably highlights the Immortal's warning about the lurking dragon and how County Magistrate Zhao Zhan led the populace to safety, soothing their hearts. Li Yin listened with amusement. This magistrate certainly knows how to craft his narratives. Upon the conclusion of the incantation, Daoist Lingyun courteously handed the yellowed paper to Wang De. This is a memorial to be delivered to the heavens. You must burn it with utmost reverence. Yes, Daoist, Wang De replied, his hands trembling slightly as he received the memorial. Kneeling before the azure stone, he raised the paper high, reciting earnestly, Villager Wang De humbly thanks the Immortal for saving lives. May the Immortal enjoy the offerings and bless Qingfeng Village with a swift reconstruction of our homes. And may Qingha County be graced with favorable weather. Having spoken, he took the firebrand from the constable and ignited the memorial. Flames leaped, swiftly curling the paper, turning it black, and transforming it into a wisp of azure smoke that gracefully ascended into the sky, merging with the mist above the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhen and Feng Yong nodded in approval from the side. Though the ceremony was simple, it encompassed all necessary steps, and the intention was conveyed. Now, It remained to be seen whether the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze would respond. Within the bamboo grove, after completing their rites, Zhao Zhen and the others did not depart immediately. Zhao Zhen turned to Wang De, kindly inquiring, "Wang De, since you were favored by the Immortal, did the Immortal leave any words or tokens before departing?" Wang De scratched his head, recalling carefully. Reporting to the magistrate, the Immortal simply inquired about the current era name and the state of the world, but did not say much else. As for tokens, there were none. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Zhen's eyes. Daoist Ling Yun interjected, "County magistrate, the actions of immortals are often unpredictable. Perhaps the true monarch merely passed through, displaying compassion without the desire to leave a significant mark." Zhao Zhen nodded, accepting this perspective. After pondering for a moment, he instructed, "Wang De, since the Immortal has manifested here twice, it is clear there is a deep connection to this place. You should come here often to keep it clean, perhaps. There will be another opportunity to meet the Immortal." "Yes, I understand, magistrate." Wang De responded promptly, his face alight with joy. To guard the sacred ground of the Immortal was, in his eyes, a tremendous honor. Zhao Zhen offered a few more words of caution before preparing to leave the bamboo grove with the others. Below, Li Yin listened intently to their conversation. The true monarch of Xuankong Yunze. It indeed sounds formidable. Since they are so convinced, why not ride this wave? A resounding title is far more advantageous than an anonymous immortal. Moreover, this name carries connotations of water governance and dragon suppression, perfectly aligning with his previous actions. It is almost tailor-made. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. He resolved that during his next divine manifestation, he would do so under the esteemed name of the celestial sovereign of the profound abyss and cloudy waters. Chapter 20. The true monarch's offering. The night enveloped the Xuankong mountain in a profound silence, as dark as ink. In the bamboo grove, a shadow emerged silently from the subterranean tunnel, revealing the earth spirit bear summoned by Li Yin. With its sturdy paw, it gently nudged the soil beneath the bluestone slab, causing it to yield like tofu. Cautiously, it peeked out to ensure the surroundings were clear. "Gather." With a flicker of thought, the offerings laid upon the altar, 3 sacrificial animals, fruits, pastries, along with the scant rice and wild chickens gathered by Wang Shan and his companions, were swept into the storage compartment of his game pouch. Although this compartment could not retrieve game items, it proved quite convenient for storing worldly possessions. Having completed this task, Li Yin instructed the Earth Spirit Bear to restore the tunnel entrance to its original state, leaving no trace behind. He mounted the bear and traversed the underground passage back to his stone cave located halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the stone cave had transformed from its former rudimentary state. The ground had been flattened by the bear's innate powers, and the walls were smoothed to a considerable sheen. A stone table, several stone stools, and even a rudimentary stone bed adorned with thick hay and unknown animal hides had been arranged, with a small shelf woven from vines for storage at the head of the bed. On the walls, Li Yin had carved several grooves with the bear, placing luminous stones within. These had been enchanted using the powers of a light that he had acquired days earlier, serving as the cave's illumination. The entire cave, though simple, exuded an unusual warmth. Li Yin carefully retrieved the sacrificial offerings from his pouch and arranged them on the stone table. The oil paper-wrapped roast chicken emitted an enticing aroma. The pastries, though not exquisite, were indeed fit for human consumption. Alongside the rustic fruits and the rice and wild chickens presented by Wang Shan and his companions, he picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a gentle bite. The sweet, glutinous flavor blossomed in his mouth, evoking a long-lost familiarity. Since his arrival in this strange land, his diet had consisted solely of unseasoned beast meat or sour wild fruits. This food, imbued with the essence of human existence, nearly brought him to tears. At long last, he was savoring something truly edible. He devoured the food ravenously, his eyes glistening with moisture, like the wind sweeping away the clouds. He consumed most of the offerings, his hunger finally quelled. Leaning against the stone wall, Li Yin began to ponder. The reactions of Zhao Zheng and the others had been entirely anticipated. The true monarch of Xuankong Yunze, he murmured this title softly. Since you have all conspired to craft this identity for me, it would be a waste not to embrace it. This identity was tailor-made for him, providing a plausible reason for his presence and an explanation for his knowledge of calamities. Most importantly, the title of True Monarch was sufficiently illustrious, commanding respect and awe. Henceforth, he would conduct his affairs under the name of the True Monarch of Xuankong Yunze. Yet, with this title acquired, how could he maximize the benefits it afforded? He is in need of a stable stronghold, requiring further information, with the ultimate goal of discovering the path back home or establishing a foothold in this world. Qingfeng Village, or rather Qinghe County, shall serve as the first step into this realm. The county magistrate, Zhao Zhen, is evidently a valuable ally. It is imperative to instill in him a deeper belief in the existence of the celestial being. The following morning, Wang De approached the bamboo grove with profound reverence. He recalled the magistrate's instructions, reminding himself to come daily to maintain the space, perhaps even to catch another glimpse of the divine visage. However, upon entering the grove and observing the altar, he was left utterly astounded. It was entirely bare. The offerings from the previous day, sacrificial meats, fruits, pastries, along with the meager contributions from the villagers, had completely vanished. This. Wang De rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He rushed forward, scrutinizing the altar meticulously. It was spotless, devoid of even a trace of oil. The ground bore no signs of wild beasts having ravaged the area, and the vessels that once held the offerings had disappeared without a trace. Could it be? A thought exploded in his mind. It must be the celestial being. Surely the celestial being has partaken of the offerings. Wang De trembled with excitement, his face flushed crimson. The celestial being has truly manifested. The celestial being has indeed accepted our offerings. With a sudden thud, he knelt upon the ground, bowing fervently before the slab of blue stone, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, celestial being. Thank you, celestial being. Once he completed his bows, he sprang to his feet, abandoning his broom, and dashed down the mountain in a frenzy. Elder of the village, a momentous occasion, a tremendous joy. Wang De raced back to the village, bursting into Wang Shan's humble abode. Wang Shan, sipping his rice porridge, was startled by his sudden entrance. "Dizzy, what are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Wang De gasped for breath. Elder, the celestial being has taken the offerings. What? Wang Shan's bowl clattered to the ground, spilling porridge everywhere. He disregarded the mess and seized Wang De's arm. Repeat that. What has happened? Wang De recounted his discovery in the bamboo grove, and upon hearing it, Wang Shan's face flushed with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! The celestial being has accepted our offerings. This is an extraordinary blessing." He made a swift decision. "Dizzy, you must go to the county town at once and report this to the magistrate." "Hurry." "Understood. I shall go at once." Wang De responded, turning back toward the county town. In the back hall of the county office, Zhao Zhen and Feng Yong were deliberating on the phrasing of a memorial concerning the celestial being's deeds. At that moment, a constable hurried in to report, "Your Excellency, the hunter Wang De from Qingfeng Village seeks an audience, claiming to have news of great significance." Wang De. Zhao Zhen perked up. "Let him in at once." Upon entering, Wang De immediately knelt before Zhao Zhen. "I pay my respects to the esteemed magistrate. I have momentous news to convey." "Speak quickly. What is this urgent matter?" Zhao Zhen feigned calmness, though he had already surmised part of the truth. "My lord, the venerable Immortal, the esteemed elder has taken away all the offerings we presented yesterday, leaving not a single remnant." Wang De exclaimed with fervor. "What?" Zhao Zhen leapt to his feet, his face brimming with delight. "Is this truly the case?" "Absolutely. This morning, I went to the bamboo grove to tidy up and found the altar completely bare, not even a fruit pit left behind. It must be that the Immortal has manifested, partaking of our offerings." "Excellent." Zhao Zhen clapped his hands in joyous laughter. "The Immortal's acceptance of our offerings signifies the acknowledgement of our sincerity." Feng Yong, standing nearby, also wore a broad smile. "Congratulations, Eastern Lord, congratulations." In high spirits, Zhao Zhan turned to Wang De and commended. You have done exceptionally well. Consider this a merit to your name. Now, you may take your leave and rest. Thank you, my lord. Wang De departed with a beaming expression. Turning to Feng Yong, Zhao Zhan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Immediately go to Qingyun Temple and summon Daoist Lingyun. I have urgent matters to discuss. Yes, Eastern Lord. Feng Yong did not dare to delay and hurried away. Before long, Daoist Lingyun was summoned to the county office. Upon hearing Wang Da's discovery, Daoist Lingyun stroked his beard and smiled. Esteemed county lord, I have always stated that sincerity brings forth the divine. The Immortal has taken all the offerings without leaving a trace, which is indicative of the Celestial's abilities distinctly different from those of ordinary spirits. This signifies that the Immortal not only recognizes our worship, but also tacitly affirms our conjecture. Zhao Zhan eagerly inquired, do you mean to suggest that this Immortal is indeed the true monarch Xuankong Yunze? Daoist Lingyun nodded gravely. It is highly probable. Ordinary deities typically leave some traces after partaking of offerings or only take a portion of the essence. However, to completely dissolve both the offerings and the vessels without a trace of the mundane, such divine prowess is beyond the capabilities of common immortals. Coupled with the true monarch's roles in subduing dragons and governing fortunes, this manifestation serves as both a warning and a gracious acceptance of offerings. I believe that venerating the true monarch Xuankong Yunze is undoubtedly the right course. Wonderful. Zhao Zhan clapped the table, erasing the last remnants of doubt from his heart. Now that we have confirmed the true monarch's name, I can rightfully submit my memorial. He glanced at Feng Yong and instructed, immediately amend the memorial to include the title True Monarch Xuankong Yunze. Ensure that the merits of the true monarch and our efforts to avert disaster are meticulously recorded with the utmost sincerity. Understood, Eastern Lord. Feng Yong felt invigorated, knowing that his pen would once again achieve significant merit. Zhao Zhan continued, convey my orders. Summon all skilled craftsmen, stonemasons, carpenters, and painters within the county. None shall be overlooked. I intend to construct a temple for the true monarch Xuankong Yunze at the foot of Xuankong Mountain. Erect a stone tablet to proclaim the true monarch's benevolence, and allow the populace to revere him. The temple's plaque shall read Temple of True Monarch Xuankong Yunze. The merit tablet shall be named Tablet of the True Monarch's Manifestation to Save the People. As for the inscription, I would be grateful if Daoist Lingyun could oversee this, ensuring that the true monarch's merits and the reverence of our officials and citizens of Qinghe County are eloquently expressed. The Daoist Lingyun bowed respectfully and assured, rest assured, esteemed county lord, I shall exert my utmost effort. Internally, he felt a surge of joy. Composing an epitaph for a true sovereign would greatly enhance the reputation of his Qingyun temple. Moreover, through this endeavor, he could glean insights into the esteemed sovereign. Should the claims prove genuine, the long-cherished aspirations of transcending the cycles of life and death to attain immortality would no longer be mere fantasies. Zhao Zhan stood by the window, gazing towards the direction of Xuankong Mountain, his eyes brimming with aspiration for the future. The true sovereign of Xuankong Yunze. With the patronage of this sovereign, Zhao Zhan's official career would surely shine brightly. Furthermore, Qinghe County would gain renown in southern Chu due to the divine presence of this sovereign. With resolute determination, Zhao Zhan dispatched the memorial at once, utilizing swift steeds to expedite its delivery. Concurrently, the county's notice was posted, announcing the construction of a temple for the true sovereign of Xuankong Yunze at the foot of Xuankong Mountain and calling for craftsmen to join the endeavor. In an instant, the entire Qinghe County erupted in excitement. The Immortal had not only manifested his divine warnings, but had also partaken of offerings, dispelling all doubts. The true sovereign of Xuankong Yunze of Xuankong Mountain had firmly established his illustrious title. Chapter 21. Turmoil at the state capitol in the back hall of the Qinghe County Yamen. A serene study awaited. Outside, the resplendent moon cast its silvery glow upon the courtyard. Zhao Zhan sat by the window, clutching a scroll, yet his thoughts drifted aimlessly into the night sky. An air of restlessness enveloped him, rendering the words on the page utterly indecipherable. Suddenly, A soft sound broke the silence as the door creaked open. Zhao Zhan snapped back to reality, realizing it was his wife, Lin, who entered with a bowl of lotus seed porridge, treading lightly. "Dear husband, the night is deep. Please drink something warm," she said, placing the bowl down. Zhao Zhan accepted it, the fragrant steam rising to greet him. "Have the children gone to bed?" he inquired. "Yes, they are sound asleep," Lin replied. She moved behind him, gently kneading his shoulders with tender hands. Zhao Zhan sighed contentedly, leaning back slightly. "These years, I have taken you from the capital to this remote place. I truly feel I have wronged you," he expressed with a hint of regret. Lin paused momentarily in her ministrations, then continued softly, "My dear husband, such words are unnecessary. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. We are a family, and wherever we are together, it is home. Moreover, Qinghe County boasts clear mountains and pure waters. With simple folk, it is far more tranquil than the intrigues of the capital." Zhao Zhan grasped his wife's hand. "Your understanding brings me great comfort." He turned to gaze at the moon outside, falling into a moment of silence before suddenly asking, "My dear, do you believe there are truly immortals in this world?" Lin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "What has prompted such a question today? If there are indeed immortals, then surely there exists the underworld and the celestial palaces above." Zhao Zhan spoke with hesitation, laced with curiosity. Lin, perceptive as she was, immediately discerned his thoughts. She replied gently, "My husband serves in office, fulfilling his duties to the emperor and remaining untainted by the common folk. If there are divine beings, they ought to protect a man of your integrity. What one should truly fear are those in the capital and the state government who enjoy their positions without merit, exploiting the people. They're the ones who lie awake in terror of ghosts and deities." As Lin's words washed over him, Zhao Zhan felt a warm tide swell within. Indeed, he had always acted with honor and integrity. During his tenure in the capital, he refused to conspire with the corrupt, which led to his demotion to this place. Since arriving in Qinghe, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, never daring to slacken his efforts. This warning from the celestial beings had enabled him to lead many to safety, saving hundreds of lives, a monumental achievement. "You speak wisely," Zhao Zhan nodded. "I have submitted my memorial to the state government. I wonder what their response will be." Lin adjusted his attire. "My husband, act with a clear conscience, and leave the outcome to fate. I believe that those of good character will receive divine favor." In Jiangzhou City, within the office of the Jiangzhou prefect. Jiangzhou City, the seat of the Jiangzhou administration, is strategically located at the northern border of Nanchu, facing the northern Yan across the Celestial River. Since the establishment of Nanchu, it has served as a military stronghold and a strategic hub for surrounding regions. Thus, the court appointed a military governor to oversee Jiangzhou and its neighboring states, with the governor's office situated in Jiangzhou City. Most of the military governors are appointed by the emperor's trusted confidants, wielding significant power and commanding formidable forces. Although the governor of Jiangzhou oversees the province's administrative affairs, in such a crucial military stronghold, governance often depends on the military's authority, especially in the location of the governor's office, where the magistrate must tread carefully and consult the military governor on major matters. At this moment, the office of Jiangzhou's magistrate is brightly lit. Lu Sun, the magistrate of Jiangzhou, is intently examining an urgent memorial from Qinghe County, his brow furrowed. The magistrate of Qinghe, Zhao Zhan. Lu Sun sets the memorial down, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. He recalls this individual somewhat. Years ago, in the capital, he offended certain persons and was subsequently relegated to that remote and desolate place. He picks up the memorial and reads it again. A celestial being has issued a warning. A calamity has arisen from the serpentine creatures, and the magistrate has led his people to seek refuge, following which the celestial being accepted offerings. A faint smirk appears on Lu Sun's lips. Such auspicious events are, 9 times out of 10, mere fabrications conjured by itinerant sorcerers or local officials seeking fame and recognition. However, the current emperor has a penchant for such matters, a fact well known throughout the court and the realm. Could it be that Zhao Zhan seeks to capture the emperor's attention with this tale? If true, It would indeed be a monumental achievement worthy of report to the court, and the emperor would surely be delighted. As his superior, I would also bask in the reflected glory. Yet, should it be revealed as falsehood, it would be an act of treachery against the emperor. Zhao Zhan would be doomed, but I too might not escape the consequences of negligence. My official cap would be precariously perched. Having navigated the treacherous waters of court life for decades, Lu Sun understands that the term auspicious can serve as both a ladder to success and a death knell. The more he contemplates, the greater his headache becomes. Zhao Zhan is, by all accounts, a loyal minister of some integrity, but his lack of cunning has led to his current predicament. Would he be foolish enough to gamble his life and career on such a matter? The Lord of the Azure Vault. Lu Sun murmurs this title, which indeed carries a semblance of celestial grandeur, though its authenticity remains uncertain. A staff member, noticing Lu Sun's troubled expression, approaches softly. "My lord, I believe that perhaps Magistrate Zhao Zhan has indeed encountered something extraordinary. His willingness to report it suggests he possesses some degree of confidence. However, given the magnitude of this matter, its veracity is difficult to ascertain. It may not be prudent for you to approve it outright, nor to suppress it entirely." Lu Sun glances at him. "Then, what do you suggest?" The aide bows slightly. "My lord, Jiangzhou is a military stronghold, with Governor Yang overseeing multiple provinces' military affairs, deeply trusted by the emperor. This matter involves celestial omens and is of great significance. It would be wise to forward this memorial to Governor Yang for his determination. As a pillar of the nation and a confidant of the emperor, his scrutiny would lend weight to the matter. If there is any impropriety, the governor will surely reject it. If it is indeed an omen, he can report it, adding further gravitas." Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's eyes brighten. Indeed, Governor Yang Lai, a former subordinate of the emperor during his time in the palace, enjoys the emperor's favor. Now stationed in Jiangzhou, he commands a formidable military force, holding sway over the military affairs of the region. If this matter pertains to celestial signs, the credit would certainly belong to the governor, should it prove false. With Governor Yang as a formidable shield, Lu Sun's troubles would be greatly diminished. A sound argument. Lu Sun slammed his thigh, recognizing the gravity of the matter at hand, which should be determined by the governor. He promptly took up his brush and appended a brief memorandum to Zhao Zhan's memorial, indicating the seriousness of the situation and his reluctance to make a unilateral decision, earnestly requesting the governor's directive. "Kumin," Lu Sun called out. A confidant responded swiftly and entered. "Deliver this memorial, along with my memorandum, immediately to the governor's office." "As you command." The attendant took the sealed documents and hurried away. Lu Sun exhaled deeply, feeling the burden on his shoulders lighten considerably. He approached the window and gazed at the luminous moon in the night sky, pondering. "Zhao Zhan, what exactly are you concealing within your gourd? Whether it be fortune or misfortune depends on your own fate and the governor's judgment." He could only hope that this matter would not implicate him. The true nature of the Xuankong Yunze of Qinghe County would ultimately rest upon the governor's discernment. Chapter 22. Mixed feelings. The official document from the Jiangzhou prefecture arrived even more swiftly than Zhao Zhan had anticipated. When the wax-sealed missive, emblazoned with the grand seal of the Jiangzhou governor, lay before him, Zhao Zhan felt his heart leap into his throat. The governor, Lord Yang, personally responding? He found it hard to believe and hastily tore it open. Feng Yong, standing beside him, also held his breath, feeling even more anxious than Zhao Zhan. This was none other than Governor Yang Lai, a cornerstone of the current regime, favored by the court, overseeing military affairs in Jiangzhou and its neighboring provinces, and rarely concerning himself with local civil matters. Yet, here he was, issuing a decree regarding a miraculous event in Qinghe County. The significance of this was indeed profound. As Zhao Zhan read with swift comprehension, his expression grew increasingly complex. "What does it say, Dongwang?" Feng Yong, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered after Zhao Zhan finished. Zhao Zhan exhaled deeply, handing the document to Feng Yong while rubbing his temples. "You read it for yourself." Feng Yong accepted the document and studied it intently. The opening lines brought him some relief. Governor Yang Lai commended Zhao Zhan for his handling of the recent calamity in Qinghe County. acknowledging his calm demeanor and appropriate measures that safeguarded the villagers, attributing significant merit to his actions. Furthermore, it was stated that the disaster in Xuankong village had been duly recorded by the inspectorate and would be presented to the court during the year-end evaluations. Advocating for Zhao Zhen's commendation, the request for tax relief for Xuankong village had also been approved. The prefecture would immediately allocate funds and provisions for the post-disaster reconstruction of Xuankong village and for the relief of the victims. Dong Wang, this is excellent news. Feng Yong's face lit up with joy upon reading this part. The governor has affirmed your contributions. This is worth more than anything. The tax relief for Xuankong village and the allocation of provisions will surely pacify the populace. Zhao Zhen nodded, yet his expression remained far from relaxed. Continue reading. A chill ran through Feng Yong, and he hastily resumed reading. The latter half of the document shifted its focus to the matter concerning the manifestation of the Xuankong Yunze. As for the reported divine warning, the manifestation of Xuankong Yunze is of grave importance. It must be thoroughly investigated and approached with caution. Conduct further inquiries to ensure accuracy. And if there is substantial evidence, free from the baseless rumors of the ignorant populace, I shall dispatch personnel to verify and make a determination. Do not act on hearsay, as it may disturb the local order and mislead the nation and its people. In just a few sentences, the weight of his words was palpable. After finishing, Feng Yong felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Dong Wang, it seems the governor is rather cautious regarding this matter. His wording is quite careful. Zhao Zhen let out a bitter laugh. Cautious is an understatement. It is a warning. What kind of person is Governor Yang? He has weathered storms we cannot even fathom. In recent years, of the so-called auspicious signs reported by various prefectures, 8 or 9 out of 10 have turned out to be fabrications, either local officials seeking accolades or itinerant sorcerers indulging in mysticism. In the end, those affairs have invariably resulted in disgrace. The lightest punishment is demotion, while the gravest can lead to exile. That the governor does not outright dismiss this is already a concession, considering the tangible results of my disaster relief efforts. Feng Yong listened, feeling a chill run down his spine. Indeed, as the Eastern elder asserted a few years ago, it was said that a portent known as the Phoenix Descends emerged in the neighboring Huzhou. An investigation revealed that a wealthy local family, in an attempt to evade taxes, colluded with the county magistrate, orchestrating a ruse with sky lanterns and dyed pheasants. That magistrate is now serving in the northern regions. Zhao Zhen sighed, acknowledging his own impatience. Upon hearing that the Immortal had accepted offerings, he had assumed everything was settled and hastily submitted his memorial. He paused, turning to Feng Yong. However, my dear advisor, have you not noticed that the reply from the governor is not entirely unfavorable? Feng Yong was taken aback and examined the official document closely, pondering, is it that you refer to the lines? If there is indeed concrete evidence, this official will send personnel to verify? Precisely. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Zhao Zhen's eyes. The governor did not categorically declare it false, nor did he prohibit us from further investigation. He merely requested concrete evidence. What does this imply? It suggests that he harbors a measure of belief, albeit not complete faith. Consider this. Had he truly deemed it mere nonsense, he could have easily issued a reprimand, silencing us, or even dispatched an inspector to investigate us for disturbing the populace. Yet he did not. He simply urged us to be prudent and to present evidence. Enlightened by Zhao Zhen's insight, Feng Yong felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Indeed, Eastern Elder, the governor is granting us an opportunity. If we can provide evidence that convinces him, this matter holds great promise. Exactly, Zhao Zhen exclaimed, his hands sweeping through the air. The true monarch of Xuankong Yunze has manifested his presence not once, but twice, and has accepted our offerings. Is that not sufficient proof? Since he is willing to intervene on behalf of Xuankong village and accept our incense, he will surely reveal himself a third and fourth time. If the true monarch showcases his divine presence a few more times, the provincial government will inevitably send representatives. By then, with witnesses and material evidence at hand, they will have no choice but to believe. The doubts and anxieties that had once lingered within him transformed into a powerful impetus. The governor's caution had ignited his fighting spirit. "Advisor, this matter has already been filed with the provincial government. My task now is to render this divine manifestation more credible." He abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Feng Yong, you must immediately attend to several matters." "At your command, Eastern Elder." Feng Yong replied with a bow. "First, transcribe the governor's reply and post it at the entrance of the county office, particularly regarding the tax reductions and the allocation of funds. The entire county must be made aware that this is the governor's grace and the true monarch's protection." "Understood." "Second, summon County Vice Lu Mao, Chief Scribe Sun Ming, and County Officer Chun Hu at once." Zhao Zhen emphasized. "The construction of a temple for the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze and the inscription of a stone tablet are of paramount importance to our county. There must be no slackening of effort. If we lack craftsmen, we shall requisition from the villages. If stone and timber are insufficient, we will urge the gentry to contribute. It is imperative to construct the Zhenjuan Temple and establish the Merit Monument in the shortest time possible. I wish for all to witness the profound reverence that the people of Qinghe County hold for Zhenjuan." Feng Yong felt a surge of fervor and replied, "Rest assured, sir, I shall keep a vigilant watch over this matter." Zhao Zhan approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, where mist swirled, and the outline of the peaks could faintly be discerned. "O Zhenjuan," he silently pondered, "if you truly possess divine essence, please reveal your miracles once more." The trajectory of Zhao Zhan's future and the destiny of Qinghe may very well hinge upon this moment. He understood that this chess game extended far beyond the borders of Qinghe County. The gaze of the regional governor had already turned towards them. He must seize this opportunity to transform this celestial affinity into tangible achievements in governance. Moreover, as if recalling something, Zhao Zhen added, "The sacred blue stone where the immortal manifested, and that grove of bamboo, must be closely guarded, forbidding anyone from approaching or desecrating it. It should be diligently maintained and offerings made daily. Let that rascal Wang De be in charge of this matter. His connection with the immortal makes him the most suitable choice." "Understood." Feng Yong diligently noted everything. Zhao Zhan waved his hand. "Go now. This matter should not be delayed." Feng Yong departed with haste, leaving Zhao Zhan alone once more. He picked up the official document again, running his fingers over the characters of the Jiangzhou regional governor's seal, his gaze growing increasingly profound. This upheaval, sparked by the divine manifestation, had already exceeded his expectations. Yet, with the arrow knocked, there was no choice but to release it. Zhao Zhan either ascends to great heights or remains in this remote county, wasting his life away. "Xuankong Yunze Zhenjuan," he murmured softly, his eyes glinting with both anticipation and resolve. "I shall wager on you this once." The moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon his resolute face, adding an air of solemnity that was difficult to articulate. Chapter 23: The emergence of incense at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The continuous sound of hammers echoed incessantly. Under the supervision of the officials, dozens of craftsmen were fervently engaged in the construction of the Xuankong Yunze Temple. The foundation had been laid, and several grand beams had been erected, subtly revealing a sense of solemnity. Upon hearing of the celestial marvels and witnessing the government's vigorous efforts, the local villagers flocked to the hastily assembled makeshift incense altar, burning incense and bowing in prayer for safety. In no time, the foot of Qingfeng Mountain was alive with the fervor of incense offerings and the clamor of voices. Lian sat cross-legged within a stone cave, keenly observing the scene below. "Goodness, the number of people burning incense exceeds those who vie for bosses in my games," he mused. "The government's efficiency is commendable. In just a few days, the temple's framework has taken shape. I wonder, does this fervent incense have any tangible benefits for me?" He pondered. Redirecting his attention to the game icons within his view, he noticed that the random mount dice continued to refresh daily. The icon for his game inventory seemed to shimmer with newfound brightness. A spark of realization flickered in Li Yan's mind, and his focus honed in on the game inventory. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The inventory interface, which had previously been a dull gray, now exhibited subtle changes. However, what intrigued him was that among the once muted item icons, a few had illuminated, revealing themselves as pickable white items. "Can I use them?" Lian's breath hitched, and his fingers trembled slightly. He hastily navigated to the potions section. Indeed, several icons glowed with promise. "Would you like to retrieve a small chi recovery pill X1? "Yes." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a delicate porcelain vial materialized in his hand. Upon uncorking it, a faint medicinal aroma wafted into the air. He poured out a pill, its azure hue mirroring the game's icon perfectly. White quality, the lowest tier of items, is now accessible. Suppressing his excitement, Lian quickly scanned through the newly unlocked white items. Most were low-level potions, such as the small chi recovery pill, alongside some basic monster materials and low-tier tools. Though their quality was modest, this signified that he had finally acquired extraordinary power that could be wielded beyond mere cosmetics and mounts. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Lian Chocolat, shifting his gaze to the final category that had changed. Under the miscellaneous category lay numerous items he had long forgotten. The game, Jiuxiao Wenda, often organized various festive events to entice players, distributing small gifts that, while lacking practical utility, were unique in appearance and held sentimental value. These gifts came in a delightful variety, including special fireworks, humorous headgear, and unique furnishings usable only within the home system. According to the game's quality classification, these official gifts and souvenirs fell into the lowest tier, white quality. He casually clicked on one. GM's mysterious blessing. Upon use, randomly gain a trivial temporary status boost lasting 10 minutes. This peculiar object, Lian could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The notorious trap item, once ridiculed by players and dubbed a prank of the game master, could actually be utilized? He clicked on another item. Heavenly Celebration Firework Tube. Upon use, it releases a grand and splendid fireworks display at a designated location. As Lian gazed upon this eclectic array of white trash, he felt a surge of joy within. "Oh, crafty planner, how I adore you." He silently cheered in his heart. While these items may hold little value in the game, they might prove to be invaluable in this unfamiliar world. Eagerly, he perused the glowing furniture icons. Flowing cloud white jade couch, white. Cloud pattern white jade lamp base, white. Millennium-old cushion, white. Purple bamboo, wind whispering screen, white. Although these items might merely serve as decorations in the game, in this alternate realm, nestled within this humble stone cave, they appeared as exquisite furnishings fit for deities. My doghouse. Finally, my doghouse can be upgraded. Lian rubbed his hands together in excitement. With a flicker of thought, he selected the item named Flowing Cloud White Jade Couch. Withdraw. A radiant flash illuminated the cave as a white jade bed quietly materialized within. The surface of the jade couch gleamed like a mirror, emanating a gentle coolness that starkly contrasted with the cave's simplicity. Lian cautiously reached out to touch it. The surface felt warm and smooth, a tangible reality. My heavens! He marveled. This was infinitely more comfortable than his stone bed draped in animal skins. He proceeded to withdraw several other white quality furnishings. The cloud pattern white jade lamp base instantly dispelled the cave's dimness with a soft white glow, which he casually placed beside the stone table to serve as a stool. Next, he retrieved the millennium-old cushion and placed it beside his usual meditation stone bed. The purple bamboo wind-whispering screen he positioned near the entrance of the cave, adding an air of privacy and elegance. There was even a set of pure snow-white silk bedding, delightfully soft to the touch. In just a brief moment, the formerly crude and rustic stone cave, adorned with these ethereal furnishings, transformed the entire ambience, imbuing it with a serene charm that whispered of celestial abodes. Lian reclined contentedly on the flowing cloud white jade couch, savoring the jade's coolness and the silk softness, emitting soft hums of pleasure. At last, his doghouse had evolved into a celestial dwelling. His spirits soared. Lian surveyed his new home with satisfaction. It appeared that the incense offerings from the mountain below indeed bore fruit. Having roamed the internet for many years and devoured countless web novels, He noted the synchronicity between the transformation of his golden finger and the construction of temples below the mountain, along with the worship of pilgrims. To claim there was no connection between these two phenomena would be utterly implausible. The power of belief? Or some other similar force? Could it be that the unlocking and upgrading of my golden finger relies on the recognition or faith of the world's inhabitants? This conjecture ignited a fervor in his heart. If that were indeed the case, then he had chosen the right path in embodying an immortal. As long as he amplifies the renown of the celestial sovereign of the azure abyss, attracting more devotees, the treasures within his game package shall undoubtedly be unlocked in abundance. Li Yanyu increasingly found this prospect plausible. It appeared that he must continue to embody the identity of the celestial sovereign of the azure abyss, and indeed, he must do so with greater authenticity. He recalled the Daoist priest who had frequently wandered near the bamboo grove in recent days. It was he who presided over the last offering ceremony, leaving a profound impression on Li Yan. This priest had been making his rounds near the bamboo grove almost daily, sometimes at dawn, other times at dusk. He engaged in no particular task, merely strolling about the periphery of the grove, occasionally gazing skyward or contemplating deeply, and at times lingering for extended periods before the azure stone, which Zhao Zhen and his companions regarded as a celestial relic. This Taoist seemed quite intrigued by my role as the celestial sovereign of the azure abyss, Li Yan mused, a playful expression gracing his face. To gain deeper insight into this world, particularly its cultivation system, and perhaps to ascertain whether genuine deities truly exist within, this Ling Yun Taoist could serve as an excellent point of inquiry. Li Yin contemplated this, recognizing that while he had acquired some means of self-preservation, his understanding of this realm remained woefully superficial. Martial arts, internal energy, and the essence realm were merely the surface knowledge gleaned from Wangda. This world was profoundly intricate, and he must proceed with caution. To convincingly portray the celestial sovereign of the azure abyss without revealing any flaws, he needed a more profound comprehension of the local religious and divine hierarchy. He needed to devise a strategy to extract information from this Taoist priest. His gaze returned to the newly unlocked white items within his game package. With a few more cards up his sleeve, perhaps this performance could be rendered even more spectacular. He required a plan that could both test the depths of the Ling Yun Taoist and further solidify his identity as a sovereign, while conveniently gathering intelligence. Chapter 24. The Celestial Encounter in the Bamboo Grove of Qingfeng Mountain. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. As was his custom, Daoist Ling Yun stepped into this sanctified realm, safeguarded by County Magistrate Zhao Zhenming. Each day, he ventured here ostensibly to seek inspiration for the inscription on the merit tablet of the True Monarch Temple, immersing himself in the ethereal essence of the immortals. The county magistrate had naturally granted him permission, albeit with a gentle admonition to refrain from lingering too long, lest he disturb the true monarch's serene cultivation. Approaching the azure stone, regarded by many as a celestial artifact, he noted its immaculate surface, devoid of dust. Evidently, that lad Wang had been diligent in his duties. Wisps of fragrant smoke spiraled gracefully from a makeshift incense altar, imbued with the piety of the faithful. Today, the bamboo grove seemed subtly altered. Having cultivated for decades, Daoist Ling Yun's internal energy coursed through him, rendering his senses acute beyond the ordinary. In the air lingered a faint, invigorating chill, accompanied by an ineffable vitality. The usual chorus of birds was notably sparse. A furrow creased his brow as a flicker of caution arose within him. Just then, the shadows of the bamboo began to sway. A breathtakingly pure, white figure, appearing without warning, captured his gaze. It was a deer, resplendent in its snowy coat, untouched by any blemish. Its antlers, translucent and exquisite, resembled finely carved jade, softly glimmering in the morning light. A delicate chill seemed to emanate from it, cooling the surrounding air. It was the legendary snow-tracking deer. Daoist Ling Yun's pupils constricted suddenly, his breath hitching in his throat. This extraordinary white deer was identical to the celestial steed described by the hunter Wangda. The celestial deer. The true monarch's celestial deer. He murmured to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably. Throughout his life of cultivation, in pursuit of the immortal path, what had he sought? Was it not the dream of one day beholding a true immortal and glimpsing the profound mysteries of the Tao? The white deer, as if sensing his presence, turned its head, regarding him with eyes as clear as crystal. In that single glance, Daoist Lingyun felt an indescribable spiritual energy wash over him, clearing his mind. Subsequently, the white deer elegantly turned away, leisurely making its way deeper into the bamboo grove. Although its pace appeared unhurried, it soon disappeared among the dense bamboo shadows. Celestial fortune. This was an extraordinary stroke of destiny. The only thought occupying Daoist Lingyun's mind was this singular notion. He could no longer heed the injunction against disturbing the true monarch. Summoning his internal energy, he darted forward like the wind, hastily pursuing the deer. Celestial deer, wait. Celestial deer, halt, he called out, his feet not daring to slacken in their urgency. This was a living steed of the immortals. Should he let this chance slip away, it would haunt him for eternity. With the celestial deer leading the way, seemingly wandering at leisure, Daoist Lingyun found himself straining to keep up, exerting all his internal strength to follow. The deeper they ventured into the bamboo grove, the thicker the mist became, and the biting chill intensified. After navigating countless twists and turns and traversing numerous clusters of bamboo, the celestial deer suddenly came to a halt. It paused before a clearing, casting a glance back at the breathless Daoist Lingyun, then gracefully stepped forward a few paces, lying down before a pavilion. In the midst of the empty space, an exquisitely crafted pavilion unexpectedly appeared, its origin unknown. The structure appeared to be constructed entirely of white jade, with 4 intricately carved columns adorned with swirling cloud patterns. The roof was covered in azure-colored glazed tiles, with the eaves gently curling upwards, adorned with delicate jade bells that swayed softly in the breeze, yet produced no sound. Beside the pavilion, a small rockery bonsai could be faintly discerned, from which the gentle sound of trickling water emanated, creating a melodious ambience. A few strands of purple bamboo were artfully planted to one side of the pavilion, forming a natural screen that added an air of elegance. Lingyun Daoist stood in stunned silence. This pavilion, he was certain that it had not existed when he visited the previous day. Although he did not always venture deep into the bamboo grove, such a conspicuous structure could not have escaped his notice. Could it be the work of celestial beings? Conjured from thin air, his spirit was shaken, and his steps felt unsteady. A white deer lay outside the pavilion, resting its head gently on its forelegs, eyes closed as if in slumber. Lingyun Daoist forcefully suppressed the tumult within his heart, his gaze inevitably drawn towards the interior of the pavilion. Inside, there was a low table made of white jade, upon which rested an exquisite tea set, from which wisps of steam rose gracefully. A man clad in a moonlight-hued Daoist robe sat by the window, exuding an air of calm composure. The fabric of his robe resembled clouds and mist, flowing elegantly, with intricate swirling cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread along the sleeves and hem. As he moved, a subtle rainbow light encircled him, and a faint halo appeared behind him, imbued with an ethereal quality. He embodied the celestial figure described by Wangda on that day. Such a scene, such a person, Lingyun Daoist had only ever seen in the ancient scrolls of the Daoist temple. Since you are here, my young friend, why not enter the pavilion and share a cup? A clear and gentle voice resonated from within, reaching Lingyun Daoist's ears with clarity. He trembled all over, as if struck by a thunderbolt. The immortal is speaking to me. His legs weakened, almost leading him to kneel on the ground. He forcibly steadied his mind, adjusted his somewhat disheveled robe, took a deep breath, and respectfully approached to stand a few paces from the pavilion, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of reverence typical of the Daoist tradition. I am but a junior, Lingyun of Qingyun Temple, paying my respects to the true monarch Xuankong Yunze. His voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. I am unworthy and have disturbed your tranquil cultivation, a sin deserving of death. I humbly hope for your forgiveness. Inside the pavilion, Lien set down the cold jade spirit spring teacup, a slight smile gracing his lips. Internally, he mused, "At last, the fish has taken a bait." He slowly turned his head, his gaze resting upon Lingyun Daoist. "There is no need for such formality, my young friend," he spoke with calmness. "This place is serene, and I happen to have some leisure to sit here for a while. Your presence is also a matter of fate." Upon hearing this, Lingyun Daoist felt even more exhilarated. The Immortal referred to him as a young friend, without a hint of reproach in his words. One extraordinary celestial affinity. Chapter 25. Dialogue between immortals and mortals. As dawn's gentle light began to illuminate the surroundings, Li Yin awoke. The stone cave, adorned with exquisite celestial artifacts, no longer resembled a primitive cavern. He stretched languidly, rising from the ethereal white jade couch, his thoughts immediately drifting to the golden dye. Today, he decided against randomness. He had already devised a plan to summon the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer. In a flash of white light, a resplendent deer, entirely white with crystalline antlers, materialized within the cave. Its elegant form was enveloped in an aura of cold air. "You are indeed the most fitting companion for today's ambience." Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Dressing in his flowing celestial robe, the pale azure fabric billowed without wind, radiant hues swirling around him, with a soft halo shimmering behind. Once he was ready, Li Yin mounted the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer and gracefully exited the cave, heading straight for the bamboo grove. Deep within the bamboo forest, he discovered a secluded clearing, untouched by the presence of others, tranquil and serene. With a mere thought, several white-quality decorative items from his game inventory manifested before him. A flash of brilliance heralded the rise of a delicate white jade pavilion, its 4 pillars intricately carved with cloud patterns, while the azure-green glazed tiles sparkled in the morning light. Inside the pavilion, a low white jade table and 2 round white jade stools awaited. What else is needed? Li Yin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then retrieved a set of tea utensils named the Cold Jade Spiritual Spring, crafted from smooth jade with an ancient design. As for the tea, he rummaged through his miscellaneous items and produced an unassuming little paper packet. Herbal Spirit Dew, single-use, a promotional gift from an official event. Brewed from 100 varieties of herbal morning dew. Consuming it provides a slight boost to alertness and randomly grants a minor enhancement effect lasting 10 minutes. This will do. While this item in the game was merely a consolation prize, its pleasant name notwithstanding, it was perfect for deceiving others in this realm. Li Yin seated himself leisurely on the jade stool within the pavilion, pouring himself a cup of celestial tea and savoring a sip. The flavor is acceptable, reminiscent of some herbal beverage. He addressed the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer beside him. "Go, summon that Daoist priest." The celestial deer, possessing an innate intelligence, nodded and swiftly disappeared into the mists of the bamboo forest. The scene shifted to the moment Daoist Lingyun stepped into the bamboo grove. Breathless and astounded, he followed the celestial deer to the clearing, where he beheld the suddenly materialized jade pavilion and the white-clad immortal seated within. He was utterly bewildered. Truly, the methods of the immortals are unfathomable. "Since you are here, my young friend, why not enter the pavilion and share a cup?" Li Yan's voice, gentle and ethereal, shattered the stillness of the bamboo grove. Startled, Daoist Lingyun regained his composure, hastily adjusting his attire before stepping forward a few paces to bow respectfully. "I am but a junior, Lingyun of Qingyun Temple, paying my respects to the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze. I beg your forgiveness for disturbing your tranquil cultivation, a transgression deserving of death." Li Yin inclined his head slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "There is no need for such formalities, my young friend. This place is serene. I have found a moment of leisure to rest here. Your presence is also a matter of fate. Please come in." He raised his hand, gesturing towards another jade stool within the pavilion. Daoist Lingyun was taken aback, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The true monarch had actually invited him to share a drink. What an extraordinary honor. He cautiously approached the jade pavilion, each step measured and slightly stiff. Upon discerning the furnishings within, especially the jade table adorned with steaming tea implements exuding a delicate fragrance, he was inwardly astonished. The jade pavilion, jade table, and jade stool were all rare treasures of the mortal realm, imbued with an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by worldly matters. "Thank you, true monarch, for the seat," Daoist Ling Yun said, hesitantly taking a perch on the edge of the jade stool opposite Li Yin, his back straight as a rod and his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. Li Yin lifted the jade teapot, pouring him a cup of tea. The liquid was crystalline, with an extraordinary fragrance that invigorated the senses. "Thank you, true monarch, for the tea." Daoist Ling Yun cradled the teacup in both hands, feeling the jade vessel's warmth, as if it contained some peculiar power. Cautiously, he brought it to his nose, the refreshing aroma penetrating his heart and enlivening his spirit. Taking a small sip, he found the initial bitterness quickly transforming into a sweetness that flowed smoothly down his throat. In the next moment, an indescribable warmth surged from his dantian, swiftly spreading through his limbs and bones. The internal energy, previously disordered from his hurried movements, refined under this warmth, becoming more pure and concentrated. He even sensed his 5 senses sharpening significantly. This is celestial tea. Daoist Ling Yun's mind was in turmoil, yet his face betrayed not a hint of his inner excitement. Even the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. After decades of cultivation, he had tasted the spiritual waters of renowned mountains and consumed rare herbs, but never had he encountered anything with such immediate and gentle effects. A mere sip surpassed days of arduous practice. The beverage of the true monarch was indeed extraordinary. Li Yin observed the subtle changes in Daoist Ling Yun's expression, stifling a chuckle within. It seemed the random enhancement effect of the herbal elixir had triggered some kind of buff. For a mortal cultivator of Ling Yun's caliber, this was an unparalleled experience. "What do you think of the tea, my young friend?" Li Yin inquired casually. Daoist Ling Yun quickly set down the teacup, rising to bow deeply. The celestial brew bestowed by the true monarch is crisp and sweet, containing profound mysteries of the Tao. Partaking in it is akin to savoring sweet rain, enlightening my understanding immensely. I'm eternally grateful. Such flattery nearly made Li Yin lose his composure. "You flatter me excessively." He waved a hand, signaling Ling Yun to sit. "It is merely an ordinary beverage. Enjoy it if you like." The more he downplayed it, the greater Ling Yun's awe became. In his eyes, these were indeed the words of the true monarch's humility. Such a divine substance, referred to as ordinary tea by the monarch, revealed the vast chasm between the celestial and the mortal. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Li Yin decided to dispense with the pleasantries and prepare for his evaluation. His gaze settled on Daoist Ling Yun, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. The young friend is the master of Qingyun Temple, and surely possesses unique insights into the realms of immortals and deities. Pray tell, in your view, what constitutes an immortal? What defines a deity? Upon hearing this, Daoist Ling Yun felt a surge of spirit. This was indeed a test from the true monarch. He promptly straightened his posture and replied respectfully, in response to the true monarch. "I, being but a dullard, have gleaned a few insights on the distinction between immortals and deities from ancient texts and the teachings of my masters. In my humble opinion, a deity is one who is appointed by heaven and earth, wielding authority over a particular realm, governing fortune and calamity, and receiving the reverence of the masses, akin to the gods of mountains, rivers, and the spirits of cities and lands. Each deity holds a divine office, harmonizing with the cosmic order. However, there exists a hierarchy among deities. The ancient true deities and the myriad gods of the heavenly court are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Conversely, immortals often transcend the mundane, living in leisurely freedom, unbound by the cycle of reincarnation, possessing vast supernatural powers. Some may establish their own schools, disseminating teachings and doctrines, while others retreat into mountains and forests, dedicating themselves to profound cultivation in pursuit of transcending the Great Way. Liyan listanatatantivali, nudding supli. The words of Daoist Ling Yun resonated with his understanding of the immortal and deity system from his previous life. It seems that the concept of immortals and deities in this world bears striking similarities to the ancient myths and legends of Earth. Oh, Liyan fainat contemplation. Then, in your esteemed opinion, what is the current state of incense and faith across the realm. Upon this inquiry, Daoist Ling Yun's expression dimmed slightly. In response to the True Monarch, regarding incense and faith in the present day, it can largely be characterized by a divide between northern Buddhism and southern Taoism. In our southern Shu region, we have long honored the immortal deities of the Daoist tradition, with temples flourishing in every province and county and incense offerings abundant. However, he shifted his tone, revealing a hint of concern. In recent years, Northern Yin Buddhism has thrived, and its teachings have begun to permeate southward, particularly in major trading ports or newly established prefectures. The proliferation of Buddhist temples and the increasing number of devotees subtly threaten the foundation of our Daoist tradition. Those Buddhist monks often cloak themselves in compassion, constructing resplendent temples to sway the hearts of the people. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas they venerate stand in stark contrast to our Daoist pantheon. Li Yin astutely sensed Daoist Ling Yun's subtle disdain and wariness towards Buddhism in his words. A thought crossed his mind, as he now embodied the local Xuankong Yunze True Monarch. A locally sanctioned Daoist water deity, he naturally aligned himself with the local Daoist community. Li Yin let out a scoff, tinged with skepticism. There is no need for concern, young friend. He set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Can the light of a firefly ever compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Those who stray from the righteous path will ultimately struggle to attain true recognition. This scoff resonated in Daoist Ling Yun's ears like heavenly music. The True Monarch indeed looked down upon the Buddhist sect. The final trace of doubt in his heart dissipated like mist. To hold such an attitude towards Buddhism, without a doubt, was indicative of a true immortal of the Daoist path. The True Monarch's teachings are invaluable. Daoist Ling Yun's spirit soared, as if he had found a pillar of support. I shall surely remember the True Monarch's sage words. Li Yin chuckled inwardly, realizing that the contention between Taoism and Buddhism was an enduring theme across all worlds. This was precisely the effect he desired, as it bridged the psychological distance between him and Daoist Ling Yun, allowing him to pose more critical inquiries henceforth. The atmosphere was perfectly set as Daoist Ling Yun gazed upon the ethereal presence of the true Lord before him. Reminiscent of the otherworldly celestial deer and the lingering sweetness of the immortal tea he had savored, a certain thought in his heart could no longer be restrained. He abruptly rose from his seat and knelt once more before Li Yin, his expression imbued with utmost sincerity. Esteemed true Lord, I beseech you, for there is a matter that has perplexed me for many years. Today, having the fortune to behold your divine visage, I dare to request your guidance on this elusive path. Li Yin's brows wisha, finding calmness. Taking a deep breath, Daoist Ling Yun's voice trembled with an insatiable yearning. May I inquire, esteemed true Lord, as mere mortal cultivators, can we truly glimpse the gateway to the great Tao, ascend to immortality, and share longevity with the heavens and the earth? Li Yin's heart tightened. Here it was, the very question he had longed to hear. Does this world truly hold the secret to eternal life? Can one genuinely cultivate to become an immortal? Chapter 26. The authentic and the illusory Li Yin's gaze was profound as he stared at the elderly Daoist before him, whose white hair and beard trembled with excitement at the mere mention of a mystical concept. He did not respond immediately. The pavilion fell into a momentary silence, with only the white jade table's tea emitting wisps of ethereal vapor. Li Yin lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The crisp tea flowed smoothly down his throat before he slowly began to speak, his tone remaining gentle. I observe you. Your internal energy is solid, and your foundation is commendable. Please share your insights on how the contemporary Daoist sect inquires into the Daoist path. Hearing this, Daoist Ling Yun did not dare to be negligent and promptly recounted all he knew in detail. Returning to the True Monarch in today's world, practitioners of both Taoism and Buddhism, as well as various other sects, primarily rely on internal cultivation techniques to temper their physical bodies and refine their internal strength. This is known as the body refinement stage. Once the muscles and bones are fortified and the vital energy is abundant, one can attempt to sense the primal energy of heaven and earth guiding it into the body to cultivate internal power. This internal strength, when sufficiently developed, allows one to break stones and move gracefully like a swallow. Upon achieving a significant mastery of internal strength, one can strive to transform it into pure, true qi, connecting the body's 100 channels. Once the true qi in the dantian is abundant and flows effortlessly, one enters the true qi realm. Practitioners in this realm can project true qi beyond their physical form, capable of inflicting harm from a distance. At this stage, they are regarded as formidable masters in the eyes of the mundane world, capable of establishing sects or dominating a region. Liyan listanat quietly, his fingers lightly tapping the jade table. This information aligned closely with what he had gathered from Wangda. What comes after the true qi? He inquired. Daoist Ling Yun's expression grew solemn. Beyond the true qi lies the innate realm. To enter the innate stage, one must break through the mysterious barrier, merging one's true qi with the primal energies of heaven and earth to create a cycle of life and vitality. Upon achieving this, one can greatly extend their lifespan, becoming impervious to the seasons, walking upon water, with true qi that is nearly boundless, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary methods. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Above the innate realm is the legendary master stage. Masters can initially manipulate certain powers of heaven and earth, wielding immense might with effortless gestures, therewith compelling even the spirits to retreat. Such individuals are revered as terrestrial immortals, each capable of commanding the fortunes of their domain. However, Daoist Ling Yun sighed ruefully. The master stage is exceedingly elusive. As far as I know, in the combined realms of southern Shu and northern Yan, there are perhaps no more than a dozen publicly recognized masters. Our current sect as head, a prodigious talent, has only recently glimpsed the threshold of the master stage, still distant from true transcendence. As for whether there exists a realm beyond that of the master, ancient texts occasionally hint at terms like breaking through the void and ascending in broad daylight, yet they remain vague, more akin to myth than verifiable truth. After he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Liyan. Liyan understood. Body refinement, internal strength, true qi, innate master. This cultivation system was indeed, as he had surmised. It was not a realm of celestial heroes, but rather a world of low martial prowess. The so-called terrestrial immortal, in his view, is likely incapable of defeating even the minor guardians from the nine heavens inquiry. As for achieving immortality, transcending the mortal realm, or coexisting with the heavens and the earth, such notions are utterly absurd. Consequently, his identity as the true monarch of the celestial abyss and cloud marsh offers boundless opportunities for manipulation. As for the myriad deities and celestial beings, this world harbors no clear understanding of them, nor does it possess a coherent pantheon. He could easily fabricate, no, elucidate, a comprehensive system of immortal cultivation, leveraging his several millennia of informational advantage over this realm, without fear of exposure. Who would dare to question him? Who possesses the audacity to consult other deities? Oh, it appears there are no genuine immortals in this world for him to inquire. How splendid! Moreover, the True Monarch Temple, currently under construction at the foot of the mountain, along with the worship of the pilgrims, seems to genuinely unlock items within his game inventory. Is this not the path to divinity through faith? Although he may currently unlock only inferior white quality items, what if, in the future, with an increase in followers and their fervent devotion, he could access superior equipment, elixirs, or even those extraordinary artifacts and divine powers? The more Li Yinwei contemplated, the more fervent his heart became. If he were to create several more personas, such as the Jade Emperor, King Yama, the Three Pure Ones, or the Western Buddha, and transport the entire mythological system here, would not the treasures within his golden finger overflow? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, casting a gaze at Daoist Ling Yun that hinted at the potential for mentorship. This Daoist is an essential component of his divine creation plan. He steadied his thoughts, maintaining the serene visage of an immortal, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. His voice resonated with an ethereal quality, as if emanating from the heavens above. Young friend, do you not realize that the path you currently pursue has long deviated from the true immortal way? What? Daoist Lingyun felt as if struck by lightning, abruptly raising his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the attainment of the master realm, and now this true monarch asserts that their sect's cultivation methods, refined over centuries, are erroneous. This cannot be. True monarch. His lips trembled, nearly unable to articulate a coherent sentence. What do you mean by this? The cultivation methods of our sect are the culmination of countless ancestors' efforts, derived from ancient texts. How could they be wrong? Li Yin slowly shook his head, his demeanor solemn. You believe that refining one's vital energy, honing one's physique, and channeling inner breath will grant you insight into the grand Tao, enabling you to transcend and achieve immortality? Such practices are mere techniques for strengthening the body, the path of mundane warriors. Even if perfected, one remains a mortal flesh, incapable of coexisting with the heavens and the earth, nor of soaring through the nine heavens. Daoist Lingyun, struck by shock, turned pale instantly. The path of mundane warriors. Techniques for strengthening the body. He murmured to himself, utterly disheartened. The heritage of the Daoist sect, painstakingly cultivated over millennia, is rendered so fragile in the true monarch's words? Then, what might the authentic immortal path resemble? His voice, parched, carried the last vestige of hope. Li Yin rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, standing at the edge of the pavilion as he gazed towards the distant, mist-laden Xuankong Mountain. His voice took on an ethereal quality, imbued with an ineffable profundity. The true path of immortality, he mused, is to seize the spiritual machinations of heaven and earth, to appropriate the transformations of the sun and moon, to comprehend the subtleties of yin and yang, and to grasp the mysteries of life and death. An immortal practitioner refines essence into qi, transforms qi into spirit, returns spirit to the void, and merges the void with the Tao. Each step ascends a new heaven. Each stride births a new creation. They inhale the brilliance of the stars, partake of the morning mist, condense their magical powers, and temper their primordial spirit, allowing divine abilities to manifest and spells to take form. Moreover, some may even open celestial realms and blessed lands, traversing the starry rivers of the cosmos, aligning with the true Tao, thereby becoming true immortals. This discourse was a patchwork of phrases gleaned from countless immortal novels Li Yin had perused in his past life. Terms like refining essence into qi and primordial spirit were concepts he barely understood himself. Yet, this did not deter him from solemnly employing them to deceive. After all, in this world, the people were none the wiser. What he proclaimed was accepted as truth. Daoist Lingyun listened, dumbfounded, his mind reeling. Each word from the true monarch struck him like a heavy hammer against his heart. Refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, primordial spirit, aligning with the true Tao. These terminologies he had only encountered in obscure, questionable manuscripts within the temple, their meanings vague and elusive. Compared to the celestial path described by the true monarch, the internal cultivation practices they currently studied felt like the flickering of fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. So it was. With weakened knees, Daoist Lingyun fell to the ground again, tears streaming down his aged face. For thousands of years, the teachings of our sect have strayed from the path. No wonder no one has ever truly ascended to immortality. His heart was filled with remorse, a sense of unyielding despair, and an unprecedented yearning. If the true monarch's words were indeed true, then all the diligent seekers of the Tao amongst them had become mere jesters. True monarch, save me. Daoist Lingyun suddenly struck his forehead against the cold jade floor with a heavy thud. I am but a foolish disciple, lost in a misguided path without awareness. Today, upon hearing the true monarch's profound teachings, I realize the path to immortality is shrouded in obscurity. We have merely been frogs in a well. I implore the true monarch to show mercy for the practitioners of the Tao across the realm, for all of us who have earnestly sought the truth. Please illuminate a clear path. bestow upon us the authentic methods of immortality. His voice was hoarse, laced with the timbre of desperation mingled with a final glimmer of hope. The bamboo grove was silent, save for the occasional soft grunt of a celestial deer and the heavy breaths of Daoist Lingyun. Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the prostrated elder with a sense of private satisfaction. The outcome was extraordinary. It appeared that the theories of immortality he had learned from novels held considerable sway in this world. This was precisely the effect he desired. Chapter 27. The law should not be lightly transmitted. After Li Yan's display of prowess, he found himself contemplating the request of the old Daoist. Celestial arts? What did he truly know of genuine celestial methods? If he could extract skill books from a game inventory and casually toss one aside, it would likely leave the old Daoist in awe, believing it to be a divine scripture. For now, he could only maintain the facade of profundity. He gently shook his head, his voice laced with a touch of aloofness and authority. Young friend, the law should not be lightly transmitted. Those 5 succinct words fell upon the fervent heart of Daoist Lingyun like a bucket of ice water. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. True Monarch, Li Yin continued, your bond with me is not yet established, and you are not worthy to enter my sect and receive the true teachings. This statement struck Daoist Lingyun like a heavy hammer, darkening his vision. Indeed, how could the celestial arts be so easily imparted? His meager skills were likely no more significant than those of an ant in the eyes of the true monarch. Li Yin shifted his tone, offering a hint of reassurance. However, today, I have resolved your ancient doubts and allowed you a glimpse into the path of immortality. This in itself is a tremendous opportunity. How many cultivators in the world spend their entire lives wandering in the fog, unaware of the way to immortality? To realize today that your cultivation is misguided surpasses the achievements of countless others. Upon hearing this, Daoist Lingyun felt a measure of calm return to his heart. Indeed, the true monarch had unveiled the confounding barriers of their path that had persisted for centuries. Such kindness was immeasurable. How could he dare to hope for more? Yet, the true celestial arts. Li Yin observed the shifting expressions on his face, sensing that the moment was ripe to offer a glimmer of hope. After all, this Daoist Lingyun would prove invaluable in the future. I see in you a lingering aspiration towards the Tao, and your innate talents are, at the very least, worth cultivating. Li Yin took a couple of steps, softening his tone. Our chance meeting today can be considered a form of connection. If you maintain sincerity and earnestly seek knowledge, I shall keep a watchful eye on your progress, and when the time is ripe, I shall contemplate whether to guide you along the path of immortality. These words shone like the dawn, illuminating the nearly hopeless heart of Daoist Lingyun. The true monarch had not closed the door completely. There was still a chance. Disciple understands. Daoist Lingyun's voice trembled as he bowed deeply, declaring, I shall certainly remember the true monarch's teachings, serve with sincerity, and fervently pray for the chance to connect with the divine. Seeing the old Daoist expression, Li Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. I have said enough for today, he replied coolly, then rose to his feet. With a gentle sweep of his flowing sleeves, the exquisitely crafted white jade pavilion, along with its jade table, jade stools, celestial tea, and the purple bamboo spring that adorned its surroundings, transformed into shimmering motes of light and vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. This. Daoist Lingyun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. A resounding thought echoed in his mind. The universe concealed within the sleeve. This must be the legendary technique of the celestial beings. Today, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He no longer harbored the slightest doubt regarding Li Yan's celestial identity, and his reverence deepened profoundly. Yet, Li Yan appeared unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He approached the snow-tracking deer that lay quietly nearby. The ethereal creature emitted a melodious, low hum, its aura intensifying with a chilling presence. Young friend, take care, it spoke softly, its words dissolving into the breeze. In the next moment, the deer sprang forth, its hooves lightly lifting as it enveloped itself in a misty radiance of snow. With a sudden leap, it bore Li Yin away, transforming into a streak of snow-colored brilliance, vanishing into the depths of the bamboo forest's morning fog, leaving no trace behind. Only a faint, crisp chill lingered in the air, along with the astonished figure of Master Ling Yun. After a prolonged silence, Master Ling Yun gradually emerged from the depths of his profound astonishment. His mind swirled in a haze, buzzing with disbelief. The true monarch had departed, arriving without a shadow and leaving without a trace. Had he not experienced it firsthand? Who would dare believe such celestial beings truly existed in this world? He lowered his gaze to the spot where he had previously knelt, then surveyed the now empty patch of grass. The true monarch's words echoed in his ears. The teachings must not be casually shared. The time is not yet ripe. Sincerity and earnestness will guide one to the celestial path. Master Ling Yun's eyes flickered as he contemplated these phrases repeatedly. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and an unprecedented brilliance ignited in his eyes. Yes, indeed, the true monarch was testing me. He slapped his thigh in epiphany. Certainly, it must be so. How precious are the celestial arts? How could they be imparted lightly to another? The true monarch's assertion that my time had not yet come did not imply a lack of celestial affinity, but rather that my current sincerity had yet to meet his expectations. If you can maintain genuine intent and earnestly seek, all that transpires will be observed by me. This was clearly a hint for me to demonstrate my dedication through tangible actions. When the time is ripe and the conditions are fulfilled, I shall consider whether to guide you on the celestial path. Did this not imply that, should I pass the test, I would have the opportunity to receive the true celestial teachings? The more Master Ling Yun contemplated this, the more it resonated with him, filling him with fervor. The earlier feelings of disappointment and confusion evaporated in an instant, replaced by boundless excitement and passion. The teachings must not be casually shared. The teachings must not be casually shared. He nodded repeatedly, as if awakening to profound understanding. The true monarch had illuminated our path of cultivation, a tremendous grace indeed. If the celestial arts were to be imparted too easily, would it not diminish their value? I understand now. I fully comprehend. Master Ling Yun trembled with excitement, eager to pursue the true monarch immediately and express his resolve. Yet, he understood that since the true monarch had departed, he would not reappear easily. What he must do now is to demonstrate his sincerity and earnestness as suggested by the true monarch. How to manifest this? A flash of inspiration struck Master Ling Yun. The true monarch had unveiled the errors in my cultivation path. This concerns the great matter of the transmission of the teachings throughout the world. How could I selfishly hoard this celestial wisdom for myself? I shall return to the Qingyun temple immediately, recording the words of the true monarch today, verbatim, to proclaim to the world and fellow practitioners. Let all cultivators of the Tao know the true path to immortality. This is my sincerity. This is my utmost reverence for the true monarch. With this thought, Daoist Ling Yun could no longer contain himself. He stumbled to his feet, disregarding the disarray of his Daoist robe, and hurriedly rushed towards the bamboo grove. He must return to the temple at once. He must spread this earth-shattering news throughout Nanshu and beyond, across the entire realm. The true monarch of Xuankong Yunze is not only a divine being capable of forewarning calamities and protecting the populace, but also the supreme ancestor who guides the path to immortality and illuminates the way through confusion. The Qingfeng Mountain is on the brink of transformation. The entire Daoist sect is destined for a revolution. A gust of wind seemed to rise beneath Ling Yun's feet, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of mission and excitement. He envisioned a future where all cultivators would abandon the old ways and embrace the righteous path, heralding a magnificent resurgence of the immortal way. And he, Ling Yun, would be the harbinger of this new era. This merit, this bond with the celestial, would ensure his name is etched in the annals of history. True monarch, I understand. I shall set forth at once. As he ran, he silently shouted within his heart. The bamboo grove returned to its former tranquility, with only the morning breeze rustling through the leaves, creating a soft whisper. It was as if the celestial conversation that had just transpired was but a fleeting dream. Yet Daoist Ling Yun knew it was no dream. It was a profound and genuine celestial encounter, capable of altering the course of his life and the fate of the entire Daoist sect. Chapter 28. The myth of self-creation within the cave. Li Yin sank heavily onto the flowing cloud jade couch, exhaling a long sigh. Damn, that was nearly a close call. His heart still raced as he patted his chest. The old Taoist's final gaze upon him was nothing short of ravenous, as if he yearned to devour him whole. Or perhaps was so devoted that he wished to transcend and become a celestial being, bowing before him. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, deftly retracting his words and feigning an air of profound wisdom that should not be lightly divulged. However, this Ling Yun Taoist was far more gullible than he had anticipated. After a few nudges and hints, the old man likely regarded him as a true deity, utterly convinced of the so-called righteous path to immortality. Refining the body, internal energy, true qi, innate abilities, grandmasters. Li Yin murmured softly, repeating the martial realms he had extracted from Ling Yun. Indeed, it was a low-level martial world, the so-called grandmasters. Capable of harnessing a wisp of heavenly power? It sounded impressive, but it likely amounted to nothing more than the ultimate application of internal strength, coupled with a hint of mental influence, barely qualifying as mid-tier martial prowess. As for shattering the void and ascending in broad daylight, that was sheer fantasy. This was not a world of immortal heroes. It was merely an ancient realm with a peculiarly unique power system. This realization allowed Li Yan's anxious heart to finally settle. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his mind began to race. This meant that his collection of theories on the path to immortality, cobbled together from the novels of his previous life, possessed unparalleled advancement and authority in this world. It implied that his identity as the celestial sovereign of the profound abyss would likely remain unchallenged. Who could question it? What ground could they possibly have for doubt? In this world, there were no true immortals. Li Yin abruptly sat up, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He gazed at the two distinctly visible icons before him, the random mount dice and the game package. Particularly, the game package. The temple of the true sovereign under construction on the mountainside, and the offerings from the common folk, could genuinely unlock items within the package. Although he could currently only extract some white-quality home decorations and low-tier consumables, this undoubtedly proved that a viable path lay ahead. Faith, or rather, the recognition and belief of the beings in this world towards him, a false deity, were transforming into a form of energy that acted upon his golden finger. What if there were more followers? What if their faith was even more fervent? Would that not unlock even higher-tier items? Those blue, purple, orange, or even golden equipment, elixirs, materials, and skill books? And those legendary treasures and divine abilities? Li Yan's heart raced wildly. Simply relying on the identity of the celestial sovereign of the profound abyss seemed insufficient. This identity, at present, only held some renown in Qinghe County, and was too closely tied to water, clouds, and marshes, imposing significant limitations. He needed more gods, more personas. Li Yan's gaze fell upon the golden random mount dice. His stable housed not merely celestial birds and auspicious beasts, but a vast array of demons, monsters, and fearsome creatures. The 9 nether tigers, abyssal demon spiders, and the infernal 3-headed hounds. Ah, if only I could unleash these formidable beings to create a stir, don a new guise, and ride a more impressive steed to subdue demons and vanquish evil. The more Li Yin contemplated this, the more feasible it appeared. On one side, there were the rampant demons instilling terror among the populace, who prayed fervently for divine protection. On the other side, there stood the immortals descending to alleviate suffering, garnering the faith of the masses. Was this not a perfect duality, a harmonious intertwining of belief? He could even fabricate an entire mythos. Concepts of heavenly realms, infernal domains, and various celestial hierarchies could be plucked from the novels and dramas of yore, sufficient to establish an entirely new, officially sanctioned belief system in this isolated world. The celestial lord of the mysterious abyss was merely the beginning. In the future, There could be valiant deities slaying demons, compassionate bodhisattvas guiding souls, and the emperor of the underworld overseeing the cycle of reincarnation. The more Li Yingyue envisioned this, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already see countless devotees kneeling in worship, an overwhelming surge of faith flooding toward him. Marvelous. It was akin to a delightful fusion of flavors, an exquisite experience. He couldn't resist thumping his thigh in excitement. Perhaps he could even create region-specific deities based on the geographical dynamics of the North Yin and South Chu. The Southern Chu could worship the Tao, while the Northern Yin could embrace Buddhism. Splendid. In this competition between the Tao and Buddhism, he could deftly navigate both sides. The more he mused, the more he felt a radiant path unfurling before him. The identity of the celestial lord of the mysterious abyss was merely a starting point, a stepping stone. He aspired to be the creator of this realm, weaving an intricate web of faith that enveloped the entire world. Unlocking the more powerful equipment, elixirs, magical artifacts, and divine abilities within his game package would be the driving force for his relentless advancement. Rising from his meditation cushion, he paced back and forth within the modest stone chamber, his heart brimming with ambition. Qinghai County was just the beginning. Jiangzhou, South Chu, and even the entire realm. The celestial lord of the mysterious abyss is merely my first guise. He gazed toward the outside of the stone chamber, where Qingfeng Mountain appeared particularly serene in the morning light. Who would be the next demon to make an entrance, and which immortal would handle matter? Li Yingyue stroked his chin, joyfully contemplating. He needed to meticulously plan this inaugural performance of demon slaying, ensuring it would make a resounding impact to solidify the foundation of his divine lineage. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Temple, Daoist Lingyun rushed back to his quiet chamber in a flurry. Close the doors. Close the doors. From this day forth, no visitors shall be admitted. His voice was laced with an unprecedented urgency and excitement as he instructed the disciples who arrived upon hearing the commotion. Several young acolytes exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why their master was in such a state, but they promptly obeyed, securing the temple doors tightly. Inside the quiet chamber, Daoist Lingyun gasped for breath. His cheeks flushed with exhilaration. He spread his hands, watching his fingertips tremble slightly, as the ethereal voice of the celestial lord and the wondrous visions of the jade pavilion and celestial deer echoed repeatedly in his mind, culminating in that extraordinary spectacle of light. A celestial opportunity, an immense celestial opportunity indeed. He murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. The true monarch had illuminated the path, revealing that our sect had strayed for a millennium, while subtly hinting at the existence of the authentic celestial way. The teachings must not be casually shared. A trial. This must be the true monarch's test of me. He abruptly rose, pacing back and forth in the tranquil chamber, his heart surging with emotion. No, this matter is of great significance. It concerns the future of the world's Daoist sections. How can I hoard such profound knowledge for myself? I must immediately convey the true monarch's words to the elders of my sect. He hastened to the writing desk, inhaling deeply to compel himself to calm down. He summoned his most trusted disciple, a composed man of about 30 years, known as Qingfeng. Master, the Daoist, named Qingfeng, bowed respectfully, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Today, I have encountered a celestial fate, witnessing the manifestation of the Xuankong Yunze True Monarch. The voice of Daoist Lingyun lowered, though his tone betrayed his excitement. At this, Qingfeng's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. Master, you mean? The true monarch who forewarned of the calamity and saved the villagers of Qingfeng? Indeed, Daoist Lingyun nodded vigorously. The true monarch not only possessed immense powers, but also awakened in me, and in our entire sect, a centuries-old delusion regarding our cultivation. He promptly recounted the events of the bamboo grove today, along with the true monarch's teachings on the path of mundane martial artists versus the true celestial path. Succinctly to Qingfeng. Qingfeng listened, dumbfounded, his mind shaken. The cultivation methods inherited from millennia by our sect were, in fact, a misguided path. The genuine celestial way involves refining essence in a qi, and qi in a spirit. This, This is utterly revolutionary. The True Monarch stated that teachings should not be lightly disseminated, requiring a trial of our sincerity towards the Tao. Daoist Ling Yun's expression turned grave. I believe that to prove our sincerity, we must report this celestial revelation to our sect and encourage all fellow practitioners. He swiftly took up his brush, fervently inscribing on a sheet of plain white paper. His handwriting, slightly hasty due to excitement, bore a resolute determination. He encapsulated the core message of the True Monarch's words along with his own conjectures into the letter. Once completed, he carefully folded the paper and placed it into a specially prepared bamboo tube, sealing it with wax. Xuankong, you must depart immediately and personally deliver this letter to the Daoist record office in Jiangzhou, presenting it to your Lingshu. The Lingshu True Person is a senior brother of Daoist Ling Yun, a foremost expert within the Jiangzhou Daoist sect, holding a prominent position and currently managing affairs at the Daoist record office. This office, established by the court, oversees Daoist matters in the province, resembling a central hub for our sect. Remember, this matter is of utmost secrecy. You must not disclose the contents of the letter to anyone. Travel swiftly and without error. Daoist Ling Yun earnestly instructed. The disciple acknowledged with understanding. Xuankong took the bamboo tube, feeling the weight of the monumental task within it, as if it bore 1,000 pounds. He did not dare to delay, bowing to accept his mission, and quickly exited the tranquil chamber, preparing to set off at once. Once his disciple had departed, Daoist Ling Yun exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Conveying this message was merely the first step. Next, what he must endeavor to do is to wholeheartedly manage the mundane affairs of the true Lord, as a testament to his devotion. What act best exemplifies sincerity? Naturally, it is the construction of a temple for the true Lord and the engraving of a monument to commend his virtues. He approached another writing desk, where exquisite rice paper was already laid out, accompanied by an array of brushes of varying sizes and an ancient inkstone. This was the inscription for the monument of the true Lord Xuankong Yunze, manifesting miracles to save the people, commissioned by the county magistrate Zhao Zhen. Previously, he had exerted himself diligently, yet it had been more out of reverence for the divine and a desire to comply with the authorities. However, his mindset had shifted entirely. This was not merely an opportunity to extol the true Lord, but also a chance to express his sincere heart. He intended to proclaim the unparalleled merits of the true Lord to the world, employing the most exquisite language and the most devout spirit. Daoist Ling Yun took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and grasped a large purple brush. He focused his thoughts, conjuring the transcendent figure of the true Lord in his mind, recalling the mystical celestial deer and the profound tea imbued with the essence of the Tao. An overwhelming sense of admiration and reverence surged within him. With the brush tip saturated in rich ink, it slowly descended upon the paper. In the 3rd year of the reign of the Chu, as the Qing River flooded and a vile dragon roamed Huayan his hand moved as if guided by divine inspiration. Each word and phrase emanating from the depths of his heart, infused with boundless respect for the true Lord. In the quiet chamber, the only sound was the gentle rustle of the brush gliding across the paper. Outside the window, the daylight gradually brightened. A celestial conversation, meticulously orchestrated by Li Yan, was silently stirring a profound wave within the Daoist realm. Chapter 29. The wind of Jiangzhou. In Jiangzhou City, not far from the governor's office, lies the Daoist records office. This place, unlike the serene Qingyun Temple, exudes an air of solemnity and grandeur, with its green bricks and dark tiles, upturned eaves, and bracketed roofs. The passing Daoists exhibit hurried expressions, their footsteps steady and sure. In a tranquil chamber at the rear, the fragrance of sandalwood wafts through the air. The esteemed Daoist, Lingshu Zhenren, holds an aged, yellowed scripture, his brow slightly furrowed, as if pondering profound mysteries. Having surpassed 50 years, his visage is lean, with 3 meticulously groomed strands of beard adorning his chin. He dons a faded bagua robe, and his gaze is deep, occasionally flickering with a glint of inner strength, indicating his considerable cultivation. At this moment, a young acolyte approaches, reverently bearing a bamboo tube sealed with wax, standing respectfully at the door. Lingshu Zhenren lifts his eyelids slightly. Qinghe County? From his junior brother, Lingyun. This particular disciple, known for his composed demeanor, rarely exhibits such urgency, unless truly faced with a monumental event. He breaks the wax seal and empties the contents onto the table. The letter is brief, yet the handwriting is somewhat disordered, imbued with an unspoken urgency and excitement. The true monarch of Xuankong Yunze, manifesting, illuminating the path of confusion. The opening words cause Lingshu Zhenren to furrow his brow even tighter. Concerning the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze, he is not entirely uninformed. A month prior, the governor of Jiangzhou, Yang Lai, had summoned him in secret. This was due to a report from Qinghe County, stating that a celestial being had manifested, forewarning of a calamity brought by the serpents, thereby saving an entire village. The honored title of this celestial being was indeed the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze. At that time, Governor Yang had sought his opinion, and Lingshu Zhenren recalled his response vividly. Esteemed governor, this humble Daoist has cultivated for decades, and my understanding of celestial matters is but a glimpse through a narrow window. However, the magistrate of Qinghe, Zhao Zhen, is known for his integrity, not one to indulge in exaggeration. His report is thorough, corroborated by numerous villagers and officials, suggesting it is not mere hearsay. Moreover, Brother Lingyun, being prudent and discerning, would have gleaned something from this. Thus, it merits further investigation before conclusion is drawn. Governor Yang had heeded his advice, responding to Zhao Zhen with a directive to seek concrete evidence, cautioning against chasing shadows. He was well aware of Lingyun's character, though his aptitude was unremarkable and he had been stalled in the realm of inner strength for many years. His pure heart and diligent work ethic set him apart from those who speak without thought. Thus, the matter was temporarily laid to rest. Lingshu Zhenren had initially believed this was merely a case of local officials exaggerating for political gain, perhaps a rare natural phenomenon misinterpreted by superstitious villagers as a divine occurrence. He surmised that his junior brother was likely caught in a difficult position. However, the letter in his hand now began to shake the foundations of his previous judgment. The descriptions of the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze within the letter far exceeded his imagination. What of the ethereal jade pavilion appearing out of thin air, the celestial deer guiding the way, and the divine tea imbued with the essence of the Tao? Such accounts, indeed, resonate with the methods of the celestial realm. Yet, what truly caused Lingshu Zhenren's pupils to constrict and his heart to tremble was the content that followed in the latter half of the letter. The words of the true monarch resonate deeply. The path we pursue is not but the mundane way of martial practitioners, refining our vital essence and honing our internal strength. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, it remains profoundly distinct from the celestial path, culminating in nothing more than ephemeral illusions, leaving us unable to glimpse the true Tao. The genuine journey to immortality involves the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, the return of spirit to the void, and the unification of the void with the Tao, ultimately cultivating supreme magical power and solidifying the indestructible primordial spirit. The real person of Lingshu felt a thunderous resonance within his mind, as if some deeply rooted belief had suddenly collapsed. The mundane martial path, after nearly 40 years of cultivating his inner power, to be deemed merely a mundane martialist by the true monarch, the path of body tempering, internal strength, true qi, innate mastery, this esteemed route revered by practitioners worldwide, was it flawed from the very beginning? Refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit? These 8 characters struck him like a bolt from the blue, unleashing a tumultuous wave within the lake of his heart. He had encountered similar phrases in certain fragmented ancient texts, yet those records were often vague and dismissed as absurd conjectures. The mainstream of the Tao sect still emphasized the honing of internal power in pursuit of mastery. Never did he consider that there might exist such a clear and systematic framework for the realms of the celestial path above. With a deep exhale, the real person of Lingshu expelled a breath of turbid air, forcing himself to regain his composure. This matter was of utmost significance. If Ling Yun's words held truth, no. If the esteemed true monarch Xuankong Yunze spoke truly, then the entire Dao sect, and indeed all seekers of transcendent power, had strayed from the right path. A millennium of tradition, merely a fallacy? This thought sent chills down his spine, yet an uncontrollable fervor surged from the depths of his being. The teachings must not be lightly shared to test sincerity at the end of his letter. Ling Yun referenced the true monarch's trial and his decision to report this heavenly secret to their sect to validate his sincerity. The real person of Ling Xiu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as his chest heaved with intensity. He could envision the excitement and anxiety that must have accompanied Ling Yun's writing of this missive. He could also appreciate the boundless yearning for the true celestial path embedded within each line. "Oh, dear junior brother, you have presented me with an immense dilemma." The real person of Ling Xiu murmured hoarsely to himself. This matter was monumental, so vast that he dared not easily believe it, yet equally could not dismiss it outright. The true monarch Xuankong Yunze, if such a formidable being truly existed, why manifest at this moment in such a remote place as Qinghe County, Jiangzhou? And why unveil this so-called obstruction to cultivation? What was the purpose? The real person of Ling Xiu opened his eyes, his gaze lingering on the 8 characters, returning spirit to the void, merging the void with the Tao inscribed on the letter, lost in contemplation. He had toiled throughout his life, now standing at the zenith of true Qi, merely a step away from the innate realm. Within the Jiangzhou Dao sect, he was regarded as a pillar of strength. Yet he was acutely aware of the arduousness of that step. How many extraordinarily talented individuals had spent their lives striving, only to fail at the threshold of the innate realm? Even those fortunate enough to enter the innate realm found their lifespan limited to a mere 150 years. The realm of mastery was a rarity, elusive as a dragon's tail. As for the realms beyond mastery, they were mere legends, ethereal and unattainable. Longevity? Soaring through the skies? Such notions were the fantasies of dreamers. Yet now, someone has informed him that all of this is erroneous. A genuine path to the heavens lies before him. Heaving a long sigh, Master Ling Xiu exhaled a breath of murky air, his gaze gradually sharpening. He rose to his feet and paced back and forth within the tranquil chamber. This matter must not be taken lightly. If it is a falsehood, then his junior brother Ling Yun may have been misled by treacherous individuals or have strayed in his cultivation. He must hasten to redirect him onto the right path. But if it is indeed true, Master Ling Xiu halted, his heart once again racing uncontrollably. If a celestial opportunity truly descends, how could he allow it to slip through his fingers? Qinghe County, I must personally make the journey, he resolved firmly, not for any other reason, but for the 8 words in the letter. Refine essence into Qi, refine Qi into spirit. He must hear it with his own ears and see it with his own eyes. Someone, Master Ling Xiu, called out. Immediately, a young acolyte responded from outside. What is your command, master? Fetch the 2 stewards, Ling Xian and Qingyi. Yes. Shortly thereafter, 2 middle-aged Daoists clad in azure robes, approximately in their 30s or 40s, hurried into the tranquil chamber. Senior brother or uncle master, why have you summoned us? They inquired in unison, bowing deeply. Ling Xian, Master Ling Xiu's junior brother, was responsible for the daily affairs of the Dao record office, while Qingyi, his eldest disciple, assisted in managing the documentation. I intend to visit Qingyun Temple in Qinghe County to meet with junior brother Ling Yun and discuss the profundities of Dao, Master Ling Xiu stated, his expression calm and revealing no trace of unusual emotion. Ling Xian felt a twinge of curiosity at this. Senior brother, you are going to Qinghe County at this moment? Has something occurred with junior brother Ling Yun? He recalled that Ling Yun had just sent an urgent letter. Not all. Master Ling Xiu waved his hand. I have recently been contemplating the Dao scriptures and have gleaned some insights. I wish to verify them with junior brother Ling Yun, and besides, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have some concerns. He paused and looked at the 2. After my departure, Ling Xian, you shall temporarily oversee all matters of the Dao record office, with Qingyi assisting you. Discuss everything thoroughly and do not act unilaterally. Rest assured, senior brother, We shall exert ourselves to ensure the Dao Record Office operates as usual, Ling Xian replied promptly. Qingyi also bowed, saying, May your journey be smooth, Master. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to send word. Master Lingshu nodded slightly. This journey will take no less than 3 to 5 days, and no more than 10 days to half a month. If the governor's office or other local authorities seek me, inform them that I am in seclusion for quiet cultivation and cannot receive visitors. For urgent matters, they may send someone to Qingyun Temple in Qinghe County to find me. He deliberately emphasized urgent matters, leaving a loophole. He did not wish for his private departure to hinder the affairs of the Dao Record Office, nor did he want to arouse the suspicion of Governor Yang. We understand, both Ling Xian and Qingyi replied in unison. Well then, you may go. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Master Lingshu gestured for them to leave. Once they had withdrawn, the tranquil chamber once again fell silent. Master Lingshu approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qinghe County, his eyes distant. This journey of his, devoid of attendants, clad in simple attire, would be undertaken swiftly. It was both a quest for celestial opportunities and an inquiry into the truth. A vague premonition stirred within him. This journey to Qinghe County might irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life, and perhaps even reshape the destiny of the entire Daoist sect. He murmured the name of Xuankong Yunze, the True Monarch, alongside the principles of the celestial path, his gaze imbued with a complex tapestry of emotions. Anticipation, trepidation, reverence, and a hint of resolute desperation intertwined in his heart. He retrieved an ancient peachwood sword from the wall and pulled forth a small cloth pouch from his bosom, containing talismans accumulated over the years and a few emergency elixirs. Once prepared, he cast a final glance at the quiet chamber he had inhabited for decades, inhaled deeply, and stepped through the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the clusters of emerald bamboo in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly. Everything appeared as it always had. Yet, the true man of Lingshu understood that from the moment he crossed this threshold, certain aspects of his existence might never return. Beyond the city of Jiangzhou, upon the official road, a lone figure galloped away, racing towards the southeast, toward Qinghe County. Chapter 30. The Temple of the True Lord at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The cacophony that had persisted day and night gradually subsided. A brand new temple rose with astonishing speed. Though modest in size and lacking in opulence, it boasted azure tiles and vermilion walls, with eaves that curved elegantly, exuding an air of solemnity befitting its recent completion. Above the main entrance hung a plaque inscribed with gilded characters on a black background, proclaiming the name of the temple. Temple of the True Lord of the Mysterious Abyss and Cloudy Marsh, penned in vigorous strokes by County Magistrate Zhao Zhen, whose calligraphy was both powerful and striking. On the day of its consecration, nearly all the prominent figures of Qinghe County gathered, clad in a newly tailored official robe. Zhao Zhen, under the gaze of the multitude, personally lit the first incense stick at the newly established altar of the True Lord. The altar itself was crafted from premium sandalwood, adorned with ancient seal script that read, "The enshrined True Lord of the Mysterious Abyss and Cloudy Marsh," a phrase that conveyed a sense of mystery within its simplicity. Zhao Zhen, with sincerity in his prayers, beseeched the True Lord for favorable weather and peace for the people of Qinghe. Following him, Wang Shan represented the villagers of Qingfeng, accompanied by various officials including County Deputy Lu Mao, Clerk Sun Ming, and Constable Chen Hu, along with gentry who had hurried to pay their respects. In no time, the modest temple was bustling with incense, smoke, and throngs of people. Old Wang, Zhao Zhen turned to Wang Shan after completing his offering. The ongoing incense offerings and maintenance of this temple will henceforth be entrusted to the people of Qingfeng Village. The county will allocate a monthly sum for repairs and the procurement of incense and candles. You are to serve diligently and without negligence. Wang Shan, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. I, along with the entirety of Qingfeng Village, shall not disappoint the True Lord nor the trust bestowed upon us by you. To oversee the temple of the life-saving True Lord of the Mysterious Abyss and cloudy marsh was an immense honor. Beside the temple, a towering stone stele, about 10 feet high, stood resolutely, its surface inscribed with countless characters. This was the inscription meticulously crafted by Daoist Lingyun over several days, detailing the miraculous manifestations of the true Lord and his benevolent acts in saving the populace. The elegant prose extolled the true Lord's deeds, attracting many literate individuals who paused to read, marveling at its eloquence. The bamboo grove where the celestial being first revealed himself had undergone considerable transformation. The county had dispatched officers to erect barriers at all entrances to the grove, guarding it day and night and prohibiting any unauthorized persons from approaching. This bamboo grove had become a forbidden area. There was, however, one exception, the hunter Wangde. Since the day of the celestial visitation, Zhao Zhen had enlisted Wangde, relieving him of his hunting duties, and now he received a monthly stipend for the county office to oversee the sacred site of the bamboo grove. Each dawn, he was permitted to enter the grove, cleanse the blue stone, and offer a stick of incense. Wangde was profoundly grateful for this honor. He would rise with the first light, meticulously ensuring the area was immaculate. Now, as he walked through the village, his posture was straightened, and the villagers regarded him with a mix of admiration and reverence. Who could forget that Wangde had encountered a true, celestial being and conversed with the divine? On this day, outside Qinghe County, a cloud of dust rose along the official road. A swift steed galloped forth. Its rider, though weary from travel, could not conceal an otherworldly grace. It was none other than the esteemed Lingshu Zhenren, who had journeyed from Jiangzhou at a remarkable pace. At Qingyun Temple, upon hearing of his elder brother's arrival, Daoist Lingyun was both astonished and delighted, hastening out to greet him. "Elder brother, what brings you here in person?" Daoist Lingyun welcomed Lingshu into the quiet chamber and personally served him a cup of exquisite tea. Lingshu waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for such formalities, and directly inquired, "Junior brother, is it true what you mentioned in your letter about the manifestation of the Xuankong Yunze and the enlightenment regarding the celestial path?" His tone was grave, and his gaze was piercing as it fixed upon Lingyun. Daoist Lingyun's expression grew serious, and he nodded earnestly. "Elder brother, it is absolutely true. How could I ever utter a falsehood?" He proceeded to recount in detail the encounter he had in the bamboo grove with the Immortal, along with the remarkable words spoken by the Jinjuan regarding mundane warriors and the authentic celestial path, laying it all out before Lingshu Zhenren. His fervor conveyed a sincerity that left no room for doubt. Lingshu listened intently, occasionally frowning or nodding, while internally he was tumultuous with emotions. The details shared by Lingyun were even more astonishing than those in the letter, filled with the inexplicable appearance of the celestial deer, the profound essence of the immortal tea, and the extraordinary methods of material collection, not to mention the resounding theories of the celestial path. "Elder brother," the Zhenjuan's words were like a divine revelation. "Clearing my mind of all confusion," Daoist Lingyun exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Our sect, with a millennium of tradition, has been wandering along a misguided path. If it were not for the Zhenjuan's guidance, we might never glimpse the true great way." After a moment of contemplation, Lingshu Zhenren spoke slowly. "Junior brother, this matter is of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. Can you ascertain the identity and origins of that Zhenjuan?" Daoist Lingyun shook his head. "The Zhenjuan's presence is elusive, and he has never disclosed his origins. However, his demeanor and capabilities are far beyond that of ordinary mortals. I firmly believe he must be a true immortal from the upper realms." He elaborated on how he deduced the name of Xuankong Yunze Zhenjuan and the matter of offerings made to him. Upon hearing this, Lingshu Zhenren's heart filled with even more questions, yet a glimmer of anticipation sparked within him. "Junior brother, I wish to visit the bamboo grove where the immortal manifested," he stated solemnly. Daoist Lingyun hesitated. "Elder brother, that grove has been designated a restricted area by the county office, and outsiders are forbidden to approach." "Do not worry," replied Lingshu Zhenren. "I shall personally speak with County Magistrate Zhao. I come representing the Jiangzhou Dailo office, and he will surely grant me some courtesy. When Zhao Zhan learned of Ling Xiuzhenren's visit, he did not dare to neglect the matter and personally came to receive him. Upon Ling Xiu's request to visit the site of the Immortal's manifestation in the bamboo grove, Zhao Zhan pondered briefly before consenting. It is only natural for a high-ranking figure of our Daoist sect to seek to witness the traces of the immortal, Zhao Zhan remarked with a smile. However, since it is the place of the Xinjuan's manifestation, I kindly ask that you observe from outside the grove and not linger too long, lest you disturb the immortal's tranquility. Your concern is appreciated, Ling Xiuzhenren replied, bowing in gratitude. He initially had no intention of delving deeply into the matter. He simply wished to personally experience the atmosphere of the so-called celestial traces. The two of them set off towards Qingfeng Mountain without delay. Along the way, the Daoist Ling Yun incessantly recounted the various marvels of the true monarch to the Daoist Ling Xiu, as well as the boundless gratitude the villagers of Qingfeng had for him. The Daoist Ling Xiu remained quiet, merely listening intently and occasionally nodding, without engaging in much conversation. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, guarded by the officials, the Daoist Ling Xiu halted his steps. He concentrated and peered inside. The grove was profoundly serene, its verdant hues so rich they appeared almost to glisten with moisture. The wind rustled the bamboo leaves in a gentle whisper. The air felt refreshingly crisp, yet there was nothing particularly remarkable about the place. Master, the place where the true monarch manifested is just beside a piece of green stone deep within that bamboo grove, the Daoist Ling Yun whispered, pointing into the depths of the grove. The Daoist Ling Xiu squinted slightly, silently channeling his inner energy to sense the surroundings more acutely. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of a strange awareness crossing his gaze, one he himself did not fully recognize. This place seemed to genuinely retain a faint yet supremely pure aura. It was entirely different from the inner energy he typically cultivated. Could it be that what his junior had said was not unfounded? Junior, did that true monarch leave anything behind, or perhaps even a fragment of a spell? The Daoist Ling Xiu inquired. The Daoist Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile. The true monarch stated that the teachings of the law must not be lightly disseminated, and that the time for such has not yet arrived. Therefore, no specific techniques were left behind. However, he also mentioned that if one passes the test and the fated conditions are met, there would be an opportunity to receive the true teachings of the celestial path. The Daoist Ling Xiu remained silent. A test? By what means would it be administered? What would constitute the fulfillment of the fated conditions? Everything felt so ethereal and elusive. He lingered outside the bamboo grove for nearly the duration of a stick of incense, ultimately leaving empty-handed alongside the Daoist Ling Yun. At that moment, within the stone cave, Lian also sensed the activity within the bamboo grove. Today, the mount he had summoned was a unique creature known as the Shadow Spirit Cat, small in stature, yet capable of concealing its form, with acute perceptive abilities. Since the establishment of the temple dedicated to the true monarch of the celestial abyss, with its continuous influx of visitors, Li Yin discovered that he could share sensory experiences with his mount to a certain degree and even manipulate it from a distance. This further convinced him that his newfound abilities were undoubtedly linked to some aspect of faith. Through the vision shared by the Shadow Spirit Cat, Li Yin distinctly observed two figures within the bamboo grove. One was the Daoist Ling Yun, while the other was a lean, unfamiliar Daoist, radiating a more profound demeanor. The deference with which the Daoist Ling Yun addressed the stranger indicated that this new Daoist held a position of considerable stature. Oh, another elder Daoist has arrived? Li Yan Musha, stroking his chin as he regarded the Daoist Ling Xiu with keen interest. This elder seemed far more composed than the Daoist Ling Yun, exuding an air befitting a sage. Ling Yun, in his presence, was evidently respectful and cautious, walking in lockstep with him. It appeared that Ling Yun had summoned an elder from his sect. A smile crept across Li Yan's face. It seems my theories on the celestial path have truly bewildered Ling Yun, even stirring his sect's elders. This indeed is a delightful surprise. The greater the influence, the more resounding the title of the celestial cloud's sovereign becomes, thus accumulating a greater potential for belief value. However, This newly arrived elder appears far less gullible than Ling Yun. It is imperative to expedite the plan. Li Yan's Gaza Sharpanat. Driven not solely by the desire to unlock more treasures from the game package and gain stronger self-preservation capabilities, but also to thrive, feel secure, and hold a prestigious standing in this unfamiliar world. He has no intention of spending his entire life hidden away in these deep mountains, relying on the whims of chance to survive. Qinghe County is merely his starting point, and the title of Celestial Cloud Sovereign is but his first identity. Chapter 31. The Flying Night Demon Within the Stone Cavern. Li Yin sat cross-legged upon a white jade couch, enveloped in ethereal clouds. He sensed that over the past few days, his connection with the summoned steed had deepened significantly. The subtlety of their shared perception had become increasingly lucid. This enhancement, undoubtedly, was a gift of the power derived from faith. However, he still had a long way to go. Li Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. To invoke greater faith, one must present a more formidable spectacle, summon a multitude of deities, and, inevitably, accompany them with corresponding demons. He directed his gaze towards the upper right corner of his vision, where a golden die refreshed daily. Today, let me see what splendid actor I can summon. Li Yin held his breath, focusing his mind. Roll. The golden die transformed into a fleeting shadow, spinning rapidly. Li Yin's heart raced in anticipation. Ideally, he desired a fierce contender, one suitable for playing the antagonist. A crisp notification echoed in his mind as the die gradually came to a halt. The image fixed upon a humanoid monster, entirely cloaked in ebony, sprouting wings, with a countenance that was grotesque. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy abruptly flickered within the cavern. A creature stood nearly 10 feet tall, its muscles bulging, skin an eerie shade of ashen black, reminiscent of withered bark. Its features were contorted, fangs bared, and eyes glowed crimson like blood. The enormous fleshly wings on its back were tightly folded, with sharp, jet black claws glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. An aura of cold, violent malice instantly permeated the air. The flying night demon. Li Yin scrutinized this fearsome entity before him, momentarily taken aback, before a smile of delight spread across his face. This flying night demon was a unique humanoid mount introduced in the later stages of Journey to the Celestial Heights. The gaming company, in a bid to stimulate player spending, had conjured an array of bizarre mounts. This particular demon was inspired by ancient texts depicting flying corpses and other such entities. Its backstory portrayed it as immensely powerful, impervious to blades, capable of soaring through the skies with remarkable speed. As for riding a humanoid mount, Li Yin couldn't help but smirk, recalling the comical riding methods depicted in the game. Some would carry players on their backs, while others would transport them in a palanquin or seat, allowing players to sit grandly while being carried by the creature. The flying night demon, in contrast, would grasp players in its claws as it took flight. It certainly had an intimidating appearance, fierce and malevolent. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to establish a shared perception with the flying night demon. In an instant, a chilling, bloodthirsty intent surged into his mind, and his vision shifted to the demon's crimson eyes. Everything around him was veiled in a faint hue of blood. Indeed, different mounts offered entirely distinct perceptions of the world. Li Yin endeavored to manipulate the flying night demon, stretching its sinews. The sound of cracking joints resonated explosively, brimming with raw power. He concentrated once more, attempting to activate the demon's abilities within the game. In Journey to the Celestial Heights, the flying night demon possessed a skill known as cataclysmic descent, capable of unleashing a localized disaster that inflicted sustained damage upon adversaries. With a wave of Li Yan's intent, a sudden chilling wind swept through the world outside the stone cave, stirring the withered leaves on the ground. The sky seemed to darken slightly in response. Though the commotion was subtle, it was undeniably effective. Could it be possible to manipulate natural disasters on such a small scale? Li Yin felt both astonished and delighted. This was far more advantageous than mere physical attacks. Next, he would secure the flying demon and perform his own grand act of vanquishing evil, with himself as the protagonist. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Li Yan's eyes. Xuankong Mountain stretched for dozens of miles, with the southern slope, where Xuankong village was situated, being the only inhabited area. The remaining regions, including the northern slopes and the distant mountains, were vast, untamed primordial forests, rarely trodden by human feet. At the foot of the mountain, a few inconspicuous small villages were scattered about. Among them was Xiaoxi village. This village was modest, comprising only 20 to 30 households, with most villagers relying on a few acres of meager farmland and hunting in the mountains to sustain their livelihoods. On this particular day, the sky was somewhat overcast, as if it were about to rain. A group of hunters from Xiaoxi village, led by the village's most experienced hunter, Zhao Laosan, set out into the dense forest on the outskirts of Xuankong Mountain. This area of the mountain was relatively flat, and wild rabbits and pheasants could often be found. On a fortunate day, they might even encounter larger prey like wild boars or roe deer, providing enough meat to sustain the village for several days. Third brother, do you think we'll catch something big today? Guzi asked, his face alight with excitement. Zhao Laosan patted Guzi on the head and laughed. You little rascal. Always dreaming big. If we manage to get a few rabbits or pheasants, that would be a treat for your mother to stew for you. Li Si, standing nearby, added, Guzi, the mountains can be dangerous. Stay close to third brother and don't wander off. I understand, fourth uncle, Guzi replied cheerfully. Their target this time was a wild fruit grove deep in the forest, where wild boars and roe deer were known to roam. All 5 of them were seasoned hunters, experienced and cautious as they moved through the woods, paying close attention to their surroundings. Silence. Zhao Laosan suddenly lowered his voice and gestured. The group immediately halted, holding their breath in anticipation. From a nearby thicket, a rustling noise emerged. Zhao Laosan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered by the sound. It must be a wild boar, and a sizable one at that. He slowly drew his bow from his back and nocked a finely sharpened arrow. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, forming a small encirclement, ready to assist. The rustling in the bushes grew increasingly violent. Suddenly, a deep and menacing roar erupted from behind the thicket. This sound was no wild boar. Zhao Laosan's expression changed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Out of the thicket sprang a beast far larger than any ordinary tiger. Its body was draped in dark blue-black skin, resembling iron. A massive head, fearsome and terrifying, bore jagged fangs, with drool dripping from its gaping maw. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty, crimson ferocity. What manner of monster was this? The dog trembled in fear, its legs weakening as it let out a terrified yelp. Zhao Laosan inhaled sharply, taken aback. Having spent his entire life hunting, he had never encountered such a ferocious beast. This creature was even larger than the most fearsome black bear found in the mountains, exuding an aura of menace that sent chills down one's spine. Quick, run! Zhao Laosan shouted, reacting with remarkable speed, disregarding any thoughts of their quarry as he seized the dog and attempted to flee. The other 3, equally terrified, turned and fled without a second thought. However, the beast moved with astonishing swiftness. Its powerful limbs propelled it forward, launching its massive form like an arrow released from a bow. The last of the hunters, named Wang Er, felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, a foul gust of wind rushing toward him. He barely had time to look back before the beast sank its teeth into his shoulder. A sickening crack echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing. Wang Er let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body bowled over by the overwhelming force. Blood instantaneously soaked his shoulder. Help me! Wang Er cried out in terror, reaching out in desperation. Yet the beast merely growled, its formidable fangs sinking deeper into his flesh. With a violent shake of its head, it lifted Wang Er as if he were a mere rag doll, turning to drag him into the depths of the jungle. Wang Er! The dog yelped in utter horror. Zhao Laosan's eyes widened with rage and despair, yet he understood that approaching the creature now would be tantamount to suicide. The monster's ferocity exceeded their wildest imagination. Run! Split up! Zhao Laosan bellowed, forcefully pushing the dog away. The surviving 4 dared not hesitate any longer, each choosing a different path and scrambling desperately toward the safety of the forest's edge. Behind them, Wang Er's anguished cries gradually faded. ultimately swallowed by the silence of the jungle. Chapter 32. Undercurrents at the entrance of Xiaxi village. Zhao Laosan and his companions tumbled in, their clothes tattered and expressions filled with dread, as if they had encountered a specter. Quick, hurry and summon the village chief. A grave incident has occurred. Zhao Laosan's voice was hoarse, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Behind him, Guzi trembled uncontrollably, babbling incoherently. A monster. There's a monster in the mountains. It devoured someone. Several elders, who were sunning grain at the village entrance, gathered around, clamoring with questions. Laosan, what happened? What is going on in the mountains? Guzi, what kind of monster are you talking about? Where are Wang Er and the others? After catching his breath, Zhao Laosan's voice quivered as he spoke. Wang Er. Wang Er has perished in the mountains. He was taken away by a creature whose nature remains unknown. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in shock, their faces etched with fear. What? Wang Er was taken away? Was it a tiger or a bear? A bold man inquired. Zhao Laosan vehemently shook his head, his eyes wide with terror. Neither. That beast is larger than a bear. Its fur is red with a tinge of dark green, and its eyes are as red as blood. With a single bite. Just one bite. He gestured animatedly, his voice contorting with fear. Soon, the old village chief arrived, having heard the commotion. Laosan, clarify the situation. What exactly transpired? The chief asked, his tone grave. Zhao Laosan steadied himself and recounted the harrowing encounter with the ferocious beast and the tragic demise of Wang Er. A nearby hunter wept, exclaiming, Village chief, Vungermit au horrific fate. The creature was too ferocious. We couldn't even discern what it was. Where's Wang Er's family? Someone has already rushed to inform his wife. Moments later, a disheveled woman came running, crying out as she approached, Where's my Wang Er? Where's my husband? Return him to me. Even Zhao Laosan, a sturdy man, felt tears welling in his eyes, rendered speechless. The village chief sighed, helping the woman to her feet, and said solemnly, Sister-in-law, do not weep. The village must not turn a blind eye to this matter. He turned to the strong young men surrounding him. Gather your weapons. Follow me into the mountains. We must find him alive or dead. I refuse to believe that a beast can wreak havoc in broad daylight. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, rallied in response. Yes, let us accompany the village chief into the mountains. We shall avenge Wang Er. Before long, more than 20 men armed with machetes, hunting forks, and hoes marched resolutely into the mountains under the leadership of Zhao Xuanzhe and Zhao Laosan. However, they searched tirelessly throughout the afternoon, turning the area upside down. Apart from a few patches of congealed black blood and some blood-soaked rags, there was no trace of Wang Er, let alone the fearsome beast. Not a single hair of the creature was found. As the sun began to set, the light in the mountains dimmed. Village chief, night is approaching. If we continue searching, I fear, a man spoke with concern. Zhao Xuanzhe's face turned ashen as he gazed into the depths of the forest, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Zhao Laosan's complexion was particularly pale as he murmured, That beast is likely no ordinary wild animal. Split up and search. Be thorough. He grit his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat, and issued another command. Yet, as night fell completely, they found nothing. The group returned to the village dejectedly, bearing the unsettling news to the anxious villagers. Wang Er's wife fainted on the spot. The entire Xiaxi village was gripped by fear as darkness descended. No one dared to venture outside, and even during the day, fewer people dared to enter the mountains for firewood or herbs. Zhao Laosan and the remaining hunters, though they too were frightened, steeled themselves and cautiously roamed the outskirts of the forest for the sake of their livelihoods. They no longer dared to venture into the previously familiar territory, merely observing from afar. Old San, do you think that beast has become sentient? Guzi whispered conspiratorially. Zhao Laosan clicked his tongue, brow furrowed. It's hard to say. But that day, with so many of us in the mountains, it never showed itself. It seems as if it has developed a sense of awareness, knowing to avoid us. Another hunter chimed in. Indeed, what ordinary feral beast is so cunning? It must truly be an ancient demon of the mountains. The more they spoke, the more they felt the plausibility of their thoughts. their reverence for that forest deepening further. We should inform the village chief and have him invite a Daoist priest from Qingyun Temple to exorcise the evil spirits, Zhao Laosan contemplated. Meanwhile, as the villagers of Shashi lived in constant dread of the malevolent creature, deep within the stone caves of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin wore a look of tension. The flying night demon had already been summoned twice through recollection. If he could successfully summon it once more, it would be permanently secured, allowing him to call upon it at will. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts. Turn. The golden die began to spin, radiating a brilliant light. Li Yan's gaze was fixated on the die, silently repeating the name of the flying night demon. The die's rotation gradually slowed, and Li Yan's heart raced. Finally, it came to a stop, revealing a fearsome black figure with wings prominently displayed on the top face. Success, next to the random mount icon in his vision. The flying night demon's head illuminated, accompanied by 3 selectable words. Li Yin exhaled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. He now possessed a formidable antagonist that could be summoned reliably. In future narratives involving righteous beings subduing demons, he would no longer have to worry about failing to roll a suitable monster at crucial moments. Malevolent spirits roaming the mountains, the people suffering. Then, the true monarch of the celestial abyss would manifest once more to rescue those in distress. Li Yan's mind was already crafting the subsequent script. This way, not only would he further solidify his identity as a true monarch, but he would also harvest a wave of faith power, unlocking more treasures from the game package. When the time comes, what elixirs and divine weapons would be effortlessly within reach. The more Li Yin pondered, the more delightfully content he felt. He rose to his feet and made his way to the entrance of the stone cave, gazing towards the direction of Qinghe County below. The night was as dark as ink, and the mountain winds howled fiercely. The actors were in position, the script was meticulously crafted, and all that remained was to await the opportune moment to unveil the grand spectacle. Anuing smilagrasa Li Yan's lips. He turned and returned to the cloud-like white jade couch, settling cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, while meticulously rehearsing each subsequent step in his mind, striving for absolute perfection. Chapter 33. A night of turmoil that evening, under a moonless sky and howling winds. Every household in Shashi village secured their doors and windows. Even the dogs, typically prone to nighttime barking, tucked their tails between their legs, whimpering in corners, too fearful to make a sound. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered silently amidst the forest outside the village. The beast, which had caught the fleeting gaze of Zhao Laosan and his companions, had returned. It appeared bolder and hungrier than the previous day. A suppressed growl rumbled forth, akin to distant thunder. The creature, immense in size, stealthily infiltrated the village. In the moonlight, its dark red fur revealed glimpses of its mottled, blackish skin emanating a nauseating stench. With a thunderous crash, a wooden fence belonging to one household was easily breached. The chickens and ducks within the enclosure were instantly roused, emitting piercing cries as they flapped their wings in frantic escape. The beast, however, paid them no heed. Its fiery gaze fixated on the soul, plump sow within the pen. With a swift motion, its claws tore through the air, accompanied by the sow's brief, pitiful wail, plunging the scene back into silence. The metallic scent of blood rapidly permeated the night air. The villagers cowering indoors listened to the chaos outside, terror-stricken, covering their mouths to suppress any sound that might summon the lurking demon. Some trembled beneath their blankets, while others gripped their axes and hoes, pressing against the door, drenched in cold sweat. For the villagers of Shashi, that night stretched on like an eternity of hell. The beast ravaged the village for nearly half an hour, devouring 3 pigs and 7 or 8 chickens and ducks, and even demolishing the walls of several homes, before finally dragging away a chunk of pork into the vast night. It was not until the first light of dawn pierced the darkness that anyone dared to venture outside, shivering in apprehension. Has the creature left? An elderly man asked, his voice trembling. It seems quiet now, another villager replied cautiously. As the villagers stepped outside, they gasped at the scene before them. The village path lay in disarray, stained with blood, and remnants of livestock scattered everywhere. The air thick with the rancid stench of death. "My pig!" cried a woman, collapsing beside her destroyed pig pen, weeping uncontrollably. "Cursed beast! Will it not let us live?" Fear and despair spread among the villagers like a plague. In the days that followed, the mysterious beast appeared to haunt the surrounding villages near Xuankong Mountain with relentless fervor. Shanxi Village, Xiaohaku, and Sanjiazi, none were spared. Initially, it merely stole livestock, but soon it escalated to attacking solitary villagers. A young man from Sanjiazi, who had gone into the mountains to gather firewood, was found with only half of his body remaining, his death a horrific sight. An elderly man from Xiaohaku, who had gone to collect herbs, never returned. In a short time, the vicinity of Xuankong Mountain, spanning several dozen miles, was engulfed in panic, with people trembling at the mere mention of the beast. During the day, no one dared to enter the mountains alone, and at night, every home was locked tight, with villages gripped by fear. The once bustling mountain paths now lay eerily silent. On this day, the elder of Xiaxi village, leaning on his cane, gathered the village heads and clan elders from several nearby, disaster-stricken villages in the ancestral hall to discuss the pressing matters at hand. "Esteemed colleagues," he said gravely, "the malevolent beast has been wreaking havoc for days, disturbing our peace. If we do not devise a plan, those of us who rely on the mountains for sustenance may indeed face starvation." The elder's voice was hoarse with concern. The elder from Shanxi village, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "It is not that we lack resolve. That creature appears and disappears at will. What can we, mere farmers, do to confront it? Indeed, just yesterday, we organized a dozen stout men from our village to hunt down the beast. Yet we caught not even a glimpse of it and ended up with one brother sustaining a broken leg," exclaimed the village head from Xiaohaku, pounding his chest in frustration. The assembly erupted in a cacophony of voices, each recounting the tragic plight of their own villages, their words laden with despair and helplessness. "Are we to simply stand by and watch as that beast devours us one by one?" A younger clan elder voiced his discontent. Silence fell upon the hall, thick with hopelessness. Suddenly, Zhao Laosan, the previously silent hunter, sprang to his feet. "We must report this to the authorities," he shouted, his eyes ablaze with urgency. "Let us go to the county seat. We shall appeal to the county magistrate for justice and request military aid to eradicate that vile beast." At his proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon their eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Yes, to the magistrate. With the benevolence of the county lord and the protection of the Xuankong Yunze deity, surely they will rid us of this menace. Indeed, the folk of Xuankong village have spoken of the deity's miraculous interventions, even forewarning them of calamities like the dragon floods. How could this beast be fiercer than dragon? As they mentioned the Xuankong Yunze deity, the villagers felt a renewed sense of courage, their fears beginning to dissipate. "Yes, we are under the protection of the immortals of Qinghe County." "Excellent," exclaimed the elder of Xiaxi village, slapping his thigh decisively. "Tomorrow morning, we shall assemble a contingent, ringing gongs and beating drums as we march to the county office to voice our grievances. We must ensure a strong turnout. Let's make our presence known." "Agreed. Let it be so." The atmosphere in the ancestral hall transformed from despair to fervent determination, the desire for survival eclipsing their fears. The following morning, as dawn broke, villagers from each hamlet at the foot of Xuankong Mountain, helping the elderly and carrying the young, set forth with hoes and carrying poles, forming a formidable stream of humanity. They banged on makeshift gongs and waved crude banners inscribed with phrases like "eradicate the beast" and "seek the county lord's justice, invoke the deity's blessing." The procession stretched for miles, winding along the rugged mountain path toward the county town of Qinghe. Their cries, filled with sorrow yet tinged with hope, echoed through the valleys. Within a stone cave, Li Yin sat in meditation, attuning himself to the status of the flying night demon. He raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual. Through the shared senses of the demon, he perceived a vast throng winding its way down the mountain path. The demon's acute hearing captured the distant sounds of the villagers' shouts and the rhythmic clamor of drums. Report to the authorities, eradicate the beast, invoke the deity's blessing. Lian's lips curled into a faint smile. It truly seemed like a fortuitous twist of fate. He had been contemplating how to disseminate the notorious reputation of the Flying Night Demon, paving the way for his grand spectacle of subduing demons and vanquishing malevolence. Little did he expect that these villagers would unwittingly deliver the opportunity to him. This conveniently spared him considerable effort in laying the groundwork. Originally, he intended for the Flying Night Demon to lie low for a period, gradually instilling fear. However, it appeared that this wild beast had inadvertently rendered him a significant service. Now he could aptly utilize its name to his advantage. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. With a mere thought, he established a connection with the Flying Night Demon and issued his command: eliminate that troublesome creature discreetly, ensuring that the villagers remain oblivious. Subsequently, you shall take its place, becoming the new source of terror in these woods. When the reinforcements summoned by the villagers arrive, you shall entertain them thoroughly, ensuring they experience firsthand what true malevolence entails. Lurking deep within the dense forest, the Flying Night Demon's crimson eyes flashed with a glint of ferocity. It emitted a silent roar, its massive wings unfurling as it vanished soundlessly into the sea of trees. Moments later, from an obscure corner of the Xuankong mountain range, a brief yet piercing beastly howl echoed, abruptly ceasing thereafter. All once more fell into tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the formidable procession of villagers remained blissfully unaware, trudging forward with grief and hope towards Qinghe County. Chapter 34. The officials mobilized in the rear hall of the Qinghe County Yamen. County Magistrate Zhao Zhan was leisurely savoring a cup of steaming, fragrant tea. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and County Lieutenant Chun Hu hastily entered, appearing weary and breathless. "My lord." Chun Hu clasped his fists and bowed, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, "What is the matter that brings you here in such a rush?" "My lord, a large number of mountain villagers, numbering in the hundreds, have arrived from outside the city, wailing and lamenting. They claim that a ferocious beast in the mountains has been preying on people and beseech the county to take action." "A beast that preys on humans?" Zhao Zhan set down his teacup, his expression becoming notably grave. "What exactly is happening?" "My lord, I have already dispatched someone to investigate," Chun Hu replied, clasping his fists once more. "Several villages near Xuankong Mountain, such as Xiaxi Village and Shanxi Village, have recently been plagued by attacks from this beast. Initially, it merely took livestock, but later, it began to injure people." Zhao Zhan's brow furrowed in thought. "Oh, is it a common tiger or a leopard? Or perhaps a pack of wolves?" Chun Hu shook his head. "According to the villagers, this beast is enormous, with dark reddish-blue fur and blood-red eyes, displaying an extraordinary ferocity. Far from an ordinary tiger or wolf. They say that a young man from Sanjiazhuang, who went into the mountains to gather firewood, was found with only half of his corpse remaining, and an elderly herbalist from Xiaoko has gone missing without a trace." "Mr. Feng," interjected Lieutenant Chun, "could it be that the villagers are exaggerating? It is not uncommon for wild beasts to injure people." Chun Hu's expression was solemn. "Mr. Feng, I once held a similar belief. However, according to Zhao Laosan, a hunter from Xiaxi Village, he witnessed the beast effortlessly kill a companion, the sight being utterly horrific. Now, the villagers live in constant fear, daring not to enter the mountains by day and locking their doors at night, their livelihoods hanging by a thread." Listening intently, Zhao Zhan's countenance grew increasingly somber. He recalled the recent event where the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze had manifested, forewarning of a calamity, thus saving Xuankong village. Could it be that something unclean truly lurked within the Xuankong mountain region? "My lord, the villagers are now incensed, kneeling at the yamen, imploring you to send troops to eliminate the beast and relieve their suffering," Chun Hu added. Zhao Zhan pondered for a moment, then turned to Chun Hu. "Lieutenant Chun, this matter is of grave significance. Given the heavy casualties among the villagers and the peculiar nature of the beast, I command you to immediately assemble 20 capable soldiers, well armed, and proceed to Xuankong Mountain to investigate. If it is indeed a common beast, devise a method to capture it and restore the people's peace of mind. However, if the villagers' claims hold truth and the beast is extraordinary, exercise caution. First, ascertain its lair and return to report to me, so we may deliberate on further strategies. Chun responded resolutely, I will obey your command. I shall not fail in my mission. Zhao Zhen added, your journey represents the authority of the county and the imperial court. Be sure to reassure the populace, informing them that both I and the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze will not turn a blind eye to this matter. Understood. Chun clasped his fists once more. Outside the yamen, the villagers, a sea of anxious faces, awaited with bated breath, their expressions filled with worry and hope. As County Lieutenant Chun strode out of the yamen, accompanied by 20 soldiers clad in leather armor, with short blades at their waists and bows slung across their backs. The crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into thunderous cheers. The magistrate has sent troops. Lieutenant Chun, you must do justice for us. We are saved. The villagers, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward, nearly engulfing Chun and his men had they not been restrained by the soldiers. Zhao Laosan and the elder of Shashi village squeezed to the front, their faces brimming with anticipation. Dear villagers, please remain calm. Chun called from an elevated position, channeling his inner strength to project his voice above the clamor. I come at the behest of the esteemed county lord to investigate this matter. Rest assured with my presence, we shall uncover the truth. If indeed there is a malevolent beast at play, my men and I will ensure it meets its end, restoring peace to your lives. His piercing gaze swept across the hopeful faces before him. Now lead the way swiftly. I wish to see what foul creature dares to wreak havoc within the borders of Qinghe County. Excellent. The county lieutenant is formidable. The villagers responded, their spirits lifted, especially as they observed the soldiers, each exuding vigor, their short blades glinting ominously in the sunlight, and the bows on their backs emanating an air of lethal intent. Their fears began to dissipate significantly. Lieutenant Chun was a practitioner of inner strength. He could shatter stones and lift heavy weights. With him present, what manner of beast could possibly pose a challenge? My lord, this way, please. The beast first appeared in the nearby mountains of our Xiaxi village. Zhao Laosan quickly stepped forward to guide them. Indeed, our Shangwan village has also suffered greatly from its depredations. In a flurry of excitement, the villagers clamored to lead the officials. After a moment's contemplation, Chun selected representatives from several villages to guide the way, and the grand procession moved purposefully toward Qingfeng Mountain. The soldiers forged ahead, with the villagers closely following, creating a formidable spectacle. As the sun began its descent, when Chun and his party reached Xiaxi village under the villagers' guidance, dusk had nearly settled. The village was desolate. Every household had tightly shut its doors and windows, and the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent and the odor of livestock. The elder of Xiaxi village pointed toward the foreboding dark woods in the distance, his voice trembling. Master Chun, that creature, is likely hidden within that forest. Yesterday, it emerged from there and dragged away our pigs. Chun reined in his horse, intently surveying the depths of the dense forest. As twilight enveloped the land, a chilling wind swept through, and eerie sounds emanated from the woods, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Sir, a soldier muttered quietly, it's nearly dark. Perhaps we should enter the mountains at dawn instead? Chun furrowed his brow and replied sternly, wait until tomorrow? By then, the opportunity will have passed. That beast has been marauding for days and must surely be fatigued. It is likely resting in its lair at this very moment. We should strike while it remains unsuspecting. If darkness falls completely, the obscured visibility will advantage it and disadvantage us. Chun turned to the villagers and said, you all stay in the village and do not approach. If anything happens, remain calm. The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with both anticipation and unease. Without further ado, Chun brandished his short knife and led 20 soldiers into the ominous and eerie forest. The dim light filtered through towering ancient trees, while vines entwined around them. The soldiers, armed with weapons, cautiously cleared the thorns, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a mournful sound akin to a ghostly wail. The atmosphere was extraordinarily oppressive. Within the stone cave, Li Yin, through the shared vision of the flying night demon, clearly observed the arrival of the soldiers. As his gaze fell upon the leading county officer, a playful smile crept onto his lips. Oh, the officials have arrived. From the villagers' discussions and the cryptic remarks of the old Daoist, Ling Yun, he had gleaned some understanding of the martial prowess in Qinga County. This county officer Chun, who was reputed to be one of the finest in the region, having cultivated his internal energy to an advanced level. An internal energy practitioner, indeed. Li Yin stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. He had long sought an opportunity to gauge the true caliber of the so-called martial experts in this world, which was crucial for his subsequent plans. This Chun who before him was undoubtedly an excellent touchstone. Flying night demon, prepare to stretch your limbs, Li Yin thought with a hint of amusement. Let me see how many moves the so-called expert of this world can withstand before you. As his thoughts shifted, the flying night demon, concealed deep within the forest, and having completed the role swap with the unfortunate native beast, suddenly opened its crimson eyes, shining with a brutal and bloodthirsty light. He was eager to discover whether this world's internal energy practitioners were truly formidable, or if the summoned beast he had conjured would prove even more powerful. Chapter 35. The beast unleashed deep within the dense forest, the light grew increasingly dim. Everyone, stay sharp, Chun Hu whispered urgently, his grip tightening around the short blade at his waist. His keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. Every quivering shadow of the trees and every subtle chirp of insects heightened his tension. The 20 soldiers trailing behind him held their breath, cautiously parting the drooping vines and obstructive shrubs, maintaining a tight formation, unwilling to show the slightest sign of weakness. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from above. What was that? A young soldier nervously inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Chun Hu abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting in alarm. There, amidst the thick canopy, a massive shadow hung silently, its pair of crimson eyes resembling two blood-red lanterns, fixated intently upon them in the gloom. Alert! Chun Hu shouted sharply, drawing his short blade in an instant. The gleaming edge flashing momentarily in the darkened woods. The shadow moved with astonishing speed. A gust of fetid wind rushed down upon them. As the shadow descended like a colossal meteor, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, aimed directly at Chun Hu at the front of the formation. Fire! A few agile archers swiftly drew their bows, releasing a volley of arrows that whistled through the air, targeting the descending shadow. The arrows struck the creature, producing a dull thud as if they had hit resilient leather, only to fall powerless to the ground. Some arrows failed to penetrate its outer layer, shattering instead against an unseen force. What? The arrows cannot pierce it. The soldiers turned pale, helplessly witnessing the monstrosity disregard the hail of arrows, its claws resembling hooks, slicing through the air with a chilling shriek, aiming for Chun Hu's head. Beast, seeking death. Chun Hu's eyes widened in fury. Instead of retreating, he advanced, executing a fierce upward arc with his short blade, channeling his inner strength, a faint azure glow swirling along the blade's edge. Mount and cleave. Clang. The sharp clash of metal reverberated through the forest. Chun Hu felt an overwhelming force surge through his blade, numbing his hands and jarring his arms, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 3 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the earth. The airborne creature was momentarily halted, its massive form spiraling in midair, letting out an enraged roar as it landed steadily several paces away. It was only then that the others beheld the full visage of this monster, towering nearly 10 feet. With a greenish face and protruding fangs, its body was a mass of sinewy muscle, skin a bizarre shade of dark greenish-black. A pair of folded flesh wings stirred slightly on its back, summoning gusts of ominous wind. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity and a thirst for blood. What manner of beast is this? A soldier stuttered, trembling in fear. Stay calm. Form ranks. Steady yourselves. Chun Hu barked, suppressing the fatigue in his arms with a commanding tone. Yet within, turmoil raged. That strike had utilized 7/10 of his strength. Any ordinary tiger or bear would have been gravely wounded or slain. Yet, against this creature, it had merely momentarily hindered its onslaught, without even breaking its skin. The corporeal form of this creature is astonishingly formidable. A deafening roar erupted from the enraged, flying night demon as it propelled itself forward, its massive body transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the soldiers. "Kill!" Chunhu bellowed, brandishing his blade to meet the onslaught. He understood that if they failed to vanquish this monster today, none among them would escape the forest alive. The remaining soldiers quickly snapped to attention, raising their weapons and forming a rudimentary, circular formation in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault. However, the speed of the flying night demon was unparalleled, as it moved through the trees with ease. With a casual swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it tore through the leather armor of an ill-fated soldier, sending blood splattering and the man flying backward with a horrific scream. "Xiaolu, hold the line. Stand firm." Chunhu's eyes widened with rage as he wielded his short dagger with ferocity, the blade glinting as he tried to intercept the demon's relentless attacks. Yet, the creature's agility was astonishing. Its massive form twisted and turned effortlessly within the confines of the forest, unimpeded. Its claws, fangs, and even the edges of its fleshly wings became lethal weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Chunhu found himself locked in combat with the flying night demon, their weapons clashing. Sparks flying. He channeled his internal energy to its utmost limits, each strike imbued with tremendous force, stirring up fierce winds. Yet these blows, capable of shattering stone, barely left a mark on the demon's hide. Occasionally, a faint white line would appear, only to vanish in an instant, failing to inflict any true harm. Conversely, every counterattack from the flying night demon brought him perilously close to disaster. The immense power contained in its claws sent his blood surging, and his arms grew heavier with each engagement. "My lord, be careful." Another soldier was struck by the demon's wing, spewing blood as he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a tree, his fate uncertain. Cries of agony echoed through the air. In mere moments, nearly half of the 20 soldiers had fallen. Those who lay defeated were grievously injured, utterly devoid of combat capability, writhing on the ground in relentless pain. How could this be happening? How could it be so powerful? A chill settled in Chunhu's heart. The internal strength he had once prided himself on felt as feeble as a child's blows in the face of this monster. This was a battle of an entirely different magnitude. Was it possible that fate had turned against him? Chunhu, a profound despair surged within him, overwhelming like a tidal wave. He glanced at the few remaining brothers beside him, all battered and showing signs of fear, yet still struggling to hold on. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Beast, I shall fight you to the end." A flicker of resolution ignited in his eyes as he took a deep breath, unleashing his internal energy with reckless abandon. The leather armor on his body swelled slightly, radiating an aura of fierce and violent intensity. The blade of his short dagger glimmered with a pale blue light that suddenly intensified, solidifying as if tangible. "My lord is about to." A surviving soldier, witnessing Chunhu's transformation, gasped in astonishment. 5 tigers break the door blade. Chunhu emitted a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, his feet crashing against the ground as he ascended like a cannonball, wielding his blade with the ferocity of a devastating strike, infused with an indomitable spirit of slaughter. He aimed a fierce blow at the head of the flying night demon. This strike encapsulated the essence of his being. It was his ultimate technique, held in reserve for dire moments. Before the blade could reach its target, the fierce wind generated by its trajectory had already stirred the earth around the night demon, causing the air to groan under the weight of impending violence. In response to this earth-shattering blow, the night demon's blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. It let out a low growl, standing its ground, puffing out its chest defiantly. Its sinewy muscles tightened instantaneously, as if molten lava coursed beneath its darkened skin. With a thunderous roar, the blade of light struck mercilessly against the night demon's chest. A sickening crack resonated through the air. However, it was not the night demon's bones that shattered, but rather the short sword in Chunhu's grasp. crafted from refined steel. The blade disintegrated upon contact with the night demon's chest, splintering into countless shards that scattered in all directions. Chunhu, feeling as though struck by lightning, spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body hurled back by an overpowering force. The night demon glanced down at its chest, where only a faint white mark remained, nearly imperceptible, with not even a break in the skin. It shook its head, seemingly dissatisfied with such a trivial attack. Then, raising its gaze, the ferocity in its blood-red eyes intensified, and it bellowed a furious roar that echoed through the forest. Having withstood Chunhu's ultimate technique unscathed, its primal instincts were fully awakened. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly speechless, unable to even entertain the thought of escape, collapsing to the ground. Their faces ashen. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 36. The Collapse of Martial Arts Within the Stone Cave. Li Yin, through the perspective of the flying night demon, beheld the tragic scene unfolding in the dense forest. Chunhu's earth-shattering strike indeed possessed considerable might. Had it been an ordinary ferocious beast, it would likely have been cleaved in two on the spot. The realm of inner strength truly holds its own secrets. Li Yin mused, stroking his chin. Yet, unfortunately, it encountered the flying night demon. Li Yin gained a clearer understanding of the limits of martial prowess in this world. It was indeed a realm of low martial arts, a mere refinement of the physical body and inner energy. Chunhu's performance was already commendable. A county officer, leading 20 elite soldiers, had been reduced to such a pitiful state. This news, upon reaching Qinghe County, would undoubtedly send the local officials into a state of unrest. In that moment, beseeching the gods would likely be their only recourse. The name of the Xuankong Yunze, True Monarch, would resonate even more loudly as a result. However, relying solely on a single demon's chaos was insufficient. Li Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was imperative to reveal some of the power under the True Monarch's command. For instance, sending a divine general down to subdue this malevolent creature, a plan began to take shape within his mind. He would allow this flying night demon to remain arrogant for a few more days, spreading panic to its zenith. Even the Lingyan Daoist and his brother from Jiangzhou would find themselves in disarray. The entire government and Taoist sect would be rendered helpless. Then, he would don a different guise, masquerading as a divine general under the True Monarch, and perform a splendid act of demon subjugation. In doing so, the True Monarch's prestige would be firmly established. Brother Demon, your performance has been commendable. It is time for your curtain call, Li Yin thought, mindful of exiting with grace. In the dense forest, the flying night demon withstood Chunhu's desperate strike, the faint white mark upon its chest swiftly dissipating. It seemed to linger in its enjoyment, glancing down at the several soldiers beneath it, now as helpless as ants, and then casting its gaze towards the distance where Chunhu lay, blood streaming from his mouth. A glint of almost mocking ferocity flashed in its crimson eyes. A roar erupted from its throat, elongated and filled with provocation and disdain, reverberating through the forest and causing leaves to rain down. Following this, it unfurled its wings with a powerful flap. A tempest arose, stirring up dust and debris. The immense, dark-hued silhouette shot skyward, spiraling a few times before vanishing into the dim canopy above, leaving no trace behind. The stench of the wind gradually subsided. In the forest, only an oppressive silence remained, punctuated by the agonized groans of the wounded. Chunhu struggled to rise from the ground, but the movement exacerbated his internal injuries, and he coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that stained the decaying leaves beneath him. The short blade in his hand was reduced to nothing but a bare hilt. That tempered steel sword, which had accompanied him for many years, lay shattered, much like his heart in that moment. It was over. All was lost. He gazed vacantly in the direction the flying night demon had vanished, his eyes filled with an incredulous despair. Years of arduous training, the inner strength he had once prided himself on, now felt as fragile as paper in the presence of that monstrosity. Could he really shatter stone or bear the weight of a cauldron before such inhuman strength? It was nothing short of a farce. The martial path he had steadfastly believed in now lay in ruins within his heart. What was that force? A demon? A specter? It was certainly beyond the capacity of human strength to withstand. Thud! Chunhu's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The coldness of the earth seeped through his tattered armor, penetrating his skin, yet it paled in comparison to the chill that gripped his heart. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, each breath laced with blood, as if his chest were being torn apart in agony. My lord, how are you? A surviving soldier, dragging a wounded leg, crawled over to Chunhu, his voice tinged with desperation. His face was smeared with blood and dirt, and his eyes brimmed with terror. Hurry! Hurry! Chunhu struggled to lift his head, his voice raspy and barely recognizable. Help me up. We must report to the county lord immediately. This is a catastrophic calamity. A catastrophic calamity. His voice was piercing, filled with boundless fear and despair. The soldier, startled by Chunhu's appearance, gritted his teeth, and despite the excruciating pain in his leg, helped him to his feet. And the brothers. Chunhu surveyed the surroundings, observing those lying on the ground, groaning, or lifeless, his eyes bloodshot. Of the 20 brothers who had come, fewer than 5 could still stand. The rest were either lifeless or writhing in pain. Those who were alive, those who can move, quickly, go and find the villagers of Xiaxi. Tell them to help carry the wounded and the fallen brothers down the mountain. Hurry, he shouted with every ounce of strength he possessed, his voice echoing in the desolate woods, sounding so utterly helpless. The few surviving soldiers, though all injured and shaken, mustered the strength to heed Chunhu's command and struggled to rise from the ground. They leaned on one another, discerning the direction, and made their way, foot by foot, toward Xiaxi village. Each step was laden with dread of that terrifying creature. The stench of blood hung thickly in the air. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light, yet failing to dispel the gloom in their hearts. Xiaxi village. The villagers awaited anxiously at the entrance, their hearts aflame with worry. Zhao Laosan and the village head were particularly restless, frequently glancing toward the dense forest on the back mountain. Why is there still no word? A young woman fretted, wringing her hands. Surely, nothing has gone awry? Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? An old man shot her a glare. County Lieutenant Zhao is highly skilled, and his soldiers are all elite. That beast will surely be easily subdued. Yet, despite his words, a trace of unspoken worry lingered in the old man's eyes. Time trickled by. The sky gradually darkened. Just as the villagers could hardly bear the weight, several figures finally stumbled out from the edge of the distant forest. Someone is coming, a sharp-eyed youth exclaimed. The villagers' spirits were lifted as they rushed forward to greet the newcomers. However, when they discerned the appearance of the visitors, an audible gasp escaped their lips, and the joy on their faces instantly froze. The soldiers appeared disheveled, their garments tattered and their bodies smeared with blood, their faces reflecting a lingering terror, as if they had just escaped from the depths of hell. One soldier, clutching his blood-soaked arm, staggered with every step he took. Sir, what has happened? Zhao Laosan was the first to approach, his voice urgent. Where is County Lieutenant Chun? What about the beast? Hurry. The soldier, breathless and panting, struggled to articulate his words. Lord Chun, he is still in the forest. There are many brothers, all injured. That monster is too formidable. We are no match for it. Quickly, send for help. Go into the forest and rescue them. These words struck the villagers like a bolt from the blue, leaving them in stunned silence. If even the county lieutenant and his men were no match for this creature, how vicious could it possibly be? The village elder's face turned pale, his lips trembling. What are we to do? What can we do? Do not panic. Zhao Laosan gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing across his face. The officials have suffered for our village. We cannot stand idly by. He turned to the villagers, who were frozen in shock, and shouted, What are you all dawdling for? Young and strong, come with me. Grab some ropes. Grab the door panels. Quickly. Saving lives is our priority. Fearful though they were, the simplicity and valor of the mountain folk surged forth in that moment. Indeed, the soldiers had come to aid them. Now that the soldiers were in peril, how could they turn a blind eye? Let us go. We must rescue them. We will confront that beast. A dozen brave men responded, hastily returning home to fetch tools. Some women spontaneously began boiling water and preparing bandages. Soon, a makeshift rescue team, led by Zhao Laosan and a few soldiers who could still move, ventured cautiously into the perilous depths of the forest, brandishing torches. Under the cloak of night, the forest appeared even more sinister than by day. The wind rustled through the leaves, producing a chilling sound. Each individual felt their heart leap into their throats. Upon reaching the site of the earlier encounter, the scene before them sent shivers down their spines. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Scattered across the ground lay several soldiers, some groaning in agony, while others had already succumbed to death. County Lieutenant Chun, who leaned against a great tree, his complexion as pale as parchment, his shirt drenched in blood, his breath faint. "My lord, Lord Chun," the leading soldiers cried out in despair as they rushed forward. The villagers, witnessing this horrific sight, felt their hands and feet turn cold. This was no mere hunt. It was a massacre. Quickly carry out the injured officials," Zhao Laosan commanded, suppressing the fear that gripped his heart. The villagers sprang into action, using the planks they had brought to fashion rudimentary stretchers, carefully lifting the injured soldiers. Chun, who was supported by 2 villagers, he managed to open his eyes with great effort, observing the bustling villagers. His lips moved as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. A profound sense of guilt and gratitude filled his heart. The rescue operation was exceedingly arduous, with treacherous mountain paths and numerous casualties. Everyone remained on high alert, fearful that the terrifying beast might reappear. Fortunately, by the time they had evacuated all the soldiers from the dense forest and returned to Xiaxi village, the fearsome flying demon had not shown itself again. The night in Xiaxi village was destined to be sleepless. The groans of the wounded, the cries of women and children, and the hushed discussions among villagers intertwined in a haunting symphony. Chun, who was settled in the home of the village head, where an elderly man with some medical knowledge was tending to his wounds. "Sir, your injuries are severe. Your internal organs are damaged, and several ribs are fractured." The elder sighed as he bandaged Chun Hu. "I can only manage to staunch the bleeding. Full recovery may be." Chun Hu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. At that moment, his concern lay not with his own injuries. Elder, his voice was weak yet tinged with an undeniable urgency. "Please dispatch someone at once to prepare a swift horse. I must return to the county town tonight. This matter must be reported to the county magistrate immediately. That beast is no ordinary creature. A calamity is looming over Qinghe County." With each word, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze was resolute. The old village head felt a weight in his heart upon seeing Chun Hu's state. What manner of terrifying creature could unnerve even a master of internal strength like him? "Sir, with such grave injuries, how can you ride?" The old village head expressed his concern. "It cannot wait." Chun Hu seized the old man's hand with astonishing strength. "Delay could mean disaster. Who knows how many innocent lives may be at stake if we linger? I implore you, quickly." Seeing the desperation and determination in Chun Hu's eyes, the old village head sighed. "Very well, Zhao Laosan," he called out to the door. "Yes, village head." Zhao Laosan entered promptly. "Go, bring your best mule, the one with the fastest pace, and prepare extra provisions and water," the village head instructed. "Lord Chun must return to the county town tonight." Zhao Laosan glanced at Chun, who nodded emphatically. "Understood. I will fetch it right away." Soon, a reasonably sturdy mule was brought forth. With the assistance of 2 villagers, Chun Hu struggled to mount the mule. He glanced back at Xiaxi village, illuminated yet filled with unease and dread, then cast his eyes towards the Qingfeng mountain, which loomed like a monstrous beast lurking in the darkness. "Go!" He fiercely squeezed the mule's sides, disregarding the searing pain, and set off towards Qinghe County. Vanishing into the deep night, his frail yet resolute silhouette seemed poised to be consumed by the enveloping darkness. It appeared that a storm was brewing over Qinghe County. Chapter 37. Urgent report of danger. The sky was on the cusp of dawn, a faint streak of pale light struggling to emerge from the eastern horizon. At the entrance of Qinghe County, a night watchman leaned against the doorpost, his head drooping in a battle against slumber. Suddenly, A series of urgent and heavy knocks jolted him awake. Who is it? So early in the morning, what has to rush? The watchman rubbed his bleary eyes, impatiently unbolting the door. As the door creaked open, a blood-soaked figure stumbled in, nearly knocking him off his feet. Chun, County Lieutenant. The watchman recognized the man, his heart racing in terror. Chun, who was drenched in blood, his once-fitted leather armor tattered and torn, wounds covering his body, and his face smeared with gore, his breath so weak it seemed he might expire at any moment. Quick, go awaken the county magistrate. Soon, the back hall of the county office was ablaze with light. Zhao Zhun, draped in an outer robe, wore a grave expression as he beheld Chun Hu, who had been supported in by two guards, hardly recognizable as a human. Chun Hu. Zhao Zhun's voice held a note of disbelief. How could this happen? Where are the others? Chun Hu opened his mouth, a stream of dark blood spilling forth as he began to cough violently. A magistrate, his voice was faint, yet laced with boundless fear and despair. It's all over. What's over? Zhao Zhun felt a tightening in his chest as he stepped forward. That monster. Too powerful. Each word seemed to drain Chun Hu of his last reserves of strength. My brothers, they. Tears mingled with blood cascaded down his face. Invulnerable to blades. Immensely strong. It can fly. We are no match. As Zhao Zhun listened to Chun Hu's fragmented account, his complexion gradually drained of color. 20 soldiers, the finest warriors in Qinghe County, led by the internally skilled Chun Hu, had been completely annihilated. Even Chun Hu had nearly lost his life. A chill surged from Zhao Zhun's feet, shooting straight to the crown of his head. Quick, call for the physician. Bring the finest medicine. No matter what, you must save the county lieutenant. Zhao Zhun's voice quivered, pointing at Chun Hu, shouting at the stunned servant nearby. Gazing at Chun Hu's face, pale as paper from blood loss, his heart was filled with both sorrow and dread. This Qinghe County was on the brink of catastrophic disaster. An incense stick later, in a side room of the back hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated Zhao Zhun's ashen face. Daoist Ling Yun and Daoist Ling Xiu sat across from one another, their expressions unusually grave. They had been summoned in haste by Zhao Zhun from Qingyun Temple, even before completing their morning prayers. Esteemed Daoists, I fear the situation is far graver than I had anticipated. Zhao Zhun spoke in a hoarse voice, recounting Chun Hu's ordeal and the description of the fearsome creature in detail. Green-faced, with sharp fangs, wings sprouting from its back, invulnerable to weapons, immensely strong, and astonishingly swift. Daoist Ling Yun listened, his brow furrowing deeper, his countenance growing increasingly solemn. As Zhao Zhun recounted the monstrous form, Daoist Ling Yun and Master Ling Xiu exchanged another glance. This time, terror was evident in their eyes. Brother, Daoist Ling Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse. Master Ling Xiu's expression was as solemn as water, slowly uttering two words. Flying corpse. Flying corpse? Zhao Zhun was taken aback. Daoist, what is this flying corpse? Master Ling Xiu took a deep breath and solemnly explained. I once came across a record in the ancient Daoist text mountain search and demon subjugation. The flying corpse is a malevolent creature born of the world's ominous energy, possessing a naturally tough physique impervious to ordinary weapons. Its nature is savage and bloodthirsty once it appears in the world. It often heralds a calamity that brings suffering to all living beings. The ancient text states that in its infancy, the flying corpse resembles a fearsome beast. But once it has consumed enough blood, it can gradually transform and grow to a level comparable to that of true qi or even innate experts. Hearing this, Zhao Zhun's heart raced with fear. Daoist, is there any method to counter this flying corpse? Master Ling Xiu shook his head. The records are vague, stating only that this creature is extremely ferocious and can only be subdued by formidable beings. Zhao Zhun's heart sank, his hands and feet turning cold. Did this mean that if left unchecked, the entire Qinghe County could be slaughtered by this monster? Master Ling Xiu turned to the now-awakened Chun Hu, who still appeared weak and pale. County Lieutenant Chun, aside from its appearance, does this creature possess any other peculiar traits? Chun Hu leaned back against the chair, struggling to recall, replying, Daoist, that monster. It seems impervious to my internal energy attacks. I exerted all my strength and struck its chest with my ultimate technique, yet it remained unscathed instead. Instead, it shattered my blade. Moreover, it seems capable of manipulating, an ominous wind, moving with incredible speed and even hovering briefly in the air. Ordinary arrows fail to inflict any harm. Striking it feels akin to hitting stone. Furthermore, it appears quite intelligent, unlike ordinary beasts that merely charge forth. With each description, Master Lingxiu's brows knitted tighter. These accounts closely match the records of the flying corpse in the ancient texts. Yet, he felt an unsettling discrepancy. The flying corpse described in the texts, though fierce, did not seem to possess such impenetrability, nor was it difficult to affect with internal energy. Its intelligence was also closer to that of a wild animal. Could it be that this flying corpse has transcended the ordinary, becoming a different breed altogether? Or perhaps, Master Lingxiu suppressed a hint of confusion in his heart and addressed Zhao Zhen. My lord, based on Lieutenant Chen's descriptions, it is highly likely that this creature is indeed the ferocious flying corpse. Moreover, given its ominous presence, it may have already reached a significant level of power, far beyond what ordinary means could subdue. Ordinary means cannot subdue, Zhao Zhen murmured, his expression growing increasingly grim. His most capable general, Chunhu, had been reduced to this state, and the other officers and soldiers in the county office would only be walking to their doom. Daoist Ling Yun interjected from the side. My lord, Qingfeng Mountain is under the protection of the Xuankong Yunze True Monarch. Previously, during the calamity of the Dragon's Lament, the revered deity manifested his grace, thus saving the lives of the entire village of Qingfeng. Now, as malevolent creatures wreak havoc, why not once more beseech the divine for assistance in vanquishing these fiends? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's countenance revealed a hint of bitterness and conflict. He sighed deeply, saying, Reverend Ling Yun, it is not that I am unwilling. However, the great deity is a celestial being from the upper realm, and his occasional manifestation of grace is a profound blessing. To disturb his celestial presence over a mere creature of mischief, I dare not. What if, heaven forbid, it displeases the esteemed deity, leading him to believe that the people of Qinghe County rely solely on divine intervention and lack the resolve for self-improvement? That would truly be a case of miscalculating, resulting in greater losses than gains. Zhao Zhen's words took both Ling Yun and Lingxiu by surprise. They had anticipated that he would seize this lifeline without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the county magistrate, even in the face of life and death, displayed such contemplation. I had thought, Zhao Zhen continued, his tone more resolute, that divine protection is indeed a blessing. However, as ministers, it is our duty to serve our sovereign, safeguard our land, and protect our people. If we can eliminate this malevolent creature through our own efforts, we shall not only stabilize the hearts of the populace, but also uphold the dignity of the Qinghe County government. Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to disturb the divine once more. His earnest words carried the weight of a local official's responsibility. Indeed, if every matter were to rely on the celestial, what purpose would there be for these mortal officials? Thus, Zhao Zhen turned to the venerable Lingxiu and Reverend Ling Yun, offering a solemn bow. I earnestly implore both of you to lend your assistance in subduing this demon, to save the people of Qinghe from their peril. Reverend Ling Yun quickly helped Zhao Zhen to his feet, stating, Your Excellency, you overstate the matter. Slaying demons and ridding the world of evil is, after all, our duty. Lingxiu also bowed in agreement. Your Excellency's concern for the populace is admirable. It is my obligation to confront this flying corpse. However, he continued, shifting his tone, this creature is exceptionally fierce. Though my disciple Ling Yun and I possess certain skills, we must be thoroughly prepared to face such a formidable foe. I require your Excellency to dispatch capable soldiers to escort us into the mountains and assist in evacuating the villagers to prevent the flying corpse from rising again and causing further casualties. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen was filled with joy. Of course, whatever you command, I shall comply without hesitation, as long as we can rid ourselves of this creature. I am prepared to expend all the resources of the county office. He now fervently hoped that these two revered figures truly possessed the means to confront the terrifying flying corpse. Otherwise, he feared that his tenure as the magistrate of Qinghe County might very well come to an abrupt end. Chapter 38. The Oath to Exterminate Demons Within the County Office. The atmosphere was grim and foreboding. Zhao Zhan stood at the forefront, his voice resonating with a determined resolve. Dispatch the orders. Retrieve all usable weapons and armor from the armory. In the patrol camp, apart from the essential personnel required for city defense, all remaining soldiers were to assemble immediately. With this command, the entire county office sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. The clattering of armor, the unsheathing of weapons, and the commanding shouts of officers echoed in succession. Jiangzhou was a significant military stronghold, and the armaments of the subordinate counties were commendable. Even after reserving the necessary personnel for the defense of the city and suppression of local disturbances, Zhao managed to extract 150 seasoned soldiers from the armory and patrol team. Within half an hour, the open space in front of the county office was densely populated with soldiers. Each soldier was adorned in gleaming iron armor or sturdy leather cuirasses, gripping their polished long spears and sabers tightly, with bows and quivers slung across their backs. They formed several formations in the open area and under the gentle dawnlight. The iron armor glinted ominously, exuding an air of lethal intent. Lingshu Jinren and Lingyun Daozhong stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of the army. Beside them was a robust man in his early 30s, with a resolute countenance, Zhang Wu, the county inspector and Shunhu's deputy. Clad in thick leather armor and resting his hand on his waist knife, his gaze was steady. Having mastered the physical cultivation, he stood on the brink of entering the realm of internal energy. Although anxiety stirred within him at this critical moment, it was overshadowed by the inherent bravery of a soldier. Comrades, Zhao Zhan stepped forward, his voice booming. The demons of Qingfeng Mountain have wrought havoc upon our people, spreading terror throughout the region. County Lieutenant Shun has bravely fought to protect the citizens, sustaining grievous wounds, and his valiant warriors have suffered significant losses. If we do not eradicate this menace, Qinghe County shall never see peace. His gaze swept across the faces of every soldier. Today, I have summoned the finest of our county to engage in a decisive battle against this fiend. With the assistance of the esteemed Daoists, Lingshu and Lingyun, we shall surely vanquish this malevolence and restore tranquility to our land. As the soldiers listened to the county magistrate's rallying speech, fervor surged within them. Yet the memory of the monster's ferocity flickered a hint of fear in their eyes. Lingshu Jinren stepped forward, producing several yellow talismans from his sleeve. He softly chanted incantations incomprehensible to ordinary ears, his fingertips delicately tracing the symbols. Before long, the talismans ignited without flame, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that wafted gently into the ranks ahead. This is the courageous march against evil talismans I have drawn. Lingshu Jinren's voice suddenly rose, resonating throughout the formation. They shall enhance the masculine spirit of you soldiers, warding off the common malevolence of the mountains and forests. Many soldiers, witnessing such Taoist techniques for the first time, felt their apprehension wane despite their earlier fears of the ferocious creature. This miraculous display, coupled with the Daoist's words, alleviated a measure of their trepidation, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Thank you, Daoist, for your blessings. Your powers are boundless. A chorus of gratitude arose from the ranks, invigorating their resolve. Seeing this, Zhao Zhan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that this talisman might serve more to soothe the hearts of men. Yet at this moment, the morale of the troops was of utmost importance. Bring forth the wine, Zhao Zhan commanded. Soon, an official approached with a tray bearing 3 large earthen bowls and a sealed jar of aged rice wine. Zhao Zhan personally broke the clay seal, and the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. He filled 3 bowls with wine and approached the esteemed Ling Su Jinren, Daoist Lingyun, and a robust vice-general with a resolute countenance. With both hands, he offered the first bowl to Ling Su Jinren. Esteemed Jinren, this endeavor is fraught with peril. The safety of the tens of thousands of citizens in Qinghe County rests upon you. Ling Su Jinren accepted the bowl with a respectful bow, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall exert all my efforts." Next, Zhao Zhan raised the second bowl and presented it to Daoist Ling Yan. "Daoist, I appreciate your efforts." Daoist Ling Yan received it with both hands, his expression grave. "It is my duty to rid the people of this menace." Finally, Zhao Zhan extended the third bowl to Zhang Wu. "Zhang Xuanqian, the burden of Chun County lies upon your shoulders today. Proceed with utmost caution. I shall await your triumphant return at the county office." Zhang Wu accepted the bowl, kneeling on one knee, his voice resolute. "My lord, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall slay that vile creature." "Excellent." Zhao Zhan lifted Zhang Wu to his feet, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He raised a jar of wine and addressed the 150 soldiers below. "Brave warriors, this cup is a tribute to you. May you achieve victory and success in your endeavors." With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. "May we follow our lord and vanquish the wicked. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing through the wilderness. "Lang Su Zinun, Daoist Lang Jun." And Zhang Wu also drained their bowls and smashed them upon the ground. Crash, crash, crash. The shards of pottery scattered like the impending bloodshed. "Let's depart," Zhao Zhan commanded with a sweeping gesture. "Yes." Zhang Wu drew his saber and pointed forward. "Destination, Xiaxi village. Let's advance." The drums sounded, and the 150 armored soldiers marched in unison, escorting the two Daoists and several familiar officials, setting forth from the county office in grand procession. The townsfolk along the streets had long been stirred by this commotion, rushing to the thoroughfare. Is it the soldiers from the county office preparing for battle? With such fervor, they must be heading to eliminate the ferocious beasts in the mountains, right? Heaven above, grant them success. Otherwise, how shall we endure, with Daoists accompanying them? Surely all will be well. Voices of discussion rose and fell, the faces of the townsfolk reflecting both concern and a glimmer of hope. The terrifying beast loomed like a heavy stone upon each heart. At last, the authorities had taken decisive action. Hope was within reach. In the hidden cavern of Xuankong Mountain, Li Yin sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. Through an invisible link, his consciousness had already merged with the flying night demon circling high above the county town. Everything occurring before the county office unfolded vividly before his eyes. The 150 soldiers, clad in armor and armed, appeared remarkably disciplined, particularly the leading warrior, though not quite on par with the county magistrate, seems to possess a certain level of skill. Then there are the two Taoist priests. The elder, Ling Xiu, appears rather composed, adeptly performing his talismanic tricks. This display might suffice against ordinary bandits and thieves. Alas, they are about to confront the formidable flying night demons. He sensed that as the terror wrought by these demons spread through the Xuankong mountain area, the newly established Xuankong Yunze temple at the foot of the mountain was experiencing a swift surge in incense offerings. Each day, villagers from surrounding areas arrive, trembling as they burn incense and bow, beseeching the deity for divine intervention to vanquish the malevolent spirits. The collective faith, though feeble, flows like a gentle stream, nourishing the progress of his game-like encasement. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Li Yin was immensely pleased. Once this contingent of soldiers is thoroughly defeated by the night demon, plunging them into utter despair, the entire Qinghe County, from officials to commoners, will place their sole hope in this revered deity. At that moment, the deity shall dispatch divine generals to descend and eradicate the demons, thereby solidifying the divine position of the Xuankong Yunze deity. He withdrew his gaze from the soldiers below and focused instead on the flying night demon. "Brother demon, a new wave of guests is en route. Please extend them a warm welcome." Chapter 39. The Whispers of the Wind. Zhao Zhan watched as the 150 armored soldiers escorted the two Daoist priests, their imposing procession gradually fading into the distance. Yet, the heaviness in his heart remained undiminished. It was only when their figures disappeared from sight that he slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to the steward. Feng, come with me." In the study, Zhao Zhan's expression was grave as he ground ink and prepared paper. "Sir, are you going to?" Feng inquired softly. Zhao Zhan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." The malevolence of the monsters on Xuankong Mountain is such that with our meager forces at the county office, it is unlikely we can eradicate them. The tragic fate of Chun, who is still fresh in my mind. He dipped his brush into the ink, the tip gliding steadily across the pristine white paper. Each character firm, yet tinged with urgency. I must compose a letter at once, to be expedited over 800 miles to Lord Lu Sun, the inspector. Feng observed as Zhao Zhan detailed the ferocity of the beasts on Xuankong Mountain, the heavy losses suffered by the soldiers, and the dire predicament of the county's limited military strength. He earnestly implored the inspector to consider the well-being of the tens of thousands of citizens in Qinghe and to swiftly dispatch elite troops to eliminate the threat, thereby restoring peace. At this juncture, Zhao Zhan paused, lifting his gaze toward the window, where the swirling mists around Xuankong Mountain seemed to foretell ominous tidings. He sighed deeply. The fates of Daoist Lingshu and Lingyun are uncertain. If they manage to subdue the beasts, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. But what if? Feng's heart tightened. Are you worried that? One must remain vigilant. Zhao Zhan set down his brush, rubbing his temples. The monster had withstood even Chun Hu's inner strength without sustaining any injury, revealing its ferocity. Although the two Daoists possessed their own arts, they were, after all. Thus, this plea for assistance is a precautionary measure. Zhao Zhan continued, should a mishap occur on Xuankong Mountain, the reinforcements from the state would be our last hope. He picked up the brush once more, adding a few lines at the end of the letter, subtly alluding to the divine warnings from the true monarch of Xuankong Yunze, as well as the rampant turmoil caused by the beasts, which left the populace in fear, all longing for the true monarch's grace once more. Feng's eyes flickered with understanding of Zhao Zhan's deeper intent. Your wisdom is commendable, sir. Feng bowed. If the true monarch were to manifest again, and officials dispatched by the state witness it firsthand, the evidence would leave no room for dispute when reported to Governor Yang. Zhao Zhan nodded slightly, a hint of calculation evident on his face. This was a strategy that served dual purposes. It would secure tangible military support, while concurrently solidifying the credibility of the true monarch's divine presence, benefiting both myself and Qinghe. He carefully sealed the letter and affixed the official stamp. Kumin, a constable promptly entered. Deliver this letter to the post station immediately. Expedited over 800 miles to Inspector Lu Sun. There must be no delay. Zhao Zhan commanded with stern authority. Understood. The constable accepted the letter and hurried away. As the sound of hoofbeats receded, Zhao Zhan stood by the window, gazing toward Xuankong Mountain, lost in contemplation. He had done all that he could. Now it was time to leave the rest to fate. He could only hope that Daoist Lingshu and the others would bring back good news. If it truly comes to that desperate step, one can only muster the courage to return to Xuankong Mountain and beseech the protection of the true Lord. News of the fearsome beast with a green face and sharp fangs, sprouting wings, and emerging from beneath the earth, spread like wildfire throughout Qinghe County. The first to catch wind of this alarming development were the itinerant merchants traveling between Qinghe County and neighboring prefectures. Well-informed and having witnessed the devastation in places like Xiaoxi Village, or having heard rumors of Chun Hu's unsuccessful campaign against the bandits, they quickly disseminated embellished tales in tea houses and taverns. Have you heard? A great demon has emerged in Qinghe County. Not just any demon. It is said to be a malevolent spirit, emerging from the earth with a green face and sharp fangs, and it can fly. Oh dear, this is serious. Even the county guard have been defeated, suffering heavy casualties. Is that true? Has Qinghe County become a living hell? Panic spread like a plague. Wealthy landowners and merchants with investments in Qinghe County were particularly restless. They feared that their hard-earned fortunes could be reduced to ashes by this beast, or that they might become its next meal. Quick, gather your belongings. We must flee to the state capital to escape this calamity. We can no longer remain in Qinghe County. In a flurry, the official road leading to Jiangzhou Prefecture was filled with families and their belongings, traveling in carts and ox-drawn wagons. The nearby villages, having heard of the terrifying events in Qinghe County, shuttered their doors, and young men organized night patrols, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension and fear. Even neighboring counties heightened their defenses, fearing the beast might wander into their territory. The creature of Qinghe County became a nightmarish legend, dreaded by the local populace. In Jiangzhou City, a bustling stronghold of the southern Chu kingdom, amidst the clamor and vibrancy, there lay an unremarkable courtyard nestled within a secluded alley in the southern part of the city. The gate was tightly shut, and the walls were weathered, appearing no different from the ordinary homes surrounding it. However, to an adept in the art of divination, a faint azure aura enveloped the courtyard, interwoven with nearly imperceptible threads of crimson. Inside, in a quiet room, an incense burner emitted an unknown fragrance, the smoke curling delicately, imbued with an unusual sweetness and chill. A middle-aged man clad in a moon-white gauzy feathered robe sat cross-legged on a mat. A small jade alchemical furnace pendant, intricately carved, swayed gently with his breath at his waist. This man was Wei He, the master of the Jiangzhou branch of the feathered garment alchemical sect, known to the common folk by his Daoist title, Yunze. The feathered garment alchemical sect publicly professed to revere the ancient path of alchemy, aspiring to transcend into immortality. With disciples commonly donning simple feathered robes and jade furnace pendants as insignias. Yet, within their ranks, they referred to themselves as the Blood Feather Sect, engaging in secretive and ruthless practices, having long been designated a forbidden cult by the Southern Chu court. Their core secret method involved the alchemical transformation of living beings, creating powerful corpse puppets, and utilizing the art of controlling corpses through the breeding of poisons. The jade furnace pendants they wore, while seemingly elegant, concealed carefully nurtured corpse poisons. A young disciple, clad in a plain gauzy garment yet bearing a somewhat somber demeanor, bowed as he entered the tranquil chamber, cradling a scroll of confidential intelligence. Yunze lifted his gaze slightly, his voice devoid of emotion. "What news do you bring?" "Esteemed master, we have received word from Qinghe County," the young disciple replied respectfully, presenting the scroll. "Qinghe County?" Yunze took the scroll, slowly unfurling it, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his features. What matters could possibly warrant his attention from such a remote locale? He scrutinized the fine script on the scroll, his brow gradually furrowing. Green-faced, with sharp fangs and wings sprouting from its back, impervious to blades and spears, possessing immense strength. Yunze murmured softly, his fingers lightly tapping against the armrest. The scroll elaborated on the terrifying beast that had attacked areas, such as Shishu village in Qinghe County, detailing the disastrous encounter faced by County Lieutenant Shun Hu and his men, with an emphasis on the creature's formidable nature. Is it truly so? A glimmer of keen interest sparked in Yunze's eyes. He set the scroll down, lost in contemplation. His initial thoughts did not drift towards demons or malevolent spirits, but rather to the potential utility of such a creature for his Blood Feather sect. "Master, our leader is currently engaged in the ritual cultivation of the corpse dissolution array. This formation necessitates 49 robust corpse puppets. Once established, anyone lacking innate mastery who becomes ensnared within it would face certain doom. If the beast in Qinghe County is indeed as fearsome as reported, impervious to weapons and capable of flight, it would serve as superb material for corpse refinement. Should we capture it and present it to our master for the creation of a powerful corpse puppet, it could greatly enhance his cultivation. Perhaps, in his elation, he would promote me, allowing me to leave this branch in Jiangzhou and join the main sect, paving the way for an illustrious future." With this thought, a fervent excitement surged within Yunze. "Is this creature truly as formidable as claimed?" he inquired, turning his gaze towards the young disciple, a note of caution threading through his voice. "Master, the information was gleaned from the accounts of merchants who escaped from Qinghe County. Multiple scouts have corroborated the reports. It is said that County Lieutenant Shun Hu, a practitioner of the inner strength realm, nearly lost his life in the encounter." "Oh, even an inner strength practitioner could not prevail?" Yunze's interest intensified. He rose, pacing the quiet chamber. "Country folk often exaggerate, yet whispers do not arise from a void. This matter warrants investigation." He halted, a glimmer of resolve crossing his features. "Issue a decree." Yunze's tone turned cold. "Immediately summon all elite scouts from the branch. disguising them as itinerant merchants and wandering Daoists to hasten to Qinghe County. They must ascertain the true nature of this beast. Is it alive or dead? What powers does it possess? What is its level of cultivation? Where does it reside? What are its weaknesses? This master demands to know everything concerning it. Remember, you are to investigate discreetly. Do not alarm the creature. Should it prove to be extraordinary, this master shall take action personally. Yes, master. The young disciple bowed in response, a flicker of excitement and ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. The Bloodfeather sect has always acted without scruples. And, Yunze added, additionally investigate whether there have been any other unusual occurrences in Qinghe County of late. In a remote county, a series of unsettling incidents unfolded, evoking a sense of intrigue. As you command, the young acolyte bowed and exited the tranquil chamber, which promptly returned to its silence. Yunze resumed his position on the meditation mat, picking up the confidential report regarding the monstrous beast from Qinghe County for a meticulous review. A cold smile gradually curled upon his lips. A flying beast, you say? If it truly exists, then it heralds an opportunity for me. The Grand Master's celestial formation for the disintegration of the corpse is in dire need of a formidable flying beast to suppress the chaos. He toyed with the jade furnace pendant at his waist, sensing the stirrings of the corpse worm within, and his smile grew increasingly sinister, as though envisioning himself triumphantly subduing the beast and presenting it to the Grand Master, ultimately soaring to great heights. The air in the tranquil chamber thickened with a rich, cloying sweetness intertwined with a chilling aura. Meanwhile, far away in the stone caverns of Xuankong Mountain, Li Yin watched with keen interest the impending spectacle of the second act, a clash between the soldiers and the fierce Yiksha. Chapter 40. Seeking the demon in the valley. As dawn tore through the thin mist, golden rays cascaded upon the earthen path leading from Qinghe County to Xiaxi Village. 150 armored soldiers marched with steady steps, their iron armor gleaming coldly under the morning sun. Their long spears stood like a forest, while their swords and shields formed an impenetrable wall. At the forefront of the formation stood the serene Lingshu Zhenren, clad in a blue Daoist robe and wielding a treasured sword, his expression tranquil. Close behind him was Daoist Lingyun, whose countenance bore a weight of concern. Zhang Wu, with a long knife at his waist, remained vigilant, frequently scanning the dense forests flanking them. Almost there, called out a leading officer, gesturing towards the mountain pass ahead. Beyond that pass lies Xiaxi Village. The formation quickened its pace slightly. As the imposing contingent appeared at the entrance of Xiaxi Village, the previously silent village sprang to life. The officials have arrived. And the Daoists. It's the Daoists from Qingyun Temple. The first villager to spot them cried out, his voice strained with desperation. Soon, ragged and terrified villagers poured forth from their low-thatched huts, rushing towards the soldiers as if they were drowning men grasping at a lifeline. Officials, please help us. Daoist, we beseech you to take our plight to heart. Zhao Laosan and the village elder staggered forward, accompanied by a few able-bodied men. Inspector Zhang, both Daoists. Zhao Laosan's eyes were red, his voice hoarse. You have finally come. The village elder, tears streaming down his face, lamented that ferocious beast. It is too dreadful. Witnessing the villager's plight, Zhang Wu felt a surge of emotion. Do not worry, my good sir. We are here under the orders of the county magistrate to eradicate the demon and avenge our fallen brothers and fellow villagers. Lingshu Zhenren stepped forward, his voice calm yet resonant, reaching the ears of every villager. Dear villagers, I am Lingshu from the Jiangzhou Daoist Recording Office, and this is Daoist Lingyun from Qingyun Temple. We have come with a mandate to eliminate the evildoers and restore peace to Xiaxi Village. Please take heart. The officials will ensure your safety. His demeanor was composed, his tone steady, exuding an air of convincing authority. The initially agitated villagers gradually quieted down upon hearing his words, although the fear and hope in their eyes remained palpable. Thank you, Daoist. Thank you, officials. We rely entirely on you. Zhang Wu immediately issued orders. Relay the command. All brethren, assist the villagers in reinforcing the village's defenses. Archers, Take positions at elevated points and remain vigilant. The accompanying medical officers attend to the wounded at once. The 150 soldiers sprang into action. Some aided villagers in transporting timber and stones, repairing damaged fences and houses, while others established watch posts at the village's perimeter, drawing bows and unsheathing swords. The two medical officers were promptly taken to tend to the injured soldiers under Chun, whose command, beginning their urgent work. Observing the soldiers' organized efforts, the villagers' despair began to recede, replaced by a flicker of hope. Inspector Zhang, Lingshu Jinren turned to Zhang Wu. Myself and Daoist Lingyun intend to enter the mountains immediately to search for the demon's trail. The village's defense is entrusted to you. Zhang Wu clasped his fists and assured, "Rest assured, Daoist. I and most of my brothers will remain in the village to ensure that Xiaoxi village is safe and sound. However, the demon is ferocious, and the two Daoists must exercise utmost caution while entering the mountains." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingshu Jinren nodded slightly. "I am well aware of my limits." He selected 30 of the most elite and agile soldiers, all of whom were adept in archery and horsemanship. "You shall accompany me and Daoist Lingyun into the mountains." "Yes," came a unified response from the 30 soldiers. Daoist Lingyun procured several talismans from his robes, distributing them to Zhang Wu and the officers left behind. These are house-settling and evil-repelling talismans, which can be affixed at key points in the village or worn on your person to ward off some malevolent entities. "Thank you, Daoist." Zhang Wu and the others received the talismans with care. With preparations complete, Lingshu Jinren and Daoist Lingyun set forth with the 30 elite soldiers, guided by a few familiar hunters such as Zhao Laosan, into the perilous depths of Qingfo Mountain. The path was rugged. Ancient trees towered above, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The forest was dimly lit, with a carpet of decaying leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The 30 soldiers formed a line, 2 by 2, maintaining a cautious distance, their bows drawn and blades unsheathed, eyes sharp as hawks, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Aside from the occasional rustle of armor and the varied cadence of footsteps, only the eerie calls of unknown insects and birds filled the air, adding an air of strangeness. Lingshu Jinren led the way, his gaze frequently sweeping across the shadowy woods on either side. Daoist Lingyun followed closely behind, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, clearly sensing the invisible pressure of the forest. "Daoist, the valley ahead is where the ferocious beast frequently lurks," Zhao Laosan whispered, pointing to a narrow gorge flanked by 2 mountains. It was near this spot that Chun County's officials were ambushed. Lingshu Jinren nodded slightly, signaling the group to slow their pace and exercise greater caution. The team gradually entered the valley, where the terrain was filled with grotesque stones and hanging vines, amplifying the ominous atmosphere. The steep cliffs on either side were densely forested, making it exceedingly difficult to detect any lurking demons. All the soldiers held their breath, gripping their weapons tighter. Within a stone cave, Li Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. Through the eyes of the flying night demon, he clearly observed the cautious team entering the valley. They have arrived, he thought, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. "Night demon, it's your turn to take the stage. Remember, create a ruckus, but don't scare away all the guests at once." Just as the team reached the narrowest point of the valley, a thunderous roar erupted from the dense woods on the left, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. The sound was filled with fury and savagery, vibrating through the air and causing the rocks to tremble. "Enemy attack! Stand guard!" Lingshu Jinren shouted sharply, almost in unison with the roar. However, the speed of the demons surpassed their wildest imaginations. A colossal, dark green shadow lunged from the thicket like a streak of black lightning, bringing with it a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Be careful." Several soldiers on the left flank of the formation were caught utterly unprepared. In an instant, a dazzling flash illuminated their vision, and an overwhelming force collided with them. The sound of clashing metal resonated sharply. The fearsome claws of the flying demon, as formidable as tempered steel, ruthlessly raked across the armor of 2 soldiers. Sparks erupted. Though their armor was of superior quality from the county armory, it was still marked with deep claw marks. The armor crumpled under the immense impact, sending the two men flying, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed against the mountainside several paces away, their fates uncertain. One soldier reacted a fraction faster, raising his shield to defend himself. However, the demon's claws pierced through the thick leather-covered iron shield as if it were mere tofu, tearing open a gash in his arm that held the shield. Blood gushed forth. "My hand! Ah!" The soldier screamed, staggering backward. In a mere exchange, 3 elite soldiers were rendered incapable of combat. Seizing the opportunity, the flying demon pressed forward, its massive form astonishingly agile in the narrow valley, its wings stirring up a tempest as it charged toward the center of the formation. Loose arrows! Loose arrows! The archers at the rear finally grasped the situation and hastily knocked their arrows. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows whistled through the air, aimed at the flying demon. Clang! Clang! The arrows struck the demon's dark, scaly hide, rebounding as if they had struck solid rock, leaving not a single mark. What? The soldiers were filled with dread. The creature's defenses were even more terrifying than rumored. The demon's sudden assault shattered the soldiers' formation. Cries of alarm, screams of agony, and the sounds of clashing weapons intertwined and echoed throughout the narrow valley. Steady. Form ranks. Do not panic. The expression of Lingshu Zhenren darkened as he unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword with sudden ferocity. You wretched beast, do not be so arrogant. Chapter 41. The escalation of the duel. With a commanding shout, the esteemed Lingshu Zhenren unleashed his 3-foot azure sword, which suddenly radiated a blinding azure light. The blade hummed, resonating like the roar of a dragon or the cry of tiger. Behold the sword. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip quivered, and a series of azure sword energies, solidified as if tangible, surged forth from the blade's edge. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, tearing through the atmosphere and targeting the vulnerable points of the flying night demon. The demon's crimson eyes flashed with fierce determination as it stood its ground, crossing its claws protectively over its chest. The azure sword energy struck true, slicing through the resilient hide that had previously withstood the arrows of the soldiers. Under the assault of the sword energy, the hide yielded like leather under a keen blade, emitting a dull, rending sound, and sparks flew. The flying night demon let out a pained roar, its massive body momentarily faltering under the force of the strike. Clear white marks appeared upon its claws, which shielded its chest and abdomen. Though shallow, they had breached its tough, dark, chitinous skin. Excellent. The Daoist is formidable. Slay this vile beast. The soldiers, witnessing this, felt invigorated and began to cheer. They had heard that the officer Chun, with all his might, had only managed to leave superficial marks on the creature. Yet, this venerable Daoist, with a mere flick of his sword, demonstrated such power. Within the stone cavern, Li Yin, perceiving through the senses of the flying night demon, keenly felt the sharpness of that strike. He furrowed his brow slightly. This sword energy, it can penetrate the demon skin defense? The externalization of true qi is formidable. A chill ran through Li Yan's heart. This old Daoist was indeed a master of true qi. He had assumed that the Daoist from this remote county was at most at the internal strength stage, stronger than Shun, who, but ultimately limited. He never anticipated that this was a genuine practitioner of true qi. Beware, brother demon. Li Yin immediately conveyed through their mental link to the flying night demon. This old fellow possesses considerable skills. Do not let your guard down. In the valley, although Lingshu Zhenren had successfully landed a blow, his expression grew graver rather than joyful. He could sense that while the strike had wounded the creature, it had only scratched the surface. The demon's tenacity far exceeded his expectations. Brother, this demon is tough-skinned and resilient. It is no trifling matter. Lingyun Daoist hastened to Lingshu Zhenren's side, his own sword aimed at the flying night demon, his tone urgent. The demon, incited by the sword energy, became increasingly ferocious. It flapped its wings violently, sending a whirlwind of debris and withered leaves spiraling, transforming its massive form into a swirling tempest of dark azure as it charged once more. Vile beast, you seek death. Lingxiu Zhenren advanced rather than retreated, wielding his sword with the grace of a dragon, unleashing a flurry of azure sword energies that slashed towards the demon's vital points. Clang! Clang! The sword energies continuously struck the flying night demon, igniting a cascade of sparks. New white marks appeared on its hide, causing it to roar in agony, its onslaught growing ever more frenzied. Its claws slashed through the air, leaving afterimages, and with each assault, Lingxiu Zhenren was forced to evade its lethal strikes. Brother, this cannot continue, Lingyun Daoist exclaimed anxiously. Its strength is boundless. We cannot afford to exhaust our true qi. The esteemed Master Lingxiu forcefully repelled the flying night demon with a single stroke of his sword, solemnly declaring, "This creature is ferocious. Ordinary attacks cannot harm its core." A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he commanded, "Junior brother Lingyun, set up the two instruments sword formation." "Yes, brother," replied Master Lingyun, invigorated and ready to comply. In an instant, the two figures intertwined, swiftly positioning themselves in the realms of yin and yang. Master Lingxiu took the position of Qian, leading the assault, his sword emanating a brilliant azure light. The momentum of his strikes became fierce and relentless, akin to a raging inferno. Each thrust aimed directly at the vital points of the night demon. Meanwhile, Master Lingyun assumed the position of Kuan, providing support, his sword radiating a flowing light as his techniques became intricate and elusive, resembling an unending drizzle, effectively sealing off the night demon's flanks and potential escape routes. This was one of the secret sword formations of the Daoist sect of South Chu, the two instruments sword technique, forbidden to be passed on to those not of the inner strength realm. When the two masters coordinated their efforts, the interplay of yin and yang became a source of endless vitality, their combined power far surpassing that of any solitary practitioner. "Kill!" Master Lingxiu bellowed. The sword light cascaded down like a waterfall. The night demon roared in fury, claws extended in an attempt to confront the sword's edge head-on. Clang! Sparks flew. Master Lingxiu's sword was surprisingly deflected by the night demon's sharp claws. Yet the overwhelming true energy still caused a slight numbness in the demon's arm. "Junior brother, left flank!" Master Lingxiu shouted fiercely. Without needing further instruction, Master Lingyun's sword darted forth like a venomous serpent, silently aiming for the connection between the night demon's left side and its ribs. The night demon, feeling the sting, let out a shriek and hurriedly turned to block. However, Master Lingxiu's assault followed in quick succession, the sword light flashing, not allowing a moment's respite. In that instant, the valley was filled with intertwining sword energy, azure glimmers flashing throughout. The two masters exhibited an extraordinary synergy, one taking the offensive while the other held the demon at bay. Their sword lights wove into an impenetrable net, ensnaring the night demon in the heart of their formation. The onslaught was unrelenting, akin to surging waves crashing against the shore, one wave after another. The accompanying soldiers were utterly mesmerized, having never witnessed such a celestial battle. The once fearsome beast that had inflicted heavy casualties upon them was now being thoroughly suppressed by the two masters. "The masters are magnificent. Slay this vile creature." Several bold soldiers could not contain their cheers of encouragement, yet hesitated to release their arrows for fear of harming the masters. Under the relentless pressure of the two instruments' sword formation, the night demon found its movements severely restricted. Though it possessed great brute strength, it struggled to unleash its full potential. Its claws slashed through the air, stirring fierce winds, yet were consistently met with Master Lingxiu's formidable sword techniques or deftly evaded by Master Lingyun's cunning footwork. The demon attempted several times to take flight, desperate to escape the vexing web of swords. Yet, each time, Master Lingyun's sword techniques effectively sealed off its path to ascend, forcing it to remain on the defensive. Roar! 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 The night demon, consumed by rage, let out deafening howls. The valley trembled, stones cascading and trees swaying. Its eyes burned a fiery red, its fierce flames ablaze, yet remained unable to break through the seemingly frail but truly resilient net of swords. While the attacks were not lethal, they nonetheless left it feeling exceedingly frustrated, its ferocity held in check, unable to unleash its full wrath. Within the cavern, Li Yan's brow furrowed increasingly tighter. Through the perspective of the flying night demon, he observed the tumult of battle in the valley with crystal clarity. Truly, the Daoist sect, with its legacy spanning countless years, exhibited swordsmanship that far surpassed the mere brute strength of Chunhu. This old practitioner proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He had initially believed that, with the ferocity of the flying night demon, he could at least contend evenly with the two Daoists, if not gain the upper hand. However, to his astonishment, the adversary assessed the night demon's depth in a single encounter and promptly altered their strategy, ensnaring the demon within a combined sword formation. This old practitioner not only possessed true Qi realm cultivation, but also demonstrated a cunning mastery of combat experience. Li Yan stroked his chin, realizing that unless he compelled the night demon to reveal its true prowess, he might indeed find himself in dire straits, potentially succumbing to these two seasoned Daoists. True Qi realm, the two instruments sword formation. His gaze flickered. Very well, let them witness what true despair entails. Night demon, cease your games. It's time to deliver something truly exhilarating. Chapter 42, The Might of Natural Disasters in the Valley. The flying night demon, firmly constrained by the two instruments' sword formation, suddenly froze in its movements. Within its blood-red eyes, two flickering orbs of ghostly fire surged violently. An aura, far more ferocious and tumultuous than before, erupted explosively from its being. With a thunderous roar, it was no longer merely a beast's cry. It bore an eerie cadence, reminiscent of an ancient and malevolent incantation. The sound waves surged like a tempest, sweeping in all directions. The mountain walls trembled, and countless stones cascaded downwards. The real person Ling Xiu and Daoist Ling Yun felt an immense force, accompanied by a piercing demonic sound, violently assailing the sword formation. This is bad. The expression on real person Ling Xiu shifted dramatically. Be careful, senior brother, Daoist Ling Yun exclaimed in alarm. The long swords in their hands, previously flowing with ease, now felt as though they had pierced unyielding hide, sinking into a quagmire, becoming exceedingly sluggish. The flying night demon's dark, sinewy muscles swelled suddenly, and every bone spur on its wings glimmered with a chilling, dim light. With a fierce thrust of its claws, it pushed outward. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed ominously. The two instruments' sword formation, crafted by the combined efforts of the two masters, which seemed impenetrable, was brutally forced open, creating a vast breach in the most barbaric and unreasonable manner. The sword light shattered inch by inch, the azure glow dimmed. Gasp! Both real person Ling Xiu and Daoist Ling Yun stifled groans, staggering backward, feeling their chests heave as their vital energy surged dangerously close to chaos. How is this possible? Daoist Ling Yun gasped in horror. It had actually managed to forcibly break the sword formation. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of real person Ling Xiu's mouth, disbelief swirling in his eyes. The strength of this fiend had surged by more than one tier in an instant. The flying night demon flapped its wings vigorously, defiantly enduring the residual pressure of the sword formation, soaring into the sky. It ascended several meters, spiraling above the valley, its wings unfurling, casting a shadow over a small patch of sunlight. A deep, taunting roar reverberated from its throat, echoing throughout the valley. Those blood-red eyes, gazing down from above, scrutinized the minuscule figures of the Taoists and soldiers below, brimming with mockery and cruelty. An aura of heart-stopping terror enveloped the valley like a dark cloud, instantly shrouding the entire area. What was it planning? A soldier stammered, trembling as he gazed up at the ominous figure circling above. The air around them seemed to freeze, only to begin swirling rapidly. Without warning, a fierce wind whipped through the valley. Initially a mere whimper, it swiftly transformed into a piercing shriek. Dust and debris flew, with withered leaves swirling in the air. The soldiers were tossed about, squinting against the onslaught, struggling to see. In the cave, Lian's lips curled into a cold smile. It is time for you to witness what true despair looks like. The flying night demon emitted an even more piercing, sinister shriek from midair. The frequency of its wing beats accelerated abruptly, and a layer of visible dark, demonic energy enveloped its form. This energy, as if alive, frantically converged, compressing and swirling beneath it. What? What is that? Zhao Laosan pointed at the sky, his voice quivering with fear. Beneath the flying celestial demon, a colossal, funnel-shaped black vortex was rapidly taking shape. It connected to the ominous clouds above and delved into the valley below, emitting a terrifying wail reminiscent of countless tormented souls. Within the eye of the storm, lightning danced erratically, faintly revealing the menacing silhouette of the flying demon. "Hey, a tornado!" exclaimed a seasoned soldier, his face drained of color. "Isn't this a natural disaster beyond human resistance? Can a demon truly control the elements?" In an instant, a terrifying tornado that linked heaven and earth fully formed within the narrow valley. It resembled a furious black dragon awakening, thrashing its immense body and roaring with deafening ferocity as it swept towards the ground. "Run! Get away! Get away!" The soldiers were utterly shattered. Faced with this cataclysmic force of nature, their meager courage seemed utterly laughable. They screamed and cried, scattering in all directions, cursing the fate that had not blessed them with additional legs. However, in this constricted valley, where could they possibly escape? Everything in the path of the tornado was obliterated. Trees the thickness of a bowl were uprooted, whisked into the sky like mere straw. Massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds were effortlessly drawn in and hurled far away. A soldier caught off guard let out a piercing scream. His body was ensnared by the tempest, swept away like a helpless leaf, vanishing instantly into the dark core of the tornado. Soon after, there was a second, a third. The cries of agony rose and fell, quickly drowned out by the howling winds. Broken weapons, shattered armor, dismembered limbs, mingled with mud, trees, and stones, were ruthlessly scattered into the sky by the tornado, only to crash down violently. The formation of the two instruments' sword array had long since been scattered, reduced to nothingness by the ferocious winds. The esteemed Lingshu master and Daoist Lingyun were left aghast by this sudden calamity. They desperately channeled their vital energy, attempting to shield themselves and stabilize their forms. Yet the pull of the tornado was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if it sought to wrench their very organs from their bodies. "Master, what sorcery is this?" Daoist Lingyun's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse and distorted by the tempest. He had never anticipated that a demon could conjure such a dreadful phenomenon. This was beyond the limits of his understanding of demons and monsters. The venerable Lingshu master's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with horror and despair. He stared intently at the flying demon, partially obscured within the tornado, turmoil raging within him. This is no mere sorcery. This is the might of a natural disaster. This vile creature, it can summon the forces of heaven and earth. After decades of cultivation, priding himself on his vast knowledge, he had subdued many spirits. Yet such a terrifying spectacle, such a formidable demon, he had only glimpsed in the ancient texts of the Daoist canon, in scattered accounts of primeval, malevolent deities. Could it be that a creature comparable to an ancient, malevolent deity has emerged in Qinghe County? A mouthful of fresh blood could no longer be suppressed, gushing forth from the lips of the venerable Lingshu. His protective, vital energy, torn asunder by the ferocious whirlwind, was on the verge of collapse. The treasured sword in his grasp was struck by a massive stone, flying from his hand and instantaneously engulfed by the tornado, vanishing without a trace. "Senior brother," exclaimed Daoist Lingyun, rushing forward to assist. Yet, he too was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to safeguard himself. A splintered log struck him at the ribs, forcing a muffled groan from his lips as he was hurled backward like a severed kite, crashing violently against a protruding rock, his vision darkening as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. The howling winds roared, sand and stones swirling chaotically. The entire valley had transformed into a hellish nightmare. The once orderly ranks had disintegrated into chaos. The few surviving soldiers, most of whom were injured, cowered behind boulders or in the depressions of the cliffs, trembling with fear. Their faces ashen. Their weapons and armor had long since been scattered beyond recognition. Terror gripped each heart like the deepest nightmare. The flying night demon, at the eye of the tempest, emitted a series of exhilarating shrieks, reveling in the destruction and panic it had wrought. Its wings flapped, and the terrifying tornado, like an obedient instrument, rampaged through the valley, shredding everything that dared to obstruct its path into mere fragments. Lien, hidden within the stone cavern, observed the catastrophic scene in the valley through the demon's perspective. It was nearly time. He gazed down at the valley, now a scene of utter devastation, and at the few crucial spectators teetering on the brink of life, sensing the moment had come. With a thought, he commanded, "Brother Demon, it is time to conclude." The flying night demon, spiraling above the tempest, hesitated slightly. After wreaking havoc for a time, the horrific whirlwind began to gradually slow its relentless spin. The malevolent aura at its core began to dissipate. Ultimately, the black dragon of annihilation, with a reluctant low growl, transformed into a turbulent wind, gradually calming. The valley lay in ruins, as if ravaged by a colossal beast, a sight of utter devastation. The ground was riddled with craters, strewn with broken trees and shattered rocks. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and earth. The surviving soldiers, their faces grimy and their garments tattered, bore wounds of varying severity. At this moment, they resembled startled birds, collapsed upon the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes vacant, filled with the bewilderment of surviving a catastrophe and an ingrained terror. Zhao Laosan and several hunters, paralyzed by fear, cowered beneath a relatively intact rock face, trembling uncontrollably. Venerable Lingxiu leaned against a shattered tree stump, his hair disheveled, his robe in tatters, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, his breath utterly depleted. He gazed upon the apocalyptic scene, his ancient eyes filled with a sense of desolation. Defeated, utterly and tragically vanquished. The Daoist arts he had once prided himself upon, the vital energy he had painstakingly cultivated for decades, lay fragile and impotent before the calamity summoned by this fiendish creature. The Daoist Lingyun was dragged from the pile of rubble, already unconscious. The flying night demon slowly descended into the valley, landing atop a relatively flat boulder. It shook its wings, dislodging a few stained leaves. Its crimson gaze, akin to that of a sovereign surveying its domain, languidly swept over the surviving ants below. Those who fell under its scrutiny were gripped by an icy dread, bowing their heads in submission, unwilling to meet its eyes. A low, resonant roar emanated from it, imbued with an air of inexorable authority, as if proclaiming its triumph. Subsequently, it spread its vast wings and soared aloft once more, breaking through the thin clouds above the valley, vanishing into the somber horizon. All that remained was the ravaged valley and a group of utterly demoralized mortals. After a prolonged silence, the valley echoed with muffled sobs. "It is over, utterly over. How shall we return to report to the county lord?" The real person, Lingxiu, struggled to lift his gaze toward the sky. The direction from which the beast had departed remained shrouded in dark clouds. A chill coursed through his heart. Qinghe County is in peril. Nanshu is in peril. Chapter 43. Shrouded in mist, the winds in the valley gradually ceased, while the swirling dust slowly settled, revealing a scene of devastation. The surviving soldiers emerged in small clusters from behind rocks and out of pits, their faces and bodies smeared with mud and blood, their gazes hollow, as if they had lost their very souls. Zhao Laosan trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, supporting a few equally disoriented hunters as he unsteadily rose to his feet. Daoist. His voice was hoarse as he looked toward the pale figure of Lingxiu Jinren, who leaned against a broken beam not far away. Lingxiu Jinren slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the desolation, lingering on the wounded and dying soldiers, finally resting upon the unconscious Lingyun Daoist. A sharp pain throbbed in his chest, and another spurt of blood surged forth, staining his tattered robe crimson. Help me up, Ling Shuzhen's voice was faint. A few relatively unscathed soldiers hurried forward, cautiously assisting him to his feet, while another bore the unconscious Lingyun Daoist on his back. Return. Return to the village. Ling Shuzhen's lips moved, each word seemingly draining him of the last vestiges of his strength. The disorganized remnants of the troop, battered and weary, leaned on one another, inching toward the direction of Xiaxi village. At the entrance of Xiaxi village, Zhang Wu paced anxiously, having received reports from his scouts about a tremendous noise resonating from the valley, shaking the very earth, leaving him perplexed about the events that had transpired. The villagers gathered at the village entrance, craning their necks in anticipation, gazing longingly toward the peaks of Xuankong Mountain. "They have returned," a voice cried out, igniting a flicker of hope among the crowd. They turned their attention to the end of the mountain path, where a ragged procession appeared. Their clothes were tattered, their steps faltering, many stained with blood. The contrast to their earlier disciplined march was stark and disheartening. A chill of foreboding gripped Zhang Wu's heart as he hastened to meet them. Upon witnessing the sorry state of the troop, especially the lifeless Lingyun Daoist and the ashen-faced Ling Shuzhen being carried, he felt as though struck by lightning, scarcely believing his eyes. Daoist? What? What has happened? His voice trembled. As the villagers discerned the situation, the flicker of hope that had ignited within them was swiftly extinguished, replaced by cries of despair and gasps of horror. Heavens! Even the Daoist. That beast. Was it truly that formidable? Ling Shuzhen raised a hand, signaling for silence. He surveyed the despondent faces of the villagers, his heart aching with sorrow. "My fellow villagers." His voice, though hoarse, bore a weight that sent shivers through the crowd. "That creature, it is beyond the strength of mankind to combat." The moment those words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the village entrance, as if even the wind had stilled. Beyond the strength of mankind? Those 6 words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. If even the ethereal Daoist uttered such a sentiment, what hope remained for mere mortals? Despair surged like a tide, swiftly engulfing the entirety of Xiaxi village. "Inspector Zhang." Ling Shuzhen turned his gaze to Zhang Wu, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. "You, return to the county at once. Inform the county lord. A calamity is upon us. This fiend is beyond human strength to contend with. I implore you, my lord, to make a swift decision." Each word seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. As Zhang Wu listened to the almost dying exhortation of Master Ling Xiu, he beheld the ash-colored despair in his eyes, and his heart was filled with profound sorrow. He bowed deeply. "Rest assured, Daoist, I shall risk my very life to convey your words." Rising to his feet, he wiped away his tears and turned to a few soldiers, instructing them, "Take good care of the Daoist. I shall fetch the horse." In the village of Xiaoxi, the sturdy steeds previously employed by the soldiers to transport supplies now represented their sole glimmer of hope. Zhang Wu selected the most magnificent of the horses and mounted it. Taking one last glance at Master Ling Xiu and the despondent villagers, he gritted his teeth. "Giddy up!" The hooves thundered, kicking up dust, as he raced towards the direction of Qinghe County with the weighty news. In the back hall of the Qinghe County office, Zhao Zhen paced restlessly, his anxiety mounting as the sun began its descent in the west. The team dispatched to Xuankong Mountain to vanquish the demon had yet to return with any news. His foreboding sense of dread intensified. My lord! A constable burst into the study, breathless and panicked. "What troubles you?" Zhao Zhen's heart raced as he demanded an answer. Zhang Xuanxian has returned." The constable gasped. He returned alone. Alone. Zhao Zhen's mind reeled, nearly causing him to falter. He steadied himself against the desk, his voice trembling. Quickly summon him in." Moments later, Zhang Wu, dust-covered and wearied, entered the study with heavy steps. With a thud, he fell to his knees. "My lord." Zhang Wu's voice was hoarse, tinged with sorrow. I have failed in your trust." Master Feng rushed forward to support him. Seeing Zhang Wu's disheveled state, Zhao Zhen felt a chill of despair. He demanded sharply, "Zhang Xuanqian, speak. What has transpired?" Zhang Wu raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his voice contorted by sheer terror. That demon, it, it can summon storms. A tornado. My lord, is a tornado. What? Zhao Zhan staggered back, nearly losing his balance. A tornado? Summoned by the demon? How? How is this possible? My brothers have suffered grievously. Master Lingyun, gravely injured, unconscious. Master Lingshu declared, that demon is beyond human capability to resist. A calamity looms over Qinghe County, my lord, beyond human ability to resist. Zhao Zhan murmured, feeling the world spin around him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, as pale as paper under the flickering candlelight. It is over. Everything is over. Even the adept of the true Qi realm is helpless, and even the Daoist arts they pride themselves on have been effortlessly countered by that fiend. This fiend can invoke natural disasters. This is no mere mortal demon. This is clearly an apocalyptic deity that only exists in myths and legends. In Qinghe County, how can one withstand such adversity? What can a mere county magistrate do in the face of it? Upon hearing Zhang Wu's account, Feng Shiye felt an icy chill envelop him, leaving him speechless. The study was engulfed in a profound silence. Almost simultaneously, as Zhang Wu reported their devastating defeat at Qingfeng Mountain to Zhao Zhan, in Jiangzhou City, hundreds of miles away, the office of the inspector was brightly lit. Inspector Lu Sun furrowed his brow as he examined a letter that had arrived via an urgent 800-li relay from the post station. The envelope bore the official seal of Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County. Qinghe County? Lu Sun set down his brush, his expression tinged with surprise. This remote and desolate county had recently been a source of unexpected revelations. First came the remarkable manifestation of the celestial lord Xuankong, who issued warnings of impending calamities, stirring unrest throughout the city. Now, yet another letter had arrived with such urgency. He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, reading it with great care. With each line, Lu Sun's frown deepened. A fearsome beast with green skin and sharp fangs and wings sprouting from its back, attacking villages, causing death and injury among the populace. In the letter, Zhao Zhan detailed the tragic circumstances of the villages at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, which had been besieged by this monstrous creature. He also mentioned that he had dispatched County Lieutenant Chun, who to lead a counteroffensive, only to suffer severe losses, with Chun who himself grievously injured and on the brink of death. Upon reaching this juncture, Lu Sun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had heard of Chun who, a formidable warrior at the inner strength level, among the county lieutenants under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou. That even he could not contend with this beast spoke volumes of its ferocity. Could it be that Zhao Zhan was exaggerating, attempting to deceive the provincial government for resources and reinforcements? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yet, upon reflection, he found it implausible. Zhao Zhan was known for his prudence. He would not dare to fabricate such dire news unless the situation were truly urgent. Furthermore, the detailed description of the beast in the letter seemed far too specific to be mere fabrication. Could it be that something truly monstrous had emerged? Lu Sun's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop as he sank into contemplation. Qinghe County, being remote and heavily forested, occasionally experienced incidents involving wild animals, which was not unusual. However, a creature capable of inflicting severe injuries upon an inner strength practitioner and causing significant casualties among soldiers was no ordinary beast. What troubled him further was Zhao Zhan's subtle mention at the end of the letter regarding the populace's growing fear, all of whom looked to the celestial lord for mercy once more. Once again, it was this celestial lord Xuankong. The entire affair was steeped in strangeness. A remote county, first producing a figure capable of forewarning natural disasters, and now confronted with an extraordinarily ferocious beast. Could there be a connection between the two? Lu Sun pondered for a while, formulating a plan in his mind. This matter could not be treated lightly. If it were merely a common wild beast, Qinghe County could handle it on its own. However, if it were truly as Zhao Zhan described, a creature never before seen, then intervention from the provincial government was imperative. Moreover, this involved the enigmatic celestial lord Xuankong. Should the situation be mishandled, whether by disturbing the immortal or allowing the monstrous entity to thrive, Lu Sun, as the inspector of Jiangzhou, would bear the blame. Kumin, Lu Sun called out. A staff member promptly entered. "Convey my orders." Lu Sun's voice was solemn and resolute. The governor of Mingzhou, Sima Wangku, immediately summoned 30 elite guards and selected 5 skilled individuals from the Provincial Martial Arts Academy. Those who had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement or even reached the inner strength realm to accompany him post-haste to Qinghe County. Their mission was twofold. Firstly, to ascertain the true nature of the monstrous beast, to uncover its origins and powers. Secondly, to investigate the matter of the esteemed Xuankong Yunze Xinjuan, to determine whether a divine being had indeed manifested or if it was merely a ruse orchestrated by local officials. They were instructed to act according to the circumstances, and if the situation warranted, to summon the patrol battalions from the surrounding counties for assistance in quelling any disturbances. Should it turn out to be a mere false alarm, it would provide reassurance to the governor. The aide bowed and remarked, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, sir. However, should we not first inform Governor Yang?" Lu Sun waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. If we were to alert the governor regarding every minor security issue in a mere county, it would only reflect our incompetence. Let Wangku investigate and report back, and we shall decide then." He harbored his own calculations. If this matter proved to be an overreaction, his timely intervention would be seen as commendable. Conversely, if there were indeed a grave crisis, his preemptive dispatch of personnel for investigation would not be deemed neglectful. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements with Governor Yang Lai. "Proceed swiftly," Lu Sun commanded with a wave of his hand. "At once," the aide replied before departing. Lu Sun resumed his seat at the desk, picking up the letter from Zhao Zhan and reading it once more. His gaze lingered on the words Xuankong Yunze Xinjuan, lost in contemplation. An instinctive feeling warned him that the events in Qinghe County were likely more complex than they appeared. He could only hope that his concerns were unfounded. Chapter 44. The Divine Descends, Beyond Mortal Resistance. These 6 words shattered Zhao Zhan's final psychological barrier. He envisioned the demon with its green face and sharp fangs, commanding a cataclysmic whirlwind that engulfed the entire Qinghe County. Buildings crumbled, lives were devastated, and the scene resembled an apocalypse. My lord! My lord!" Feng Shiye trembled beside him, attempting to offer solace, but at a loss for words. Zhao Zhan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, flashing with a hint of madness. "True Monarch," he rasped, "Xuankong Yunze, True Monarch." This was his last hope, and the sole hope for Qinghe County, as human efforts had proven futile. The only recourse left was to beseech divine intervention. "Feng Shiye, instantly, dispatch orders without delay. Gather all the provisions in the county office that can serve as offerings. Whatever quantity is available, procure it for me. We must have the finest and most abundant." His voice was hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Feng Shiye's heart trembled at the sight of Zhao Zhan's almost frenzied demeanor, and he dared not hesitate. "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Zhao Zhan then turned to Zhang Wujian. "Zhang, gather your men immediately and collect all the incense and candles found within and around the county office. At dawn tomorrow, I shall personally ascend Qingfeng Mountain to pay homage to the True Monarch." His eyes shimmered with a desperate glimmer. "If the True Monarch does not manifest," Zhao Zhan declared, "then I, Zhao Zhan, shall share the fate of Qinghe County." The following morning, before dawn, a dozen large carts lined up before the county office, laden with various offerings. Dressed in a brand new official robe and wearing a black cap, Zhao Zhan stood at the forefront of the procession, his expression solemn. He had not slept a wink, his eyes bloodshot, yet his face bore an almost sickly excitement. County Magistrate Lu Mao, Chief Clerk Sun Ming, and several affluent gentlemen from the town had gathered, each wearing a worried countenance, but refraining from speaking. "Let's depart." Zhao Zhan's voice was hoarse yet resolute. The procession moved forward in grand fashion, heading towards Qingfeng Mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, outside the Xuankong Yunze True Monarch Temple, throngs of people had already gathered. Wang De, adhering to the secret order Zhao Zhan had issued the previous night, had organized the villagers from Qingfeng Village and nearby settlements to arrive early at the temple. They knelt in dark masses, stretching from inside the temple to the mountain path outside. Incense wafted upward, curling towards the heavens. The air was thick with the rich aroma of offerings. mingled with suppressed sobs and fervent prayers. We beseech the true monarch to manifest. Save us, true monarch. The demons torment us, and we can no longer endure. The cries and prayers intertwined, forming a tremendous lamentation that echoed through the valley, tugging at the heartstrings of all who heard. As Zhao Zhan and his party arrived at the true monarch temple and beheld this scene, even his steadfast heart could not suppress the moisture in his eyes. My fellow villagers, his voice choked, yet he forced himself to continue. I stand with you in our plea for the true monarch's mercy. Wang Shan led Wang De and the others to greet him. My lord, everything is prepared. Wang Shan spoke in a low voice. Zhao Zhan nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped towards the true monarch temple. Within the temple, the offering table was meticulously arranged, and the incense burner was filled with towering incense sticks. Zhao Zhan personally approached, taking hold of 3 incense sticks as thick as his arms, igniting them with fervent devotion before placing them into the burner. As the magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhao Zhan led the county officials, scholars, and thousands of citizens in reverently bowing to the celestial lord of the Xuankong and Yunze. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the temple. Thud! Zhao Zhan was the first to kneel, followed by officials, scholars, and hundreds of villagers outside the temple, all kneeling in unison. One bow, another bow, 3 bows. The multitude worshipped, stirring up clouds of dust, the scene grand and awe-inspiring, as if the very mountains and rivers trembled in response. The ceremonial rites persisted for a full hour, with Zhao Zhan attending to each detail with utmost care, every gesture imbued with reverence. After the ceremony, he rose slowly, his voice tinged with exhaustion, yet still commanding. You all pray here in earnest, while I must venture alone to the bamboo grove to present my plea to the celestial lord. The crowd, upon hearing this, dared not inquire further and simply bowed in acquiescence. Zhao Zhan dismissed those around him, leaving only Master Feng outside to wait. As he strode alone toward the depths of the bamboo forest to the ancient stone, the bamboo grove remained tranquil, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon ground. The massive stone lay quietly, seemingly unchanged by the ages. As Zhao Zhan approached the stone, he adjusted his attire with solemnity, lighting 3 sticks of incense once more and placing them into a makeshift incense holder. Taking a deep breath, he knelt heavily before the stone. O celestial lord of Xuankong and Yunze! Zhao Zhan's voice quivered with emotion. I, Zhao Zhan, magistrate of Qinghe County, humbly beseech your benevolence. He bowed deeply. Since the last time the celestial lord had manifested, warning of the dragoness' wrath, and saving the villagers of Qingfeng from calamity, all of Qinghe had been grateful for the Lord's great mercy. However, unforeseen calamity has befallen us. Recently, a monstrous creature with a green face, sharp fangs, and wings has appeared in Qingfeng Mountain. This beast is exceedingly ferocious, having ravaged several villages, leaving countless citizens dead or displaced, a scene too tragic to behold. Zhao Zhan's voice grew choked with sorrow as he spoke. I am powerless, sending troops to encircle it, only to suffer devastating losses. County Lieutenant Chun, who barely escaped with his life, and over half of our 100 soldiers perished. The adept practitioners, Lingshu Jinren from Jiangzhou and Lingyun Daoran from Qingyan Temple, joined forces to exorcise the demon, yet they could not contend with its supernatural powers. Lingyun Daoran was gravely injured and unconscious, and Lingshu Jinren nearly lost his life to the creature. That monster. It can summon winds and rain, conjuring devastating whirlwinds. Such terrifying might is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Zhao Zhan's despair deepened with every word, engulfing him in profound grief and helplessness. O celestial lord, he cried out, tears streaming down his face. What sin have the people of Qinghe committed to endure such calamity? I am unworthy, ashamed before the very lives of my people. No amount of death can atone for my failures. I earnestly implore the celestial lord to show great mercy, to manifest once more, to vanquish the demon and rescue the citizens of Qinghe from this abyss of despair. As he cried out, he repeatedly struck his forehead against the cold stone. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his forehead colliding with the icy stone echoed dully. Blood seeped from his brow, cascading down his cheek, mingling with tears. Yet, he remained oblivious to the pain, repeatedly bowing and fervently beseeching. His heartfelt emotion and sincere intent seemed to implore the heavens themselves. Time trickled away, and the light within the bamboo grove gradually dimmed. The sun hung low in the west. Zhao Zhan's strength waned. His voice became hoarse and faint. The last flicker of hope within him flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Could it be that the true monarch truly wished to abandon mortal affairs? Was it possible that Qinghe County was doomed to its fate? His mind wandered, consciousness blurring, nearing despair, when suddenly a dreamlike white mist quietly permeated the depths of the bamboo grove. The fog was dense yet ethereal, imbued with a refreshing and otherworldly fragrance, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Amidst the mist, a kaleidoscope of celestial light flickered uncertainly. Zhao Zhan was taken aback, raising his gaze to behold a magnificent celestial deer gracefully emerging from the depths of the white fog. The deer was pure white, devoid of any blemish. Its antlers were translucent and glimmered like exquisitely carved jade, radiating a soft halo of light, exuding an aura of purity that calmed the spirit. It was indeed the snow-seeking plum deer upon which Li Yin had once ridden when he manifested his divine presence in the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. A celestial deer? He murmured. The deer approached the azure stone, its clear, lively eyes gazing intently at the disheveled Zhao Zhan. Then astonishingly it spoke, its voice crystalline and ethereal, resonating deep within the heart. Zhao Zhan, merely uttering his name, sent a tremor through him, as if struck by lightning. The celestial deer had spoken. Your sincerity has been acknowledged by the true monarch. The deer's voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, carried an inherent authority. Evil spirits plague the realm, tormenting the living. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated by divine justice. In 3 days, the true monarch's guardian general, the great general of divine might manifesting to subdue evil, shall descend to patrol Qinghe and eradicate the malevolent forces. You need only await in peace and reassure the populace. Having spoken, the celestial deer cast a profound glance at Zhao Zhan, as if perceiving all that lay within him. Then, with an elegant turn, it gracefully stepped back into the depths of the dense white mist. In mere moments, the deer's form vanished, dissolving into the dreamlike fog, leaving behind the bamboo grove in its prior silence. Zhao Zhan remained kneeling before the azure stone, frozen in astonishment, his mind a blank canvas. After a brief moment, an indescribable ecstasy erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming all of his senses. The true monarch had manifested. The true monarch had truly manifested. Moreover, a divine general would be sent to descend and vanquish the demons. Qinghe County was saved. The people would be rescued. The true monarch's compassion. The true monarch's boundless mercy. Zhao Zhan trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face once more. He fervently bowed his head in the direction where the celestial deer had vanished, causing the wound on his forehead to split open anew, blood streaming down, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Disciple Zhao Zhan expresses profound gratitude to the true monarch. Disciple Zhao Zhan humbly welcomes the descent of the great general. He shouted, his voice quivering with excitement, yet brimming with boundless joy and gratitude. It felt as though he had been yanked from the depths of hell to the lofty heights of the heavens in an instant. The euphoric relief of surviving calamity nearly caused him to faint. He immediately struggled to rise from the ground, despite being utterly exhausted, with his forehead swollen from prostration. He felt no fatigue in this moment. Rather, he was invigorated, as if fueled by an inexhaustible energy. Stumbling yet hastily, he dashed toward the bamboo grove's edge. There is hope. Qinghe is saved, he fervently proclaimed in his heart as he ran. Zhao Zhan stumbled out of the bamboo grove and returned to the true monarch temple, where the officials, gentry, and common folk were left utterly astonished by his disheveled appearance. His clothes were in disarray, his forehead bloodied, yet his face radiated a near-manic ecstasy. Sir, you! Master Feng hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Quick! Quick! Zhao Zhan grasped Master Feng's hand with astonishing strength. Return to the county office. Immediately, he surveyed the crowd, his voice trembling with excitement, yet distinctly clear to every ear. The true monarch has manifested. The true monarch has manifested. The celestial deer under the true monarch has delivered a decree. In 3 days, the great general of Yishui, the demon subduer, shall descend to vanquish the evil spirits for us. Qinghe is saved. We are all saved. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. All eyes widened, as if struggling to comprehend Zhao Zhan's proclamation. In the next moment, a deafening roar of jubilation erupted, akin to an avalanche or a tsunami. The true monarch has manifested. The divine general is descending. We are saved. The heavens have eyes. Wang De, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in the direction of the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhan, having no time for further words, swiftly returned to the county office, instructing the officials to disseminate this news throughout the entire county. The officers mounted their swift steeds, galloping to various locations, beating drums and gongs to spread the true monarch's decree to every corner of Qinghe County. The once desolate and fearful Qinghe County erupted in fervor. The despairing populace, upon hearing this news, initially struggled to believe it, before erupting in thunderous cheers. Laughter, cries, and shouts resonated through the skies. Households spontaneously lit incense and offered prayers, expressing gratitude for the true monarch's compassion. The imposing title of Great General of Yishui, the demon subduer, soared through the air as if it had sprouted wings, rapidly spreading throughout every nook of Qinghe County. The fears and despondency accumulated over the past days transformed into boundless reverence for the true monarch and an overwhelming anticipation for the divine general's arrival in 3 days. The entire Qinghe County seemed to ascend from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise in an instant. Chapter 45. Sima's personal visit. The ethereal deer gracefully leaped back to the stone cave, the faint halo surrounding its body dissipating as it nuzzled against Li Yan's hand with a gentle demeanor. A satisfied smile graced Li Yan's face. Indeed, the debut was a resounding success. He patted the smooth neck of the celestial deer, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Through the shared senses of the deer, he had witnessed Zhao Zhan's tearful, ecstatic prostration, crystal clear in its intensity. The ability of the celestial deer to articulate human speech was far more profound than mere telepathic communication or extraordinary phenomena. Li Yan distinctly sensed that as the incense offerings at the Jinjuan temple beneath Qingfeng Mountain flourished, his bond with the summoned mounts grew ever tighter. Initially, their connection had merely involved sensory sharing, yet now it had evolved to the point where the deer could convey simple human phrases. Though the voice emerged awkwardly through his own thoughts, articulated by the deer, it was nothing short of miraculous to mere mortals. Perhaps this was what one might call a meeting of minds. He stroked his chin, noting that the celestial deer and the ink Qilin, among other steadfast companions, appeared to have experienced a subtle enhancement in their powers, albeit imperceptibly so. The icons within his game inventory seemed to shine a bit brighter, and the mount dice exuded an inexplicable fluidity, as if certain functionalities had been unlocked. It seemed he was indeed on the right path with the faith and incense offerings. Inwardly, Li Yan mused, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The grand performance to manifest the general of the divine spirit, to subdue demons and vanquish evil, was merely 3 days away. This concept had been meticulously pieced together from an array of enigmatic NPC titles within the game, designed to impress. He needed to carefully plan how this divine general would make a splendid entrance and execute the exorcism with overwhelming might, ensuring the spectacle reached its full potential. The following morning, outside the gates of Qinghe County, the sound of hooves thundered, raising clouds of dust. A formidable company of approximately 30 elite soldiers surrounded a middle-aged general clad in the official garb of a provincial Sima, appearing at the end of the official road. Each soldier was resplendent in their armor, exuding an air of gravitas that set them apart from the local patrol troops of Qinghe County. The commanding officer, around 40 years of age, bore a resolute countenance and keen, eagle-like eyes. He was none other than Wang Ke, the provincial Sima dispatched by the inspector Lu Sun to investigate the veracity of the reported demonic disturbances. Zhao Zhan received the news almost immediately, despite his slightly disheveled appearance. He hurriedly gathered Steward Feng and several county officials to greet the visitors at the county office. I, Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, extend my respectful welcome to Sima Wang. As soon as Zhao Zhan saw Wang Ke rein in his horse, he stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. At last, the provincial government had sent someone. Wang Ke dismounted with efficient grace, casting a swift glance at Zhao Zhan's face. Noticing the bloodshot eyes and the lingering bruises on his forehead, combined with his unusually fervent demeanor, stirred a slight concern within him. There is no need for excessive formalities. County Magistrate, Zhao. Wang Ke's voice was steady, devoid of excessive emotion. I have been commanded by the inspector to investigate the matter of the demonic disturbances in Qinghe County. Sima Wang, your arrival is perfectly timed, Zhao Zhan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Zhao Zhan grasped Wang Ke's hand, as if fearful he might flee. What extraordinary news! Oh, Wang Ke raised an eyebrow, calmly withdrawing his hand. What news of joy does the county magistrate refer to? Divine Lord, it is the manifestation of the Xuankong Yunze Divine Lord. Zhao Zhan's face flushed with excitement, his words punctuated by fervor. Just yesterday, I humbly prostrated myself before the sacred bamboo grove where the Divine Lord revealed his presence, and the celestial deer at his side graced me with a decree. He inhaled deeply, his voice brimming with boundless reverence and zeal. The celestial deer proclaimed, monstrous fiends wreak havoc, tormenting the living. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated. 3 days hence, the divine protector, the grand general of Yishui, shall descend to vanquish evil and traverse the Qinghe, purging the malevolent. Wang Sima, did you hear that? In 3 days, the divine general shall descend. Our Qinghe County is saved. The people shall be rescued. As Zhao Zhan concluded, he nearly danced with joy, the exuberance of a survivor shining through. He looked expectantly at Wang Ke, hoping to witness the same astonishment and relief upon the face of this esteemed official. Wang Ke listened quietly, his expression largely unchanged, though his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. The troops he brought, along with several formidable warriors from the martial arts academy, exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, yet most harbored an unmistakable glimmer of skepticism and scrutiny. A celestial general descending? Such notions, relegated to the realm of rural folklore, were hard for these battle-hardened soldiers to accept. County Magistrate, Wang Ke spoke after a thoughtful pause, his tone steady. I am already aware of the Divine Lord's manifestation and the descent of the Celestial General. His voice remained flat, revealing neither belief nor disbelief. Zhao Zhan's smile faltered slightly, his heart racing. The response from Wang Sima was not what he had anticipated. Wang Ke continued, regardless of the Divine General's assistance. It is our duty to ascertain the truth of these monstrous beings and to reassure the local populace. He turned his gaze toward Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes sharpening. I believe that instead of waiting for 3 days, it is wiser to depart immediately for the site of the disturbance, to investigate personally. Firstly, we can ascertain the reality of the menace and assess its threat. Secondly, we can prepare for the impending battle against the demons brought forth by the Divine General, at least familiarizing ourselves with the battlefield. Wang Ke's remarks were impeccably crafted, neither dismissing Zhao Zhan's divine message nor negating his pragmatic stance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan opened his mouth to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that upon hearing of the Divine Lord's decree, Wang Ke would join him in offering incense and prayers, awaiting the arrival of the Celestial General. Instead, this Wang Sima proved to be a decisive pragmatist, intent on venturing into the most perilous realm. But Wang Sima, that monstrous being, is formidable. Zhao Zhan hesitated, fearful that Wang Ke and his men might not fully grasp the peril, putting their lives at unnecessary risk. Rest assured, County Magistrate, Van Kiskiviko interjected. his tone imbued with the resolute decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Having been dispatched on this mission, we have long since cast aside concerns for life and death. He paused momentarily before adding, "The prefect has specifically summoned 5 adept practitioners from the martial academy of the provincial capital to accompany us, precisely to confront any formidable dangers we may encounter." Behind him, the several calm and composed experts from the martial academy nodded slightly, their faces adorned with a hint of pride. They were the elite of Jiangzhou, possessing a modicum of confidence in dealing with mere mountain beasts. As for the so-called divine generals, they placed far greater trust in the weapons they wielded and the martial techniques they had honed over many years. Zhao Zhan, observing Wang Ke's steadfast demeanor, understood that further persuasion would be futile, and a complex array of emotions stirred within him. On one hand, he admired Wang Ke's fearless and dutiful spirit. On the other hand, an undercurrent of anxiety emerged, fearing they might provoke the beasts or, worse yet, incur the wrath of the celestial beings should they deem their mortal interference disruptive to the divine plans. With a sigh, Zhao Zhan acquiesced. "Since Sima Wang has made his resolute decision, I shall arrange for personnel immediately. Master Feng, please hasten to prepare provisions and fresh water for Sima Wang and the esteemed military officials, and let Zhang serve as our guide." "Yes, my lord," Master Feng replied. Hastily departing, Wang Ke strode into the main hall of the county office, flanked by several loyal soldiers, and inquired about the specifics of the beast, as well as the details surrounding the prior 2 failed attempts by officials and Daoists to subdue it. Zhao Zhan, unwilling to conceal any information, recounted everything he knew in full, particularly emphasizing the terrifying ability of the creature to manipulate tornadoes. Wang Ke listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, and his expression grew increasingly grave. The manipulation of storms? Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary ferocious beasts or spirits. Could it be that an extraordinary malevolence had emerged? Although he harbored significant doubts regarding the so-called descent of divine generals, he could no longer afford to underestimate the peril posed by this creature. Chapter 46. The elusive demon outside the Qinghe County office. Wang Ke led 30 elite guards, accompanied by 5 formidable martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy, as they made their way to Xiaoxi village under the guidance of Zhang Wu. The sound of galloping hooves stirred up a cloud of dust along the official road. Wang Ke's expression was as solemn as water, his gaze sharp. He did not believe a word of Zhao Zhan's almost frenzied exultation or the nonsensical proclamations of celestial deer and divine generals descending to earth. Having spent years in the military, he had encountered many strange occurrences and was well aware of the numerous charlatans that roamed the Jianghu. However, the demon plaguing Qinghe County, capable of severely injuring inner-strength martial artists and causing the rout of over 100 soldiers, was indeed a matter of grave concern. By the time the group arrived at Xiaoxi village, it was already afternoon. The dilapidated village was enveloped in an inescapable aura of bloodshed and despair. The villagers huddled in corners, their expressions numb. Upon seeing the officials, they stirred with barely a ripple of emotion before sinking back into silence. Zhang Wu led Wang Ke and his entourage directly to a makeshift straw hut in the village. Inside, several women from Qingfeng village were tending to the injured. Daoist Ling Yun leaned against a pile of straw, his face waxen, lips cracked. Upon the arrival of the group, he managed to force his eyes open. But as he attempted to rise, a violent cough seized him, causing him to collapse back down. Sitting cross-legged beside him, Daoist Ling Xiu caused Wang Ke's pupils to constrict slightly. Wang Ke had crossed paths with this esteemed figure from the Jiangzhou Daoist Bureau on several occasions. He was always imbued with an ethereal grace and vibrant spirit. Yet now, his robe was tattered and stained with dark brown blood, his complexion as pale as death. Though his eyes were open, they lacked luster, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Noticing the presence of others, Daoist Ling Xiu slowly lifted his head, his gaze settling on Wang Ke. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, only a barely audible sigh escaped him. A tempest of tumultuous thoughts surged within Wang Ke. Having resided in the provincial capital for so long, he understood the significance of Daoist Ling Xiu. How had such a figure fallen into such dire straits? Just how formidable was this demon? The 5 martial artists he had brought with him followed inside, and, upon witnessing Daoist Ling Xu's condition, their previously subtle arrogance dissipated, replaced by profound apprehension. Rest assured, Daoist, Wang Ke said solemnly to Ling Xu, I shall certainly get to the bottom of this matter. Ling Xu slowly closed his eyes, choosing silence. Not wishing to intrude further, Wang Ke turned and exited the hut. His expression darkened. He faced Zhang Wu. Zhang Xuanxian, lead the way. I must personally inspect that valley. Lord Sima, this. Zhang Wu's face displayed concern. That demon is perilous. What if? Execute the order, Wang Ke replied, his tone flat yet resolute. With no other options, Zhang Wu reluctantly summoned a few brave hunters from among the villagers to guide them, while selecting 10 guards to remain behind to assist the 2 Daoists. The rest followed Wang Ke deeper into the heart of Qingfeng Mountain. The mountain path was treacherous, and as they ventured further, the forest grew denser. The air carried an increasingly palpable chill. Among the group, only Wang Ke and the 5 martial arts experts maintained their composure, while the remaining guards appeared tense, their hands gripping their weapons at their waists, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At last, a vast valley, ravaged and desolate, unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. The ground lay in utter disarray. Trees, as thick as a man's embrace, had been uprooted, their broken trunks appearing as though they had been violently torn apart. Massive boulders lay shattered, some even cleft in two, their surfaces smooth and unyielding to human endeavor. The valley floor was riddled with pits and claw marks of varying depths, the largest resembling the size of grinding stone and plunging several feet deep. An eerie chill lingered in the valley, evoking a sense of dread, even in the presence of the sun. Despite the seasoned veterans accompanying Wang Ke, who were accustomed to the trials of battle, they could not help but draw a sharp breath at the sight, their grip on their weapons tightening. The 5 experts from the Martial Arts Academy wore grave expressions. They knew their prowess, yet found the extent of destruction beyond their comprehension. Wang Ke remained silent, meticulously examining every trace. He crouched down, picked up a handful of charred soil, and inhaled its scent, his brow furrowing deeper. Approaching a cleft stone, he reached out to touch the smooth edge, a shiver coursing through his fingertips. Zhang Sun, are you certain that all of this was wrought by that monstrous creature within a single day? He inquired, his voice low and intense. Zhang Wu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, Indeed, my lord. I witnessed the tornado with my own eyes. His voice faltered at the recollection. Wang Ke's gaze flickered, his mind swirling with doubts. He had encountered countless ferocious beasts throughout his military career, yet none possessed such overwhelming might. This was no mere monster. It was clearly a calamity of nature. But how could one explain the unmistakable claw marks? He lifted his eyes to the towering cliffs flanking the valley, where deep gouges marred the rock face, as if carved by some formidable instrument. What manner of creature is this? One martial arts expert murmured to himself, his tone laced with disbelief and terror. Wang Ke offered no response, equally troubled by the enigma. His instincts warned him that this matter was far from ordinary. The divine being mentioned by Zhaojin may not have been a mere fabrication. As night fell quietly, Wang Ke commanded his men to set up camp in a relatively flat area on the valley's outskirts and dispatched several teams of scouts to search for the creature's lair or any sign of its presence. He himself sat by the campfire, poring over a rudimentary map, his brow knitted in concentration. The map, drawn from memory by Zhang Wu, marked the locations of the creature's previous appearances and the surrounding terrain. However, leads were scant. The creature's movements were elusive, akin to the wind, leaving no trace behind. Just as Wang Ke was lost in thought, a strange bluish-black light suddenly flickered in the depths of the forest. The light vanished in an instant, reminiscent of a will-o'-the-wisp streaking across the night sky. Almost immediately, a low, thunderous roar, imbued with an indescribable sense of malevolence and ferocity, echoed from afar. The sound, though not loud, seemed to strike at the very core of primordial fear within one's soul. What was that sound? In the camp, the soldiers on guard were suddenly agitated. Wang Ke rose abruptly, his gaze directed towards the source of the commotion, his expression grave. The 5 masters from the martial arts academy swiftly emerged from their tents, their demeanor alert. "It's that beast!" A scout rushed back, tumbling and scrambling, his face etched with terror. I just saw it on the eastern ridge in the forest. There's demon light, and..." In a thunderous, monstrous cry, "Demon light?" Vanke's pupils constricted. Another rumble of distant thunder echoed from afar, this time accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind. Although the sounds were faint, the palpable aura of dread emanating from an unknown source was unmistakable. Many of the camp soldiers had turned pale, their legs trembling slightly. Even the masters from the martial arts academy displayed an unprecedented seriousness. They sensed that the presence from afar was beyond their capacity to withstand. Wang Ke's heart sank gradually. He had harbored a flicker of hope, believing that the creature might merely be an exceptionally powerful beast. However, the phenomena emanating from the distance forced him to concede that the demon in Qinghe County had likely transcended the ordinary. Could it be that what Zhaozhen spoke of was indeed true? Would divine generals descend in 3 days? Once this thought took root, it proliferated like wild grass, impossible to suppress. Wang Ke lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, rendered speechless. Within the stone cave of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. The commotion is just right. He utilized the eyes of the flying heavenly Yiksha, nodding in satisfaction. This display of power was intended to evoke such an effect. Only by partially concealing the truth, revealing merely a glimpse, could one best cultivate an air of mystery and fear. It would serve to further ignite the anticipation for the grand spectacle of divine generals descending to vanquish demons 3 days hence. He could feel that as the prayers and faith of the people of Qinghe County converged, the unlocking of items within the game package accelerated. Even the golden random mount dice radiated an increasingly warm glow. Everything was unfolding according to his envisioned plan. Chapter 47. The Divine General descends. The deadline approached swiftly. Downstream Village, once a tranquil hamlet at the foot of the mountains, now thronged with an overwhelming crowd. Not only the villagers, but also those from the surrounding 10-mile radius, emboldened by the news, brought their families to witness the miraculous descent of the Divine General. A bizarre atmosphere of fear, anticipation, and despair permeated the gathering. County Officer Chun Hu, clad in military attire, stood with a few loyal soldiers, his expression grave as he maintained order amidst the chaos. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he frequently cast glances towards Green Peak Mountain. Beside him, Master Feng clutched a handkerchief tightly, his lips quivering. Whether from anxiety or excitement remained uncertain. The two represented Zhaozhen, awaiting the divine spectacle. Further back in the throng, Daoist Linyan, with the assistance of several villagers from Green Peak, managed to arrive at the scene. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes burned with fervent zeal. Beside him stood the withered figure of real man Ling Xiu, whose breath was even weaker than 3 days prior, silently gazing at the sky, his expression inscrutable. On another side, Sima Wang Ku of the provincial government, donned in military garb, stood resolutely on a slightly elevated mound, sword at the ready. Behind him, 30 elite soldiers, clad in polished armor, formed an orderly line, exuding a ferocity distinctly different from that of the local troops. 5 adept warriors from the martial arts academy flanked Wang Ke, their expressions austere, eyes like lightning, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Wang Ke's demeanor was unusually somber. In the past 3 days, his men had scoured the periphery of Green Peak Mountain, yet not a trace of the creature had been discovered. Still, the horrific signs of destruction in the valley, along with the distant glimpse of the monstrous light and thunderous roars, lingered in his mind. Although he remained skeptical of supernatural claims, the creature's strangeness and might compelled him to concede that this matter transcended the ordinary. Today, he was determined to witness the true nature of this so-called divine general. Among the crowd, there were also unfamiliar faces, their eyes flickering and movements secretive. They were dressed in various attires, some resembling wandering merchants, while others posed as physicians in search of remedies. yet their glances frequently met, conveying veiled messages. These were the spies of the Bloodfeather sect, responding to the whispers of impending events. Heavenly Lord, will the divine general truly arrive? An elderly farmer with graying hair trembled as he clasped his hands together, murmuring prayers to the sky. Beside him, a burly man spat vehemently. Of course he will. The true Lord sent a celestial deer to convey the message. How could it be false? Yet, what if? There is no what if. The man gritted his teeth. If we wait any longer, that ferocious beast will devour us all. The commotion and hushed whispers of the crowd served as a low, ominous backdrop, heightening the tension as the storm approached. Approaching noon, although the sun hung high in the sky, the light inexplicably dimmed. The wind began to stir. Initially, it was but a gentle breeze, carrying the fresh scents of the forest. In an instant, the winds intensified, transforming into a howling gale that swept up the dust and debris from the ground, forcing people to shield their eyes. Heavens, what has happened to the sky? Such a fierce wind. The villagers erupted in gasps, instinctively huddling together, their expressions of anticipation transforming into sudden terror. Wonka furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. The once clear sky had inexplicably succumbed to an overwhelming blanket of thick, dark clouds, ominously pressing down as if it might collapse at any moment. The clouds churned with alarming speed, exuding a palpable sense of dread. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Almost immediately, a fierce wind howled, sending dust and debris swirling, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. The clouds above twisted even more violently, resembling boiling water, with flashes of blinding purple lightning darting through the edges, as if attempting to rend the sky asunder. Heavens above, is the divine general descending upon us? The villagers cried out in alarm, many already collapsing to their knees, trembling in fear. Chunhu and Master Feng's faces paled, their grips tightening on the hilts of their blades and fans, their palms slick with cold sweat. Ling Su Jinren abruptly raised his head, his cracked lips moving slightly, eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Such celestial power. The guards behind Wang Ke were already restless, and even the 5 elite warriors from the Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of utmost gravity. Just as the crowd's anxiety peaked, believing a monster was about to emerge, a brilliant cascade of 7-colored radiance burst forth from a fissure, pouring down like the Milky Way, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the entire Xiaxi village as if it were midday. The rays of light were abundant, emanating an aura of auspiciousness. The warmth and sanctity of the illumination swept away the chill and oppression that had pervaded the air. Everyone stood entranced, gazing at the heavenly light descending from above, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Within the radiance, a towering figure descended slowly. It was a divine general, adorned in resplendent armor of gold and crimson, inscribed with countless arcane runes. He was a formidable presence, his features obscured, shrouded in a soft yet unyielding divine light. Most astonishing was the massive creature upon which he rode, a gigantic tortoise, its shell a deep, ancient black. This colossal creature possessed 3 legs, walking through the air as if treading upon nothingness, each step resonating with stability and authority. The tortoise's shell bore an array of natural patterns, reminiscent of flowing galaxies, imbued with profound mysteries. Behind the divine general floated an immense, radiant golden halo, composed of countless flickering fiery runes. The halo spun continuously, exuding a fierce and pure masculine energy akin to a small sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness and gloom. In his hand, he wielded a golden spear, ablaze with fierce flames. Its tip pointed defiantly toward the heavens, exuding an aura of invincibility. The divine light radiated, and the oppressive force was palpable, though intangible, pressing down upon each individual like an unseen mountain, evoking feelings of insignificance and reverence. Suddenly, with no clear indication of who it was, one villager collapsed to their knees, the first to succumb to the overwhelming presence. Immediately, like wheat cut down in the field, the villagers of Xiaoxi, along with the bold souls who had come from neighboring villages to witness the spectacle, all knelt in unison. Divine General, it is the Divine General descended to our realm. Heaven has eyes. Truly, the benevolence of the true monarch. Cries of lamentation, sounds of worship, and sobs of overwhelming joy echoed together. Chunhu's legs weakened, and he too knelt down, his eyes filled with astonishment. Master Feng wept profusely, murmuring, "True monarch's mercy. True monarch's mercy." Wang Ku stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The soldiers behind him were no better off, their mouths agape, weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. The 5 self-important experts from the martial arts academy had drained of color, their faces pale with disbelief. Their once proud inner strength felt diminutive as ants before this immense celestial might. Wang Ku's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a profound shock that resonated from the depths of his soul. Having lived a life of military exploits, he had witnessed many extraordinary individuals and had heard tales of martial masters who could move mountains and fill seas. Yet those stories paled in comparison to the sight of this divine general, descending upon a giant tortoise, bearing the blazing sun and radiating divine light. This is the true art of the celestial beings. This is the genuine, heavenly might. His tightly clenched fists turned slightly pale from the force of his grip. The understanding he had held for so long collapsed in an instant. Divine General, he managed to force out those 2 words from his parched throat. The ethereal figure of Ling Su trembled violently, his once dull eyes now brimming with tumultuous waves of awe. He fixed his gaze on the celestial general above, feeling the pure, vast, and unparalleled divine power, contrasting sharply with the fierce demonic aura of the flying night demon from days past. The difference was as stark as that between earth and sky. True monarch's mercy. True monarch's mercy. Daoist Ling Yun was already weeping profusely, breaking free from the villager's support, prostrating himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing towards the celestial general above, his voice choked with emotion. Amidst the crowd, the spies from the Bloodfeather sect were oblivious to any thoughts of beast materials. Their faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. In this moment of collective awe and trembling hearts, the divine general, standing atop the back of the 3-legged giant tortoise, slowly raised his flaming spear. His gaze swept over the kneeling masses below, ultimately resting in a certain direction deep within Xuankong Mountain. A voice dignified and grand, as if imbued with the principles of heaven and earth, resonated like a great bell in the ears and hearts of all present. By the decree of the true monarch of the Xuankong Yunze, I, the general of the great might, who subdues water and vanquishes demons, have come to this realm to traverse the Qinghe and eradicate the demons. The voice penetrated each person's ears with undeniable authority and celestial grandeur. The words demons struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all. The villagers, upon hearing this, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, bowing fervently as if pounding garlic. The divine general is mighty. We beseech the divine general to take charge for us. Wang Ke felt an irresistible force descending from the heavens. His knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he fell heavily to the ground. The unforgiving stones beneath him pressed painfully against his knees. Yet, in that moment, he was oblivious to the pain, his heart consumed by boundless astonishment and reverence. The divine warrior had truly descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 48. The blessing of the golden rain. The voice of the divine general reverberated through the heavens and the earth, imbued with an irresistible majesty. Deep within Xuankong Mountain, from the valley where the monstrous creature resided, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. A howl filled with resentment, ferocity, and madness echoed, as if an unparalleled beast were challenging the authority of the gods. In an instant, a nauseating miasma of blood and foul energy surged skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. A colossal figure, dark and menacing, tore through the low-hanging clouds, hurtling towards the divine general above the village of Shi Creek with astonishing speed. This figure, adorned with wings and bearing a green visage and sharp fangs, was none other than the notorious flying night demon that had wreaked havoc in Qinghe County for days on end. The villagers cried out in terror, only to be swiftly overtaken by an inexplicable fervor. The divine general was present. How could the demon dare to act with impunity? Xuankong's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the swiftly approaching malevolent silhouette, an immense wave of trepidation surging within him. This creature truly dared to confront the divine majesty head-on. What kind of audacity did it possess? The faces of Lingshu Junren and Lingyun Daoren paled, as the fear they had once felt at the creature's hands surged back to the forefront of their minds. The divine general, standing atop the back of a massive three-legged turtle, faced the flying night demon, shrouded in divine light, his expression inscrutable. Only his eyes, cold as ice, regarded the creature as one might a mere ant, oblivious to its own fate. "How dare you act so recklessly?" he seemed to convey. Without altering his stance, he casually pointed the golden spear, ablaze with fervent flames, towards the approaching demon. There was no earth-shattering display, no world-destroying pressure. It was but a mere flick of his finger. A fine thread of crimson, divine fire erupted from the tip of the spear. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, it swelled as it traveled, instantly transforming into a crimson line as thick as a human arm, cleaving through the air. The speed was unfathomable. Although it was a late shot, it traversed hundreds of zhang in the blink of an eye, striking with unparalleled accuracy towards the gargantuan form of the flying night demon. The demon seemed to sense the imminent peril, letting out a piercing shriek as it flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet all was in vain. The crimson fire line, relentless as a maggot in the bone, disregarded all its evasive maneuvers and effortlessly pierced through its supposedly impenetrable chest, a flesh that even the most skilled of true energy practitioners would find difficult to breach. With a faint sound barely audible, the massive form of the flying night demon froze mid-air, its wailing abruptly silenced, akin to a rooster with its neck grasped. It lowered its head, incredulously gazing at the inconspicuous crimson puncture on its chest. No blood gushed forth, no violent explosion followed. The next moment, concentric ripples of crimson, visible to the naked eye, radiated from that small hole. The demon's indestructible body began to dissolve at an astonishing rate, as if it were a wax figure cast into a blazing inferno, vaporizing before the very eyes of the onlookers. From the chest to the limbs, from the skull to the wings, it disintegrated inch by inch, leaving not a trace of smoke behind. In the span of merely 2 or 3 breaths, the formidable flying demon, which had stirred the heavens and earth of Qinghe County and instilled terror in countless hearts, completely vanished under the silent crimson divine fire, as if it had never existed. Standing upon the three-legged giant turtle, Li Yin silently retracted the summoning of the flying demon, inwardly remarking, "The task is complete. The effect is flawless." These achievements were owed to the strength provided by the villagers of Tian Village, which had unlocked numerous new functions and items. Coupled with the exquisite display of fashionable effects and the mechanism for recovering mounts, it was simply seamless. The world fell into a profound silence. The fierce winds ceased, and the dark clouds had quietly dispersed by the time one noticed. Sunlight poured down once more, yet it could not dispel the profound astonishment lingering in the hearts of the crowd. Following a brief stillness, a tumultuous celebration erupted like a tsunami. "The divine general is mighty. The demon has been vanquished. True Lord, in your mercy, the divine general has manifested." The villagers below erupted in frenzied cheers, bowing deeply with their foreheads striking the ground, producing a dull thud, yet they felt no pain. Their faces contorted with a mix of tears and ecstatic joy. Waves of faith, far purer and more powerful than the incense offerings before, surged forth like a bursting river toward the majestic divine general in the sky, ultimately converging into Li Yan's perception. Li Yan felt a warmth envelop him. The brightness of the game package icon surged once again, and even the random mount die seemed to possess a newfound vitality. Is this truly the end? Xuankong's companion from the Martial Arts Academy, a middle-aged man known for his composure, now spoke with a dry voice, laden with incredulity. They had envisioned countless scenarios of an earth-shattering battle between divine generals and demons, yet never anticipated such a swift and overwhelming annihilation. That was a malevolent demon that even the true immortal of the spirit void could not contend with. Wang Ke remained kneeling on the ground, his body rigid. His mind was a blank slate, and all previous doubts, scrutiny, and even a hint of arrogance were utterly crushed, leaving only the most primal and pure form of reverence and fear. This was not an ordinary power. This was beyond human comprehension. The soldiers he had brought with him were all ashen-faced, many of them even collapsing to the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. Chun Hu and Master Feng were already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Heaven has eyes! Heaven has eyes!" Master Feng incoherently cried out, oblivious to the fan that had fallen from his hand. Chun Hu pounded his chest vigorously, as if to expel all the excitement and dread within him. Qinghe County. Qinghe County is saved. The people are saved. The true immortal of the spirit void trembled violently, his withered eyes now filled with a complex and inscrutable light. There was shock, reverence, confusion, but more than anything, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He could no longer maintain his enigmatic demeanor. With a thud, he sank to his knees, bowing deeply to the divine figure in the heavens. The celestial general beneath the true Lord's command possessed immense powers, and the humble practitioner was utterly convinced. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented reverence, echoed with sincerity. All prior doubts regarding the true Lord's identity and the nuances of the celestial path dissipated in that instant. This was the true essence of the immortal's craft. This was the genuine might that struck awe. What he had practiced was merely the path of a mundane warrior. Among the crowd, the agents of the Bloodfeather sect, masquerading as various characters, were now rendered mute and pale with fear. They exchanged horrified glances, already deeming this formidable manifestation of the divine general as an entity far too perilous to provoke. Such divine power was beyond their aspirations. Immediate reports of this intelligence were imperative. Qinghe County was no longer a benign place. After vanquishing the malevolent beings, the celestial general did not depart immediately. He slowly retracted the spear ablaze with divine flames, the fire at its tip gradually receding, returning to its ancient golden hue. The general lifted his gaze to the heavens, and a hint of enlightenment seemed to grace his countenance, shrouded in celestial light. Moments later, he extended his palm, clad in golden armor, and pointed skyward. In an instant, the once clear sky transformed anew. The remaining dark clouds converged, not with the previous oppressive gloom, but rather radiating with golden brilliance and auspicious energy. Soon after, delicate strands of golden light, reminiscent of willow fluff, cascaded from the luminous clouds. The golden rain enveloped the entire village of She Creek and several miles beyond. This golden shower, imbued with warmth and sanctity, descended upon the people, permeating their very skin. "Oh, my leg! The pain from my old ailment has vanished," exclaimed an elderly woman on her knees, joy illuminating her features as she tentatively moved her long-afflicted leg, astonished to feel no trace of discomfort. "My eyes! I can see clearly," cried a middle-aged man, afflicted with eye troubles, as he rubbed his eyes, overwhelmed with excitement. Those who had been wounded or were on the brink of death, officials, hunters, villagers, felt a gentle warmth coursing through their injuries. Witnessing their torn flesh visibly healing at an astonishing pace, and even severed limbs astonishingly regrowing. Remarkably, the lifeless bodies prepared for burial suddenly opened their eyes, took deep breaths, and sat upright. Chun Hu felt the oppressive gloom in his chest, caused by the nightmarish creature, dissipate swiftly beneath the golden rain, allowing him to breathe with newfound ease. The previously pallid face of Daoist Lingyun gradually regained a hint of color, as if his depleted internal energy had been replenished. Even the gravely wounded Lingshu Junren sensed a gentle yet powerful vitality infusing his being, nourishing his damaged meridians and true energy, alleviating the feeling of imminent exhaustion significantly. All who basked in the golden rain of light, regardless of age or affliction, felt a revitalizing surge of spirit, as if the burdens of their ailments had been swept away and they had regained years of youth. This was divine grace, an unparalleled blessing bestowed by the true monarch and the manifest general. At that moment, the villagers' faith in the true monarch of the profound vault and the valor of the water-subduing general reached unprecedented heights. Lian savored the palpable torrent of faith swirling around him, a secret thrill igniting within. This collective restoration tool was merely a disposable item distributed for an official event, utilized during dungeon raids to swiftly restore health and resurrect allies. It was considered precious in the early stages, but became devalued as it was overused, ultimately leading to official restrictions on its usage. Consequently, Lian felt little remorse in employing it, especially since he had stockpiled a considerable quantity in his backpack. With this action, his divine position was assuredly solidified. As the golden rain gradually subsided, the divine general's gaze swept over the throngs of grateful souls below, who knelt in reverence and adoration. His majestic voice resonated once more, clearly reaching the ears of all. The great calamity approaches. You must remain vigilant. This general descends by the decree of the true monarch of the profound vault to patrol the Qing River and has vanquished the chief malevolent. Should any fiendish entities plague the realm again, there shall be retribution from the true monarch. With that, the divine general radiated resplendent golden light, and beams of brilliance surged skyward. The three-legged giant turtle beneath him emitted a distant, prolonged hum, and together they transformed into a magnificent stream of golden light, tearing through the heavens, shooting towards the celestial realms above. In the blink of an eye, the stream vanished into the clouds. As the enchanting hues in the sky gradually faded and sunlight bathed the earth, tranquility appeared to be restored. Yet, in Xiaoxi village, the populace remained prostrate, ceaselessly bowing, and a lingering faint fragrance in the air served as testimony that the recent events were no mere illusion. Wang Ke slowly rose from the ground, sharp pangs radiating from his knees, yet he paid them no heed. He gazed towards the horizon where the divine general had vanished, his expression a tapestry of complexity, reverence, shock, confusion, all intertwining in his heart. The calamity draws near. He murmured the general's final words, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Those words weighed heavily upon him, akin to a boulder pressing down on his chest. The calamity of the monsters in Qinghe County might merely be the beginning. Chapter 49. Rebirth. After the calamity, Lian settled back onto the flowing cloud jade couch within the cave, releasing a long sigh of relief. The dazzling armor of the Nine Heavens demon-suppressing general he had donned instantly dimmed, reverting to his usual understated yet remarkably protective Xian Tai Chunshan attire. The blazing divine spear, which had once obliterated the flying night demon with a single strike, transformed back into an unremarkable wooden staff, which he carelessly discarded to the side. How utterly exhausting! Lian slumped against the jade couch, feeling as though his very bones might disintegrate. As the sole director and principal actor of this grand spectacle of divine intervention against demons, he had to manage special effects, coordinate with the flying night demons, and consistently uphold an image of authority and mystery, all of which demanded an immense toll on his mental faculties. However, the fruits of his labor were indeed bountiful, bringing a smile to his face. With a mere thought, he delved into his game inventory. The once dreary expanse illuminated with a brilliant glow. All low-level, white-quality items, be it skill books, elixirs, materials, or miscellaneous trinkets, were now unlocked, shimmering with a soft white light, signifying their immediate availability for retrieval. To his astonishment, even a few low-level green items had begun to glisten. "I've struck it rich." Lian's heart surged with elation. Although these were merely white-quality trinkets, akin to shop goods or novice quest rewards in Nine Heavens Inquiry, in this low martial world, they were indeed rare treasures. Eagerly, he selected a set of low-level equipment named Clear Breeze White Feather Garb to don. The attire was ethereal in appearance, predominantly moon white, accented with delicate azure feather patterns, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. More importantly, the equipment offered balanced attribute enhancements. While no single attribute was particularly high, it effectively bolstered all aspects. A wave of warmth surged from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs, and Li Yin distinctly felt an unprecedented vigor and lightness permeate his being. He flexed his limbs, the joints emitting a crisp, crackling sound. Excellent, excellent. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. This newfound strength far surpassed the mere defensive capabilities of the Xian Tai Chun Shan attire. Now, he could likely confront those so-called inner energy warriors head-on. He reminisced about the thrilling performance he had just orchestrated, still feeling a twinge of pride. That awe-inspiring meteorological phenomenon had not occurred by mere chance. To create the overwhelming majesty of the divine general's arrival, he had orchestrated the flying night demon-esque movements 3 days in advance, subtly manipulating the atmospheric currents deep within Qingfeng Mountain, conjuring winds, rains, and thunderstorms, thus manifesting the apocalyptic scene of dark clouds looming over the city, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As for simultaneously summoning both the three-legged giant tortoise and the flying night demon as mounts, that had been an unexpected boon amidst the abundant incense offerings of recent days. Although the duration of each mount as presence was halved from a full 24 hours to merely 12, their timely appearance was more than sufficient to command the scene when it mattered most. Li Yin firmly believed that, as the scope of faith expanded and the number of followers increased, the quantity and duration of the mounts he could summon would undoubtedly continue to rise, bringing his power ever closer to the game's design. The so-called divine spear in his hand was, in reality, merely a wooden stick he had casually picked up, merely adorned with the skin of a long-discontinued weapon costume. The crimson flame dragon-patterned spear. It appeared imposing, yet in a real confrontation, it would shatter at the slightest touch. Thus, he orchestrated the spectacle of the flying knight Yasha being effortlessly annihilated by divine fire. The essence of it was simply the costume's attack effects meant to intimidate. As for his parting words, warning that a great calamity was approaching this realm and urging vigilance, they served as a precautionary measure for the inhabitants of this world. They also provided a rational explanation for the various demons and monsters he might summon in the future, as well as the multitude of divine personas he was destined to embody. Even the misdeeds committed by the spirits and ferocious beasts native to this world could be attributed to demons, and Li Yin welcomed the abundance of scapegoats. As long as they believed it to be the work of demons, they would naturally seek out deities for assistance. At that point, he could simply dispatch a mount to eliminate them, easily manipulating the unsuspecting populace. He could even disguise himself as one of the very demons he had vanquished, creating a facade of conflict before the public, who would be able to discern their true allegiance. With the events of today spreading far and wide, that proclamation would likely echo throughout the entirety of southern Shu, perhaps even reaching northern Yan. Let us see what grand and tumultuous future this little butterfly's flutter may conjure for this world. Li Yin chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the unknown. At this moment, the village of Xiaxi was engulfed in a cacophony of jubilant celebration. The divine general had eradicated the monsters and sent down a golden rain of life upon the lifeless, flesh and bone. Those villagers who had perished at the hands of the ferocious beasts, even some who had been trampled to death amidst the chaos, miraculously opened their eyes and sat up, bathed in the golden light of a rain. I'm still alive? A man, long presumed deceased, bewilderedly touched his chest. His wife, initially stricken with terror, quickly realized the truth, rushed to embrace him, and wailed in joy, "You are not dead. It was the divine general who saved you. Truly, the divine has manifested." Similar scenes unfolded in succession throughout the crowd. Those soldiers who had previously been wounded by the flying knight Yasha and had lost their breath, astonishingly revived one by one under the golden rain that descended from the sky. Though their bodies still felt somewhat frail, they were undeniably alive. The resurrected, along with their relatives, transitioned from initial horror to an indescribable ecstasy and profound devotion towards the divine. To snatch souls from the grasp of Yama, what a transcendent feat! The true monarch of the celestial abyss and cloud marsh indeed possessed boundless powers and immeasurable compassion. Divine methods. This was the true essence of divine intervention. To bring the dead back to life, this was akin to reclaiming souls from the hands of Yama, the true monarch of the celestial abyss and cloud marsh, the great general of the demon suppression, manifesting divine might. Truly, he is the savior of the countless people of Qinghe County. Witnessing this miraculous resurrection, the villagers' reverence and faith towards the revered Xuankong Yunze Zhenjuan soared to an unprecedented zenith. This was no mere adoration. It was an almost fanatical piety. They became increasingly convinced that the enigmatic Xuankong Yunze Zhenjuan, along with the divine General Yishui, who manifested today, truly possessed unparalleled powers capable of transcending heaven and earth. On the periphery of the crowd, Daoist Lingyun, supported by several villagers from Qingfeng, gazed at this astonishing spectacle, trembling with excitement. Zhenjuan, your compassion, your boundless compassion. Tears streamed down his face as he choked on his words. Such miraculous powers of resurrection surely exceed our wildest imaginations. His own injuries, under the golden rain of light, had nearly healed, and his depleted inner strength had been significantly restored. Beside him stood the real person Lingxiu, whose face remained gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Observing the jubilant villagers who were bowing in worship, he glanced at his own agile limbs, feeling little pain from the internal injuries inflicted by the flying night demon. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, "Nay, this is the might of the divine general under the Zhenjuan, a true manifestation of the Zhenjuan's vast divine power. The ferocious beast has been subdued, and this golden rain indeed breathes life into the dead." His tone was devoid of any prior restraint or doubt, replaced instead with profound reverence and a hint of embarrassment. Previously, he had entertained speculative thoughts regarding the Zhenjuan's identity and the so-called immortal path. Now, all such musings dissipated into thin air. This was the true means of the immortals. This was the genuine divine might, as formidable as a prison. County Lieutenant Chun, who stood silently to the side, discreetly wiping the tears from his eyes. His chest wound had healed under the golden light, yet the lingering fear and gratitude for surviving the ordeal remained within him, unyielding. He observed the jubilant villagers who had regained their lives, and the equally exhilarated soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. Filled with boundless gratitude and respect for the revered Xuankong Yunze Zhenjuan and the divine General Yishui. To witness such a miracle in my lifetime, I, Chanhu, have no regrets. No regrets at all, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. At this moment, Master Feng's face glowed with excitement as he waved his fan vigorously. Indeed, indeed. Moreover, the divine general has proclaimed that this is the Zhenjuan's decree. This is akin to the Zhenjuan acting personally. The people of Qinghe County are saved. Lord Zhao, your foresight is remarkable. His words were both a flattering tribute to Zhao Zhan and an earnest expression of gratitude. Now that the divine general had descended, effortlessly vanquishing the monsters and bestowing healing grace, the gratitude owed to the Zhenjuan by the people of Qinghe County would never be repaid in their lifetimes. At this moment, Sima Wangke from the prefecture had also risen to his feet. The armor upon him seemed to shimmer with a faint glow under the baptism of the golden rain. He approached the esteemed Ling Suzhenren, a complex expression adorning his face as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Daoist, today's events have truly opened my eyes. I acknowledge my previous disrespect and hope for your forgiveness. He paused momentarily, his voice deepening with gravity. Before departing, the divine general remarked, "The great calamity of this realm is imminent. I wonder, do you have any insights, Daoist?" Upon hearing this, Ling Suzhenren's expression turned solemn, and he pondered deeply. The words of the divine general carry profound significance. I am but a humble practitioner, not daring to presume. However, the disturbances in Qinghe County may merely be the beginning. As mere mortals, we can only earnestly venerate the true Lord and beseech for protection to safely weather the storm. Wangke nodded silently, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The elite troops he had brought were now gazing towards Qingfeng Mountain, their eyes filled with reverence. What they had witnessed today had utterly shattered their previous understanding. In a shadowy corner of the crowd, several spies from the Bloodfeather sect were pale and sweating profusely. One of them lowered his voice and urged his companion, Quick! This matter is of utmost importance. The golden rain, those corpses, have come alive. Another, trembling, replied, This is no mortal means. What fierce beasts, what demons, will be less than mere ants before this true lord? The leader gritted his teeth, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. We must report back to the altar master at once. A true immortal has emerged in Qinghe County. This situation is far too perilous for us to meddle in further, or our lives will be at stake. Exchanging furtive glances, they silently withdrew from the revelry of the crowd, hastening towards the county town. They needed to relay this alarming news to the altar master of the Jiangzhou branch with utmost urgency. Their mission had swiftly shifted from investigating the reality of the fierce beasts to urgently reporting the astonishing emergence of a true immortal in Qinghe County. If this news were to reach their sect, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of upheaval. Chapter 50. The dust settles. Wang Ku's gaze swept over the countless citizens below, still immersed in the aftermath of their narrow escape and the bounteous grace of the divine. He glanced once more at the varied expressions of his companions, the ethereal Lingshu, the Daoist Lingyun, Chunhu, and the venerable Master Feng. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands and spoke solemnly, Esteemed friends, with the demon eradicated by divine power, my responsibilities here are, for the moment, concluded. There was a subtle hint of fatigue in his tone, along with a more profound sense of astonishment. With the demon vanquished and divine grace bestowed, the crisis in Qinghe County is momentarily alleviated. As I am tasked by the provincial government, I must return to Jiangzhou at once to report the details of this matter to the prefect, and thus shall not accompany you back to the county town. Lingshu nodded slightly. Sima Wang, your official duties take precedence, as they rightly should. The divine general warned of an impending calamity for this realm. I hope you will convey this warning to the heavens. Wang Ku's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Daoist, I shall not overlook a single word of the divine general's decree. Such matters concerning the safety of the realm will certainly be reported faithfully to the prefect and even to the regional governor. He understood that the manifestation of the true monarch of Xuankong and the formidable general of Yishui had transcended the mere mischief of a minor demon. The forces entangled in this event likely involved true celestial powers, along with the foreboding prophecy of an approaching calamity. Master Feng's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Sima Wang, your journey has been arduous. We shall not detain you further. Upon your return to the provincial government, may you seek commendation for our Qinghe County. Wang Ku offered a non-committal response and once more bowed to the assembly. Esteemed friends, I bid you farewell until we meet again. With that, he hastily departed from Xiaxi village, accompanied by several martial experts from the Martial Arts Academy and government soldiers, all still reeling from the recent events as they hurried towards the official road. As he watched Wang Ku's retreating figure, Master Feng's smile deepened. Master, shall we also take our leave? Chunhu urged. Indeed. Let us return to the county office to bring tidings of joy to our lord. Master Feng replied cheerfully. In the back hall of the Qinghe County office, Zhao Zhan fidgeted restlessly, like an ant on a hot pan. He occasionally approached the doorway, craning his neck towards Qingfeng Mountain, his heart filled with anxiety and anticipation. What has transpired? Has the divine general manifested? He murmured, his palms already damp with sweat. Just as he was about to burst with impatience, hurried footsteps echoed from the front courtyard. My lord, Master Feng, County Lieutenant Chun, and the two Daoists have returned. An official gasped, rushing in to report. Zhao Zhan's spirits lifted, and he sprang from his chair, hastening to greet them. Quick, let them in. Upon seeing Master Feng and the others safe and sound, their faces beaming with joy, Zhao Zhan felt a surge of relief. The two Daoists, though somewhat weary, bore an expression of profound relief and deep reverence that reassured him. Master Feng, County Lieutenant Chun, esteemed Daoists, what is the situation? The demon. Zhao Zhan's voice trembled slightly. Master Feng stepped forward, his face aglow, and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Thanks to your great fortune, the formidable general of Yishui has descended, and the troublesome demon has been vanquished. Qinghe County is at peace. Chunhu, equally exhilarated, interjected, my lord. You have not witnessed it with your own eyes. That divine general, clad in golden armor, commanding a mythical beast and wielding a divine spear, exudes an awe-inspiring presence. The demons, before his might, are utterly powerless, reduced to ashes with but a flick of his finger. He animatedly gestured, attempting to convey the breathtaking spectacle. Daoist Ling Yun stepped forward, bowing deeply to Zhao Zhan. Lord Zhao, having witnessed the divine general's celestial might today, I realize we are but frogs at the bottom of a well. The true Lord possesses boundless power, and the divine general's extraordinary abilities are indeed a blessing for the people of Qinghe County. The real person Lingshu nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the divine general not only vanquished the wicked demons, but also summoned divine rain, restoring life to the lifeless. The villagers and soldiers of Shi Creek, who had perished earlier, have all been resurrected. Such miracles I have never heard of nor seen. Zhao Zhan felt a surge of emotion, his blood racing as if he had been present at that miraculous event. He paced back and forth in excitement, slapping his thigh. Alas, I have missed such a heavenly opportunity. To have not witnessed the divine general's splendor is indeed a lifelong regret. He lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Mr. Feng hastily approached, gently fanning himself. My lord, do not speak thus. The divine general's arrival is precisely due to your unwavering sincerity towards the true Lord, a testament to your devotion. It is your piety that has moved the heavens. Though you were not present, this merit and divine favor stem from you. Upon hearing Mr. Feng's words, Zhao Zhan's regret diminished significantly, replaced by an indescribable sense of pride and anticipation. Mr. Feng was indeed right. He stroked his beard, a smile spreading across his face. To have secured the true Lord's protection for the people of Qinghe is fulfilling my duties as a parent official. He strolled about, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, suddenly inquiring, by the way, what of Wang Sima from the state government? Has he returned with you? Chunhu bowed and replied, reporting to you, my lord, Wang Sima left immediately after the demons were vanquished, leading the provincial soldiers back to Jiangzhou to report. He mentioned that he would promptly inform the inspector of this miraculous event. Oh, he has returned to the state? Zhao Zhan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. Internally, he mused, excellent, with the state Sima as a witness. Who in the court will dare to claim that I am fabricating tales for personal glory? The previous warning from the celestial being regarding the transformation of the dragon had indeed stirred considerable commotion, yet was merely witnessed by a handful of villagers, rendering the evidence somewhat flimsy. This time, however, it was the state Sima, accompanied by 30 elite provincial soldiers and 5 martial arts masters, who had witnessed it firsthand. The weight of this evidence is entirely different. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a promising future in his career. After a moment of reflection, he instructed Mr. Feng, please draft an urgent official document to be sent to the inspector's office in Jiangzhou, emphasizing that the demon calamity in Qinghe has been alleviated by divine grace, with Wang Sima as a witness. Highlight the miraculous recovery of the people and the restoration of peace in the region, in light of the rampant demon presence and subsequent divine grace. A request was made to the provincial government for the allocation of funds to aid the afflicted regions of Xiaxi village and its surroundings. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Master Feng's eyes. He comprehended the underlying message. The request for funds was secondary. The crux lay in formally documenting the miraculous events, subtly reminding the provincial authorities of the undeniable celestial phenomena in Qinghe County, which even summoned divine generals to address the formidable demon issue. The provincial government would undoubtedly grasp the profound implications therein. Your Excellency, the county lord, is most astute. Master Feng bowed deeply. I shall attend to this matter immediately, ensuring that the gravity of the situation, along with the significance of this divine blessing, is articulated clearly. Zhao Zhan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lieutenant Chunhu. Lieutenant Chun, the people of Xiaxi village have suffered greatly. They remain in a state of fear. You are to promptly allocate a sum of money from the county office to soothe the disaster-stricken populace. Furthermore, organize a team to assist them in repairing their homes. ensuring that they can swiftly return to their normal lives. Understood. Chun, who clasped his hands in salute, accepting the command. Zhao Zhan's gaze swept over the venerable Master Lingxiu and Daoist Lingyun, his tone softening considerably. Esteemed Daoists, your assistance in subduing the demons, though not entirely successful, has been commendable. I express my gratitude on behalf of the government. Master Lingxiu bowed his head in acknowledgement. Your Excellency speaks too highly. The ferocity of the demons is beyond the strength of mere mortals. To witness the divine might of the heavenly generals under the true monarch is indeed a rare fortune for us. Daoist Lingyun concurred. Indeed, the divine generals possess extraordinary powers, far beyond our reach. To serve under the true monarch is a blessing for us. Zhao Zhan smiled faintly, his esteem for the two Daoists rising further. He pondered for a moment, then declared, in gratitude for the salvation bestowed upon us by the true monarch and the divine generals, I have decided to select a site of auspicious feng shui in Xiaxi village, where the divine general descended, to construct a temple in honor of the great general of the Fuxi water demon, erecting a golden statue and providing offerings, so that the people of Qinghe may express their gratitude day and night. Upon hearing this, Master Lingxiu and Daoist Lingyun exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to bow. Your Excellency, your noble intentions are commendable. We, though unworthy, are willing to assist in the selection of the temple site, its design, and the rituals to show our gratitude for the protection bestowed upon us by the true monarch and the divine generals. The two of them had come to firmly believe in the true monarch of the Xuankong and Yunze, and to build a temple for the divine general was both an expression of their devotion and a means of fostering a closer connection to the celestial realm. Zhao Zhan laughed heartily. With both Daoists personally overseeing this, I could not ask for more. I hereby entrust this matter entirely to you, and the county office shall provide full support. Exchanging glances filled with delight, Master Lingxiu and Daoist Lingyun bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency. We shall not fail in our mission. In a moment, the atmosphere within the county office became vibrant. Beyond the city of Qinghe, tales of the divine general descending upon Qingfeng Mountain, vanquishing the demons in an instant, and the miraculous golden rain of healing had taken flight like wings, spreading with astonishing speed through the mouths of merchants who had fortuitously witnessed the miracles and were eager to depart. Have you heard? A celestial being has emerged in Qinghe County. Not just any celestial being. It is the divine general under the true monarch. That demon was vanquished in a single breath. But that is not all. A golden rain fell, and those who had lost arms and legs were miraculously restored upon being drenched. Even those who had been deceased for several days were revived. Is this true? Such astonishing claims. Indeed, it is veritable. My uncle's cousin's neighbor was present in the village of Xiaxi and witnessed it firsthand. The divine general, whose name escapes me, was the Grand General Yishui Fumo Weiling, and the venerable Immortal was the true monarch Xuankong Yunze. In tea-houses and taverns, at relay stations and ferry docks, in the fields and on the streets, countless individuals animatedly recounted this unprecedented marvel. As the tale circulated, it inevitably became embellished, growing ever more fantastical. The divine general's height transformed from 12 feet to an astounding 30 feet, wielding a divine spear that could summon the thunder of the heavens, while the demon was depicted as a towering giant, 100 feet tall, capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. Yet, regardless of how the details evolved, the names of the true monarch Xuankong Yunze and the Grand General Yishui Fumo Weiling were indelibly etched in the hearts of countless commoners. In an instant, the once obscure locale of Qinghe County garnered immense fame due to this miraculous event, attracting a multitude of curious and awestruck gazes. Chapter 51. Shadows of the Immortal Path in the residence of the governor of Jiangzhou. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt almost palpable. Seated like an immovable mountain was Governor Yang Lai, his dark ceremonial robe bestowed by the emperor accentuating his already stern countenance and profound gaze, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. Below him, Lu Sun, the Jiangzhou prefect, sat upright, beads of sweat forming on his brow, struggling to conceal his unease. Standing at the foot of the hall, Sima Wang maintained a respectful posture, meticulously recounting all that had transpired in Shizuan at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Beside him, 5 martial arts experts from the academy who had accompanied him to Qinghe County appeared pale, occasionally nodding in affirmation of Wang Ke's account. Upon hearing of the miraculous event where the rain of gold resurrected the deceased, and even the esteemed Lingshu Jinren from the Dao recording office bowed in submission. Yang Lai raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 5 martial artists. Sensing Yang Lai's scrutiny, one of them stammered, reporting to the general. All that Wang Sima has said is entirely true. We witnessed the golden rainfall, and indeed, those who had lost their lives were truly revived. Such a miracle is beyond comprehension, surely not the result of mundane means. Another added hastily, moreover. Daoist Lingyun from Qingyun Temple and Lingshu Jinren from the Jiangzhou Dao recording office were also present. Lingshu Jinren himself paid homage to the divine general, expressing his complete reverence. Yang Lai's fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a dull thud. The fact that Lingshu Jinren had also experienced this and was injured added a layer of credibility to the account. Lu Sun discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind in turmoil. This matter was of monumental significance. Did the divine general leave any words before departing? Yang Lai inquired in a deep voice. Von Kiskiviko, feeling a shiver run down his spine, bowed and replied, reporting to the general. The divine general stated before his departure, a great calamity is approaching this realm. You must remain vigilant. At these words, both Yang Lai and Lu Sun's expressions shifted dramatically. Yang Lai's gaze deepened, resembling an unfathomable abyss, while Lu Sun felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance, silently exclaiming, "Heavens, such words are foreboding." The tension in the hall escalated to an extreme. After a brief silence, Yang Lai turned his attention to Lu Sun. "Prefect Lu, what is your perspective on this matter?" Called upon, Lu Sun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him under the immense pressure. Bowing, he responded, reporting to the general. Given that Wang Sima and the esteemed martial artists witnessed this firsthand, along with the presence of Lingshu Jinren, it is evident that the manifestation of the immortal and the divine general's vanquishing of demons is irrefutably true. However, the descent of true immortals and the subjugation of demons occurring in the small Qinghe County suggests there may be deeper mysteries at play. As for the words regarding the approaching calamity, I fear, given the emperor's disposition, he may not take kindly to such ominous tidings. Lu Sun's implication was clear. The current emperor had a penchant for grandiosity, relishing in tales of peace and auspicious omens. While events of divine intervention were certainly worthy of grand proclamation, however, the impending calamity is a matter that, if reported verbatim, is likely to incite the sovereign's wrath, as it may be perceived as a reproach to his governance, suggesting that divine warnings have descended due to his mismanagement. Yang Lai, a man of considerable stature, would surely discern Lu Sun's insinuations. He paused his tapping, lost in contemplation, and within the hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. After a prolonged silence, Yang Lai finally spoke, his tone inscrutable. "Issue a command to summon Zhao Zhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, to the state capital. I wish to hear his report in person." "Yes." A loyal soldier promptly received the order and departed. Yang Lai continued, "Master Lu, prepare a memorial detailing the miraculous occurrence of Lord Xuankong Yunze manifesting his divinity, and the divine general descending to vanquish demons and rescue the people. With auspicious signs descending upon Jiangzhou, write it with utmost precision and expedite it to the court with utmost urgency. As for the notion of impending calamity," Yang Lai Bao said, a flicker of enigmatic light passing through his eyes, "it can be succinctly mentioned in passing, without elaboration." "Understood." Lu Sun, as if granted a pardon, exhaled a sigh of relief. He comprehended Yang Lai's intention to claim credit while deftly downplaying the potentially incendiary remarks regarding the great calamity. The aim was to commend the court without provoking the sovereign's ire. Yang Lai's gaze drifted once more to the window, towards the direction of Qinghe County, his eyes deep with contemplation. Impending calamity, He silently repeated the phrase, feeling a weighty pressure settle upon his heart. In a nondescript courtyard in the southern part of Jiangzhou City, within a tranquil chamber, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Wei He, the master of the sub-temple, adorned in a moon-white feather robe and a jade crown, sat upright on a mat. Before him, a black-clad scout knelt, suppressing fear and excitement as he relayed the miraculous events from Shi village in Qinghe County in detail. The golden rain fell. I witnessed with my own eyes that several villagers, who had seemingly breathed their last, suddenly opened their eyes and sat up, indistinguishable from the living. As the scout recounted this, his voice trembled. Wei He's previously half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Are you certain those individuals were truly lifeless? His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The scout bowed in reverence, declaring, "Master, I discreetly examined one of the corpses. Its limbs were cold and stiff, devoid of heartbeat or breath, and the pupils had already dilated, leaving no possibility for survival. After the golden rain, that person became, as any other, able to speak and move, with all wounds vanished. This is not the necromantic art of our sect. It is a genuine resurrection." They laughed and ran about. Wei He waved his hand, signaling the scout to withdraw. Once left alone in the tranquil chamber, he could no longer maintain the serene composure characteristic of his celestial demeanor. He paced restlessly, the hem of his sheer feather robe trailing softly along the ground. Every detail described by the scouts replayed in his mind. The golden rain and the revival of the dead. A true resurrection. The Bloodfeather sect is notorious for its mastery of corpse manipulation, and Wei He, is a skilled practitioner of this art. The sect's secret techniques, combined with the Qing Fu sleeping heart goo, can control the deceased and create walking corpses. Those martial artists endowed with internal strength upon their demise transform into excellent ash for the furnace, capable of gradual enhancement. From the initial walking corpses to the immensely powerful copper corpses, and then to the impenetrable iron corpses. Should fortune smile upon the endeavor, it is even possible to forge a wandering corpse that retains a semblance of its former martial prowess, moving with the agility of the living. Furthermore, within the sect, there exists the formidable corpse transformation array, which employs 49 powerful corpse puppets to establish the Northern Dipper eclipse moon formation, an entrapment from which even innate experts would find it exceedingly arduous to escape. These were once the proud assets of the Bloodfeather sect, the very foundation of their audacity to covet dominion over the world and to arrogantly proclaim themselves a celestial sect. Yet now, when juxtaposed with the divine power that can resurrect the deceased and mend severed limbs with a mere wave of the hand, it is truly a distinction between the heavens and the earth. The ability to bring the dead back to life, to resurrect directly, this transcends mere corpse refinement. It embodies a genuine manipulation of the natural order, a reversal of life and death. Wei He murmured to himself, his eyes intertwining with profound fear and an uncontainable flicker of greed. This was the essence of true immortality, the genuine means of the gods. However, the reverence for that unknown, terrifying existence, coupled with the sect's stringent regulations, swiftly extinguished that fleeting, impractical desire. Xuankong Yunze, the true monarch, the grand general of Yishui's demon, subduing majestic spirit, these titles were unfamiliar to him. Yet the power they exhibited far surpassed his comprehension. This matter was of great magnitude, far beyond what our Jiangzhou branch could manage. Wei He abruptly halted, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Come forth." His voice was somewhat hoarse. A trusted subordinate quietly entered, bowing in deference. "Immediately compile all information from this place into a tome and dispatch it with the highest level of confidentiality to the headquarters for the esteemed leader's perusal and decision." "Understood," he replied. Additionally, Wei He continued, "Issue a decree to halt the production and trade of all longevity elixirs and beauty powders within the Jiangzhou territory immediately." The subordinate paused, taken aback. These two items were crucial revenue streams for the branch, sought after by the affluent and powerful, yielding substantial profits. "Branch leader, this." Wei He let out a cold snort. With the upheaval in Qinghe County, it is indeed a time of heightened alert. We must exercise extreme caution in our actions. We cannot afford to draw attention to ourselves and fall into the hands of those so-called righteous sections. The longevity elixir was crafted using young boys as a yang essence, while the beauty powder was derived from young girls, extracting their essence and marrow, vile in nature, yet beloved by those vain and fearful of death. Typically, their dealings were conducted discreetly, which sufficed. However, given the recent divine manifestations in Jiangzhou, should someone trace the origins back to the Bloodfeather sect, it could spell trouble. Understood. The subordinate, wary of further commentary, bowed and quickly retreated. Silence returned to the chamber. He sat alone on the cushion, gently caressing the green jade alchemical furnace pendant at his waist, his gaze contemplative. Since the Xuankong Yunze, True Monarch, could manifest in Qinghe County, and the divine generals beneath him were capable of wielding the powers of the undead, such beings were beyond the comprehension of a mere branch leader like him. Until the headquarters leader provided explicit instructions, prudence was paramount. Should those so-called yang attraction and fetus matters provoke the wrath of the true sovereign, summoning divine generals to impose punishment, he would find himself utterly incapable of bearing the consequences. It appears that the waters of Jiangzhou are far deeper than one could have imagined. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Chapter 52, The Beginning of Cultivation outside Jiangzhou City. A vast temple is nestled amidst a 10-mile expanse of apricot groves. With its red walls and yellow tiles, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters stands Yunlin Temple. This temple is not an ordinary place of worship. It serves as the stronghold of the Northern Yin Buddhist sect in southern Chu. Its strategic significance is self-evident. Within the majestic hall of Great Hero, the light of the Buddha radiates, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The abbot Elder Yunshun, draped in a time-worn yet spotless robe, bears a serene countenance and speaks with a gentle tone, imparting the teachings of Buddhism to the assembled monks. The myriad phenomena of the world are but illusions. Only by penetrating the surface, attaining clarity of mind and essence, can one achieve true freedom and attain the fruit of Bodhi, although Elder Yunshun's voice is not loud. It possesses an extraordinary charm, captivating the audience and instilling tranquility within their hearts. Upon concluding his discourse, the monks rise in unison, palms pressed together, bowing respectfully to Elder Yunshun before departing, each adorned with expressions of satisfaction and enlightenment. Once the monks have dispersed, a guest monk hastily approaches Elder Yunshun, whispering in his ear. Elder Yunshun lowers his gaze, the rhythm of his prayer beads momentarily halting. The enduring gentleness upon his face is akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, creating subtle yet discernible ripples. After the guest monk departs, Elder Yunshun slowly opens his eyes, directing his gaze toward the imposing, golden-hued Buddha statue towering within the hall. The Buddha's downcast eyes exude compassion for all beings. However, a newfound gravity envelopes Elder Yunshun's expression, and the speed at which he turns his prayer beads quickens. Xuankong Yunze, Zhenjuan Ishue, Fumo Wiling Xianhua, General, he murmurs softly. Contemplating these two names, on Qingfeng Mountain, in a secluded cavern, Li Yin reclines leisurely against a white jade couch, engrossed in an ancient tome that he holds in his hands. This book is one of the green quality items he has unlocked, titled Taiji Hunyuan Dao Jing, a skill book. In the game Jiuxiao Wenda, the class system is remarkably flexible. Players do not begin with a fixed profession. Instead, they can switch between different class systems and skill trees through various core passive skill books. The Taiji Hunyuan Dao Jing in Li Yan's possession is the core passive skill for the foundational class of Qi cultivators. When he first played the game, Li Yan developed a fondness for this class. It was the one he engaged with the longest and knew the best. After all, the path of the mage is the true way. Moreover, this class aligns perfectly with the Daoist theories he had previously discussed with the Venerable Lingyun, which involved the refinement of essence into Qi, the transformation of Qi into spirit, the return of spirit to the void, and the union of the void with the Tao. When the game developers designed the Qi cultivator class, They based its 4 advanced core passive skills on these 4 realms. After reaching the maximum level, Qi cultivators undergo a class awakening, gaining an additional core passive with each awakening. The latest expansion he played before his transmigration had just introduced the 3rd awakening. Yet these matters now feel distant from him. Though the Taiji Hunyuan Dao Jing has been unlocked, it only reveals the initial practice of refining essence in a Qi, the starting passive skill. The subsequent content remains shrouded in a thick veil of obscurity, rendering it impossible to discern clearly. Uncertain whether it required an elevation in level akin to that in Games to Behold, or if it necessitated the absorption of greater faith to unlock. Lian contemplated as he stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing upon the tome adorned with esoteric and profound characters, runes, and meridian diagrams. He found himself only partially comprehending the meanings behind these inscriptions. Yet, intriguingly, he could grasp the operational principles of these runic diagrams and cultivation methods. This sensation was enigmatic, reminiscent of playing a game where one might not fully understand the descriptions of skills, yet intuitively knew how to employ them and the effects they would yield. However, the most pressing question at hand was whether this world possessed any spiritual energy. In the game's narrative, it was the existence of such energy within the heavens and earth that enabled players to cultivate and wield various Taoist techniques and celestial arts. He recalled his previous conversations with Hunter Kingda and Daoist Linyan, where their discussions of martial arts, inner strength, and true energy appeared to differ fundamentally from the spiritual energy system depicted in the fantasy realm. What if this world lacked the celestial energy established in the game? Even if he memorized the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture flawlessly, it would be of no avail. Regardless, he was not one to dwell on uncertainties. Li Yin set the tome aside, inhaled deeply, and, emulating the postures illustrated in the text, settled into a meditative position, aligning his heart and mind towards the heavens, striving to achieve tranquility. The cavern was softly illuminated, enveloped in serene silence. Closing his eyes, he banished distracting thoughts and endeavored to comprehend and circulate the profound insights from the tome. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat began to form at his temples. He perceived nothing unusual. Both within and without, there was an eerie stillness, as if nothing had changed. Could it be truly futile? A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sensation suddenly registered within him. It was a form of airflow? No, it was purer and more subtle than mere air. It felt as though an elusive energy permeated the surrounding atmosphere. These energies were minuscule like dust, yet they carried an ineffable coolness and purity. Gradually, as if drawn by some unseen force, they began to converge towards his body. Although their numbers were scant and their presence almost negligible, they undeniably existed. Li Yan's heart jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be true? He exclaimed in astonishment. Once more, he closed his eyes, attuning himself with meticulous care. Indeed, that cool and pure energy, though sparse, flowed slowly through his mouth and nose, even seeping through his skin. Moreover, as he mentally engaged the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture, the energies entering his body seemed to follow a specific trajectory, gradually coursing through his meridians. As the absorbed spiritual energy completed its circulation within him, it combined with his physical essence, transforming into innate energy akin to the blue bar in the game. Though the process was excruciatingly slow, akin to the crawl of a snail, the profound and authentic sensation caused every hair on Li Yan's body to stand on end. This world truly possesses spiritual energy. Despite its lamentably thin presence, it genuinely exists. Li Yan felt as though his worldview was on the brink of upheaval. He had always believed he had traversed into a realm reminiscent of ancient times, at best a world of low martial arts. The so-called cultivation, as articulated by Wang De, equated to martial paths and internal strength, merely an enhancement of the physical body and the honing of internal energy. Yet now, he had actually sensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture, originally from a fantasy game, could indeed be cultivated in this world. What implications does this hold? It suggests that this world may not be as simple as he had imagined. It might possess a power system transcending mundane martial arts. Perhaps the existence of celestial beings is indeed a reality. No, wait. Lian quickly regained his composure. If this world truly had a complete cultivation system and an abundance of cultivators, then why would the likes of old Daoist Lingyun revere the fundamental theory of refining essence into energy as a profound secret? Why would they be powerless against a mere flying night demon, requiring his guise as a divine general? Could it be that the spiritual energy is so scarce that it has led to a severance in cultivation traditions or a deviation from the path? A flash of insight struck Lian's mind. Perhaps the cultivators in this world, hindered by the scarcity of spiritual energy, are unable to sense or utilize it, thus resorting to the refinement of the physical body and the cultivation of internal strength. Suddenly, he recalled old Daoist Lingyun's mention of the Master Realm's ability to harness a portion of the world's power. Could it possibly refer to this thin spiritual energy? Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Perhaps the Master Realm represents the indigenous cultivators of this world, who, in the absence of systematic methods, have begun to explore and utilize spiritual energy through their own efforts. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lian. This world is far more intricate than he had envisioned. If those so-called masters, or even those above the master level, can wield spiritual energy, then their strength must be reassessed. Lian gazed intently at the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture in his hands, his expression growing grave. This technique might indeed be the key to his true establishment in this world. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to cultivate is undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Suppressing the distractions within, Lian immersed himself once more in his training. As the technique flowed through him, he gradually entered a wondrous state of forgetting both self and surroundings. He transformed into a vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding meager spiritual energy. Outside the stone cave, Xuankong Mountain remained tranquil. The mountain breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, whispering an eternal, unchanging murmur. Little did anyone know, within this seemingly ordinary mountain, an interdimensional traveler was quietly embarking on an unknown path of cultivation. Chapter 53. A new path on the Dao. The towering Xuankong Mountain pierces the clouds, its principal peak shrouded in ethereal mist throughout the year. Lian sits cross-legged upon a vast, flat expanse of azure stone at the summit, with a soft mat beneath him. As the sun rises in the east, a purplish haze envelopes the landscape, and golden rays of sunlight penetrate the clouds, warming him ever so slightly. With his eyes gently closed, his spirit immerses itself in the practice of the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture. Here, particularly at the juncture of dawn and dusk, the energy in the air is indeed more potent than that found below, albeit not by much. He focuses intently, cautiously drawing in these faint energies, striving to assimilate them into his being. The process is slow and arduous. Each thread of spiritual energy successfully absorbed into his meridians brings him the faintest sense of progress. As the crimson sun leaps above the horizon, casting a myriad of rosy beams, the already tenuous spiritual energy begins to dissipate further. Lian slowly opens his eyes, beads of fine sweat adorning his forehead. Alas, this efficiency is akin to attempting to fill a swimming pool with a syringe. He chuckles to himself, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. Though there is progress, he is painfully sluggish. His thoughts delve into his inventory, with a familiar icon flickers in his mind. He recalls the myriad of elixirs in Jiushao Wen Dao. Among them, the most unassuming, an item consumed like candy during the novice phase, the recovery pill, which restores a small amount of mana. Lian distinctly remembers its item description. A spark of inspiration ignites in his mind. Mana. Innate energy, he murmurs softly. In the game, is this not akin to directly replenishing one's mana bar? What I am currently doing, refining essence in a chi, is essentially akin to accumulating the initial mana reserves. Is it not? This logic is straightforward and blunt, resonating with the mindset of a gamer. If this Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture can indeed interface with certain rules of the game, then With a flicker of thought, his consciousness reaches into his inventory. A seemingly inconspicuous, entirely white pill appears in his palm, exuding a faint herbal fragrance. The recovery pill, which one could easily obtain in abundance from novice quests. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. Li Yin resolves to give it a try, treating it merely as a mint. He tosses the pill into his mouth, and it dissolves instantly, releasing a mildly sweet yet bitter medicinal essence upon his tongue. Immediately, an energy several times more potent than the previously absorbed celestial essence, though still not overwhelmingly vast, begins to spread within his dantian. Li Yin does not dare to be negligent. He promptly channels the heart method of the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture. The energy derived from the recovery pill, under his deliberate guidance, begins to slowly merge with the thin spiritual energy drawn from the surroundings. The two energies, one mild and pure from the pill, the other cool and sparse from the heavens and earth, converge like two slender streams within his meridians, flowing along a designated path in a cyclical manner. A strand of innate energy, slightly more robust than before, silently forms and settles within the dantian. Li Yin abruptly opens his eyes, ecstasy radiating from his expression. By the heavens, it truly works. He nearly leaps from his seat, exclaiming, "Nice." Although the energy provided by the Qi Dan was minimal, insufficient even for the late-game titans who possess mana in the tens or hundreds of thousands, at this moment, it surprisingly became an accelerator for his cultivation. He could distinctly sense that the energy of the elixir did not directly convert into innate Qi, but rather significantly supplemented the materials required for refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, compensating for the deficiency of spiritual energy in this realm. This was nothing short of cheating. Li Yan's heart soared with joy. If the most basic blue potion was effective, then the advanced ones would surely be. Wait a moment. He quickly regained his composure. With his current fragile physique, if he were to consume a high-level mana recovery pill, he might just explode on the spot. He chuckled and shook his head. Well, beginners should wield beginner gear, and this Qi Dan is just right for a novice like me. An unprecedented surge of motivation welled up within him, making the path of cultivation seem no longer so distant. As the medicinal power of the Qi Dan was thoroughly refined and the morning's spiritual energy dissipated, Li Yin rose. An indescribable sensation of ease spread throughout his limbs. It was not merely the elimination of fatigue, but a deeper transformation. His body felt lighter and more powerful. His senses sharpened, allowing him to discern the distant chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind in the valley with crystal clarity. The layered mountains in the distance seemed to shed a veil, revealing their grandeur. Even his thoughts appeared clearer and swifter. Is this the effect of refining essence into Qi? He murmured, stretching his limbs. His physical prowess was indeed strengthening. It was no longer the cold, lifeless numerical attributes of a game, but a palpable sensation. A refreshing ache radiated from the depths of his bones, not discomforting, but rather filled with the promise of vitality and strength. He surveyed the summit. This lofty place, bathed in the morning light and bidding farewell to the setting sun, was undoubtedly more suitable for cultivation than the previously dark stone cave. While the old cave served well for hiding and observing the villagers, the situation had changed. With the growing renown of the Xuankong Yunze True Monarch and the astounding battle of the General Ishue Fumo, his need for absolute secrecy had diminished. Instead, he required a base that was more befitting of an immortal's grandeur and also more secure. The cave, though concealed, was ultimately located on the mountainside, and those with intent could easily discover it. However, the summit was entirely different. Surrounded by sheer cliffs, it was nearly impossible for even monkeys to scale. Unless one could fly, or was akin to a gecko, ascending here was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Moreover, the relatively concentrated spiritual energy during dawn and dusk was something he could not bear to part with. It was time to establish some infrastructure. A familiar smile curled at the corners of Li Yan's mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a thought, he connected with the random Mount Die and locked onto the already unlocked Earth Rock Divine Bear. A deep roar echoed across the expansive summit as a massive bear, clad in heavy rocky scales, appeared beside him. Li Yin patted its sturdy forelimb. Brother Bear, let us get to work. MC, activate. He gestured towards the relatively flat area behind him, brimming with enthusiasm. The Earth Spirit Bear emitted a hearty low growl, as if it understood his command. Under Li Yin's gestures, this immensely powerful bear mount began to take heavy steps, busily commencing its work atop the relatively flat area of the peak. A brand new, ethereal cave dwelling was beginning to take shape above the clouds. Meanwhile, in the county office of Qinghe County, situated at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, an entirely different scene of bustling activity unfolded. An urgent missive, sealed with the scarlet insignia of the Jiangzhou governor's office, stirred ripples of commotion within the county office, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the back hall, Zhao Zhan held the open document, his fingertips gently brushing over the robust and powerful script. Steward Feng stood beside him, craning his neck, his face a blend of anticipation and subtle tension. Steward Feng, as you expected, Zhao Zhan remarked, setting the document down. His voice calm, yet betraying a hint of emotion. The governor has bestowed generous commendations. The contents of the missive were indeed, as Steward Feng had previously anticipated, replete with laudatory remarks. It extolled Zhao Zhan's adept handling of the calamity caused by the monstrous entities, noting that his piety had moved the heavens, resulting in the manifestation of the Xuankong Yunze True Lord, who displayed divine powers, aiding in the subjugation of evil spirits through the valiant general's miraculous deeds. The document elaborated with vivid strokes on the golden divine reign of the living dead and the auspicious signs it brought forth. At the conclusion of the missive was an official order. Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, was to set forth immediately to Jiangzhou to report in person to the governor. Upon hearing this, Steward Feng's face instantly blossomed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Congratulations, esteemed magistrate. Congratulations, esteemed magistrate. He snapped open his folding fan with a flourish, bowing repeatedly. This is a testament to your virtuous governance and the reverberation of your esteemed name. Even the governor holds you in high regard. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, excitement glimmering in his eyes. With such honor and a personal summons from the governor, your elevation back to the capital and reinstatement in court affairs is surely imminent. Zhao Zhan slowly folded the document, rising to sit behind the writing desk, upon which the Qinghe County seal appeared somewhat mottled in the sunlight streaming through the window. Returning to the capital? Once, this was the aspiration that consumed his thoughts, the ultimate goal for which he endured humiliation and diligently managed affairs. To vindicate his name, restore his family's honor, and realize his ambitions beneath the emperor's gaze. But at this moment, an inexplicable hesitation coiled around his heart like a vine. Qinghe County, this remote and barren place that once symbolized the nadir of his career, now held a distinctly different significance in his heart. For the Xuankong Yunze, true Lord, had manifested here. Divine grace had also descended upon this land. If he left Qinghe, would the Lord's protection remain steadfast? In the bustling yet treacherous capital, would he still feel the benevolence that flowed from the heavens? This thought tightened his heart with an inexplicable anxiety. He had forged a connection with that enigmatic true Lord, one that was difficult to articulate. To abandon this place of miraculous occurrences felt somehow inappropriate, even unsettling. My lord? Seeing him lost in silence, with his expression shifting, Master Feng couldn't help but inquire with concern, is there something amiss? Zhao Zhan came to his senses and managed a faint smile. Nothing at all, Master Feng. I am merely contemplating this journey to Jiangzhou. He rubbed his brow, the allure of the capital and the yearning to vindicate past grievances still fervently alive within him. Yet, the fear of losing this divinely bestowed opportunity was equally palpable. The governor's summons left no room for evasion. Zhao Zhan steadied himself, rather than speaking to Master Feng. It was as if he were rallying his own spirit. He must go. It is the duty of an official. Perhaps this journey will present another chance. Master Feng, he began, his voice regaining its usual steadiness. I must prepare to depart for Jiangzhou Prefecture without delay. Yes, my lord. Your subordinate will comply. Master Feng's face lit up with delight. I shall make arrangements immediately, ensuring that your journey is both splendid and befitting of your status and honor. Zhao Zhan nodded slightly. During my absence, all matters of the county will be temporarily overseen by County Vice Minister Liu. Ensure you hand over all affairs to him clearly. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it right away. Master Feng replied, bowing deeply, his smile unwavering. With a spring in his step, Master Feng took his leave to prepare the necessary provisions and arrange transportation. Zhao Zhan sat alone in the hall, his gaze drifting toward the distant Qingfeng mountain. His eyes filled with a sense of longing. The journey to Jiangzhou was inevitable. Yet, the path leading to the bustling imperial capital now appeared shrouded in a veil of mist. The worldly pursuits of fame and fortune clashed within him with a nascent faith, tinged with reverence. He could only hope that the compassion of the Xuankong Yunze would transcend the boundaries of Qinghe County, continuing to bestow its protection upon him. Chapter 54. Undercurrents of the Daoist sect at the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin orchestrated the efforts of the Earth Spirit Bear with fervor. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain in Xiaxi village, a bustling scene unfolded. The residual fervor from the divine manifestation of the great general had ignited an unprecedented enthusiasm among the villagers. A brand new temple was rising at the very site where the great general had once descended. This temple, dedicated to the great general, was only slightly smaller than the illustrious temple of the profound dome and cloudy marsh. Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, had allocated substantial funds and summoned the finest craftsmen from the county for this project. Daoist Ling Yun and Daoist Ling Xiu, having previously volunteered, were entrusted with the oversight of the construction. At this moment, dozens of artisans toiled diligently, their rhythmic hammering and calls echoing in the air. Shift the beam 1 inch to the east. Yes, right there. Daoist Ling Yun, clad in a simple robe, held a rudimentary blueprint while directing several carpenters in adjusting a massive beam. His expression was one of intense concentration, occasionally glancing at the sky and then at the progress of the construction, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not far off, Daoist Ling Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, meticulously inspecting a wooden statue that had just begun to take shape. The statue, adorned in armor and wielding a long spear, had yet to be finely crafted, yet it already emanated an aura of formidable might, resembling the manifestation of the great general who subdues demons. Behind the statue, an even grander and more exquisite incense altar had been completed. At its center, a plaque made of premium golden silk namu wood had been consecrated, inscribed with the characters denoting the divine position of the profound dome and cloudy marsh. Below this plaque, a slightly smaller space remained vacant, clearly reserved for the soon-to-be finished statue of the great general. Take a half-hour break. Have some water and a bite. The foreman shouted hoarsely. Upon hearing this, the craftsmen and laborers set down their tools, gathering in small groups to wipe their brows and pull out hard wheat cakes, which they munched on alongside cool water from clay pots. Daoist Ling Yun and Daoist Ling Xiu also retreated to a temporary shelter, where villagers from Qingfeng village offered them tea and snacks. Brother, do you think the layout of the great general's temple is appropriate? Daoist Ling Yun inquired after sipping his tea and wiping away his sweat. Daoist Ling Xiu set down his teacup and nodded slightly. Indeed, the hierarchy is clear, and the divine positions are arranged with order. Excellent. He paused, gazing at the exalted plaque of the profound Lord, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing and anticipation. I wonder when we shall again receive the teachings of the profound Lord and be granted the true methods of the celestial path. Hearing this, Daoist Ling Yun sighed softly. Indeed, it is a tremendous blessing that the profound Lord has illuminated our path in cultivation. Yet, the words regarding the refinement of essence into qi and qi into spirit, though profound, are but a framework. How can we mere mortals hope to fully comprehend their intricacies? A hint of distress crossed his face. Without further guidance from the profound Lord, we may spend our entire lives unable to glimpse the door to the celestial path. Daoist Ling Xiu remained silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Celestial affinities are elusive. They cannot be forced by our will. I have composed a letter regarding the enlightenment of the true monarch and the profound mysteries of the celestial path, instructing my disciple to urgently deliver it to the ancestral hall of our sect, ensuring it reaches the hands of the revered master. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If the true monarch's words hold truth, this pertains to a matter of monumental significance for our sect's millennium-old legacy. And surely the master will regard it with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Daoist Lingyun's spirit was invigorated. Brother, your foresight is remarkable. Yet, this matter is so astonishing that will the master readily believe it? The esteemed true master Lingxiu stroked his sparse beard. His gaze profound. Whether one believes or not resides within the heart. I can only hope that the master and our esteemed elders can discern truth from falsehood and seize such a celestial opportunity. The two fell silent for a moment, each burdened with their thoughts. The cultivation system that has taken a millennium to establish cannot simply be altered at will. The entangled interests and ideologies are exceedingly intricate. Moreover, the notion of the celestial path, reliant solely on the testimonies of himself and Lingyun, along with some minor miracles from Qinga County, seems unlikely to be readily accepted by the long-standing and entrenched authorities of our sect. What true Master Lingxiu can do now is merely plant this seed. Whether it takes root and flourishes will ultimately depend on fate and the sect's providence. After a moment of silence, they shifted their gaze toward the temple of divine generals that was under construction. Regardless, the manifestations of the Xuankong Yunze True Monarch and the formidable General Yishui, who subdues demons, are tangible blessings for them. They must firmly grasp this opportunity of devotion. Meanwhile, atop Xuankong Mountain, in stark contrast to the bustling scene of temple construction below, only Li Yin remained, accompanied solely by a diligent earth spirit bear. For full 7 days, Li Yin hardly stepped outside, other than his fixed meditation practices and the consumption of a few recovery pills to consolidate his meager innate energy. He devoted the rest of his time to transforming his new cave dwelling. The earth spirit bear, true to its nature as a terrestrial divine beast, under Li Yin's meticulous guidance, moved mountains and filled valleys, carving through rock walls as if it were a human, oh no, a bear in human form. The once dim and damp cave nestled in the mountainside had been entirely sealed off by Li Yin with massive stones, leaving no trace behind. His new abode now perched atop the summit of Xuankong Mountain, an expansive and ethereal place shrouded in mist. A grand hall, a testament to the bear's extraordinary craftsmanship, had been completed. This hall was carved directly from the mountain rock, harmoniously integrated and polished with great care, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. Li Yin bestowed upon it a rather mundane name, Xuanxiong Dao Palace. The entrance featured 2 heavy doors of white jade, intricately adorned with elaborate cloud patterns. A gentle push caused them to silently swing inward. The interior was spacious, far surpassing the previous small cave. The floor was laid with smooth jade tiles, which felt cool to the touch. Embedded within the walls were several luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the hall as brightly as day. These were all decorative items Li Yin had retrieved from his game inventory. In the center of the grand hall, there lay an enormous cloud-patterned white jade couch, accompanied by a set of Zeton wood tables and chairs, adorned with a delicate celadon tea set. In one corner stood several treasure cabinets, casually displaying a collection of jade artifacts and ornaments exuding an ethereal charm, their significance lost on Li Yin. The entire Xuanxiong Dao Palace was adorned with an enchanting aura of immortality and opulence, rivaling even the residences of those so-called prestigious sect leaders. Outside the Xuanxiong Dao Palace was an expansive and meticulously flat plaza, its surface paved with neatly cut bluestone slabs, bordered by a few potted bonsai retrieved from game packages. Evergreen and brimming with vitality. One side of the plaza was enclosed by a white cloud-patterned jade railing, within which stood a star-patterned stone table and stools, accompanied by a quaint, intricately designed eaves pavilion made of jade, furnished with a chessboard and tea set. On the opposite side, there was a pond fed by mountain spring water, its edges adorned with peculiar stone ornaments and a small artificial hill. The entire mountaintop had been arranged by Li Yin using various decorations from the game's homestead system, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of a true celestial abode, exuding an air of elegance far surpassing that of modern, lavish mountain temples. Indeed, this bore the semblance of a genuine cultivation retreat. "Well done, Brother Xiong," Li Yin said, patting the rock-like head of the earth and rock divine bear. The bear let out a hearty low growl, nuzzling Li Yin's palm with its massive head before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing back into the random mount dice. Li Yin stretched languidly and entered the Xianling Hall, collapsing onto the soft and comfortable cloud-patterned white jade couch. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own den. Celestial den. He sighed contentedly. After a week of civil engineering, primarily handled by the Earth and Rock Divine Bear, he, as the chief commander, had not been idle and was indeed somewhat fatigued. With the grand project finally completed, he could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. Compared to the previous stone cave, this Xuanxiong Dao Palace felt like paradise, comfortable to dwell in, with a broad view, and, most importantly, exuding an aura of sophistication befitting his current status as a true monarch. He could not remain cooped up in a cave forever. This mountaintop palace was a fitting reflection of his identity. Moreover, meditating and cultivating here each morning, absorbing the rarefied morning purple qi, was indeed more efficient than doing so down the mountain, albeit only marginally. Though still a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. Li Yin continued to toss a recovery elixir into his mouth, the pill transforming into a warm current that melded into his dantian. Closing his eyes, he silently operated the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra, refining the essence of the medicine. A faint trace of innate energy slowly blossomed and strengthened within him. Still too slow, he sighed after a while, opening his eyes with a sense of helplessness. The spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly thin, relying solely on meditation and the lowest grade blue elixirs to reach the realm of commanding wind and rain, as in the game, would likely take an eternity. It seemed he must devise a way to accumulate more power of belief, Li Yin mused, stroking his chin. The unlocking of the items within the package, alongside the gradual enhancement of his own abilities and those of his steed, is intricately linked to the flourishing incense offerings and the increasingly devout faith of the populace below. He increasingly feels that he is indeed on the right path with this incense-related endeavor. Yet, he wonders whether the power of faith, aside from unlocking the items in the package and augmenting the capabilities of his mount, can exert influence in other realms as well. A bold notion arises in his mind. If the power of faith could be absorbed and refined like spiritual energy, would not his cultivation speed soar like a rocket? When the next wave of incense offerings peaks, and the items in the package unlock in large quantities, he must delve into this inquiry. Li Yin resumes his perusal of the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture laid upon the table, casually flipping through a few pages. He ponders when he might reach the realm of transforming qi into spirit. In the realm of games, leveling up is merely a matter of defeating monsters and completing tasks. However, in this tangible world, each step of cultivation relies on his own earnest efforts, coupled with the exceedingly scant celestial spiritual energy. Were it not for the qi returning pill, this auxiliary aid, the prospect of refining even a single strand of innate qi would seem a distant dream. Enough of such thoughts. One must consume a meal bite by bite and tread the path step by step. Li Yin sets the scripture aside and strides into the outer plaza. The mountain breeze caresses him, and his garments flutter gracefully. Standing at the precipice, he gazes down upon the undulating mountains and the mist-shrouded town of Qinghe County. An unprecedented sense of grandeur surges within his chest. Chapter 55. The haunting shadows in the unremarkable courtyard located south of Jiangzhou City lies a clandestine stronghold of the Bloodfeather sect. Within the quiet chamber, Wei He, known as Yu Chunzi, cradled a letter from the sect's main headquarters, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. The paper felt weightless, yet the contents bore the gravitas of a mountain. The sect leader has commanded me to test the intentions of the esteemed true monarch Xuankong Yunze. Wei He murmured, his complexion as pale as one who had just emerged from the grave. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Test? What shall I use for this trial? My own life? The divine generals under that monarch's command could resurrect the dead with a mere wave of their hands. And vanquishing malevolent beings was as effortless as plucking a flower. Such an entity was far beyond the reach of a mere branch leader like himself. The sect leader is asking me to grasp the tiger-esque whiskers. No, to fondle the deity's backside. A lament filled his heart. Am I to confront a deity? What folly is this? It is akin to being instructed to poke a hornet's nest, or rather, to leap directly into the den of dragons and tigers. The sect's rules are stringent. Should he defy the leader's command, the outcome would undoubtedly be death. Yet, if he were to comply and provoke that revered divine being, the result would likely be death as well, perhaps even more agonizing. A wave of dizziness washed over Wei He, cold sweat soaking the fabric of his back. He scrutinized the letter repeatedly, seeking a glimmer of leniency hidden within the text. At last, a line of small print at the end offered a slight reprieve. The headquarters has dispatched the Black Shop Protector to Jiangzhou to assist in the endeavor, arriving shortly. The Black Shop Protector. A flicker of hope ignited within Wei He. This protector was notorious within the sect for being ruthless and cunning, with unfathomable strength that far surpassed his own. With the protector's presence, perhaps, there might yet be a sliver of survival. No, not survival, but at least a chance to delay his demise. With a bitter smile, Wei He carefully tucked the letter into his bosom. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. The sect leader's command was non-negotiable. With the Black Shop Protector's imminent arrival, he needed to prepare adequately. At the very least, he must demonstrate his diligence and sincerity to the esteemed protector. Come forth, he called, his voice regaining some of its usual calmness. A black-clad confidant entered silently, bowing in deference. Relay my orders. Assemble all personnel of the branch holding the rank of steward or above. We shall convene in the inner hall in half an hour. Wei He instructed solemnly. Understood, branch leader, the confidant affirmed before swiftly departing. The chamber fell silent once more. Wei He sat alone at the desk, his fingers unconsciously drumming upon the surface, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The Black Shop Protector, the trial of the true immortal, an impending calamity. The waters of Jiangzhou are truly about to become utterly murky. Half an hour later, within the inner hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. Wei He sat in the principal seat, casting his gaze over the several loyal subordinates standing with heads bowed. The specifics have been determined by me, he declared, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You need only act according to the plan, without error. Yes, branch leader. The gathered individuals responded in unison, not daring to inquire further. Following a brief arrangement, the crowd dispersed, each person attending to their assigned tasks. Wei He remained alone in the hall. A hint of fatigue etched upon his face. He hoped earnestly that the Dark Guardian would arrive soon. Rubbing his brow, he let out a soft sigh. Days later, unsettling rumors began to circulate in Jiangzhou and the nearby regions of Sangzhou and Laizhou. Initially, only a handful of individuals, in their cups or during casual conversations, spoke in hushed tones of the strange occurrences they had encountered at night. Last night, at the witching hour, I rose for a midnight respite. Guess what I saw? Whispered a woodcutter at the village's great tree, lowering his voice to his companion. What was it? Did you stumble upon your wife in a somnambulant state again? Teased the companion. The woodcutter's expression hardened. Enough of that. I beheld a procession of shadowy figures bearing ghastly green lanterns, herding indistinct shapes down a narrow path from the village. The sounds were ethereal, not resembling the footsteps of the living at all. Another villager approached, intrigued. Now that you mention it, just the other night, my dog was barking incessantly, as if it had seen something truly frightful. The following morning, I discovered several remnants resembling burnt paper money scattered outside my courtyard wall. Such tales spread like ripples in water, expanding outward in ever-widening circles. Some claimed to have seen bizarrely garbed specters along desolate mountain paths, escorting a string of forlorn souls, marching silently. Others recounted witnessing a ghostly boat drifting away from the shore at midnight, shadows faintly discernible on board, accompanied by an eerie, indistinct weeping. These accounts were often vague, and witnesses could offer no coherent explanation, merely expressing a sense of unease, a chilling presence that felt distinctly otherworldly. Initially, most dismissed these as mere ghost stories, laughing them off. However, as the number of witnesses grew and their descriptions became increasingly vivid, a palpable sense of dread began to spread like a contagion. At last, some brave souls, or those thoroughly terrified, gathered their courage and ventured to report the matter to the local magistrate. In Tsangzhou's Yong'an County, adjacent to Jiangzhou, several visibly shaken villagers knelt before the magistrate, clamoring to convey their plight. "Sir, we beseech you to take action. Our village is truly haunted," lamented an old farmer. "Strange sounds plague us nightly, and some have witnessed the passage of spectral soldiers." The magistrate, an elderly gentleman past his 50s, furrowed his brow at the outcry. Nonsense! In broad daylight, beneath the clear sky, how could spirits possibly cause mischief? Surely, you simpletons are merely seeing things, scaring yourselves? A clerk from the interrogation chamber chimed in. Indeed, just the other day, villagers from Zhangjia also reported that water spirits were dragging people into the river. Our constables spent an entire night on watch and saw not a single rat. "Sir, it is the absolute truth. We would not dare deceive you," the villagers implored, bowing deeply. What we witnessed was utterly terrifying. Growing impatient, the magistrate waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I shall dispatch a few constables to accompany you and investigate. If there is no evidence found, you shall be deemed to be spreading malicious rumors, disturbing the peace of the locality, and shall not be treated lightly." The constables, having received their orders, lethargically followed the villagers to the alleged haunted site. They yawned as they guarded the path where the so-called spectral soldiers were said to pass, enduring the night while being bitten mercilessly by mosquitoes, yet not a single ghostly shadow graced their sight. The following day, when they reported back to the county magistrate, it was, of course, declared a matter of unfounded imagination, purely a fabrication of the rural folk. The few villagers who reported the incident were each given 10 strokes of the heavy board and scolded soundly, sent away from the county office in utter disgrace. A pack of unruly commoners. Should you dare to speak out again, disturbing the tranquility of this county, you shall face dire consequences. The magistrate's anger was far from quelled. Such scenes repeated themselves across various states and counties. The indifference and disbelief of the authorities not only failed to quell the panic, but instead solidified the populace's conviction that these ghostly occurrences were of grave significance, leaving even the officials at a loss or too afraid to intervene. In no time, fear gripped the hearts of the people, and an atmosphere of dread enveloped the land. At this juncture, someone recalled the warning uttered by the deity of Xuankong Mountain a month prior, foretelling an impending great calamity. This statement, akin to a spark igniting a pool of oil, instantly detonated the pent-up fears residing within the populace. Within a well-known tea house in Jiangzhou, the storyteller had just struck the wooden block to signal the start of the tale when the murmurs of the tea guests began to buzz. "Have you heard? It is not only Jiangzhou, but also the surrounding areas that are in turmoil." A middle-aged man, looking like a traveling merchant, whispered. Not merely in turmoil. An elder, dressed as a local gentry, interjected from the neighboring table. Rumors abound in every state and county that at night, spectral officials are snatching souls, and malevolent spirits are prowling the mountains. People are too frightened to step outside after dark. Is this perhaps the omen of the great calamity spoken of by the divine general? Someone gasped in realization. "I believe it is very likely," the merchant exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The deity under the auspices of the Lord of the Celestial Abyss and Cloudy Marsh is indeed a true celestial being descended to our realm, and his words are not without substance. As for the authorities claiming it is mere hearsay, I believe they are simply frightened and dare not act. Indeed, how could mere mortals stand against such demonic entities? As common folk, what can we do other than beseech the deities and pray for the Lord's protection?" In an instant, the tea house was filled with voices of agreement. Fear gripped the populace like an invisible hand around their throats. The reverence for the Lord of the Celestial Abyss and Cloudy Marsh, along with the awe for the manifested general of the exorcising water, intensified fervently under the sway of this fear. At the foot of Xuankong Mountain, the newly erected temple dedicated to the exorcising water manifested general. Alongside the historically venerable temple of the Lord of the Celestial Abyss and cloudy marsh situated atop the mountain, experienced an unprecedented surge in devotion. From dawn until dusk, a steady stream of citizens came to pay their respects and seek blessings. Not only local villagers from Qinghai County, but also many good-hearted men and women from Jiangzhou and even farther afield arrived upon hearing the news. They brought their elders and children, bearing incense and offerings, humbly kneeling before the statues and altars, reciting fervent prayers, beseeching the Lord and the Divine General to manifest their powers, banish evil spirits, and bestow peace and safety. Within and around the temple, a throng of people surged, enveloped in a haze of incense smoke that cloaked half the mountainside in a misty embrace. The Daoist Lingyun of Qingyun Temple, along with the temporarily residing Master Lingxiu and the villagers employed to oversee the temple, were busily maintaining order amidst the relentless influx of worshippers. Their hearts a mixture of astonishment and awe. "Brother, look at this spectacle!" Lingyun Daoist wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured to Master Lingxiu beside him. The renown of the true Lord and the Divine General must have spread throughout Jiangzhou and even to the neighboring counties. Master Lingxiu gazed at the fervently prostrating devotees. His expression complex. The divine grace is vast, and the admiration of the populace is indeed a good thing. He paused, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Yet, this panic seems rather peculiar. A vague sense within him suggested that an invisible hand was subtly guiding these events. Atop Qingfeng Mountain, in the Xuankong Palace, Li Yin sat cross-legged upon the flowing cloud of a white jade couch, gradually concluding his meditative practice. A faint stream of innate energy circulated within his dantian, bringing a modicum of warmth. He opened his eyes and instinctively submerged his consciousness into the game interface. Then, he was taken aback. The light points representing the power of faith no longer trickled in as usual. Instead, they surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into the package icon with overwhelming force. On the interface, the previously dim regions were now visibly lighting up at an astonishing pace. "By heavens!" Li Yin couldn't help but exclaim, his face a portrait of bewilderment. "What is happening?" He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. The rate of increase in faith power was exponentially greater than after the Divine General's last demon slaying. Was there perhaps a new promotional event in Shi Creek Village? Buy one, get one free? Or perhaps a blanket discount of 20%? Scratching his head, he felt utterly perplexed. Logically, the fervor following the Divine General's demon slaying should have subsided by now. While the incense offerings remained plentiful, it was improbable for a sudden surge to occur. Or could it be that my remark about the impending calamity in this realm has begun to take root? Li Yin rose and approached the edge of the palace courtyard. Gazing down at the masses below, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, he seemed to discern the direction of the two temples, where tendrils of incense smoke rose. Thicker than ever before. It felt as though something unusual had transpired below, frightening the common folk into seeking refuge in what they perceived as my lifeline. The more he pondered, the more he leaned towards this latter possibility. Such a frenzied surge of faith could not stem from trivial matters. It seemed imperative to descend and investigate the situation. Li Yin stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He was determined not to miss this sudden feast of faith. More importantly, he needed to unravel the events unfolding behind the scenes. Should this be a plot against him, he would be better prepared, for this world was far from the simplicity of a game. Chapter 56. The turmoil of the mortal realm. Li Yin stood at the edge of the square outside the Xuanqiong Dao Palace, gazing downwards. The mountain breeze swept past, rustling his garments. Approaching the water's edge, he beheld the crystal-clear pool, which reflected his ethereal demeanor at that moment. With a thought, a palm-size cool to the touch, jade-like thin sheet materialized in his hand. This object, known in the game as the illusory jade, was a low-tier facial alteration item sold in the game shop, designed for single use to reshape one's features and alter their appearance. He pressed the illusory jade against his face, and an instant chill enveloped him. The reflection in the water began to blur, his features seemingly molded and reshaped by an unseen hand. His eyebrows lightened, his eyes shrank slightly. The bridge of his nose flattened a tad, and his lips thickened by half. Moments later, a nondescript face, so ordinary that it would vanish among a crowd, emerged clearly in the water surface. Indeed, a common visage, utterly perfect. Li Yin nodded in approval at his reflection. With another thought, his resplendent Yun Miao Xianjun robe transformed into a cascade of light and vanished. He retrieved a set of pre-prepared white-quality attire from his inventory and donned it. Glancing once more at his reflection, he now appeared as an unremarkable, slightly weathered wanderer of the martial world. Now, who could possibly recognize me? Li Yin flexed his limbs. The fitted attire was far more practical than the voluminous robe. Having spent so much time on the mountain, he felt almost as solitary as the stones around him. It was time to descend, to engage with the world, and to discover the source of the surging power of faith. He approached the edge of the square, mentally summoning his steed. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of a majestic white cloud crane, which gracefully extended its wings. "Brother Crane, I would be grateful for a ride to a more secluded hillside." The crane let out a melodious call, bowing its head in invitation for Li Yin to mount. With the crane's swift flight, he soon departed from a mist-laden peak, soaring towards a rarely trodden slope of Xuankong Mountain. The crane landed steadily in a clearing amidst dense woods. Li Yin dismounted, gently patting the crane's soft neck feathers. "Thank you, Brother Crane. You may return now." The crane responded with another melodic cry before vanishing in a flash of light. Li Yin stood amidst the trees, inhaling deeply as the fresh mountain air invigorated his spirit. He stretched his limbs, feeling the faint yet palpable essence of innate energy coursing within him. Let us see how effective this refinement of essence in a qi truly is. He recalled the breathing techniques detailed in the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture and gradually summoned that strand of innate energy from his dantian, circulating it through his limbs and bones. A sensation of lightness surged within him. With a slight bend in his knees, he exerted force, launching himself forward. Whoosh! His form shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, lightly tapping his toes against a tree trunk to gain momentum, and soaring effortlessly over several zhang, landing gracefully on the branch of another tree. Lo and behold, Li Yin steadied himself, his face alight with incredulous delight. Such prowess! This was not merely a result of a strengthened physique, but also the wondrous effects brought forth by the innate energy. The sensation was utterly more extravagant than the lightness depicted in television dramas. He had tested it at the Dao Palace Square, harnessing a thread of innate energy within him. With a mere leap, he could soar to heights of over 10 or 20 meters. If this were his past life, he could effortlessly dunk from a mid-court line. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Those basketball players who seemed to fly were likely no different. Feeling the faint currents of energy surging within him and his buoyant physique, Li Yin was filled with a surge of ambition. He sprinted down the rugged mountain path toward the gathering of people below. His form glided gracefully, effortlessly overcoming obstacles that would seem insurmountable to ordinary individuals. As he approached the foot of the mountain, the sounds of chatter grew increasingly cacophonous. When Li Yin emerged from a concealed pathway onto the road leading to the Jinjuan Temple, even with his mental preparation, he was taken aback by the throngs of people before him. A seemingly endless line of humanity was slowly winding its way up the mountain. Men, women, and children, clad in diverse attire, many bearing the weariness of travel, were evidently gathered from afar. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, dust, and the rich aroma of incense. My goodness, has the entire Jiangzhou populace come to Xuankong Mountain to offer prayers? Li Yin was left speechless. In his previous life, he had only witnessed such a spectacle during the spring festival when vying for the first incense at renowned temples. Something was amiss. It felt profoundly unusual. He furrowed his brow. He noticed that the majority of the crowd spoke with accents from distant regions. Their clothing varied, clearly drawn from all directions. It seemed something monumental had transpired at the foot of the mountain. Li Yin mushakiatli. He adjusted his attire, lowered his unremarkable face further, and seamlessly blended into the crowd. He resolved to observe and listen more, speaking less, as he moved slowly with the flow of people. With his senses far surpassing the ordinary, Lian attentively captured snippets of conversation around him. "Hey brother, did you come from Sangzhou as well?" inquired a man with a strong regional accent, addressing a weary, traveling merchant beside him. The merchant wiped his brow and replied, "Indeed, we've been walking for 5 or 6 days. I heard that the Xuankong Yunze is exceedingly effective, so I came to seek peace." "Same here. Our village has been plagued by ghosts lately. We don't even dare to step outside at night." "Isn't that the truth? Over in our area too. Strange noises are heard at night, and some say they've seen dark shadows floating about, frightening folks to death." Li Yin listened in silence, his curiosity deepening. As he neared the Jinjuan temple, the number of vendors lining the mountain path increased. The air was a blend of incense and the enticing aromas of various foods. Li Yin recognized several of the stall owners as villagers from Shi Creek. "Pass by, don't miss out. Talismans blessed by the Xuankong Yunze, the general who subdues demons." A boisterous man from Shi Creek was enthusiastically calling out. His stall displayed a collection of crude wooden signs, upon which incantations were hastily drawn in vermilion. "This talisman is crafted from the divine wood that was once blessed by the golden rain bestowed by the esteemed deity. Worn upon the body, it wards off malevolent spirits and drives away phantoms." Lian leaned in for a closer inspection. Those so-called divine woods were nothing more than ordinary twigs, at best having been slightly touched by the golden rain. Yet, the surrounding devotees gathered around as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. "How much for this protective charm?" inquired a middle-aged gentleman, dressed impeccably and exuding the air of a merchant. "Ah, this discerning customer possesses a keen eye." The vendor grinned broadly. "This is a rare treasure, blessed by both the true monarch and the divine general. A mere 5 taels of silver each." The middle-aged merchant was taken aback. 5 taels? That is exorbitant." "Exorbitant?" The vendor's eyes widened. "My good sir, this is a life-saving item. Consider, if you were to encounter those unclean entities, would you prioritize your life or this paltry sum of 5 taels? This shabby wooden charm likely cost less than 5 copper coins to make. And yet they dared to ask for 5 taels of silver?" Though the devotees hesitated upon hearing the price, most eventually gritted their teeth and paid the fee. "So be it. Life is paramount. 5 taels it is." Indeed, as long as one could receive the protection of the true monarch, any price seemed justified. Li Yin noticed that beside each stall hung a small wooden sign, inscribed with the words "Authorized by the Qinghai County Office," adorned with the official red seal. He listened intently, and soon gleaned from the discussions of those around him that most of the vendors setting up stalls near the temple were villagers from Shi Creek. Ever since the divine general manifested his power, they had discovered that the trees and stones anointed by the golden divine rain seemed to possess a hint of divinity. Thus, some individuals were inspired to craft these items into charms and trinkets for sale. Initially, the county office sought to regulate this, fearing it might offend the true monarch. However, it was the Daoist priest Ling Yun and the adept Ling Xiu who intervened, stating that as long as the items were genuinely imbued with divine traces and not exaggeratedly promoted, they could be sold, providing the afflicted populace with a semblance of hope. Upon hearing this, the county office found it reasonable and, recognizing the potential for tax revenue, mandated that all vendors selling such divine objects present their wares to the 2 priests for approval. Only after confirmation would the county office issue a permit. Thus, these charms blessed by the true monarch became officially certified products. Goodness, what a commercial acumen! Such talent should not be wasted on mere trade. Li Yin finally understood why the power of faith within his package had surged so dramatically. It turned out that these government-sanctioned middlemen were orchestrating a surge of devotion on his behalf. He continued to move with the throng, overhearing tales of bizarre occurrences from various regions, as people anxiously flocked to seek blessings for peace. "Have you heard? The situation in Laizhou is even more sinister. Several villages report seeing ghostly soldiers at night, accompanied by the sounds of drums, leaving the townsfolk too terrified to sleep. Not just Laizhou, our Yong'an County is no different. Just days ago, someone reported to the authorities that they saw hundreds of ghostly flames floating at the outside burial grounds, terrifying the night watchmen into unconsciousness." "What did the authorities say?" What could they possibly say? Several officials were dispatched to investigate, yet they found nothing and ended up beating the person who reported it, accusing them of spreading falsehoods. Alas, in this world, the government cannot be relied upon. We can only seek the blessings of the deities. Indeed, when the divine general descended a month ago, did he not proclaim, "A great calamity is approaching, and you must remain vigilant"? It seems to me that these strange occurrences are omens of that impending disaster. As this sentiment echoed, gasps and murmurs of agreement filled the air. Yes, yes, the divine general's words are undoubtedly true. O heavens, is the calamity truly upon us? What shall we do? What else can we do but hastily burn incense for the true sovereign and the divine general, beseeching their mercy to save us mere mortals? Lien, blending into the crowd, listened intently to these discussions. He finally understood the source of this sudden surge in fervent belief. It appeared that the phrase "a great calamity is approaching" had been interpreted and exaggerated by the masses, coupled with the genuine, inexplicable strange happenings in various locales. Panic began to spread. He stroked his chin, his thoughts racing. This situation, oddly enough, did not seem entirely unfavorable for him. Fear often serves as the most potent catalyst for faith. Yet, the question lingered. Were these so-called strange occurrences real? If so, what malevolent force was at play? Li Yin wandered extensively, from the archway at the foot of the mountain to the temples of the true sovereign and the divine general, absorbing the myriad tales of the common folk. He noted that the rumors of ghostly soldiers and shadowy apparitions were not mere fabrications. Many people from different regions recounted similar chilling experiences with striking consistency. Despite variations in time, place, and detail, the core narratives were astonishingly alike. This left Li Yin somewhat perplexed. Could it be that some unclean entity had emerged, capitalizing on the commotion he had stirred previously? He did not believe that a mere prophecy of impending calamity could simultaneously incite such vivid hauntings across numerous locations in a short span of time. Unless some unseen force was orchestrating these events, or this world itself harbored enigmas he had yet to uncover. As dusk approached, the throngs on the mountain path showed no signs of dwindling. Estimating that he had gathered sufficient intelligence, Li Yin quietly extricated himself from the crowd, seeking a secluded spot to prepare for his return to the summit. This excursion down the mountain had yielded significant insights. Not only had he discerned the reasons behind the surge of faith, but he also grasped the peculiar circumstances plaguing Jiangzhou and its surrounding areas. The so-called calamity seemed to be descending in a manner he had not anticipated. Chapter 57. The formative realm of the underworld, Li Yin quietly returned to the peak of the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, removing the illusory jade. He sank into the soft, comfortable white jade couch, exhaling a long sigh. The scene of the throngs below, along with the increasingly outlandish ghost stories circulating among the common folk, lingered in his mind. Ghost soldiers passing by? Hell, messengers collecting souls? He muttered to himself. These people certainly possessed an overly vivid imagination, did they not? He did not outright dismiss the existence of spirits. After all, he had encountered phenomena as bizarre as traversing worlds and possessing golden fingers. He was open to the extraordinary. Yet, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world was painfully evident to him, sparse as a few drops of water in a barren desert. In such an environment, how could organized ghost soldiers and messengers roam freely, instilling fear among the populace? Nonsense. Were there truly so many ghost soldiers, the mortal realm would be orderly, and no one would dare to commit corrupt acts or thuggery. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Unless someone was orchestrating a charade. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Li Yin considered, frightening the common people into a more devout belief in me. So, they would contribute incense offerings? That seemed rather beneficial. He shook his head. No, it was not that simple. If it were indeed aimed at him, it was likely to ascertain the origins of this so-called deity and gauge his capabilities. Testing me with ghostly tricks? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lian's mouth. They were rather naïve. Rising from the white jade couch, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you are so enamored with the ambience of the underworld, I shall indulge you in a delightful spectacle. After all, It was merely the realm of the dead. In my time of the Nine Heavens, I had become intimately familiar with the maps of the ghostly domain. A bold and thrilling plan swiftly took shape in his mind. To construct a genuine, well, at least a convincingly realistic underworld, allowing these natives to witness what true professionalism looks like. Li Yin resolved to play along, harnessing the chilling atmosphere to unveil the essence of the underworld. Life, death, illness, and rebirth, along with the judgments of good and evil. These themes strike at the very core of human fear and hope. Compared to the ethereal deities of the celestial realm, a clearly defined underworld, where rewards and punishments were unmistakable, would possess a far greater allure and influence over the common folk. The belief system could become more robust and closely aligned with their lives. The more Li Yin contemplated this strategy, the more he found it viable. And that familiar impulse of a gamer eager to stir up mischief surged within him once more. He immediately focused, directing his gaze toward the icon of his game package within his mind. As the surging power of faith from below infused him, the icon radiated brighter than ever before. Within the icon, vast areas that had once been shrouded in darkness were now illuminated, revealing the objects contained within. Li Yin's consciousness swiftly swept through the package space. The newly obtainable items were predominantly low-tier artifacts of white and green quality. Yet, among them, several items caught his eye with undeniable allure. Soul-guiding banner, white quality, a decorative item for the home, fluttering gracefully in the breeze, imbued with a hint of spectral chill, said to guide wayward spirits. Enchantment lantern, white quality, a decorative item for the home, casting a ghostly green light that flickers unpredictably, inducing a slight dizziness in those who gaze upon it. Soul-capturing bell, green quality, a trinket that emits a haunting melody when gently shaken, capable of stunning lower-tier monsters. Hall of the Underworld plaque, green quality, a home ornament with a black background and golden lettering, inscribed with the words Hall of the Underworld, exuding an aura of solemnity. Ghostly stone bridge, green quality, a quaint stone arch bridge, its surface slick and adorned with ghostly figures, instilling a sense of cold dread upon crossing. Ghostly soldier statue, white quality, several grotesque statues of ghostly soldiers, each holding a trident, rendered with striking realism. Additionally, there are various odds and ends such as the Judge's Quill, replica, Book of Life and Death, replica, Morning Staff, item, and paper-crafted ox head and horse face ornament. This batch is quite impressive. Li Yin's face lit up with delight. Though these items are commonly found in beginner villages or low-level dungeons, many of which are merely festive decorations, they are, at this moment, tailor-made for him. Soul-guiding banner, enchantment lantern, soul-capturing bell, Hall of the Underworld plaque, ghostly stone bridge, ghostly soldier statue. Is this not the ultimate starter pack for the underworld? Li Yin rubbed his hands together, envisioning a chilling yet dignified underworld scene. With these items alone, I can easily construct a makeshift stage and establish the framework of the underworld. He contemplated. First and foremost, he needed to locate those who engage in supernatural antics. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. A scout must be dispatched to uncover their secrets, Li Yin mused. The first thought that came to mind was those flying mounts. Aerial reconnaissance offers a broad view and is less likely to attract attention. He needed to ascertain the patterns and strongholds of those ghostly enforcers. Next came the selection of a site. To establish a stronghold in the underworld, one cannot simply choose any cave. It must be a place steeped in eerie ambience, desolate and forsaken, ideally a location so inhospitable that even stray dogs would avoid it. Yes, it would be advantageous to find a natural cavern or deep valley, allowing him to adapt the terrain to his advantage. Li Yin stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a designer. With these newly unlocked home decorations, he was confident he could create an entrance to the underworld that would be convincingly authentic, striving for realism and an imposing presence. Ideally, he could frighten those who come to test the waters into submission, showcasing what a professional team looks like. As for the actors, Li Yin Shukulat, he himself would naturally assume the role of the supreme leader of the underworld, perhaps as the lord of the netherworld. His subordinates, the summoned mounts, would serve as the foundation, or, like the previous divine generals, could disguise themselves as ghostly generals or judges. He was curious whether the forthcoming random mount dice would yield something fitting for the underworld. He felt a flicker of anticipation. The steeds within the game are a marvel, ranging from the ghostly chariots to the Xuankong Yunze and the 9 Netherbone dragon, all harmoniously resonating with the ambience of the underworld. To acquire such mounts would indeed be akin to gaining wings of tiger. Yet, even if fortune does not smile upon him, Li Yin swiftly conceived another idea. The inked qilin, with its ebony form and inherent majesty, would make a fitting choice. With a touch of embellishment, it could be heralded as the guardian beast of the netherworld. Who would dare to doubt it? Alternatively, the crimson flame demon lion, with its fiery mane, could be portrayed as the embodiment of hellfire, lending itself a compelling narrative. The more he contemplated, the more he found his strategy to be impeccable, and his smile grew ever brighter. "Very well, it shall be done," Li Yin exclaimed, rising from the jade couch with fervor. First, he would send forth a crane or a phoenix to scout the surroundings for intelligence. Meanwhile, he too must prepare to seek out a prime location to establish his underworld-themed amusement park. Approaching the entrance of the Dao Palace, he gazed upon the undulating sea of clouds. Thus began the grand endeavor, orchestrated by him, to construct the realm of the underworld in this foreign world. Chapter 58. The formation of the Hall of All Beings. Li Yin piloted the white cloud immortal crane, soaring gracefully amidst the towering mountains surrounding Jiangzhou. He sought a site of exceptional geomantic fortune, or perhaps more aptly, a desolate realm shrouded in ominous energy, where even birds would not dare to venture. "Brother Crane, let us explore that direction," Li Yin suggested, gesturing towards a patch of verdant primeval forest. The terrain there was treacherous, the trees appeared more profound than elsewhere, and one could sense a chilling, damp aura even from afar. The immortal crane emitted a clear cry, flapping its wings as it glided towards the designated area. The closer they drew, the more Li Yin's satisfaction grew. This place was steep and remote, scarcely trodden by human feet, not even ventured into by hunters. The crane descended slowly at the entrance of a narrow valley. Li Yin dismounted and surveyed his surroundings. The valley's mouth was strewn with jagged stones and withered vines. A chill wind swept forth from within, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. "Excellent, excellent. It possesses the right atmosphere," Li Yin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. He instructed the crane to wait outside while he cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, stepping gingerly over the uneven ground. Inside, the light dimmed with steep stone walls on either side, cloaked in deep green moss. After a while, as the incense burned, Li Yin's path suddenly opened up before him. A massive, pitch-black cave entrance loomed beneath the stone wall, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Surrounding the mouth of the cave, not a blade of grass grew. Only oddly shaped black rocks remained. A howling wind surged from within the cave, echoing with an eerie wail that sent shivers down his spine. By my word, a natural cavern. Li Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the perfect gateway to the underworld, tailor-made for him. He approached the cave's entrance with utmost caution, peering into the abyss. It was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable in depth, with only the sound of dripping water reverberating throughout the vast cavern, amplifying its uncanny essence. "Perfect!" Li Yin clapped his thigh. "This is it." He exited the valley in high spirits, summoned the crane, and returned to the Xuankong Dao Palace atop Qingfeng Mountain. In the ensuing days, Li Yin embarked on an ambitious project to construct an underworld-themed amusement park. By day, he would return to that secluded valley, summoning the earth and rock divine bear. "Brother Bear, let us commence," Li Yin declared, pointing at the grand entrance of the cavern, brimming with enthusiasm. The imposing figure of the earth and rock divine bear materialized before him. From his inventory, Li Yin retrieved an array of newly unlocked underworld-themed decorations. Glimmering underworld stones were piled beside him, while rods inscribed with strange runes were inserted into the ground, exuding a faint black aura. Components of a grand and ancient ghost gate archway lay scattered about, alongside remnants of the Naiha Bridge and other artifacts. "Brother Bear, according to my instructions, First expand this entrance for me, then erect the Ghost Gate archway. The earth and rock divine bear let out a low growl, taking heavy steps as it commenced the extensive renovations of the cavern under Li Yan's direction. The mighty bear swung its paws, shattering the hard rocks as if they were mere tofu, causing stones to tumble and dust to rise. Under the terrifying might of the earth and soil divine bear, the entrance to the cave was rapidly widened and elevated, taking on a more majestic and menacing form. Subsequently, Li Yan directed the earth and soil divine bear to meticulously assemble the components of the Ghost Gate archway. When the towering structure, exceeding 10 meters in height and entirely shrouded in black, adorned with countless grotesque carvings of ghastly visages, stood at the mouth of the cave. An indescribable aura of authority and enigma instantly enveloped the entire valley. At the center of the archway, 3 blood-red characters, Ghost Gate, emitted a chilling, spectral glow. Beautiful, Li Yan remarca, nodding in satisfaction at the masterpiece before him. Yet, the archway alone was insufficient. The atmosphere needed to complement it. He extended the ethereal stone material along both sides of the archway, winding it into the depths of the cave to pave a serpentine path to the Yellow Springs. Alongside the path, he erected soul-guiding banners and soul-entangling lanterns. The banners fluttered ominously in the breeze, accompanied by whispers of the wind. The lanterns flickered, casting a ghostly green light. Furthermore, he positioned lifelike statues of ghostly soldiers by the roadside, brandishing tridents and glaring fiercely. In an instant, the entrance to the cave transformed into a scene of chilling horror, suffused with an eerie presence. Li Yan, with a mischievous intent, retrieved several ghostly wind chimes from his pack, which emitted a low, mournful sound, and hung them beneath the eaves of the Ghost Gate archway. Not far into the cave, a naturally formed underground dark river awaited. Li Yan commanded the earth and soil divine bear to construct a bridge of ethereal stone over the dark river. The surface of the bridge was slick, engraved with images of ghostly soldiers, and as one traversed it, an icy chill surged from the ground to the crown. On either side of the bridge, he placed statues of ghostly soldiers, brandishing steel forks and chains, their expressions vividly fierce. Upon crossing the stone bridge, the cave's interior opened up into a vast natural dome. Li Yan again retrieved soul-guiding banners and soul-entangling lanterns to meticulously arrange around the dome. The banners fluttered autonomously, producing a haunting sound, while the lanterns emitted a ghostly green glow, casting a spectral ambience throughout the dome. At the very center of this cavernous space, he directed the earth and soil divine bear to construct the Hall of Souls. Li Yan hung the plaque of the Hall of Souls, inscribed with golden characters on a black background, at the entrance, emanating an indescribable aura of solemnity in the dim light. By night, Li Yan summoned the spirit-eye eagle to patrol the skies, especially keeping a watchful eye on areas rumored to be haunted. The eagle's vision was extraordinarily sharp, capable of discerning even the minutest details in the dark. The murky information it brought back indicated that there were indeed some shadowy figures with strange movements, lurking between desolate villages and forests during the dead of night. These figures moved swiftly and with organization, unlike ordinary wandering spirits. He noted that the activities of these ghostly agents were primarily concentrated in the remote regions bordering Jiangzhou, Cangzhou, and Laizhou. They seemed to be deliberately instigating panic while cautiously avoiding larger towns and governmental powers. It appeared that these individuals were not foolhardy. However, the identity of the puppeteer orchestrating their actions remained a mystery. In a secluded courtyard within the Blood Feather Sect's branch in the southern part of Jiangzhou, the atmosphere in the quiet chamber was oppressively stifling. Wei knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, scarcely daring to draw a breath. At the head of the room sat a figure cloaked in black, his features shrouded in shadow. The newcomer was none other than the Blackshaw Guardian, who had hurried from the main temple. He was gaunt, with long, pallid fingers resembling the talons of an eagle. An unsettling chill emanated from him, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the underworld. The sequence of events unfolded thus. Wei spoke in a dry voice, cautiously reporting a series of occurrences in Qinga County. The Blackshaw Guardian listened in silence, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a monotonous rhythm that made Wei He's heart twitch with each sound. After a prolonged silence, the guardian emitted a low, cold laugh, his voice raspy and grating, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping against wood. Xuankong Yunze, the True Monarch? Ishui Fu Mo, the magnificent general? Ha! Amusing, truly amusing. His gaze turned sharp as a knife, fixing on Wei He. Do you genuinely believe that any celestial beings or divine generals would inexplicably descend upon such a remote corner as Qinghe County? A tremor coursed through Wei He's heart, and he quickly bowed, stammering, I am but a fool, yet the golden reign of the living dead, the divine generals slaying the demonic, were witnessed by thousands. It cannot be false. Even the esteemed Ling Su of Jiangzhou bowed in reverence. Witnessed? The Black Sha guardian interrupted him, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Do mere mortals believe that sight equates to truth? A few illusions, some esoteric techniques, can easily veil their eyes. As for the living dead and their white bones. He paused, his voice imbued with arrogance. The corpse refinement techniques of my blood-feather sect, when cultivated to a profound level, allow for mastery over life and death. It is not a difficult feat, it is merely a matter of methods differing from theirs. Wei He inwardly lamented. Refining corpses is one thing, but the living dead are another. They cannot be equated. Their light radiates, brimming with vitality, while ours is steeped in dark energy and deathly stillness. Yet he did not dare to voice his thoughts, merely bowing repeatedly. Your insight is as vast as the heavens, my lord. I have been short-sighted. The Black Sha guardian snorted disdainfully. In a mere Qinghe County, the emergence of so-called celestial signs is hardly credible without some hidden machinations. In my view, someone is orchestrating the charade, employing some unknown means for nefarious purposes. He shifted his tone, icy and resolute. Your previous attempts at probing were excessively timid, merely scratching the surface. Those so-called ghostly tales, though somewhat impressive, have not struck at the root. How can they compel the true identity of the puppet master to reveal itself? Wei He internally cried out in despair, reflecting, that is a being akin to a true immortal. How can my feeble limbs dare to grasp the tiger's whiskers? However, he concealed his trepidation, bowing even lower with utmost respect. Please, esteemed guardian, guide us on how to proceed. From this moment forth, let's escalate our actions throughout the division. Those so-called ghost soldiers passing by, grim reapers collecting souls, must become more convincing, more terrifying. We must instill genuine fear and despair in them. During the ominous prophecies of impending calamity, one should seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to gather as many resources as possible. The concoction of longevity elixirs and rejuvenating powders must not be halted. The demand from the main temple is immense. Upon hearing this, Wei He's countenance turned ashen. Intensifying efforts? Abducting the populace? Remanufacturing those potions? This is tantamount to courting disaster. He had heard tales of the formidable power of the Xuankong Yunze and the Ishui Fu general. Should they invoke the ire of such beings, the entire Jiangzhou branch could be reduced to ashes. Great protector, please reconsider, he implored with a tremor in his voice. The divine occurrences in Qinghe County are no trifling matter. Should we act too ostentatiously, we risk igniting a conflagration upon ourselves. Ignite a conflagration upon ourselves? The Black Sha protector let out a chilling laugh. Wei branch leader, your courage diminishes by the day. Are you so intimidated by a mere shadowy figure? I am eager to ascertain his true capabilities. Moreover, he continued with a tone laced with temptation. Should this endeavor succeed and satisfy the main temple, the rewards for us will be plentiful. A wave of icy despair washed over Wei He. He understood that the Black Sha protector had made up his mind. Further persuasion would be futile. The blood feather sect's regulations are stringent, and defiance against orders leads to certain death. If he did not heed the Black Sha protector now, his demise would be imminent. Perhaps compliance would afford him a few more days of life, but should he provoke that esteemed sovereign, his fate would likely be worse than death itself. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped him. He felt akin to a rabbit in snare between two ferocious tigers, with no escape in any direction. What? Wei branch leader, do you dare to question my orders? The Blackshaw Protector's voice turned icy, a powerful pressure radiating from him, making it difficult for Wei He to breathe. Trembling, Wei He hastily knelt, exclaiming, I would not dare. I shall dutifully obey the Protector's decree. His heart was heavy with despair. It was over, utterly over. This Jiangzhou branch was fated to be propelled towards the abyss of destruction by the Blackshaw Protector, and he was but a wretched soul shackled to the chariot of war, unable to break free. Excellent. The Blackshaw Protector nodded in satisfaction. Remember, act swiftly, stealthily, yet with sufficient intimidation. Let those foolish commoners tremble in fear. Their terror will only serve to benefit our actions. As for that so-called sovereign, a sinister smile flickered in the Blackshaw Protector's eyes. Should he dare to reveal himself, I would not hesitate to personally escort him to the true underworld. Go forth, execute the task beautifully, and do not let me down. Wei He, dazed and disoriented, exited the quiet chamber, his legs feeling weak and unsteady. He gazed up at the overcast sky, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. This minor branch leader was destined to become a sacrificial pawn in the impending storm of Jiangzhou. Staggering back to his quarters, he summoned a few trusted aides. Convey my command. Wei He rasped, struggling to relay the directive of the Blackshaw Guardian. He gazed at his equally terrified and bewildered subordinates, his heart heavy with bitterness. So be it, so be it. If death is to come, let it come. If a few could accompany him, the journey to the underworld would not be so solitary. At that moment, within a concealed cavern in a secluded valley, Li Yin surveyed the first phase of the underworld-themed amusement park before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. After several days of meticulous arrangement, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. The plaque of the Hall of Samsara hung prominently, a bridge of nether stone spanned across. Statues of ghostly soldiers stood in abundance, soul-guiding banners fluttered, and ethereal lanterns flickered gently. The entire cavern was filled with chilling winds and an oppressive aura of spirits, enhanced by deliberately crafted details that blurred the line between reality and illusion. It is nearly complete, Li Yin remarked, clapping his hands. He could hardly contain his excitement, eager to witness the expressions of those who dabbled in the supernatural when they beheld his authentic underworld. Chapter 59. The emergence of the Ghost General in the depths of the valley, beneath the newly erected archway of the Ghost Gate. Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A chilling wind surged forth from the cave, causing his robes to flutter. The fabricated of the underworld had been constructed. It was time to attend to more pressing matters, he murmured to himself. He hoped that the die he was about to cast would grant him fortune today. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan's consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, where a golden random mount die hovered serenely. For days, he had fervently prayed, wishing to roll a mount linked to the underworld to aid him in his grand design. Alas, fate had proven unkind. He had drawn only fearsome beasts and celestial creatures that bore no relation to the realm of shadows. The success of his endeavor hinged on this moment. Li Yin held his breath and concentrated, his will striking the die with fervor. The die began to spin, its 6 faces shimmering with a kaleidoscope of images of exotic birds and mythical beasts flashing by. As the brilliance gradually waned, the die slowed its rotation. With a deep, resonant hum, it finally came to a halt, revealing a pattern Li Yin had never encountered before. The design was intricate and menacing, exuding an aura of chilling dominance. It depicted a ghostly general astride a skeletal steed, wielding a massive blade, enveloped in eerie green flames. Splendid. I have struck gold. Li Yin nearly leaped from his spot. He recognized this image all too well, within the depths of the underworld in Nine Heavens Inquiry. This had been one of the formidable gatekeepers that had decimated his teams during his early forays. The Yin Luo, Ghost General. I have struck a jackpot. A model the boss. Li Yin was filled with exhilaration, rubbing his hands together in delight. This Yin Luo Ghost General had been a rare drop, a mount token he had acquired after countless runs through dungeons. With impatience bubbling within him, he summoned the entity forth. An indescribable chill erupted at the ghost gate. The ground trembled slightly, the surrounding soul-luring lanterns flickering violently, and the soul-drawing banners rustled ominously. A grotesque being, half human and half horse, wreathed in ghostly green flames, descended with a thunderous impact. The upper half was that of a burly warrior adorned with a bronze ghostly helmet. Feathers stained with blood and tattered from the hunt were affixed to the helmet, swaying gently in the cold wind. Beneath the ghostly visage, 2 points of eerie green fire blazed in the hollow eye sockets, as if capable of piercing through the soul. He was clad in heavy black iron fishscale armor, from which tendrils of green, ghostly fire seeped through the gaps. A primitive tiger talisman was embedded in his chest, faintly inscribed with the characters for Fengdu, emanating a subtle pressure. His arms were robust and powerful, entwined with several chains glimmering with a cold light. Grasped firmly in his hand was a crescent-bladed polearm that gleamed with a chilling radiance, its edge seemingly frozen with dark blood. His lower half was the magnificent form of a warhorse. The skeletal structure intertwined with a spirit form, with hardened ribs exposed to the air, among which floated a pulsating azure heart, radiating an eerie glow. The hooves were not flesh and blood, but rather forged from pure dark iron. With each step upon the ground, ethereal crimson flowers of the underworld would inexplicably bloom beneath, quietly unfurling only to wither away swiftly. Its mane was composed entirely of eerie blue flames, dancing as if animated by a life of its own, exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Upon the saddle, the same haunting blue flames flickered, radiating an unsettling coldness. A cloak, seemingly woven from blood, billowed at its waist, rustling in the wind. The appearance of this hellish general cast an indescribable terror over the entire valley. The meticulously arranged, soul-drawing banners and enchanting lamps set by Li Yan appeared to pale under this oppressive aura. Even the grand archway of the ghostly gate seemed to shrink in stature under the weight of the general's presence. This sense of oppression was truly overwhelming. Li Yan swallowed hard, his heart shaken. Observing this boss through the screen in the game felt mighty and spectacular, but witnessing it in person revealed the true extent of its terrifying aura. If unleashed, it could easily conquer not just a few false ghostly officers, but perhaps even a county town. Just as Li Yan was enveloped in astonishment, the hellish general on horseback suddenly stirred. It slowly lifted its head, the hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly fire, locking onto Li Yan. Then a deep, gravelly voice, resonant like stone, emerged from beneath the mask. This humble general, Yu Wujiao, pays respects to your esteemed self. As it spoke, the lower half of its form, merged with the horse, bent slightly at the forelegs, executing a single-knee salute. Li Yan was taken aback. He gazed at the kneeling hellish general, Yu Wujiao, as tumultuous waves of shock surged within him. This steed possessed intelligence. It could speak. Previously, the blazing magic lion and the celestial crane, though sentient, could only engage in rudimentary exchanges. Yet, Yu Wujiao could articulate human speech and referred to itself as a humble general, honoring the Lord. Could it be that the power of faith had imbued these game entities with true life? His mind raced with thoughts. Clearing his throat, he forced himself to regain composure and adopted the tone of the great figures from plays, speaking gravely. General Yu, please rise. Yu Wujiao straightened up, maintaining its imposing demeanor, awaiting Li Yan's commands in silence. Li Yan's eyes darted, quickly analyzing the situation. It seemed that Yu Wujiao possessed a significantly greater intellect compared to previous mounts. Was this due to the power of faith? He recalled the items unlocked through faith and the gradual enhancement of his own abilities and those of his steed. Could it be that the power of faith not only unlocked items, but also recharged summoned mounts, elevating their intelligence and capabilities? This speculation ignited a fervor within him. Yu Wujiao? Li Yan spoke again, infusing his voice with an air of authority, or at least he felt that way. At your service, Yu Wujiao responded, maintaining its brevity and respectfulness. Do you understand my intent? Li Yan continued to probe. The thoughts of the esteemed lord are somewhat perceptible to me. The words of the esteemed lord are commands I shall dutifully obey, replied Yu Wujiao, his voice still somber. Li Yan understood well. It appeared that the intellect of this Yama ghost general had indeed seen a significant enhancement, yet there remained a certain rigidity, as if bound by some predetermined constraints. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. A capable enforcer, adept at executing commands with formidable presence, was precisely what he required at this moment. Excellent. Li Yan nodded, assuming the role of the esteemed lord. Yu Wujiao, demonstrate your prowess. As you command, the Yama ghost general responded, his crescent blade vibrating in his grasp. Suddenly, a fierce, ethereal green flame ignited along the blade's edge, releasing a chilling aura of destruction. He forcefully swung the crescent blade forward, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of ghostly fire that sliced toward a distant boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered into countless charred fragments, scattering in all directions. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with wisps of green ghostly fire still crackling at the edges. Impressive. Li Yan felt a jolt of excitement. Instantly, Yu Wujiao's crescent blade trembled, and dark energy swirled around him. With a powerful thrust, he drove the blade into the ground. Domain, activate. In an instant, the earth within a radius of several dozen feet transformed into scorched land, countless pale, skeletal hands emerging from the depths. The air thickened with the acrid scent of sulfur and blood. The skies seemed to darken, howling winds carrying the haunting cries of spirits. Li Yan felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him, as if he were truly immersed in the depths of the underworld. Goodness! A domain skill. Li Yan marbalati noirly. This spectacle was reminiscent of a boss unleashing skills in a game. Yu Wujiao raised his arm, the soul-binding chains clinking ominously as they shot forth to ensnare a distant withered tree. Soul-binding, he commanded, and from his palm surged a shadowy chain that seemed to possess a life of its own, coiling around the withered tree and yanking forcefully. To Li Yan's astonishment, a faint, almost translucent specter was violently extracted from the tree, emitting a soundless wail as it was dragged into the grasp of the Yama ghost general, vanishing without a trace. A chill ran through Li Yan's heart. This soul-binding technique was specifically designed to target souls. Remarkable! Remarkable! He clapped in admiration. General Yu, can you still summon the spectral soldiers? This was what Li Yan was most eager to know. A slight glow emanated from the tiger talisman upon the chest of the Yama ghost general. He spoke in a grave tone, in response to the esteemed lord. I can indeed summon spectral soldiers using the talisman. However, summoning them requires the expenditure of souls. Having just awakened from slumber, my soul energy is insufficient for large-scale summons. He paused before adding, should I be able to gather enough souls, I would be able to summon spectral soldiers. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gathering souls to summon spectral emissaries? This concept was one he was well acquainted with. In the game, the formidable boss, Yanluo Ghost General, continuously absorbs the souls of fallen players during battle, subsequently summoning various minor specters to assist him. This implies that as long as there is an abundance of souls, I can indeed raise a legion of spectral soldiers, mused Li Yan. Rubbing his hands together, a brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. General Yu, please retract your divine powers, Li Yan instructed. Understood, my lord, replied Yu Wujiao as the ominous black aura surrounding him dissipated, restoring the surroundings to their original state. Li Yan observed Yu Wujiao, growing increasingly pleased. This individual seemed tailor-made for him. Powerful, impressive, and crucially, capable of alleviating the issues regarding the lower-tier personnel of the underworld. Even more remarkably, based on his prior experiences, once the summoning duration of a mount had elapsed, some of the spells they cast or the creations they manifested would not vanish immediately. For instance, the flames left by the Crimson Flame Demon Lion or the caverns excavated by the Earth God Bear. This meant that even if Yu Wujiao's summoning time came to an end, as long as I did not actively cancel it, the summoned specters could continue to exist and obey my commands. The more Li Yan contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. This was akin to a buy-one-get-many deal, complete with a lifetime warranty. Yu Wujiao. Li Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. I am currently intent on reorganizing the order of the underworld and eradicating the malevolent forces plaguing the cosmos. It is a crucial time for assistance. Will you lend me your strength? Yu Wu Jiao knelt once more, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. I am willing to serve my lord with utmost loyalty. I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Li Yin nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I entrust you with your first task. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Follow me to a certain place, where we shall capture a few charlatans masquerading as specters, disrupting the balance of yin and yang. I intend to demonstrate to the world what true underworld law enforcement entails. He had already selected his initial target for establishing authority, the village that had garnered the most sinister reputation during his descent to gather intelligence. A place rife with discontent among the populace. Xuankong. It was said that spectral soldiers paraded with ghostly palanquins nightly, and several households had mysteriously lost their able-bodied members, instilling widespread fear and discontent. It was the perfect opportunity to make an example of them, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, while also retrieving some specters in the process. Chapter 60. Enforcers of the Underworld at Xuankong. In the darkness of the night, with the wind howling, Li Yin crouched on a sturdy ancient tree, his figure nearly blending into the shadows. He had been lying in wait for nearly 2 hours, displaying the patience of a seasoned hunter. Below him, the village known as Xuankong lay in utter silence, save for the occasional anxious bark of a dog, quickly devoured by the encroaching darkness. Ah, these fellows certainly know how to make an entrance, Li Yin mused silently, peering through the branches at the dim green lights gradually becoming clearer along the mountain path. A chilling breeze stirred the dry leaves on the ground, producing a rustling sound that felt unnaturally deliberate, unlike the whispers of nature. In the distance, the faint sound of chains dragging across the ground could be heard, occasionally accompanied by muffled cries that seemed to echo from nowhere. The village, with its already shuttered doors and windows, remained in oppressive silence, not daring to ignite a single lantern, only the pervasive tremor of fear lingering in the air. At last, a procession emerged slowly from around the bend of the mountain path. The foremost figures bore lanterns emitting a sickly green glow. This eerie light flickered in the night breeze, casting the shadows of nearby trees into monstrous, clawing shapes. Phosphorescent powder. Of the inferior kind, Li Yin scoffed, immediately discerning the source of the ghastly illumination. As the group drew nearer, illuminated by the ghastly light, Li Yin discerned their features. There were about a dozen spectral soldiers, clad in tattered armor, rusted and worn, their faces painted with thick white powder, eyes encircled in black, and lips stained a vivid red, rendering them particularly grotesque under the greenish glow. They wielded similarly rusted weapons, spears, crude blades, and iron rods, an assortment of mismatched implements. Behind them were several figures bound with coarse ropes, rags stuffed in their mouths, stumbling forward. They were clearly living souls, yet treated like phantoms in chains. Their performance is abysmal, and the props are woefully inadequate. Li Yin shook his head in disapproval. These so-called spectral soldiers moved with a lack of conviction, their breaths disordered, devoid of the chilling solemnity that true underworld enforcers would possess, particularly the burly captain among them, who reeked of blood and a pungent odor of low-quality elixirs. Ah, that scent is overpowering. Which underworld officer carries such a stench of spoiled concoctions? As the procession of spectral soldiers was about to lead the bound souls onto a smaller path leading deeper into the mountains, Li Yin knew he could wait no longer. He glanced at his attire, a set of garments designated for the role of the underworld inspector. The armor was a deep black, adorned with fierce, ghastly reliefs at the shoulders and chest. A faint, almost imperceptible shadowy luminescence swirled around him like rippling water, subtle, yet exuding an undeniable air of authority. This was precisely suited for the character he was about to portray. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin stepped out from the shadowy canopy of the tree. He did not attempt to conceal his presence, instead appearing abruptly atop a large rock beside the path, looking down upon the astonished spectral soldiers. Well, the lead specter was the first to react, abruptly lifting his head. Under the ghastly green light, his face, smeared with a grotesque mix of pale and dark hues, appeared especially contorted. "Who goes there?" he barked, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. Li Yin paid no heed to his query. He merely regarded them coldly, as if they were a troop of buffoons. Then, with a flicker of thought, he issued a command to the Yama ghost general, Yu Wujiao, residing in his consciousness. "General Yu, open their eyes." "As you command, my lord," came Yu Wujiao's voice, deep and resonant as stone, echoing in Li Yan's mind. In the next instant, an indescribable aura of dread erupted from behind Li Yan. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently within a radius of dozens of yards. The ghost realm arise. With a thunderous stomp of his horse-like lower body, Yu Wujiao unleashed a guttural roar. In that moment, the world spun chaotically. The surroundings warped and shifted as if ink had been cast into water. The once familiar mountains and paths vanished, replaced by a desolate expanse of charred earth, fissured and cracked. Countless pale, skeletal hands surged abruptly from the ground, grasping futilely at the air. The atmosphere thickened with a pungent stench of sulfur and blood, inducing nausea. The sky darkened to a deep crimson, as if endless blood clouds were churning. A chilling wind howled, and the anguished cries of spirits echoed from all directions, sharp and piercing, penetrating the very soul. The spectral soldiers, bearing the ghastly green lanterns, had never encountered such a spectacle. The lead ghost general felt the white powder on his face crumble and fall, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The lanterns slipping from his grasp and flickering out. His mouth gaped wide, unable to utter a single coherent word, his eyes filled only with abject terror. The remaining specters fared even worse. Being mere puppets manipulated by crude means, they were rendered immobile by the sudden onslaught of the terrifying ghost realm. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and their bodies stiffened, toppling backward like lifeless husks bereft of bones. Only the bound souls, the unfortunate villagers, were equally paralyzed with fear. They stared wide-eyed at the nightmarish scene before them, akin to the descent of a deity of darkness, and at the figure standing atop a massive stone, radiating a dim yet formidable aura, resembling a true deity of the underworld. "You dare! Such audacity!" Li Yan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an eerie power, cutting through the cacophony of wails in the ghostly domain, reaching every ear with clarity. "You presume to impersonate a messenger of the underworld, abducting souls and disturbing the balance between life and death. Do you comprehend the punishment you deserve?" The collapsed ghost general trembled violently at his words, a damp stain rapidly spreading at his groin, releasing a vile odor. He yearned to plead for mercy, yet found his tongue had stiffened, rendering him utterly voiceless. Li Yan's gaze swept over the fallen puppets before settling on the bound villagers. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force brushed past, causing the rags in the villagers' mouths to fall away. "The one before you is the enforcer of the underworld. Today, I patrol this realm to apprehend all malevolent spirits and restore the balance of yin and yang. You, who are burdened with grave sins, today marks your demise." Upon hearing the title of the underworld enforcer, the leading specter turned ashen, despair filling his eyes. "It's over. We are truly doomed." In the distance, within the village shrouded by black winds, some daring villagers, stirred by the commotion, cautiously approached with hoes and hatchets, peering into the scene. Upon witnessing the eerie charred soil of the ghostly domain and the formidable presence of Li Yanshi, exuding an aura akin to a deity, they trembled in fear, their legs nearly giving way, almost kneeling in reverence. Li Yan's gaze swept over the distant onlookers and the recently rescued victims, still in a state of shock. He cleared his throat and raised his voice, ensuring everyone could hear. "This is the enforcement of a netherworld, bringing the guilty souls to justice. These wicked beings, masquerading as ghostly enforcers, have sown chaos in the land, and their crimes are unforgivable. Villagers, disperse at once, and do not disturb the order of the underworld." With no further words, Li Yan gestured towards the false specters. Yu Wujiao understood the cue and forcefully struck his crescent blade against the ground. Enveloping the area spanning several dozen feet, The ghostly domain began to contract instantaneously. Charred earth, bones, blood clouds, and malevolent winds, all terrifying sights, were drawn toward Yu Wujiao and the bound criminals, as if pulled by an invisible hand. The captured fiends and their undead minions, along with the land beneath them, were ensnared by a powerful suction, twisted, and ultimately transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the vast form of Yu Wujiao, disappearing without a trace. It was as if they had been dragged into another realm. This was the effect of the ghostly domain skill. Those trapped within, unable to escape in time, will be temporarily consumed, suffering continuous harm. Li Yin sought precisely this chilling spectacle of their sudden disappearance. Once this was accomplished, Li Yin retrieved a prepared instant vanishing talisman from his robe, an item from the game. This talisman, a mere low-tier escape tool, would emit a blinding light and smoke, leaving behind a phantom while the true self would randomly slip away a short distance. As the brilliance faded and the thick haze dissipated, the false specters and the underworld enforcer had long since vanished, as if they had never existed. Only the lingering scent of sulfur in the air and the slightly charred earth, ravaged by the ghostly domain, served as a reminder of the recent events. On the mountain path, silence reigned supreme. The rescued villagers and those arriving from afar remained entranced by the astonishing spectacle, unable to regain their composure. Divine, a deity! One saved villager was the first to regain his senses. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground in the direction where Li Yin had disappeared, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, great enforcer, for your life-saving grace. Thank you, great enforcer, for your life-saving grace. His kneeling act triggered a chain reaction, like a line of falling dominoes. The remaining villagers, awakening to the moment, hurriedly knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing their heads towards the desolate monolith. The divine had manifested. Those vile impostors of the ghostly realm had finally been vanquished. Woe is me, my son, if only you know from beneath the springs. You may now rest in peace. A mother, bereft of her child, wept with a heart-rending sorrow. Fear, shock, relief, gratitude. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined within the hearts of the villagers. They had only heard tales of the illustrious Xuankong Yunze, the true lord, and the formidable General Yishui, who quelled demons. Yet, they had never anticipated the presence of such a formidable and terrifying enforcer from the netherworld. The events that transpired tonight at Haifengku were destined to spread far and wide, as if taking flight on wings. Deep within the dense forest, Li Yin and Yu Wuju had already stealthily retreated. Phew, not too shabby, was it? Li Yin wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow and spoke to Yu Wuju beside him. Yu Wuju, with his eyes ablaze with infernal fire, turned towards him and replied in a somber tone, "My lord, your divine might is unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Li Yin smirked. All right, enough with the flattery. Tonight's performance was fairly successful. Not only did we intimidate the nefarious, save lives, but we also garnered a wave of prestige. More importantly, Yinluo's ghostly domain skill proved to be quite effective. After some time, once I release them, they will likely be in a state of disarray, perfect for interrogation to uncover the puppet masters behind this scheme. What became of those individuals we just apprehended? That remained his foremost concern. Reporting to my lord, Yu Wuju replied, the leader still clings to life, while the rest, lacking in spiritual essence, can only be conscripted as low-tier specters. Oh, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There was still potential for repurposing? His spirit soared. Not only had this evening solidified their authority, intimidating the wicked, but it also allowed him to recruit his first batch of free labor for the underworld. Most importantly, the reactions of the rescued villagers and witnesses ignited a flicker of hope for a surge in the power of belief. Let us proceed, General Yu, back to our realm, and interrogate the surviving witnesses to see if we can extract any valuable insights. With a buoyant heart, Li Yin led his ghostly general towards the concealed valley. Chapter 61. The recruitment of souls. Li Yin stepped into the Sanluo Hall, a grand structure he had personally overseen. An eerie chill and dampness enveloped him upon entry. Drawing inspiration from the depictions of the underworld and the dramas of his past life, he had adorned the hall with meticulous renovations. Hanging from the ceiling were several ethereal green lanterns, transformed from soul-capturing lights, casting a dim and flickering glow. On either side of the stone walls, vague murals illustrated ghostly soldiers patrolling and malevolent spirits enduring punishment, rendered in an indistinct mineral powder, adding an air of foreboding. Before him loomed a high platform constructed from massive stones. Atop it rested an imposing stone chair, its back intricately carved with the visage of a ferocious beast, Li Yan's very own throne of Yama. At this moment, he sat regally upon the stone seat, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. While somewhat rudimentary, the ambience was rather effective. General Iwa Li Yan spoke calmly. From his side, a surge of dark energy manifested, and the formidable silhouette of the ghostly general, Yu Wujio, silently appeared, kneeling on one knee. "My lord," he intoned. "Release those materials," Li Yan commanded. "Understood," Yu Wujio replied. Rising to his feet, he struck the ground with his crescent blade. The tiger talisman inscribed with the words Fengdu upon his chest shimmered faintly. Then, he extended his hollow left hand, from which black energy swirled, resembling a continuously spiraling vortex. With a resounding thud, several figures tumbled forth from the dark whirlpool, crashing onto the cold floor of the Sanluo Hall. They were the false Yin soldiers, corpses from the Blood Feather sect, previously devoured by Yu Wujio's ghostly domain. They lay in disarray, their tattered armor accentuating their disheveled state, their faces smeared with a mixture of white powder and dirt, creating a scene of utter chaos. These corpses lay with closed eyes, devoid of breath, appearing as though they were entirely lifeless. Li Yan observed with keen interest, eager to uncover how Yu Wujio would transform these corpses into genuine Yin soldiers. Approaching the fallen figures, Yu Wujio's ghostly fire flickered beneath his helmet. He extended his right hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, fingers splayed toward one of the corpses. "Command," he uttered with a low growl. A concentrated beam of ethereal green, ghostly fire shot from his palm, branding the corpse at its forehead like a hot iron. The corpses writhed violently in the ghostly fire, their forms twisting and rolling as strands of black energy were refined by the flames, emitting a soft, sizzling sound. Gradually, their bodies underwent a profound transformation. The tattered remnants of their garments were consumed by the flames, replaced by uniform sets of deep black armor, each adorned with a blurred, ghostly facial insignia. The rusted weapons they once held turned to ash, giving rise to gleaming, ghostly iron long spears and broadswords. This metamorphosis was fraught with indescribable agony. Yet, as the ghostly fire seared them, the vacant expressions of the corpses slowly shifted from a state of stupor to reveal two flickering, ethereal blue flames within their eyes. After a time, the ghostly fire gradually receded, ultimately extinguishing. Now, several figures clad in dark armor, wielding ghostly iron blades, stood silently at attention within the hall. Though an aura of chill emanated from their beings, they no longer exuded the repulsive malevolence characteristic of the earlier cadaverous puppets. Instead, there was an air of order and solemnity. Were these the low-ranking spectral soldiers? Li Yan stroked his chin, observing them with keen interest. These newly formed specters, when compared to General Yu Wujio, lacked considerably in presence. Their armor, though intact, was far less intricate than that of Yu Wujio, and their weapons were merely standard issue. Yet, Li Yan sensed an unusual energy coursing within them, akin to the nether fire that resided in Yu Wujio, albeit significantly diluted. Moreover, it appeared these spectral soldiers possessed the ability to shift their forms. At times, they manifested as solid as any mortal, their armaments exuding a metallic quality. At other moments, their bodies became somewhat ethereal, as if woven from a thin mist, their weapons enveloped in a soft halo of light. "General Yu, what is the nature of their current state?" Li Yan inquired. "Your Excellency," Yu Wujio replied in a somber tone, "this is the natural state of spectral soldiers. In their solid form, they can inflict harm upon the living. In their ethereal form, they can interact with the souls of the departed, exerting additional restraint upon them." Li Yan nodded, finding this arrangement quite practical. "What their intellect?" he asked further. Yu Wujiao responded, due to a deficiency of yin essence, their intelligence is rudimentary, retaining only fragments of their past obsessions, primarily the torment they endured at the moment of their demise. Upon hearing this, Li Yin cast his gaze over the newly formed spectral soldiers. Their eyes no longer reflected the numbness of the earlier puppets, but were instead filled with a tumult of emotions. There was boundless resentment for the atrocities they had suffered in life, confusion and bewilderment at their current existence, and an instinctual reverence for Li Yin, who sat regally upon the throne, alongside the fearsome Yu Wujiao, whose aura was almost palpable. It seemed they retained portions of crucial memories within their minds. Fragments of their brutal slayings at the hands of malevolent beings flashed back like nightmares. One spectral soldier, bewildered, raised his hand to observe the palm encased in dark iron armor. Confusion etched across his face. He recalled being an ordinary villager, brutally murdered for uncovering the secrets of those fiends, and then nothingness. Another soldier trembled as he recollected being abducted by those creatures, imprisoned in a shadowy dungeon, subjected to foul concoctions daily, feeling his body grow increasingly rigid and numb. Others vaguely recalled being manipulated by an eerie chime, compelled to commit various atrocities against their own kin. These fragmented memories pierced their remaining consciousness like daggers. They looked around in confusion, and upon seeing Li Yin, who sat with an air of authority and emanated a dark radiance, alongside the formidable Yu Wujiao, an instinct rooted deep within their souls compelled them. With a sudden thud, several of the newly formed spectral soldiers knelt in unison, their foreheads pressed against the cold ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Li Yin felt a stirring within his heart. These spectral soldiers were likely innocent souls who met untimely and tragic ends during their lifetimes, transformed into mere puppets by malevolent beings, condemned to unrest and death. Now, though they have become spectral soldiers under the control of Yu Wujiao, in a certain sense, they have also shed the chains of that wicked bondage. Well then, since they have become subjects of my domain, it is only right that I provide them with an explanation. Li Yin mused silently. Clearing his throat, he rose slowly from his throne of Yama, an aura of unspoken authority emanating from him. Li Yin regarded them, his voice steady and commanding. Do you understand where you are, and why you find yourselves here? The spectral soldiers remained silent, a profound stillness enveloping them as confusion clouded their eyes. In your past lives, you were all virtuous souls, yet you fell victim to treacherous and malevolent beings. Reduced to mere puppets, your spirits unable to find peace, Li Yin spoke gently, a hint of compassion lacing his tone, for he believed it to be true. I am the enforcer of the underworld, appointed by the Lord of the Netherrealm, tasked with patrolling this domain and apprehending evil spirits. He paused, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of spectral soldiers. Regrettably, your souls have suffered too greatly to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Noticing the flicker of discontent and lingering resentment in their hearts, he continued, in recognition of your unfulfilled desires, I extend a rare grace, transforming your remaining attachments into spectral soldiers of the underworld, serving under my command. Henceforth, you shall accompany me in capturing all malevolent beings, punishing wickedness, and avenging the wrongfully deceased, accumulating merit. Upon the completion of your merits, you may dissipate your grievances and return to the cycle of reincarnation, to be reborn as humans once more. Li Yan's declaration, a blend of truth and embellishment, resonated with unassailable authority. As the newly formed spectral soldiers absorbed his words, a flicker of light ignited in their vacant gazes. Though their intellect was limited and their memories fragmented, the concepts of vengeance, the pursuit of malevolent spirits, and the hope of reincarnation struck a profound chord within their remaining consciousness. An inexplicable emotion surged within them, a blend of resentment, defiance, and a glimmer of liberation and anticipation. One spectral soldier raised his head, his eyes ablaze with ethereal blue flames, and rasped, "Thank you, my lord, for your grace." His words sparked a chain reaction among the others, who began to murmur indistinct expressions of gratitude. "My lord, benevolent, we shall serve you." Though their utterances were fragmented and lacked coherence, the sincerity of their reverence and appreciation was palpable. They might not grasp the complexities of their situation, yet they understood that it was this enforcer before them who had granted them a new identity and purpose, a flicker of hope for revenge and a chance for liberation. Li Yin observed the kneeling assembly of spectral soldiers, a quiet nod of approval forming in his heart. The impact was promising. It seemed this act of persuasion, no, rather, this moment of enlightenment, proved to be quite effective. Excellent. He raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. From this day forth, you shall be my spectral soldiers, dutifully fulfilling your responsibilities and living up to my expectations. Yes, my lord. The legion of spectral soldiers responded in unison, their voices still raspy, yet remarkably clearer than before, infused with a hint of vitality? Or perhaps it was the essence of the supernatural. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. The moment was ripe. He turned his gaze toward General Yu Wujiao. General Yu, please take them to acclimatize to their working environment. Let them comprehend what the true gate of hell entails and what the genuine road to the underworld represents. Furthermore, it is time for the principal culprits to make their appearance. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Those corpse puppets were merely instruments. The true villains were the malevolent beings controlling them. Understood, Yu Wujiao replied, promptly turning to the newly formed legion of spectral soldiers and commanding them with authority. Follow me. The spectral soldiers responded to the command, rising silently to follow the imposing figure of Yu Wujiao, marching with synchronized and heavy steps toward the threshold of the forest of hell. Their figures soon vanished into the passage leading to the stone bridge of the underworld. Within the forest of hell, silence reigned once more. Li Yin sat alone upon the cold stone chair, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The performance was only just beginning. He could already envision the expressions of those self-righteous, malevolent beings as they were released from Yu Wujiao's ghostly realm. Witnessing firsthand the authentic gate of hell, the treacherous road to the underworld, and the formidable presence of Yin Luo, the king of hell, accompanied by a battalion of spectral soldiers awaiting orders. I hope your mental fortitude is somewhat resilient, Li Yin mused to himself. Before long, Yu Wujiao returned. My lord, the spectral soldiers are now lined up outside the gate of hell. Li Yin nudda approvingly, Axelin. Position those few survivors before the gate of hell and let them take a thorough tour. I intend to demonstrate what true professionalism entails. Chapter 62. The souls parting at the gates of the underworld. The night was as dark as ink. The ghost gate, meticulously constructed by Li Yin, appeared more sinister and terrifying under the pale moonlight, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast waiting to devour its prey. Iwa, Wufu, bearing Li Yin's dakara, felt the ancient Fengdu tiger talisman upon his chest flicker with a ghostly light. Instantly, his hollow left palm surged with dark energy, resembling a swirling black vortex. Several disheveled figures were violently expelled from the black whirlpool, crashing onto the icy ground in front of the ghost gate archway like discarded sacks. These were the blood-feather cultists who had previously been swept away by the ghostly realm under Yu Wujiao's command. At this moment, their prior arrogance had dissipated entirely. Their garments were tattered, their bodies soaked in blood, and the painted faces, once adorned with theatrical oils, were now marred by sweat and grime, as if they had just escaped the clutches of a vengeful spirit. Their breaths were shallow, and their eyes brimmed with abject terror and weakness. Clearly, within Yu Wujiao's ghostly domain, the malevolent energy was incessantly eroding their souls and flesh, akin to countless invisible needles piercing through them repeatedly. Despite their usual ruthlessness, these demons had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, clinging to life by a thread. The demon leader struggled to lift his head, emitting a faint groan. Upon his gaze meeting the towering archway, over 10 meters high, entirely black and adorned with numerous grotesque carvings of ghastly faces, his pupils constricted in horror. At the center of the archway, 3 blood-red characters, Ghost Gate, radiated a chilling, eerie glow, as if endless vengeful spirits were howling and wailing within. An indescribable aura of authority and terror descended upon him like a mountain, crushing his heart. GG Gate of Ghosts, he screamed, his voice rasping like a broken gong. The few remaining somewhat coherent demon cultists strained to raise their heads in response. The imposing archway, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and death, along with the dozens of spectral soldiers clad in dark armor, wielding ghostly weapons and surrounded by swirling malevolence, invaded their minds like the most horrifying nightmare. No, it cannot be. Where are we? The spectral soldiers, they are real. Terror surged through them like a flood, obliterating the last remnants of their sanity. These demons, who typically masqueraded as spectral officers and wielded power with impunity, believed themselves to be well-versed in the affairs of the underworld. Yet the scene before them far exceeded their comprehension and imagination. The chilling ghost gate, the menacing formation of spectral soldiers, and the penetrating coldness and pressure all conveyed a singular truth. They had indeed arrived at the legendary realm of the underworld. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, the sound echoing starkly in the oppressive silence. Soon after, a foul stench permeated the air. Several demons, overwhelmed by fear, lost control of their bowels, their pants rapidly soaking through, rendering them a pitiful sight. In their horrified gaze, the imposing and fearsome figure of Yu Wujiao, the ghostly general, loomed like a mountain beneath the ghost gate. In his grasp, the gleaming crescent blade refracted a chilling light under the pallid moon, casting an eerie glow around him. Take them. To the other side, intoned Yu Wujiao, his voice as heavy and unyielding as metal grinding against metal. Devoid of any emotion, yet cutting through the hearts of the demons like a frigid wind from the netherworld. No, I do not wish to enter. Spare my life. Great One, please spare me. The demon leader let out a mournful wail, scrambling backward with hands and feet, yet at that moment, his limbs felt utterly weak and unresponsive. Two spectral soldiers approached. Their movements were stiff, yet their strength was formidable. One on each side, lifting the limp demon as they dragged him toward the unfathomable gates of the underworld. Passing through the towering, ominous archway of the gates, they were met with a winding path of stone slabs. The ground was laid with an unknown black stone that exuded a biting chill. Alongside the path stood numerous soul-guiding banners, their surfaces fluttering silently in the ghostly wind, the runes upon them glowing with an eerie crimson light. Every few paces, a soul-luring lamp flickered, its ghostly green light wavering, casting an even more sinister ambience upon the surroundings. A suffocating scent of decay and despair pervaded the air. This is the road to the Yellow Springs. A demon, familiar with tales of the underworld, stammered, his voice trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. Are we truly dead? No one answered him. Only the sound of the spectral soldiers dragging them forward, their armor clanking, and their own heavy, desperate breaths filled the silence. The statues of ghostly soldiers, meticulously arranged by Li Yan, now appeared more lifelike, accentuated by the terrifying aura emanating from Yu Wujiao himself and the newly recruited soldiers. Steeped in genuine spectral energy, they seemed poised to animate at any moment, ready to rend the souls of passers-by into fragments. The demon leader, dragged by two spectral soldiers at the forefront, fought to suppress his dread, yet his eyes darted uncontrollably. He noticed a soul-guiding banner stained with dark red, as if tainted by blood. He glimpsed a soul-luring lamp, upon which a blurred visage seemed to weep. These details tightened the already fraying nerves of his mind. Please, spare me. Finally, he could no longer withstand the weight of his terror and cried out hoarsely, Great Immortal, spare me. Divine Lord, spare me. I was blind to your greatness and have offended the true deity. I shall never dare again. I beseech you, grant me mercy. His cries echoed hauntingly along the desolate road to the Yellow Springs, resonating with a piercing sorrow. Yet the only response was the silent, cold dragging of the spectral soldiers. After a while, a petite stone arch bridge appeared ahead. The bridge was blackened, its surface covered in slick moss, exceedingly treacherous. Beneath it flowed, not clear waters, but a seething mass of dense black mist. Within the darkness, vague white shadows struggled, accompanied by faint, haunting cries and wails emanating from the depths, sending chills down the spine. This is the bridge of helplessness? Below, Beneath, it is the river of forgetfulness, is it not? The beings of darkness gazed upon the scene before them, their terror reaching a crescendo. As the first among them was dragged onto the chilling, spectral stone bridge by the wraiths, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Lowering his gaze, he beheld an array of grotesque apparitions etched into the bridge's surface, each one seemingly animated, their icy stares fixed upon him. Beneath the bridge, the dark river churned with an ominous fog, as if countless invisible hands sought to pull him into the abyss that lay below. I refuse to perish. I shall not descend into hell. Release me. Overwhelmed by paralyzing fear, the creature's mind shattered. With a piercing scream, he violently broke free from the grip of the wraiths and turned, desperate to flee. Attempt to escape? A chilling voice resonated from behind. The judge of the underworld, Yin Luo, had appeared at the bridge's threshold. The soul-binding chain in his hand shot forth like a venomous serpent, reaching him before he could react, striking mercilessly against his back. With a resounding crack, the creature howled in agony as the whip tore into his flesh, leaving a charred mark that revealed bone beneath. Threads of green flames ignited upon him, consuming his flesh and spirit like maggots. He fell forward, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing violently, despair etched in his eyes. The remaining beings of darkness, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were utterly paralyzed by fear, daring not to move. They were dragged along like lifeless husks, trembling as they traversed the bridge that seemed to lead directly to hell. With each step, a bone-chilling aura surged from the ground beneath them, penetrating their very beings, as if to freeze their souls in place. Shadowy figures flickered within the swirling black mist below, emitting hair-raising howls, as if poised to surge forth and pull them into the endless void. What should have been a brief crossing felt like an eternity to them. At last, when they were dragged across the stone bridge and onto the desolate ground before the Hall of the Dead, they were utterly spent, drenched in cold sweat, resembling souls just pulled from the depths of water. Fear had taken complete residence in their hearts. Having experienced the gates of the underworld, the road to the Yellow Springs, and the bridge of helplessness, they harbored no doubt regarding the existence of the netherworld. Here lay the true realm of the afterlife. Chapter 63. Souls in turmoil within the Hall of Sun Luo. The wind howled ominously. The spectral soldiers roughly dragged several individuals from the Bloodfeather sect, stumbling as they were ushered into the dimly lit chamber. The illumination was scant, emanating from a few ghostly green lanterns suspended from the cave's apex, casting an eerie and flickering glow. The cold stone walls bore indistinct murals that twisted and swayed in the lantern light, as if the tormented spirits could break free from their confines at any moment. A heavy atmosphere of chill and decay filled the air, evoking a sense of nausea. Flanking the hall, the dark-armored specters who had previously escorted them stood in rigid formation, their grim, iron weapons glimmering with an otherworldly light, resembling silent statues that exuded a stifling aura of oppression. Atop a high dais in the center of the hall sat a figure upon a large stone chair carved with the heads of ferocious beasts, shrouded in shadowy luminescence. The figure's features remained obscured, yet an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him, his gaze piercing like twin swords, striking deep into the hearts of those present. This was none other than Li Yin, masquerading as the enforcer of the underworld. Beside him stood the imposing and fearsome ghost general, Yuwujio, enveloped in swirling green hellfire and a palpable aura of malevolence, which felt almost tangible and suffocating. Before Li Yin could utter a word, the leader of the demon faction, his body collapsing in submission, fell to the ground, disregarding his injuries as he fervently prostrated himself before Li Yin, his forehead striking the cold stone floor with a dull thud. "Spotty me, wing forsir. I am but a fool who failed to recognize the mountain of your might. I have offended the true deity. I beseech you to show mercy," he implored, tears streaming down his face, his voice rife with regret and trepidation. "I will confess. I shall reveal all. I only seek a chance to atone for my sins." He had resigned himself to his fate. The gates of hell, the path to the Yellow Springs, the Hall of Sun Luo, along with the menacing presence of the ghost general and the inscrutable enforcer before him. All of this exceeded his comprehension. He harbored no doubt that any further insolence or concealment on his part would result in a fate far worse than death. In a desperate bid to lessen his suffering and grasp at the faint hope of rebirth, he resolved to divulge everything he knew, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. The other demons shared the same sentiment, fearing that any delay would invite even graver punishments, and they clamored to speak. Great Enforcer, we are from the Bloodfeather Sect's Jiangzhou branch. We are the subordinates of the Yunze, the master of the branch. Sent by the Black Fiend Protector, the Protector commanded us to incite chaos here, to abduct souls, claiming it was to test the veracity of the recently renowned Xuankong Yunze, the True Monarch. The longevity elixirs and beauty powders require a vast amount of souls and essence to concoct. They spoke in a flurry, each vying to be heard. Seeing his subordinates eager to confess, the leader, fearing his own chance to shine might slip away, hastily interjected, "Great Enforcer, please take heed." The Black Fiend Protector stated that if the true monarch Xuankong Yunze possesses any real abilities then we should draw him out, for the Protector has his own methods to deal with him. As for the captured souls, a portion is utilized in the concoction of longevity pills and youth elixirs, while another segment is destined for the main sect, to be sacrificed for the creation of even more formidable malevolent artifacts. Upon hearing this, Lian's gaze sharpened. The Bloodfeather Sect, the Jiangzhou branch, the Black Shop Protector, probing the true monarch of the Xuankong Cloud Abyss. Information surged forth in a torrent. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, his eyes piercing like twin blades directed at the demonic leader. You, Bloodfeather Sect, possess audacity beyond measure. The true monarch of the Xuankong Cloud Abyss is a celestial being of the upper realm, not something your nefarious sect can dare to pry into. Capturing souls, concocting malevolent potions. Such actions are intolerable by heavenly law and merit the gravest punishment. An icy fury laced his voice. The demonic leader, sensing the murderous intent in Lian's tone, trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head like a persistent pestle. Great Enforcer, please temper your wrath. I am but a mere pawn, compelled to act under orders. The regulations of the Bloodfeather Sect are stringent, and defiance leads to a fate worse than death. In a bid for survival, he frantically divulged the inner workings of the sect. What you may not know, Great Enforcer, is that our Jiangzhou branch is merely one of many in the southern Shu kingdom. The branch leader, Yuchenzi Wei He, outwardly appears virtuous, claiming to be the heir of the Dankei Immortal sect. Yet he is ruthless, excelling in using the living to concoct various malevolent elixirs. He oversees 4 chief disciples, each responsible for gathering herbs, concocting potions, disseminating teachings, and safeguarding the sect. The Black Shop Protector present is a skilled individual dispatched by the main sect to supervise our Jiangzhou branch in hastening the collection of medicinal materials and investigating the true monarch of the Xuankong Cloud Abyss. Another somewhat clever demon quickly added, "My lord, I'm also aware of some hidden strongholds of the Bloodfeather Sect. Beyond the apparent dank Immortal sect temple in the southern part of Jiangzhou, there lies an abandoned charity house near the mass grave in the western part of the city, which serves as a site for crafting corpse puppets and storing materials. In the regions of Sangzhou and Laizhou, there are also branches of our Bloodfeather Sect, operating under the guise of merchants and healers, secretly abducting people and harvesting souls. These demons, desperate to preserve their lives, revealed everything they knew without reservation. They recounted how the Bloodfeather Sect lured the ignorant populace into consuming the Qingfen sleep heart bug, allowing them to be manipulated posthumously by the melodies of the mingling score, turning them into soulless puppets. They further described how the abducted boys and girls were referred to as Yang Yin and Yin Tai, utilized in the crafting of the so-called longevity pills and youth elixirs. Lian listened to their confessions, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Such wretches, committing acts so devoid of conscience, are even more despicable than true malevolent beings. Capturing souls, concocting malevolent potions, controlling corpse puppets, wreaking havoc upon the land. Each transgression alone is enough to warrant their demise 1,000 times over. He initially believed these were merely insignificant petty thieves engaging in charlatanry, yet he was astounded to uncover the existence of a malevolent cult, such as the Bloodfeather sect. This is no ordinary civil strife. It is a genuine malevolence perpetrated by a cult. Li Yan's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The crimes you have committed are beyond enumeration. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to mete out punishment, ensuring that you are utterly annihilated, never to be reborn. As his words faded, he gave a slight nod to Yu Wujiao. Understanding the implication, Yu Wujiao's eyes blazed with a sinister fire. He extended his massive hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, with swirling black mist emanating from his palm, directing it towards the several incapacitated fiends on the ground. No! Please spare us, law enforcer. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Yu Wujiao forcefully extracted several twisted souls from the corpses of the fiends, each infused with endless terror, their wails echoing as he absorbed them into his palm, converting them into sustenance for his own power. The soulless bodies slumped to the ground, akin to deflated balloons. With a flick of his hand, a ball of eerie green, ghostly fire materialized, descending upon the lifeless forms. The ghostly flames blazed fiercely, swiftly consuming the vile bodies, leaving not a trace of ash behind, eliminating any potential future threats. After completing this grim task, Yu Wujiao silently returned to Li Yan's side, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial matter. Within the Hall of Hell, an oppressive silence fell once more. Li Yan surveyed the desolate chamber, yet felt no joy within his heart. The actions of the Bloodfeather sect chilled him to the core. He realized with a start that he had previously underestimated the complexity of this realm. Here, not only were there martial arts masters, but also practitioners of profound malevolence. And he, by some twist of fate, had become ensnared in this vortex. It appeared that the machinations of the underworld could not be postponed any longer. Li Yan murmured to himself. He turned his gaze towards Yu Wujiao, a thought crystallizing in his mind. This king of hell was his most formidable ally at present, and a linchpin of his plans for the underworld. However, this summoned ghostly general had a time limit. After one day, Yu Wujiao would vanish. This posed a significant disadvantage to his long-term strategies. He must devise a means to secure Yu Wujiao, or rather, to anchor this king of hell in place. Only in this manner could his fledgling underworld truly function, instilling fear in the hearts of the wicked, and ultimately, accumulating sufficient faith power to gain more means of survival. Li Yan's gaze deepened, revealing his resolve. He understood that there remained many tasks ahead. Chapter 64. A focus of attention: the deeds of the underworld enforcer, who manifested divine authority to eradicate the malevolent impersonators of ghostly agents and rescue innocent villagers, spread like wildfire throughout Haifengku and the surrounding towns overnight. The liberated villagers, along with those who witnessed the terrifying ghost domain and the imposing enforcer that fateful night, embellished their accounts with fervor, rendering them almost miraculous. In no time, discussions regarding the underworld, the ghostly agents, and the principle of karmic retribution became rampant among the populace. The common folk were filled with reverence for the enigmatic underworld enforcer, and a realization dawned upon them. The unsettling occurrences that had plagued their hearts in recent days were not the genuine summons of the underworld, but rather the nefarious acts of demons masquerading under the guise of the underworld, engaging in sinister deeds. The thought that they had nearly fallen victim to these unscrupulous fiends, or that their loved ones might have already faced dire consequences, ignited a tempest of wrath and trepidation within the hearts of the people. As fear receded, anger swiftly took precedence. Citizens from various locales flocked to their local magistrate's office, beating drums to voice their grievances, lamenting the crimes of the demons, and fervently demanding that the authorities take action, dispatch troops, conduct thorough investigations, apprehend the true culprits, and avenge the innocent who had perished. In a short span, the magistrate's offices at the junction of Jiangzhou, Sangzhou, and Laizhou were nearly overwhelmed by the impassioned throngs of citizens. In Jiangzhou City, within the governor's residence, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Governor Lu Sun and Military Commissioner Yang Lai sat facing each other, both displaying furrowed brows. Seated cautiously at a lower position was a middle-aged official, County Magistrate Zhao Zhan, who had hurried from Qinghe County to report for duty, only to find himself embroiled in this tumultuous affair. County Magistrate Zhao, what is your perspective on this matter? Yang Lai inquired, his deep-set eyes fixed upon Zhao Zhan, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zhao Zhan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and quickly rose to bow, responding, I respectfully report to you, esteemed military commissioner and governor, that I am overwhelmed and hesitant to speak presumptuously. He had initially thought that with the report of the divine manifestation of the true Lord from Qinghe County having just been delivered to the capital, and awaiting the imperial decree, his visit to Jiangzhou would be timely. Never did he anticipate that such a controversy involving the underworld enforcer would erupt in Jiangzhou. Moreover, it appeared that the origins of this turmoil were closely linked to the so-called ghostly affairs. Do not worry, Governor Lu Sun spoke in a gentler tone, wishing to ease Zhao Zhan's tension. We merely wish to hear the perspective of one who has experienced the celestial phenomena of Qinghe. Zhao Zhan inwardly chuckled in despair, realizing that these two officials regarded him as someone capable of communicating with the divine. After carefully considering his words, he cautiously articulated, esteemed military commissioner and governor, I believe that the divine manifestation of the true Lord from Qinghe County is a heavenly omen, a protection for the region. As for the ghostly affairs circulating recently, and last night's so-called underworld enforcer, he paused, casting a glance at the expressions of his superiors before continuing. I have heard rumors among the populace suggesting that these ghostly occurrences are largely the work of demons masquerading, engaging in sinister antics with ulterior motives. It seems that these words may not be without merit. He hesitated to directly associate the enforcer of the underworld with the true monarch of the celestial abyss, for their styles were strikingly dissimilar. The former exuded a fierce aura, while the latter was imbued with an ethereal grace. Yang Lai and Lu Sun exchanged a solemn glance, both sensing the weight of the situation in each other's eyes. As officials of considerable authority, they were not easily swayed by tales of the supernatural. Yet, the celestial phenomena in Qinghe County were too tangible to dismiss lightly. The emergence of the underworld enforcer only added to the enigma surrounding the current events. This matter was of utmost significance. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lai's fingers lightly tapped against the table. Disseminate the order to summon the Martial Arts Academy's offerings. The eminent figures from the Dao Record Office and the deputy generals within the residence to the council chamber forthwith. I shall ascertain the identity of the audacious fiend daring to stir chaos in my Jiangzhou territory. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Jiangzhou City, at a clandestine stronghold of the Bloodwing sect, within the stillness of a private chamber, the black fiend guardian bore an expression as grim as the depths of the ocean. Clutched in his hand was a freshly received confidential report, his gaunt fingers turning pale from the pressure. The report detailed the events of the previous night at the Black Wind Pass, from the encounter of the ghostly soldiers with a mysterious figure, to the terrifying ghost domain's arrival, and finally to the enforcer's proclamation of the vanishing demon army, leaving no detail unexamined. Every word struck his heart like a needle. The underworld enforcer? The black fiend guardian murmured, his expression shifting beneath the cloak, his eyes filled with disbelief and suspicion. He had initially dismissed the rumors of divine manifestations in Qinghe County as mere fabrications by certain eminent individuals, perhaps a hidden sect seeking to assert its presence. This had emboldened him to send Wei He to probe the matter and even consider taking matters into his own hands to stir the winds of change. However, it now appeared that the reality far exceeded his expectations. The scenes described in the report, particularly the terrifying ghost domain and the ability to abduct the living at will, were capabilities beyond the reach of any ordinary martial arts master. Even he himself might not possess such inscrutable powers. Could it be that something unclean truly resided here? Or was it possible that deities and the underworld were indeed intertwined? An absurd yet chilling thought began to take root in his mind. Although he was the guardian of the Bloodwing sect, ruthless in his methods and cunning in disposition, he was not entirely dismissive of the ethereal tales of gods and spirits. After all, the Bloodwing sect itself straddled the line between righteousness and malevolence, delving into many forbidden and arcane practices. The true monarch of the celestial abyss, the grand general of the water subduing demon, and now the emergence of the underworld enforcer. The more he pondered, the more his heart raced with trepidation. The waters of Jiangzhou ran deeper and murkier than he had ever imagined. He had initially planned to reveal himself once the commotion subsided to confront this so-called true monarch of the celestial abyss and discern their true nature. Yet now, he found himself wavering. What if this entity was beyond his capacity to provoke? Would he not be courting his own demise? After a prolonged period of reflection, a flicker of resolve shone in the black fiend guardian's eyes. "Convey my orders," he rasped. A loyal aide, clad in black, appeared silently before him, bowing in readiness to serve. "Cease all external operations of the faction, particularly the abduction of souls, immediately. All dispatch personnel are to retract into hiding and refrain from any reckless actions. Maintain vigilant observation of all developments in Jiangzhou and Qinghe County. Report any disturbances without delay." The trusted subordinate, upon hearing these commands, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes, but nonetheless responded with utmost respect. "Yes, Protector." Once the subordinate departed, the dark and formidable Protector sat alone in the stillness of his chamber, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. It appears that one must first observe the unfolding events and ascertain just how murky the waters of Jiangzhou truly are. The illustrious master Xuankong Yunze of Qinghe County, along with this suddenly emerging enforcer from the netherworld. I shall see just who you truly are." He resolved to temporarily retract his forces and conceal his minions, opting to ascertain the situation before taking further action. After all, prudence steers the ship of fate. In the unpredictable realm of Jiangzhou, any hint of negligence could plunge him into irretrievable doom. Chapter 65. The solidification of the ghost general days flowed by in a peculiar tranquility. In the village at the junction of Jiangzhou, Cangzhou, and Laizhou, the common folk felt a distinct shift. The ghostly disturbances that once plagued their nights seemed to have vanished overnight. The days of trepidation appeared to be truly behind them. Occasionally, the bold would sneak a glance into the silent night, and apart from the ordinary sounds of rustling wind and swaying grass, the chilling clinks of dragging chains were no longer heard, nor the eerie figures with their ghastly green lanterns seen. Could it be that those who thrived on fear were genuinely terrified by the esteemed enforcer of the netherworld, too frightened to wreak havoc any longer? Such whispers circulated in the aftermath of meals, in the fields, and gradually spread among the populace. Their reverence for the enigmatic and formidable enforcer of the underworld deepened. More importantly, as the events surrounding the Black Wind-Mouth incident unfolded and were shared, a novel belief quietly took root in the hearts of the people, much like the gentle nourishment of spring rain. Indeed, the realm of the underworld existed. The principle of retribution for good and evil was not merely a tale spun by the elders. Above, within 3 feet, divine beings truly gazed upon them. This budding belief, initially a mere flicker of light, gradually coalesced into a blazing fire as time passed and more individuals embraced and discussed it. The reverence for the underworld and the acknowledgement of karmic retribution began to take root within the hearts of the common folk. A surge of pure and refined faith, a sensation previously unknown to Li Yin, converged from all directions toward Qingfeng Mountain, heading toward the ethereal Xuanxiong Daogong. Li Yin sat within the Dao Palace, acutely aware of the transformative essence of this faith. It no longer bore the chaotic mixture of diverse prayers and desires. Instead, it was imbued with a genuine sense of reverence and recognition. This was precisely what he sought. By invoking fear and establishing order, he aimed to create a deeply ingrained concept of the underworld, one that could yield more stability and a higher quality of faith than mere worship of deities. During these days, aside from silently absorbing and refining this pure faith to enhance his own cultivation, Li Yin devoted nearly all his focus to a matter of utmost importance: solidifying the ghost general, Yu Wujiao. The power and utility of Yu Wujiao needed no further elaboration. Whether it was his terrifying, ghostly domain, the soul-binding chains capable of ensnaring spirits, or his formidable prowess as a guardian boss. He represented the strength Li Yin currently relied upon most. Yet, the uncertainty of summoning him randomly each day hung over Li Yin like a sharp sword. He needed a formidable ally who could respond to his summons at any time and remain present for an extended period. Without question, Yu Wujiao was the optimal choice. Li Yin sat cross-legged within the Dao Palace. These days, apart from practicing the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra and refining elixirs, he immersed himself entirely in the golden random Mount Dai, engaged in recollection and pursuit of summoning. The formidable prowess of the Hell General, Yu Wujiao, and his pivotal role in the underworld's plans compelled him to earnestly wish to secure this powerful enforcer. Li Yin inhaled deeply, his gaze shining with intensity. As he once more summoned his will, the golden die began to spin rapidly, the six faces flashing various steed patterns, the fierce flames of the crimson flame demon lion, the ethereal grace of the white cloud immortal crane, the imposing presence of the ink qilin, the resplendence of the azure wand, and, most notably, the fearsome and majestic ghostly visage representing the Hell General, Yu Wujiao. Li Yin's focus sharpened. He fixated on the die, silently praying. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The die's rotation gradually decelerated. One after another, the patterns swept past his vision, only to be eliminated. His heart raced, rising to his throat. Finally, the die shuddered violently and came to a halt. The face that faced upward was undeniably that of a pitch-black figure, with burning emerald flames in its eyes. Adorned with a ghostly helm, clad in heavy armor, and wielding a crescent blade, it was none other than the Hell General, Yu Wujiao. For the third time, he had appeared. Li Yan's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting forth in a triumphant cry. The relentless efforts of the past few days had culminated at this moment, yielding magnificent results. The golden die radiated a brilliant light, and the ghostly visage representing Yu Wujiao became astonishingly vivid and solid, as if it sought to break free from the die itself. Simultaneously, Li Yan's inventory icon shimmered slightly. As he delved into it, he discovered that in the steed section, the icon of the Hell General, Yu Wujiao, had transformed from its original gray state to a vibrant one, ready for immediate summoning. Moreover, beneath Yu Wujiao's icon, a line of small text appeared. Hell General Yu Wujiao, secured Fengdu, Ghost General, wielder of Netherfire, master of the Ghost Domain, capable of consuming soul power to enhance himself and his subordinate specters. Excellent, 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 Li Yin exclaimed thrice, his excitement beyond words. This signified that from this moment forth, he could summon this formidable general at any time and place, liberated from the constraints of daily random summoning. This was undoubtedly a monumental boon for his forthcoming schemes. He exhaled a breath of frustration, tempering his exhilaration, yet his gaze grew ever more luminous. With Yu Wujiao secured, his makeshift underworld finally possessed a genuine powerhouse to maintain order. As the Bloodfeather sect had temporarily retreated, it was high time for this lord to take the initiative and deliver them a grand surprise. A bold and audacious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He intended to orchestrate a significant maneuver. No longer would he passively await the arrival of those malevolent beings. Instead, he would proactively strike, uprooting the Bloodfeather sect's hideouts concealed in the shadows. This lord had no patience to wait for them to emerge one by one. With a cold chuckle, he turned to Yu Wujiao. General Yu, issue the orders to gather all specters. Tonight, this lord shall impart a vital lesson to the nefarious scoundrels lurking near Jiangzhou. Li Yin paused, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. Impostors of the underworld, who disturb the balance between the realms, shall not find refuge, no matter where they hide. The infernal court shall relentlessly pursue them, showing no leniency. Every stronghold revealed by those wicked individuals must be thoroughly dismantled. The objective is clear: capture the living, both to instill terror and to replenish the souls required by Yu Wujiao and the ghostly soldiers. Simultaneously, the formidable reputation of the underworld's enforcers must be indelibly etched into the hearts of all, accompanied by thunderous methods. This is a multifaceted strategy. He would no longer remain passive. Instead, he opted for proactive engagement. The nightfall served as his most effective veil, while the flying steeds soaring across the skies became his instruments of oversight, allowing him to command with unwavering certainty. "At your command, my lord." Yu Wujiao responded in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with infernal flames, betraying a hint of exhilaration. Chapter 66. The sudden arrival of spectral soldiers. The night enveloped the land of Jiangzhou like thick ink. In the western outskirts of Jiangzhou, there lay a secluded, abandoned charity hall. This location was one of the secret strongholds mentioned by the sorcerers, with a blood-feather sect concocted corpse puppets and stored materials near the city. At this moment, deep within the hall, a room was brightly lit. Several men clad in gray attire were gathered around a greasy wooden table, exchanging cups and boisterously conversing. "Damn it, it has been utterly suffocating these past few days. The Black Fiend as protector has commanded us to lay low, and we can't even get a bite to eat. My mouth is drier than a bird's," one burly man exclaimed, gulping down a swig of cheap liquor while cursing. "Exactly. Remember when we were out there collecting souls? Those mud-legged peasants were terrified to the point of losing control. And now, we're like rats scurrying in the streets." Another man, with a sharp chin and a monkey-like visage, chimed in. "Enough of that chatter." A middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table, with a dark countenance, snorted coldly. "Who dares to defy the Protector's orders? That so-called underworld law enforcer has an unclear background. It's wise to keep a low profile for the time being." This man was the steward of the stronghold, possessing formidable skills in the late stage of body tempering, making him a notable figure among the sect. Although he spoke with authority, there was a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Suddenly, an unexpected chill swept into the room, causing the flames of the oil lamp on the table to flicker violently, almost extinguishing them. "What's going on? Didn't Tiwi secure the doors and windows?" The burly man shivered, bewildered. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in horror, and his expression froze. In a corner where there had been nothing, figures clad in dark, spectral armor silently emerged, seemingly appearing from thin air. These figures moved stealthily, like phantoms, wielding shimmering ghostly weapons, enveloped in a bone-chilling aura. "Who goes there?" the grim steward bellowed, rising abruptly and placing his hand on the dagger at his waist. Yet, his call was met only with an eerie silence. The armored figures began to advance. Their movements were slow and somewhat stiff, yet each step exuded an oppressive force that sent chills down the spine. "Playing tricks. You seek death," the burly man roared, seizing a stool from the table to hurl it at them. But in the next moment, his anger transformed into sheer terror. The foremost spectral soldier, facing the incoming stool, did not flinch or evade. It allowed the stool to pass through its form as if it were merely an illusion. Meanwhile, the ghostly spear in its hand, imbued with an icy gust, silently pierced toward the burly man's chest. With a soft thud, there was no sound of metal clashing as the spear effortlessly penetrated the burly man's protective leather armor, as though it were mere tofu. A sudden chill surged through his limbs, draining all strength from his body, and the scene before him began to blur. He could not even muster a scream before collapsing, his eyes still reflecting an incredulous terror. "Demon, sorcery." The man, with a sharp chin and protruding cheekbones, was so terrified that he lost his wits, letting out a scream before attempting to flee. Two shadowy enforcers followed closely, their soul-binding chains silently shooting out to ensnare his ankles with precision, yanking him back violently. The man cried out in agony as he fell to the ground, being dragged like a lifeless dog. "Damn it!" The somber steward was both shocked and furious, finally discerning the true nature of these unwelcome guests. Those deep black uniforms, the chilling weapons, and the illusory forms. These were unmistakably the legendary enforcers of the underworld. You were from the underworld?" His voice trembled, a mixture of fear and disbelief coursing through him. The underworld had truly come knocking at his door. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily jolting him back to clarity. His internal energy surged violently, a powerful force erupting within him. "Since you are here, you shall not leave," he roared, his figure lunging forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his blade transforming into a crimson streak as it struck towards the foremost enforcer. This blow was tremendous, capable of splitting stone and shattering earth. Yet, the enforcer remained unmoving and unfazed. The crimson blade struck the enforcer's body, dissipating as if it had met an endless abyss, causing no hindrance whatsoever. Instead, the seemingly unremarkable ghostly iron blade in the enforcer's hand, imbued with a soul-chilling aura, advanced silently toward him. Clang! A dull thud echoed. The steward felt a surge of chilling energy rebound through his arm, leaving it numb and almost causing his grip to falter. To his horror, this icy essence disregarded his protective inner strength, directly infiltrating his meridians, plunging him into a state akin to an icy abyss. These enforcers could directly assault the soul. How could he fight back? A sense of helplessness washed over him, no matter how high his martial prowess. Facing such an entity that was impervious to physical attacks and could directly harm the soul left him utterly at a loss. In that instant of distraction, more enforcers converged from all directions, their soul-binding chains resembling a web of death descending upon him. Outside the mortuary, under the night sky, Li Yin sat gracefully atop a summoned white crane, surveying the chaos unfolding below. In the west of Jiangzhou, at the mortuary, the black water pool in Sangzhou, the rocky hill in Laizhou, various secret strongholds of the Bloodfeather sect were simultaneously enacting similar scenes. Those who usually wielded power and believed themselves formidable were utterly defenseless against these elusive enforcers who targeted the soul. Whether they were body-refining thugs or seasoned stewards, they fell like lambs to the slaughter, easily subdued. Occasionally, a few strong-willed individuals attempted to resist, only to be met by Yen Luo's ghostly general, Yu Wujiao, who personally intervened. Each swing of his enormous crescent blade carried an overwhelming force, rendering any resistance feeble and futile. Many villagers were awakened by the sounds of slaughter and screams. Trembling, they lit oil lamps and cautiously peeked through the cracks of their doors to glimpse the unfolding horror. Under the moonlight, a legion of spectral soldiers clad in dark armor, wielding ominous instruments of the underworld, escorted a procession of dispirited and disheveled fiends along the main road of the village. They were the enforcers of the netherworld. Someone recognized them and gasped in hushed astonishment. At that moment, a voice, both commanding and chilling, resonated from the heavens, penetrating the ears of all present. By the authority of the underworld, we apprehend the wicked. You, who have repeatedly committed heinous acts, impersonated the underworld officials, abducted souls, and disturbed the balance of yin and yang. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I am commanded by the underworld to bring you all to justice, to face the rightful punishment. It was the voice of Yu Wujiao. Acting on the orders of Li Yinji, he would reveal himself and proclaim the law of the underworld each time a stronghold was eliminated, aiming to instill the fear of the underworld's justice in the hearts of witnesses. As his words echoed, Yu Wujiao's imposing and fearsome silhouette vanished into the night sky, akin to a true deity descending. The villagers, upon hearing this, grew increasingly convinced of the underworld's existence, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they rushed to share the news. The fiends had been captured. The generals of the underworld had personally intervened to seize those vile creatures. The heavens were watching. Those who perpetrated evil could not escape the judgment of the underworld. I always said, good deeds are rewarded, and wickedness brings retribution. It is not that justice is delayed. The time has simply not yet come. Henceforth, we must cultivate virtue and perform good deeds, lest we suffer the torments of the 18 levels of hell after death. The notion that wrongdoing would lead one to the underworld now spread like wildfire among the people, taking root in their hearts. Li Yanzi nodded in satisfaction. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Yu Wujiao disposed of the last batch of Bloodfeather sect fiends, tightly bound by soul chains, as one would discard refuse into the black vortex conjured by the Fengdu talisman at his chest. Then, in a flash, he knelt before the celestial crane. I report to you, my lord, that all target strongholds have been cleared, with a total of 57 Bloodfeather sect fiends apprehended, none escaping. Li Yinji inclined his head slightly. Excellent. Take them to the Ghost Gate. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Tonight, they would truly experience what it meant to face absolute despair. Chapter 67. Reflections of the past. A chilling wind howled, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The Fengdu tiger talisman on Yu Wujiao's chest flickered with a ghostly light as the black mist surged once more from his hollow left palm, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Dozens of blood-feather cult demons, bound tightly by black chains, lay scattered upon the frigid ground before the gate of hell. These demons had been captured alive from various strongholds, including notorious figures known for their malevolence and even several sinister inner-strength warriors. At this moment, their former arrogance had dissipated entirely. Their garments were tattered, their bodies drenched in blood, and their spirits were utterly depleted. Under the corrosive influence of Yu Wujiao's terrifying, ghostly domain, both their physical forms and souls had suffered grievous injuries, and their eyes were filled with profound terror and frailty. As their gaze fell upon the towering archway, over 10 meters high, entirely black and adorned with grotesque carvings of ghastly visages, along with the blood-drenched characters spelling out Gate of Hell, their pupils constricted in unison. A chilling sensation emanating from the depths of their souls swept over them instantly. "Ghost, the Gate of Hell," croaked one demon, as if confronted by a specter, unleashing a piercing scream. The other demons beside him wore expressions of disbelief and horror. Though they often masqueraded as phantoms and impersonated grim reapers, it was merely a charade. Yet the reality before them, the bone-chilling atmosphere, the oppressive aura, and the spectral soldiers clad in dark armor, exuding true malevolence, conveyed an undeniable truth. They had undeniably arrived at what could only be the legendary underworld. No, it cannot be. How could there truly be an underworld in this world? A blood-feather cult steward with inner strength paled significantly, struggling to maintain composure while his voice quivered in fear. In response, Yu Wujiao's voice emerged as cold and unyielding as stone grinding against stone, devoid of any emotion. "Escort them through the gate." 2 rows of armored spectral soldiers, wielding grim iron weapons, emerged from either side of the Gate of Hell, marching with a synchronized and heavy cadence, surrounding the blood-feather cult demons completely. "No, I refuse to enter. Let me go. Spare me, my lord." The air was filled with the harrowing cries, wails, and curses of despair at the Gate of Hell. A burly man attempted to resist, but a spectral soldier's soul-binding chain lashed out like a venomous serpent, snapping against his face with a sharp crack, leaving a charred whip mark, while tendrils of green, ghostly fire clung to it, searing his flesh and soul. In excruciating pain, he let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in a fit of violent convulsions, no longer daring to